What's up, guys? What's shaking?
Hey, Montreal.
How's it going? What's new today?
Not too sure. I don't know. How's Artemis doing? Is it back here?
Yeah. It's landed safely. Mission accomplished, apparently.
Did we get any photos?
Yeah, we got some photos. Still waiting on the high definition ones. I'm anxiously awaiting to see those.
You could tell it's so real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, yeah. Have you guys seen the ones in the back, the back of the moon they posted?
No.
Oh my God! Hold on, let me see if I can find them.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
What the heck? I'm trying to download and it's saying welcome to Livestream text 1. What's going on here?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's on my end. Okay, I lost connection. That's on my end. Hold on.
Your connection was on the dark side of the moon for a second there.
Yeah.
Wow, that looks real. It's a photo from NASA.
Huh? What do you like that, huh? That's behaving strangely. Anyways, what do you like that? That's the picture they gave us from a $24 billion project. I'd say money well spent. If I was an American, I'd feel proud right now. I'd be waving the flag. Woo!
Yeah, I don't know. You get yeah. You get photos of outer space that are actually close-ups of some tabletop or something.
I have better pictures of that with my P900.
I take better pictures than that with my Nokia 1992.
Yeah. What do you say, extremists? Money well spent. Shanji,
Yes,
you like that picture, extremists?
it's a good picture.
Let me show you one that I took from Earth. Which one would you say is better? Mine from Earth, Stremis's, or theirs from near the moon? Really?
Well, you only got like a little bit in there. I mean, how can you can't tell anything?
Yeah,
Well,
but clarity.
The clarity from the bit you can see is absolutely night and day, pardon the pun.
Yeah.
It's a good picture too.
Well, thank you.
What's that, Sean? You take pictures too? Damoon. Yeah,
How
so
about that one?
yeah, that's even better.
John, come on. Don't be jealous. You know mine is better than theirs.
Yeah, come on, Sean. What's that? Well, come on, man.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. So that doesn't jive, you know? We got a $24 billion project. They can't take a freaking picture? Come on. Come on, man. Shout out to Prez.
Botus. I got 2 words for you. Made in America. Yeah, I think, Sean, you might be missing the point. It's, how many? 8? Hang on. Yeah, 81 miles above the moon's surface. They're actually there. And it looks like something from a 1984 sci-fi B movie.
Yeah, for real. There's no way to justify that. I mean, there's no way. Oh, you want to do a debate with the water guy, huh? What are you going to debate on, Sean?
What up, Odysee? Can you hear me?
What's up, bro? What are you going to debate on?
I wanted to debate on that topic we were talking about yesterday. That guy sounded so fanatic about the germ theory crap and all that.
The what? Sorry?
Like
Germ theory.
all that crap he was saying about being fake and all that other just mumbo jumbo.
Right, okay.
Just he takes it too far, and then once someone takes it too far, the debate's pretty easy to go through. Not based on any real.
It'll be easy for you to debate them.
Huh?
Yeah, he has good arguments. He's a bit passionate, maybe a little bit too much, but It should be okay if you guys keep your cool.
Yeah. And his stipulation is it has to be on camera. I'm not sure if he thinks I've never been on camera or something.
No, I've seen you many times.
Yeah. I went on camera so much, I just got sick of being on camera.
Yeah, you're definitely not shy about being on camera. Why don't you do any shows anymore, man? You used to do some good shows, bro.
Well, because I was living in Texas, and where I was living in the studio, I was living in a metal building, and my internet was such complete crap. But I'm back in San Diego now, so right now I'm setting up. Hopefully in the next week or two, I'll start streaming again.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
We had some good shows.
Oh yeah, I definitely miss doing it.
You remember that dude? What's his name, man? Barry something or other?
Oh,
Chris
I-
Berry?
The moon guy. The guy that used to fly to the moon, out of body experiences.
Yeah, he's around. I saw him about like 3 weeks ago, a month ago, and the other server.
Really?
Yeah, that guy. That guy is a fucking trip. But like,
Yeah.
I guess he wrote a bunch of books and shit. He's got like a book out and all that. They
Do you
talk about all
remember,
astral projection.
bro? Do you remember before when you used to do your show? I think you handed it off to him one day, way back. And that's how I think I found out. And believe it or not, I had my first debate there with I don't know. Do you remember with Sean?
Very vaguely, but I do
Sean
remember what you're
denies
talking
it.
about.
No, we never had a debate.
Really?
Yeah, it was on this guy's channel.
Yeah. I wish he'd come back around. That guy was a trip. Like, he's as much as a fucking Glover as anyone's ever heard, but he's got like a little secret. He's
Oh, he's
been
fucking biased.
abducted by aliens.
Yeah,
He's been abducted by aliens. He astral projects, and he writes
yeah.
books about it.
He's been to the moon. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that guy was a fucking trip. But yeah, he is. In fact, let me see if I can message him and see if he's still like around. I was just talking to him the other day when I saw him. I was like, oh shit.
Can't remember where I ran into him. I think it was 3-4 months ago before I left 24/7. I think he was in 24/7 trying to peddle his wares. I know. I remember I ran into him somewhere. Can't remember where it
The new
was.
20. Was it the new 24/7?
No. Not Tartaria.
Oh,
The other one.
okay. Yeah. I saw him at the new one.
But I remember the debate I did with Sean. He flipped completely. He went. He was supporting Sean. I said, "You're such a moderator."
Oh, there the guy is. That water guy. I just think there's a handful of new guys that came in and they're like super radical. And usually super radical doesn't do very well in debate.
Yeah, I don't know why that came to my head, but when I heard you talk, it reminded me of that.
Yeah, he's still around. He is definitely still around. I just messaged him to see what he's up to. Yeah, but when I talked to him, he said he's been writing books and all this whole lot about astral projecting. And I don't know. I can't do that shit. That seems weird. Unless I'm on drugs.
Yeah, that's a bit over. I mean, everyone's entitled to their thing, right?
Yeah, but I remember. So this is for everyone listening, because I know you know. This guy not only was abducted by aliens, he says he flew an alien ship, and
Yeah,
he's not kidding. He's not kidding at all. At all.
Nope.
I'll see if I can get him over to come back. I'll see if I can get him in here. He's online right now. His name's green.
Invite him in. Invite him in so we can see what he's up to.
I don't know if I'm getting Sean mixed up with another Sean.
There's like 3 of us.
Talking about Sean Hawkins.
There's a Sean guy that was very, very anti-flat Earth and was very, very how do you say, animated, and he's when he was online in his videos. Was it this Sean or was it another Sean?
No, you're thinking of Sean Hawkins.
Ah,
old white guy.
Yeah, he's sort of balding on top, with sort of a little bit of dark hair at the sides. Kind of guy.
Always swearing, mad.
Yeah. Okay. I got the two Seans mixed up. I used to think that was you, Sean, but you sound far too laid back for being him.
No, that's a big insult.
He's a dick.
No.
He's a dick.
That guy's a dick. He is. That's the only way I can describe him. And he spells his name wrong, so. Yeah, Sean's around. Surprisingly, his channel's actually doing pretty good compared to what it used to.
There's a lot of NPCs out there that will pay just to hear the same shit.
Well, that's an accusation, but you don't know that for sure. I'm betting there's more NPCs on the flat Earth side than on the globe side.
I retract that accusation. The jury will scratch that from the record.
Yeah, the only time I get triggered is like when I get triggered. But I'll just do it out of nowhere for no reason like he does. He likes to just be angry.
He was a very angry man. My God.
I believe it has something to do with his ex-crack addiction.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if that was a thing. That's an accusation too. Do you want to retract that, or are you gonna?
No. He's told us he used to do crack.
Yeah, the funny thing is, before anybody even mentioned that, when I first started watching him, I made comments on the YouTube about, "Hey, Sean, where's the crack pipe?" It's almost I had a feeling he was on it.
Yeah. He's an ex-crackhead, and if you talk about it, he brings it. He brought it up, but he doesn't want to ever talk about it. But then he wants to talk shit about other people being on drugs.
Yeah. So, yeah, right. So I guess we'll move on then from talking about other people. Anyway, yeah, moon photos.
I'll bring up something to you guys. When it comes to the topic of things like spirituality, astral projection, if you hardcore reject it, how do you expect like-minded people that read about it, study it, know about it, how do you expect them to share ideas if you're there to be a contrarian?
Because in a situation like we had with this guy Darrow we're talking about, I don't just sit there and contradict him. I listen. I tried to explain, and I explained I have never had that situation. Me not having it doesn't mean I can't talk about it. I find it more misleading if you act like you're so into it.
Is that talking about it,
you don't.
or are you dismissing? You're not talking about it. You're dismissing.
I'm dismissing it in this conversation. In the conversations I've had, I don't just outright dismiss it because then it's not a conversation.
That's like me going into a forum where people are talking about Call of Duty and telling them, why are you shooting each other in the head? Y'all should stop playing video games. But it's literally a Call of Duty forum for people that play the game together to talk to each other. So what's the point of me being there?
He's right. He's right. We did poo-poo it. Like, he's right about that.
No, I thought after a while we did, but doesn't mean it's my opinion. That's exactly what this forum is for people's opinions, right? It's not like a one side only. Like if you don't think
so let me tell you though,
you're not allowed to be here, right?
if it wasn't for this forum, I wouldn't even feel comfortable coming and talking about all the books that I read that are contradictory to your guys' ideas. But you guys make the space, so it's like I feel grateful that I can come talk about this shit.
Well, I guess I would agree with you, except for the fact that I could say that both sides are wrong about a lot of things. And we come here and we act like we know everything, and we misrepresent things all the time, both sides. I mean, not just Globers. Everything you read is just an interpretation of what you think it is. Doesn't mean it is.
Yeah,
You
but
see,
how do
the
we come
part
to
I
a more?
was laughing at, bro, is he said he was on a spaceship. He went on a spaceship. You know, that's the part I like. I said, "Come on, man." Yeah,
Not only was he on it, he flew it.
yeah.
Cool.
As far as the
I-
astral projection stuff goes, I've heard a lot of people talk about it, and even the military has done research on it. So I don't dismiss it out of hand.
I think if anything, what we're talking about is the fact that this guy came into the server or came into my stream, was pure Glober, 1,000%, and then followed up with he's been abducted, he's flown a UFO. I think I'm allowed to have my opinion, and if it was that contradicting, I don't think he would have came around, and he came around a lot. So I don't think the way we had the conversation about him or with him was that bad, Electric, at all.
Did he pilot the UFO across a flat plate? Or was it around Earth?
I gotta understand if somebody comes in and starts like spewing some completely unrelatable stuff, like, yeah, I went on a spaceship to the moon. I would tell them they were ridiculous too, right? But I would try to listen to what they were saying first.
But we did. Again, this wasn't like a 2-second conversation. This was months of conversation with this guy. We used to piggyback live streams with each other. I mean, you're making it out like we just shunned this guy, and it wasn't like that. And nothing we're saying now, we didn't say to him.
Maybe it's not you guys in particular, right? But I don't know. Like the longer I'm in the community, the more I experience different kinds of people. So you can't group all the
Yeah.
Globers into one basket. Right? My bad if that's what it sounds like.
You can't do that with either side.
Yeah, and there's some flat earthers that hardcore reject some spiritual ideas too. So, I don't agree with them either.
Well, sorry guys. When it comes to like spirituality and stuff, I can only have my opinion, but I don't discredit someone because they're spiritual. I just don't have the same belief.
Doesn't matter what
Oh
community.
shit, I was unmuted, bro. My bad. I'm yelling at traffic, not you guys. Sorry, I should be muted.
Hey man, I didn't cut you off. What the fuck?
Nobody cut anybody off.
No. I mean, no. Sorry. He said he was in traffic. He was yelling at people in traffic. I was pretending to be.
Okay, I got it now.
But yeah, that what you guys are saying is awesome. Actually, what you mentioned about taking astral projection seriously, dude. Think about the word morning. I truly believe that when people had like really lucid dreams in ancient times, they would wake up and mourn their astral body or like wherever they thought they traveled to, because the experience would be so profound and lucid that they would mourn it. That's where I think the word morning comes from. But yeah, that all pertains to astral projection in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, the English language is corrupt.
Words or a play on words. And then more words.
I think it was corrupted intentionally.
Yes.
But wouldn't you say that all languages are corrupt except for the original?
Well, English more so, because it has a bit of everything, and everything has double meanings, and it's like, it's crazy.
Hang on, Montreal. You're from a country that has like 5 national languages.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound more corrupt than that.
No, but you don't understand what I mean. Not the meaning of words. You understand?
Oh, okay. Like you're saying, like how level has different meanings and
Yeah, like
deer,
mass.
like okay,
Like mass.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's like so many words in the English language that like we thought Chinese is hard to learn, but if you look at people trying to learn the English language and it's the same word, but it's 5 different meanings, and you
Yeah.
when to use it. Yeah,
Agree
it's,
with that. Yeah.
all you have to do is watch Hollywood movies. You'll be fine. Just watch Hollywood movies for a couple of years. You'll be grand.
Aren't there a lot of like people that are learning English that learn English that way, like watching movies and shit? That's like when someone says, "Pretend to be an American," and people all act like we're all from the South, from the West, and like cowboys and shit.
Yeah, the English language is a bit. For example, who decided to spell cat with a C? Question of the day.
For real.
Those bastards.
Wait. Time out. Okay, you want to talk about this, Montreal? Let's talk about it.
I never had an answer to this, so go on.
Okay. Hang on. Is the word cat a letter?
The word cat is a word. It's not a letter.
Perfect. Is the letter K a letter or a word?
Sean, we know the answer to that.
Yes, I do. And I'll get to the crescendo. Ready? What the fuck is Z?
Ah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it still doesn't answer. You can say it's Z or Z, but it still doesn't answer why cat is spelled with a C.
Because English language is stupid. The
Thank
same reason
you.
90% of Americans all fail English class.
Yeah, because you need a memory to spell this crap, right?
Did you ever see the TikTok where the guy he's pretending he's an angel and God? You know, he'll go back and forth and pretend he's either one of them or whatever, and he's making up words and how they work and shit. It's hilarious.
I have not.
Well, I've been asking that for years. I asked one of my teachers in school, and you know what she responded? Because that's the way it is.
Good, Jeremy. You got to watch Bro Sanchez. He'll be like, the word door means da or is Dagon.
Bro
I'm like,
Sanchez,
what the fuck? How'd you do that?
Bro Sanchez is the biggest freaking scammer of flat Earth, period. Prove me wrong. I can prove you're right. I'll prove I'm right. He's the worst.
I like Bro Sanchez. I watched his presentations for the past few years, and I value the information.
Okay, well, I can tell you right now, he's in it only for the money. He doesn't give a fuck about the viewers, and he just basically just conjures up shit to say. I know this because I was involved with his fucking panels for many years.
What?
I can tell you right now. I can give
It
you.
doesn't matter. The information that
I'll give
he,
you 2 examples.
that he conveys, dude, the information he conveys is worldwide. It doesn't have to just be him conveying it. You can go and research the stuff he talks about to verify it.
No, he doesn't.
Real quick, guys, I'm posting that TikTok link in the chat right now. This guy is hilarious. If you were into that, how they came up with like words and shit, this guy is funny as fuck, dude.
Not to mention, I can give you 2 cases of porn bombs that he did to himself for views. Yeah,
bro, you porn bomb yourself every fucking night, Sean. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about Flat Earther that is a fucking clear scam artist.
They're scamming us?
Bro Sanchez? Absolutely.
I mean, there's not really a lot of money lingering around like Flat Earth. I don't know what they. This is a pretty bad scam.
He is a Flat Earther, but he is more of a ancient cosmologist in that realm of it. The thing is that he feeds off of other groups that aren't Flat Earth. That's how he.
How much more money? How much more money would he make if he was a Glober? Like, why not just be a
Yeah,
globe
like
person?
the money's on
Again,
the globe,
again,
dude.
well, he has what I think he has now around 80,000 to 100,000 subs. He makes great money off YouTube. Great money, and he
What is
again he
what is
doesn't
great?
just
What's
he doesn't just
considered great money? Hold on, man, before you go off. What's great money? Because some people
I
might
am
think $800 a month is great.
no well I know I don't know about right now, but I know when 4 years ago I know he was making at least $6,000 a month.
Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, back before YouTube fixed algorithms to suppress us. Yeah,
Yeah,
no doubt. Yeah.
but he wasn't again. It wasn't just flat Earth. He was talking. He was feeding off like the conscious community, like all those. Like he has a following because he knew how to get to it. It's not like he has 100,000 flat Earth followers. Not at all. And I've had conversations with him. Trust me, he doesn't give a fuck about the viewers. It's not like a mutual respect between I'm here because of
Okay,
them.
well,
No, it's
You're
not at
just
all.
whether
talking about him. You're not saying what
whether
he
he
said.
is or isn't, there's tons of whether he is or isn't a scammer. I mean, there's tons of scam artists in the world. So, of course, some are going to find their way into flat Earth. So what?
Yeah, and all I did was call it out. That's it. You don't have to like it.
I mean, how did he? So this bro, you're saying bro Sanchez is a scammer, and he porn bombed himself. How does that equal he scammed people?
Okay, well, you weren't around Jeremy back then. I don't think, but Montreal, you can just answer this. What happens when you get porn bombed is you blame it on the Globers. You talk about how they're trying to suppress you, and what ends up happening is you get a bigger following. More people support you. Go to a different channel, etc. The channel that got porn bombed was his little channel, and he's just to drive people to his other channel.
But why are you trying to drive people away from the information? Who cares about the person, man? It's about what he says.
Because
Okay,
if
so
someone is
maybe
if someone's character is like that, they're more willing to give out bullshit to
Well, at least he's not doing
carry a
what
narrative.
he does and just curse people.
this is your big evidence that he porn bombed himself, so he's a scammer.
No. Just many conversations I've
Hit
had
me
with.
with the big shit. Hit me with the big shit, bro.
Okay, he literally goes over and debates people that have no clue about this conversation to get people over there, and he literally will just spout bullshit. That's
Okay,
just
so
a
he's
situation
trying to
that
get
I dealt.
people
It's a
to his
situation that
channel
It's a situation where all he
one
gives
at
a
a
fuck
time,
about is
dude.
making money. I know you gotta
One
let
at a
me finish
time,
what
bro.
I'm saying.
Yeah, we got to go one thing at a time. You're like scattergunning shit.
Yeah, it's a bunch of shit. It's not just one
Yeah, well,
thing.
we can only talk about one thing at a time, though, right? We can't talk about 10 different things at once.
Sure, we can. We do it every day.
You just want to spaz out, talk. You make 10 points, I make 10 points to rebut all your 10 points. That's how you want to do it.
You can just watch the video I just posted.
Is that what you want to do? You make. Why don't you make like 5 points? I'll rebut all 5 of them, and then you can rebut all 5 of those. Or
That's how the
you think it's
conversation goes
better to do?
anyway, Jeremy.
You think it's better to do 1 point at a time? I know that's
Yeah,
how it
but
goes
we
because
don't
everyone in here is fucking spastic like you.
like you.
Yeah, I'm freaking out right now, bro.
You the problem is
All
you
right,
don't
I'm gonna
speak your
start
truth,
muting
Jeremy.
everybody now. I'm telling you guys, watch out.
Mute them all. That's my motto. Mute them all.
And to what someone said, there's no verification of anything. Everything he talks about is ancient cosmology. There's no way to verify any of that.
Bro, I'm not responding to you unless you make at least four more points. Your evidence so far, from what I've heard, sucks. I mean, he's debating noobs.
Listen to him.
He's debating noobs to get more people to his channel. I don't see how that equals a scam. You said he just talks about nonsense. I mean, well, I don't know what you think you're saying all the time, but
Mm-hmm.
you have anything real? I told you, hit me with the big shit. You have anything real or?
Nope.
You got nothing, bro. I know. Why?
Nothing at all.
Why you talk that shit?
You're right.
You're a habitual shit talker.
Yep. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
The one time I went on Bro Sanchez.
I'm just saying, if you do, give me something good. Hold on a second. If you have something, hit us with it.
I got nothing.
You got nothing.
Something? You got nothing? All right.
Not at all.
I got something. When I first, it took me like 2 years to want to actually like jump on his panel, but when I did, I brought up how satellites have thrusters, and he immediately muted me to say that don't matter. Satellites have thrusters because if the Wi-Fi signal was coming from a satellite, Earth would block it, and he just like totally non sequitured what I was trying to say. So there goes a little bit of scrap evidence that he's not a true flat earther for you. Just in defense of your argument. Sorry.
Yeah, shit like that, and just years of it. So I guess I have a different opinion of him based on that.
Is he still around?
That was a cool story, but that still
yeah.
doesn't mean he was
Yeah, he's still
scamming
around.
people.
Okay, then go watch him.
You
then.
can't just be slandering people like this.
I'm
This
not
is
just slandering. Go watch the
liable.
video. I'm not
Well,
slandering him,
okay.
and even better than that, I called him out in person. I called him and the people that were on his panel out. So it's not like it's just me saying it. So.
Dude, I was just trying to correlate the idea that he doesn't challenge, he doesn't take difficult challenges. Like when I brought up that was a global argument, talking about the thrusters on satellites. He just didn't want to address it, probably because he couldn't.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's scamming people, though, dude. I hear you. I understand what you're saying. Okay, he doesn't like hard arguments or whatever. That doesn't mean he's scamming people.
Yes, it does.
There's a big difference.
You don't have to. Hey, Jeremy, you don't have to believe it. It's all good.
I'm just saying, break me off with some good stuff. Like, do you have any evidence he actually scammed someone, or?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, can you give it to us, or because I mean,
nah. You don't sound like you give a fuck. So.
I do. Dude's out running around
but I'm
scamming people.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
I'm
tell you what, I should know.
I'm not jumping through hoops to convince you. I don't care to convince you.
Dude, Sean, someone like me, like
Bro, you ain't got to
Bro
jump through a
Sanchez.
hoop. Just tell me one time. Hold on. You ain't got to jump through a hoop. Just tell me one time you scammed someone.
Okay, fine. When he fucking porn bombed himself to fucking get views and money. But if you don't anything beyond that, go find out yourself. Watch the video I just posted.
I mean, that's the best thing. Yeah.
Asking me a question. See, exactly. That's why I'm over talking about it with you.
If that's the best one, I mean, that's not.
Yeah, you're right. Terrible.
It's not really that good.
Nah, crap.
I don't know. There's multiple reasons why you might porn bomb yourself. I don't know.
I never heard of self porn bombing. This is the first.
Do you remember in the early days?
He's done it twice.
You had like 120 people listening to Dell or somebody talk about flat Earth, and then Tim Osman would come along and porn bomb it, or
Tim Osman didn't porn bomb anybody.
That's Pete's boy, Tim Osman.
No, that's Osman. Different person.
Well, Tim Osman was the CIA code word for Osama, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's Pete's boy.
But that person was Tim Osman, OS, and the guy Pete talks about is Tim Usman, OZ, and that's IPS.
IPS, man, he's work.
Yeah, he wasn't. That guy's a scammer for real. He stole lots of money.
Oh my God.
Who stole lots of money? Okay, bro, don't just be in here calling people scammers, bro. Did he actually scam money this time? Or?
Yes. ISP or IPS stole I think it was 10 or 20 grand on some billboard idea, and then
Pete Shea's boy.
Yes.
How do you scam flat Earth community?
You're telling me Pete Shea's boy is a scammer?
He tried to raise money to put flat Earth billboards up, and he raised about 10 or 10,000, and it just took off with it.
I thought he still hangs out with him to this day.
Who?
Pete Shea?
Pete still hangs out with this guy to this day.
Yeah, Pete's fucking a lunatic. What do you expect?
He ran off. You said he ran off. The dude's still hanging around.
Go
nowhere. He's right here.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you anymore, Jeremy. You're fucking ridiculous.
He said he stole the money and ran off, but he's right here still talking to people doing flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, you didn't fucking get where? Where is he? Is he on YouTube? Is he in the masses? Do you get kicked from his fucking channel if you talk about anything to do with that?
Yeah, you do. I remember when Jake the Asshole.
Jeremy.
Remember when Jake the Asshole was touring, and they showed up at IPS, and IPS did the 666 in the background, and they were making a ton of money off YouTube from donations and shit.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, Sean, you understand why I'm leery now of you calling people scammers, because you just called Bro Sanchez a scammer. I didn't see an instance where he actually scammed someone.
Do you know who Bro Sanchez even is?
I don't know. No, I've heard the name before. Yeah,
go check him out. Did you watch that upload I just put in? No. Okay.
I mean, you could give me a summary real quick.
I did, and you didn't like it, so I guess it wasn't good enough. Sorry.
Yeah, the definition of a scam, dude. The definition of a scam is you got to take their money unwillingly. People donate and cash app to his channel willingly. You're saying that's a scam? I mean, these people do it on their own account.
Because no. There are situations where he forces people to pay to watch debates. The shit he pushes, it's literally just not how he does it. And a scammer doesn't mean he had to have unwillingly taken people's money. He could be pushing bullshit without verification of it, and make a situation where there's no one that can object it. That to me is a scammer or a flat earth. You're gonna
need to back up that claim, dude. I don't see it. I watched Bro Sanchez for 3 years. I like all of his streams. I don't see any evidence of this stuff.
Okay, well, tell me how he's
verified. It don't matter to me if this guy's it doesn't matter to me if this guy's a fucking scammer or not. So I mean, I'm like totally, unbiased here, but the shit you brought forward just isn't convincing. That's all.
I wasn't trying to convince you of anything. I was just telling you why I think he is. I'm not convincing you of anything. I'm not trying to. If I was the case, I'd be over his channel all the time trying to. If it was that case, I'd be over at his channel trying to get people away from his channel. I don't care if you guys want to fucking give him money. Give him money. Then I don't care.
I don't give anything. I mean, I feel like some people deserve support, but I don't give Bro Sanchez money, and I'm one of his supporters.
I see Jeremy's point, though. It's no good calling people scammers all the time, and
he's just in here name calling like a child.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't always do it, and I'm going to tell you now. If Bro Sanchez comes up in the conversation, I'm going to bring it up every fucking time because he is. You don't have to believe it.
You can't just slander people.
I can slander the fuck out of them all I want. You guys do it about Glovers all day. I'm not listening to that shit.
I don't do that shit.
Yeah, you do. You talk about fucking Glovers making money all the time.
They make good money. I never said they scammed any. I mean, there are a couple instances where people were scammed.
No. Don't do that, Jeremy. Can't just sit here and slander people.
People legit got money stolen, though. In my instances, people legit had mass amounts of money stolen. In your instances, some guy porn bombed himself to get more viewers or something.
Yeah, which equals to more money.
People do publicity stunts all the time to get more viewers.
I'm not sitting. You're right, and to me that's scamming. I think Fight the Flat Earth scams people out of money because he's not really giving a fuck about explaining information or getting it out there. He really just wants to sit there and make money just laughing at flat earthers. To me, that's a scam.
Do you think cable television is a scam?
Yes.
Well, okay. Name something that's not a scam.
A lot of things.
Geo
and his server is not a scam. Most of the servers I'm on aren't trying to scam people, etc. I mean, I give you an example of people that I think scamming, and you're like, "What's not?" I'm not an auto scammer like fucking most of the auto hosts around here.
You're an auto scammer.
Like, what the fuck?
You're an auto scammer. I know your type.
He's just trying to get your goat, Sean. Don't fall for it. Fucking Sean used to do some good shows back in the day, Jeremy.
Did he? Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, of course,
Jeremy we disagreed on mostly everything, but he was respectful and all that shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, Sean's cool. He can't. I just don't like when he runs around slandering people. Other than that, yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, well.
Hey, let off the horse, buddy. Pull over.
I remember Sean used to give shit to the ballers. Hey, don't overtalk SC. Shut up. You guys are over talking him. I remember that, Sean.
I actually enjoy
That's fun.
conversations and shit shows. I don't like that shit show idea. It's not fun.
That shit show sucks, dude. Yeah. The shit show sucks. It makes us look bad as a whole. Like, not, it doesn't even, probably makes the flat earthers look worse because everyone already believes in a globe. So it's like, whatever. But I mean, just as a whole for the community, the shit show is not a good look.
Yep.
What's the shit show?
Why don't you run around? Hey, Jeremy, you should run around the servers telling which flat earthers shouldn't debate and should.
I should go to servers and tell them which flat earthers suck.
Yeah. Call them about like you did,
I'm
Jen.
right here.
That was fucking hilarious. That was like my proudest moment of you, Jeremy.
I mean, I don't care. Like, yo, all right, you're a vet and you've been around a long time, but suck at debating. I don't know.
Well, you do realize there's like a big,
Sorry.
there's a huge push of like fanatic flat earthers around now, right?
Like it's all, yeah.
There was a show called The Shit Show?
Yeah, just
Like-
about
like
every day on most channels, yeah.
And it just came in and he was a beast with it right off the gate, right? Percentage, that's my boy. Whereas you got someone like Jin or Democ that been in this shit for fucking a decade now or whatever, and they can't debate.
Yeah, Democ's been around, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Denmark. And that's how he's always been. Always.
Whatever. I'm not hating on him, dudes. Just don't
It's impossible to talk
debating
to.
really because you suck.
Jeremy, quit talking about people that are not here.
Bro, I'll tell him to their face, bro. I did. I went in there and told him straight up, yo, stop fucking debating. Go into gems and shit and do that shit if you want. Don't bring it to McToon or Fight the Flat Earth or something where everyone's watching.
Montreal, you didn't see the upload I did on that?
Which one?
Yeah, I'll find it right now. The one where Jeremy went off on Jen.
Oh, no, I didn't see
I was
that one.
so fucking hot, bro.
You lost your cool?
Up on
Fucking hilarious.
we were getting fucked up on Fight the Flat Earth, on McToons. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Stop. Help it. I can't help it if Fight the Flat Earth or McToons goes and gets some scrub off of Twitter we never heard of. But when it's someone in our group, like, I can at least have access to them to tell them what's up.
Ooh, good stuff, man. Good stuff.
And he did that over at the new server too.
Oh, yeah? Nice. Jeremy's been kicking ass.
I think it's great. I thought it was amazing.
I'll listen to it later.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter.
Were you there when he got kicked from the server? Right after?
I didn't get.
Who got kicked?
No, Jen did. So Jeremy goes in there and is like, "Shut the fuck up! Stop talking to fucking Fight the Flat Earth. You sound stupid. You're embarrassing Flat Earth." Jeremy leaves, and then the server owner is in there, and he's trying to talk, and Jen starts going on his little fucking rants about how rockets aren't real, and he won't shut up, and he keeps talking over the owner, and then he tells the owner to shut the fuck up, and the owner goes, "Oh, you're out of here," and kicks him.
Yeah, no
It's on
kidding.
there. It's on that upload.
So this is recent you're talking about now.
What, 2-3 weeks ago, Jeremy?
Yeah, a few weeks ago, yeah.
Somebody else.
If I had
don't
known,
remember who it was.
Yo, if I had known they were gonna kick Jinno, I would have left him in there. I wouldn't even have done that shit because, I'd like to see, maybe I'd like to see like Jin, Brian Mabbott, maybe some Rumpus and Zanuck. You know, have a little 2-on-2 or something in there.
He's still there. He just got kicked because he was talking that way, and then some other guy.
I thought he
The
got
other guy that
banned
was
or
being all
something.
that guy that was being all loud when you were talking to him. He was trying to defend him, and yeah, that shit was funny as fuck.
Even Grober's in here and on another server. I've observed them eating each other's hearts out. You know that.
Bro,
There
we
seems
ain't
to be internal.
seen Negator. We ain't seen Negator or Doofus since. Like, yo, I'm fucking this guy's shit's going.
They'll lose their shit with each other at times. I've observed this for like half an hour.
No loss, either one of those guys. Even though I do enjoy Doofus sometimes, I must say. He gets triggered as hell.
Xanax is
Negator, I
annoying.
could care less
Talk too
about.
much.
Yeah.
Like way too fucking much. I've never heard someone talk so much as fucking Xanax.
Oh, Zanuck, forget about his ass.
I'm dropping a hammer on Zanuck. I ain't playing games with this guy no more. He's all done, bro. I don't care if he was on American Gladiator or not.
Was he on American Gladiator?
Yeah.
Dude, it's not even, yeah. But I don't care, bro. I've been talking to Zanuck for years. I love him, but I can't do that shit where he just spazzes out every day. I think it was like last week or the week before or something. He was driving me nuts. It was every day, all day. Just Zanuck spazzing on a mic. Like, bro, relax, man.
Yeah, that shit has to be controlled. Yeah, guys like that, once you see them getting out of hand, just mute them. Give them a chill pill for like 5-10 minutes. They do the same thing, chill them out again. I mean, I like Zanuck,
I'm gonna
honestly.
just leave him muted.
You can't have a conversation with him.
Well, he's been falling off the rails, though, telling me that the ground actually is raising up. In reality, that's actually what's happening. You're not falling, the ground's actually raising up.
Well, he's the same guy that talks about uphill flowing rivers, so that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's fire. St. Lawrence Seaway, uphill,
Yeah,
flowing
that's
uphill. He
what I
said
like about him.
1.5 feet elevation, and then it flows up.
Flows up.
It flows
Yeah.
up. I can't believe I just said that. But then it flows up to 8.5, or it was either 7.5 or 8.5.
Yep. Zanuck hydro, whatchamacallit.
We got a perpetual motion machine in the making there.
But you know, he's not the only one that says that, right? Scientists say that as well. What's her name? That German one? Her name escapes me now, man. The famous German one who always says Einstein. She pronounces it like with the German.
I can't stand
Yeah.
when people pronounce Einstein.
Einstein. Yeah, her. Yeah, she says it goes upwards.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's weird how they explain it.
What do you
Like, they
think,
both
Sean?
are attracted to each other.
Yeah.
That's how they kind of explain it.
Do you think the St. Lawrence Seaway is flowing from 1.5 elevation feet, and then miles later it's at a higher elevation?
Yes.
No, bro, you don't think that. Sean,
Okay, wait, tell me. Okay, does surveying work, or is it wrong?
Can water flow uphill, Sean? Let's go to the nitty gritty. Yeah. Water can flow uphill.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Depends on the source it's coming from. Depends on the force that it has. There's 1,000 reasons that.
Without. Let me be clear. Without any mechanical or pumping or anything like that, on its own, Sean. Can water flow from a lower elevation to a higher elevation on its own?
Yes.
Where?
When I was
without being
about
obstructed. How? Where?
Jesus Christ. In any situation. What do you call it? I don't know the name of the place. What's it called?
I want a video. You have a video?
No, the conversation just happened. What the fuck? Give me a second. Jeez. This was part of my argument, and I have videos ready up to go for it.
I know.
I gotta see this, bro.
I
And
imagine
you
you're
better
like the
not go
architect.
geoid on me and
You're like the architect in the Matrix, just like ready to go.
Sean, you're gonna go geoid on us and ellipsoid.
Oh, that's what we live on. Sorry.
You what
Okay,
now?
how about this? Does the understanding make sense if we did live on a globe?
No, bro.
No,
Not even on a globe. That doesn't make sense in any
Why?
way,
I
shape, or
think
form.
the problem
Why?
is, I think the problem there is semantical, because water is gonna flow downwards, in whatever direction your local downward is. So even where you're claiming it's flowing uphill, if you use the local downward direction at that location, it's not gonna be flowing upward. It's gonna be flowing down, always flowing down.
What?
It,
You lost me there.
right,
Always
all
flowing down.
the
How does
water.
it end up at a higher elevation?
Yeah, well, it's only higher elevation if you're not using your local gravity to determine which point is higher. If you're using something else.
Yo, you know how we get
Local.
elevation, right? You know how we get elevation, Bacon?
Tell us.
I'm just wondering if Bacon knows.
No,
Because from what he just said, he might be a little. You don't know.
no.
Let them
For
go,
me-
Jeremy. Let him go with his
Don't
thing.
even.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Oh, all right. Go ahead. All right. You don't even know how. All right.
We can't shut him down. We can't shut him down right off the crack.
I wasn't.
No, I'm not trying to shut him down. This elevation thing is a key element to it. But all right.
Elevate him.
Yeah,
No,
well,
I
he
was-
was
I
about
was-
to
I was
explain.
not.
No, Bacon, you were about to explain.
wasn't.
No,
I think I already had explained, didn't I?
no, you just said gravity, local gravity, and then Jeremy
Yeah.
asked
So
you, and
each point on Earth has a downward direction, which is your local, what we call local gravity. And from the perspective of that downward direction, the water is never going to flow up.
okay, so we have a point. Let's say we have a point on your sphere, right? We
Mhm.
establish its local gravity. What you're saying now, right?
Yeah, it
We have
just
a
drop a
point.
plumb line.
Let's call
Yeah.
that point at 5 feet above mean sea level.
Oh,
Okay.
We're good?
snap.
Okay.
We're good. We established that point. Now,
Yep.
can water flow above that point on its own? Let's say from that 5-foot benchmark that we established, can that go to a higher elevation, 10 feet over there, let's say 20, 30 feet away, whatever, pick a distance. Can that happen on your sphere?
That depends on how you're determining the elevation at the endpoint.
Well, we just did. We established a benchmark.
We'll establish one.
5 foot.
Yeah.
I told
Yeah.
you this was a key element. The thing I had brought up a second ago.
You're
That's
right, bro.
correct.
You
But
said
I'm
it
leading
depends
him
how
into
you're
it.
determining elevation. So that's what I was asking.
Yeah,
If you
you're
get
okay.
elevation.
Okay, go on. If that's where you were going, go on, Jeremy. Go on. Take over.
No, I don't want to take over. I just wanted to make sure he knew how we get elevation. That's all. That's like a crucial part of it.
Okay. All
Can I
right.
ask
So I'll
you-
continue with him. So what do you say, Bacon?
I think Jeremy and Bacon both understand. Yeah,
Go-
and I honestly,
I
the
don't
part of-
think.
that's
No.
the part that
Don't put
troubles me.
Jeremy and Bacon together, bro.
Yeah, but I feel like I've explained this to you like 100, or not maybe 100 times, 5 or 6 times, SC, and it's almost like I don't know if it's you're pretending we haven't talked to you about this already or something.
Yeah, but that's with you. I never had this discussion with Bacon. I thought he might have a different insight into the matter. I don't know.
Seems to be on the same page.
Shut up,
Well,
Coach.
this actually was the subject that introduced me to Zenek, because I heard, maybe it was even Essie that did that. I remember some flat earthers saying that the globe allows water to flow uphill.
This is one of
I
the
said, well,
things.
that doesn't make sense.
You must have been hearing me talking with him because I think
Probably,
that's the
and
first time.
I said it was a straw man, and then I think I'm not sure if it was you. I'll assume it's you because it sounds like it was you. And then you said like, well, Zenik says it does, and I was like, well, I don't care who that Zenik is. I'm saying he can't. And then you said like, well, he's your top globers, one of your top globers. You shouldn't like you should agree with him or something like
But
that.
Zanig
You're
likes
kidding
those
me,
things.
Bacon. This is how you came into the scene here? By listening to
No,
that?
this is how I came to know both Zenik and that subject of water flowing uphill because I kept asking, oh, can I see him explaining that? Let me see if what he's saying makes any sense. And then
Yo,
at some point, I got a video of he explaining, and then I said, yeah, that explanation makes sense. So he's not saying like it only flows uphill according to like depends on how you're establishing elevation.
Yeah, but there's only one way to establish elevation, bro. There's no two ways to establish elevation. Elevation means, right, you establish your benchmark and it's elevated above that point, right?
Yeah, but
You
how
have
do
a
I know where
starting point.
above is?
Sorry?
How do I know the direction of above? Because
Because
if
it's
you're
not
using
below. It's not
yeah,
below.
but how do I get that direction, the up and down direction? How are you establishing that? Because if you're using, for example, a plumb line, then you're doing gravitationally, right? You're using your local gravity to establish where up and downward is.
Okay, let's keep this simple. How about a spirit level? Could we use a spirit level? We have a
Exactly the
benchmark.
same thing.
We use a
That's
spirit
exactly the same
level.
thing.
bro,
The spirit level also works based on local downward because you have the weight of the liquid and the bubble goes in the opposite direction, and the direction of that the bubble goes is exactly your local upward.
Was he
Okay,
saying
so
butthole or bubble?
if we go to Home Depot and we get a spirit level, 6 foot long spirit level, can we establish a level with it? Can we get a benchmark and establish level at one point?
Sure.
Okay. But then if we take that spirit level from that endpoint and tilt it in an upward direction, say we put a ruler underneath and we put it 6 foot underneath, so we have an upward incline. Would you say that's the direction up from that point where you started from level?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now the next question is crucial. This is where Jeremy and I are. This is the crucial point. From that point, can water flow upwards from point A,
No,
point B at the other end?
no, you can't because you're establishing that using your level is based on over gravity, so you can't flow upward. That's right.
Can we just spoil it and get to the punchline? Because the punchline is
That is the punchline.
No, the punchline is
welcome to reality.
This contradiction that Zanuck brings up is only a seeming contradiction if you're comparing or if you're describing elevation, for example, anything on this map using two different models at the same time. It's a discrepancy between two different models and the information they're giving you. It's actually
it's just like it's exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like the thing like is this car moving or is that car moving? And they can't, for example, if there's one car that isn't moving, the other one is moving, you can switch the reference frame and the car that was moving is no longer moving. And then it's oh, there's a contradiction because the car is moving and not moving at the same time. No, because each of those situations.
That's a straw man right there. That has nothing to do with.
I know it's not what you're saying. I'm saying it's an analogous problem. It's as it makes as much sense as that one. It's just a difference in models. So if you're using like those two things aren't true for the same model at the same time.
No, I respectfully disagree with that. That has nothing to do with one another. Either you're going up or you're going down. Either you're moving or you're not.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. There's you can have two different upwards if you're using two different models. So water might be not flowing up in one model, but then it will be flowing up in the other one, for example.
How? Okay, explain
We
me
ain't-
how water can flow up in either model. How?
Right.
We
Okay.
establish a benchmark. Which model you want to choose?
Choose the ellipsoid.
Yeah, under the globe model. Let's start with the global setting.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Before we get into this, you have a model that doesn't use mean sea level to get elevation.
Yeah, the GPS doesn't use mean sea level.
Yeah, it's not about mean sea level. It's about the word upward and what upward means. Because if upward,
We're talking.
if you're gaining upward by doing what SE said and going to Home Depot and getting levels, and then just establishing that all the way around the Earth, that's different than what the GPS some systems do, which is just simply put in the ellipsoid, which is obviously not a description of the Earth. It's like a shorthand.
Approximation.
Yeah, and that's sure that assumption is going to give you this contradiction.
Okay, listen. This is how Zanuck forms it. The water's flowing from 1.5 feet elevation, and it's flowing up, and it ends up at 8.5 feet elevation. Okay, so now we have to know, how do we get elevation? I know how we get elevation. I think it's unclear to you guys how we get elevation.
I just told you.
Yeah, and you were wrong. We get elevation from mean sea level. That's how elevation is established.
I know. Okay, I said that part. Let's assume mean sea level is consistent in all the models, even though it's not. Let's just say it is. That's not the problem. Is where you go from there and how you're establishing what's above or below mean sea level. And when you put in the ellipsoid model, the one that just all they're worried about is the radius at the equator and the radius at the poles, and they make an ellipsoid based on that. Because that's not based on mean sea level. It's based on like the model I just described. What's going to happen when you compare that to mean sea level is you're going to have some discrepancies, like the one that the St. Lawrence River.
And you're going to get a discrepancy.
Whatever that is, I mean, that's not even equating to reality, because in reality we get elevation from mean sea level. So whatever bullshit model Zanuck's talking about is fucking nonsense.
We're saying
Well,
the same
your GPS
thing.
doesn't. Your GPS doesn't get elevation from mean sea level. It gets from the ellipsoid.
Yeah. The mean sea
They're
level.
not getting elevation because elevations get gained from mean sea level.
Yeah, I thought we established that.
No,
sea
that's
level.
I was trying to get to that.
We went 5 foot above. We established a benchmark. I thought we went through that already. Well, they're trying to backpedal, Jeremy.
No,
Be
dude.
careful.
The ellipsoid model is.
I told you from the beginning we had to get it straight on how you're getting elevation.
Yep, I thought I did
How
that.
do you know?
We're saying the same.
How do you know? Sorry, how do you know where mean sea level is in the middle of Africa?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Do you
They
know what
probably
mean sea
survey it
level
out.
is? Bacon, do you know what mean sea level is?
It's the average level of the sea at the location. Right?
Exactly. And they establish. What do they establish with that? They use that to establish a benchmark, right?
Well, you're saying
Like we went through before, right? We established a benchmark 5 feet above sea level. We made level, right? We found our level. Why are you backtracking now?
I'm not backtracking. Because Jeremy's saying we only get elevation from mean sea level. So how can you get elevation of something for like in the middle of Africa, or in the middle of a continent? How do you get elevation of anything?
Because all these places, believe it or not, have established benchmarks. Like I'm not. I don't know about if you're in the middle of Sahara or something, but you know what I'm saying.
They surveyed it out. Anywhere we need to get elevation from, they surveyed it out.
So they extend the mean sea level elevation all the way up to the middle of the continent. That's where they get the reference. Sure that's.
Bro, they referenced by foot India from one side to the other, bro.
Dude, you guys are listen. What you guys are saying, we're saying the same thing you guys are saying, and you guys aren't realizing that. You have to think about exactly what the GPS is doing. The GPS is taking a model, and let's say that it calls mean sea level 6371000 meters away from the origin point. So it's gonna make that the mean sea level. And then it might also put the ellipsoid on there, right? So it'll attach that. It'll attach that. It'll attach the radius and the radius at both the poles and the equator on the ECEF model, and then it will add in the mean sea level, giving it that radius, the 6371000, whatever, on the ellipsoid, right? And so if it does that, and then it measures your position in 3D space in reference to what it's just established, it's going to base your elevation off of that, and that's not going to be correct because that's just an assumption. There's more accurate models to use. Yeah.
You see what I just posted, Kosho?
Okay, does GPS have the St. Lawrence Seaway flowing up 7 meters in elevation?
So what?
Does GPS have the St. Lawrence Seaway flowing up by 7 meters in elevation like Zanuck claims?
This is what I'm saying to you, is that GPS, like some older receivers and certain receivers still do it, they use the ellipsoid model. But there's more accurate models, and a lot of GPS doesn't use that. So really, depending on which GPS receiver you're using, you might you might get that elevation. But
okay, so do you think in reality the St. Lawrence Seaway is flowing 7 meters higher in elevation than where it starts?
Depending on how you're defining elevation, but I think that if you define it in the most accurate way, which
we should go check Wiki. We don't need to make shit up. We can go check Wiki and see what they say. You know what? I've already done this.
You can't. I've already done it. That's what I'm saying. Depending on what the person used, it might be less accurate. But if you use something that was the most accurate, meaning like you put a model of the Earth that was an exact description of the Earth, then you would not get it raising elevation.
Coach,
I just posted a benchmark.
You're avoiding the question, bro. It sounds like
I just answered it.
Bringing up GPS, all convoluted and complicated. You're saying some models are better than others. It's a pretty simple question, man.
That's the answer. That was the actual answer.
Well, it's
some
not
models use it, some don't. If you used the most correct
in
one,
reality,
you would get one that did not
say that. A complicated answer for a simple question, bro.
Well, that's not our fault.
Forget all the models. Forget all the models. In reality,
forget the models. Just in reality,
St. Lawrence Seaway is the St. Lawrence. In reality, is the St. Lawrence Seaway flowing to a higher elevation?
I feel like I just responded to that, dude. I just said if you put in the most correct model, the one that's accurately describing the Earth in actuality, then it would not say that.
So no,
you know that I live like a half an hour drive from there, right? Can you guys like point me the direction? I can go today and show me where, and I can film it. I'm a half an hour drive from St. Lawrence. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to say you're going to film it, because when you get there, you're going to be at the same local gravity as the water. So it's never going to be flowing uphill if you have the correct local up and down direction.
So in reality, what you're saying, Bacon, is it never flows uphill, only on these imaginary model of yours, right?
Exactly. That's exactly what Kush was trying to describe.
Well, thank you. Well, just say it that way. In our imagination, in our model, water flows uphill. Then we can just move past it. We know it's a fantasy. It's not reality.
In some of the models. Yeah, in simpler models, they will. Like, because elevation is something in reference of something. It needs just to know something is higher, you need a direction of higher. And there's more than one way you can establish that.
Yeah, but we know
that's why we're talking about models. Because there's more than one way to establish that.
Right. So we established once and for all now that we know in reality the St. Lawrence River does not flow uphill. Correct?
Hey, SC Montreal. If
I can agree with that.
When you asked your original question, are you talking about like a river itself totally flowing uphill, like from start to finish? Like I could see a river that is flowing downhill and then like pulling up at a certain spot just to get over like a little hump. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. He means.
Yo, that probably
I
happens
hear you,
every
bro.
day on Earth. Yeah.
He means from the mouth all the way up.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that little thing you just described, that probably happens almost everywhere. You know,
Yeah,
that
those are
probably, it's probably
eddies.
happening tons. Yeah, tons of places that's happening, and where you have a force of the downward flowing water, and then it just needs to get over this little hump to continue going downwards. Yeah, it never
Yeah.
just
He
goes
means
up.
from. He means from the
Xanax
end
got
of the
no.
river. Sorry, Jeremy. I thought you were done.
Just let me explain. Xanax got a river going uphill 7 meters in total over like I think it's like 100 miles or something. So it's not like it's just this forest and it's just trying to get over this one. It's legit just going uphill.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Xanax does that to
Which
fuck with your
Kosho
head.
doesn't agree with. I mean,
No,
Kosho
he
said that's
doesn't.
not really
No,
happening
left
in
lane.
reality, and of course,
Left lane. He
Xanax
believes
disconnected
it.
from reality.
Left lane's right, man. I was gonna say he likes to point. Xanax likes. There's nothing wrong with it, but he likes to point out things that are. It's like Neil deGrasse Tyson does this. It's things that are shocking to hear, but technically true. He likes to bring those kind of things up.
Are you guys backpedaling from the argument? Do I detect a little backpedal? Reverse or?
Dude.
No, oh no, there's some, like, when Xanax says that, he's saying that under some assumptions that we're not being
No, he's
explicit
not.
about.
He means it.
Yes, yes, he means it under certain assumptions, and
Use it to
those
fuck with your
assumptions
head,
is what
SE.
those assumptions is
Yeah.
what we were
Thanks
trying to
for your
explain.
input there, left lane. Would you explain? Care to explain to us how it can flow uphill? Go ahead, left lane. You're right. It's
I'm
over
not.
my head.
No, I'm not part of that argument. I'm not saying it's over your head. He does it to fuck with your head. He does it for the sake of the argument. That's all he does.
Oh, I misunderstood. Sorry, my bad. I misunderstood you. I thought you said over my head.
No.
Hey, Kosho, it seems like you get the flat Earth arguments, like you understand them. Is there ever, like, would there be any time where you would switch over to flat Earth given certain evidence?
Yeah, depending on the lady, I would do it for certain ladies. Yeah.
You're kidding me, Kosho. Look what
I've
he
done
just
it before
posted.
for certain ladies.
Come
yeah.
on, bro.
Done it for certain ladies. Yeah. Real quick before we move on to a different topic, I just want to say I've shown this to you before, SE. This is kind of a shitty picture, but somebody drew it, and so I will not be too rude to them about it. But
This is like a warped potato, bro.
I wouldn't eat that if it was a potato, but I'll tell you this much: that green part, if you use that as the assumption for what the Earth is actually doing or what it looks like, what's actually what local gravity is really the red part. So the red part is going to be the local gravity. So at any of those points where the red part dips under the green part and then back up above the green part, you're going to get those sorts of contradictions, like the St. Lawrence River, because the fact that it's like if you were traveling across the red part, actuality with water would follow that red part, and you would if you had a level, it would tell you that was what was level. And if you used a GPS that was using the ellipsoid model, it would assume that level was that green line, and so you'd end up with discrepancies like the St. Lawrence River.
I don't know, bro. That's some fancy thinking there, bro. I can't do that. To me, level is it's a benchmark established mean sea level through many years of taking watermarks and then combining them, coming up with an average, and everybody establishes his height above that benchmark. Period. End of story.
I think I have a real life example of what we're talking about. So,
I just
the
posted
data
a
points.
benchmark, bro. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm just telling you how it works. Talk to any contractor, talk to anybody that knows about benchmarks, about how mean sea level is established. Read up on it. I'm not lying to you, man. That's the way it's done.
Can you see the last image I sent?
Yep.
Right, that's That comes from the data points over the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. And as you can see, the left end is much higher than the right end, right? And that difference is of 109 meters. So I was trying to plot the bridge, and the way I tried to make it level was to level it for the middle point. So the middle point is level. The middle point is level using a model of a perfect sphere. So I was assuming a perfect sphere to get the to level the center point of the bridge. And what happened is that the left point got much further from the center than the end point. And so if you, because the bridge is level all the way through, I mean, you have the same distance to the water from the beginning to start, that would mean that the whole water is tilted, right, of the lake, which doesn't make sense. Otherwise, it would flow towards the right. But of course, that's because I was using a wrong model. I was treating Earth as a perfect sphere and not as an ellipsoid, right? So that's one example in which if you use the wrong model, you get a lake to be tilted instead of being level, because I'm using the wrong model. That's it. That's basically where the contradiction comes from.
See, that's where your problem lies, Bacon. You're using models in your mind and in the way you evaluate things, right? How about
Well,
using reality?
if I give you, yeah, the data points come from reality, right? They're coordinates that were measured from a device, and to know how those points are displaced in the space, I need to know how to reference them. I need a model. There's no way you can assign a position for. There's no way those points are going to be any meaningful without a model. You need a model to
Bacon,
assign meaning to those points.
I hear you, but with all due respect, this is what you did, right? You fell upon a paradox. You fell upon a dilemma, right? Because the data you believe in shows that bridge is 190 foot higher from one end than the other. And you know that's not possible, right? You said
Yeah,
it yourself.
but
So instead of saying, wait a minute, let me get to reality, you're trying to make up excuses. You're finding a geoid or an ellipsoid and this oid and that oid. Water doesn't oid, bro.
no,
Water, we know
I
how water
never,
flows. In order for water,
I
just one more
never,
sentence. In order for water to flow, there has to be an elevation change, bro. You can't change that. There's no way to change that.
yeah, I understand it, but I didn't came with it as an excuse. Obviously, if I'm treating Earth as a perfect sphere and Earth is not a perfect sphere, I should get a result that is wrong. If
How
I
do you
get a
know it's
more
not a
accurate
perfect sphere?
model, I should get more accurate results.
So you're
It's
making
not.
two assumptions there. You're assuming the Earth is a sphere, and then when the calculations don't come out as you think, as they should, you're saying that it's another model, an ellipsoid. You're making two assumptions there, bro.
But I mean, no one actually claims the Earth is a perfect sphere. Oh, everyone knows, every glober knows that an ellipsoid is a better model than a sphere. So if I'm switching to a sphere to an ellipsoid, that's not an excuse. That's what I should be done in the first place.
So do you admit that Himawari pictures aren't showing the actual Earth?
What pictures?
Pictures from the Himawari satellite or the Epic Discover, where they're showing the
No,
entire Earth
I know
in
that
a
is.
picture every 10 minutes.
I don't know what that is.
How do you not know what that is, bro? It's
Not
a
knowing what that
satellite
is.
22,000 miles away from Earth that every 10 minutes shows an actual picture of Earth. I mean, we already debunked it. We found the FTP server that has all the bullshit in there with the blue model
Well,
marble and everything.
how's there
But
exactly relief
it's not an
from? So
ellipsoid,
forget
pal.
it. Sorry?
I said it's not an ellipsoid from the pictures. So you can't have it both ways.
So you
It's either
measured
it's an ellipsoid or those pictures are bullcrap.
the eccentricity of the Earth on that picture, and it didn't match the supposed eccentricity. Is that what happened?
Yes, the pictures that they claim are real from the Himawari or from the Epic Discover satellites show a perfectly spherical Earth. They do not
How
show
much
an ellipsoid shape.
How did you get that they're perfect?
Oh, I don't know.
They're
Taking a
perfect.
picture from the actual website right now, and then putting it in paint and drawing a perfect circle, and it matches perfectly. It
Right. How
certainly isn't
much?
an ellipsoid.
Okay. How much of eccentricity can a pixel account for?
What was that?
How much of eccentricity can the margin of error of a pixel account for?
Oh, Jesus, dude, it's like an 11K photo they claim, so it's pretty perfect. I don't know what you want. It's not an ellipsoid.
Right. So did you measure how many pixels it has in both north-south direction and east-west directions? And you
Bro,
got the
I
same
mean, come on,
exact
man.
same value.
Come on. Like, we're not jumping through mental hoops here. It's pretty simple.
There's
You
no
guys
mental
try to
hoop.
make it so complicated.
No, actually trying to get your claim to be correct. Because if you're just eyeballing it, like you're eyeballing it and saying, well, it doesn't look like an ellipsoid to me, then that's no argument. Because the eccentricity that we claim, if I give you a sphere that has that eccentricity, you're going to look at it and say it's just a sphere. The eccentricity is not that significant. You can't just eyeball it and say it's not matching that eccentricity. You
All
have
right,
to
do it right
measure.
now. Go to the Himawari page, grab the latest photo right now, and then go for it. I mean, it gets the whole sphere, so there's not an angle that's going to change that's going to make it look different. It's a perfect sphere.
Yeah, you gotta measure that before you claim it's a perfect sphere. You can't just eyeball it and say it's perfect with your
Yeah, I
eyeball.
can eyeball it. It's not an ellipsoid. It's not even close. It's not even close to that picture that was just posted with the potato and then the green line around it. That is like super ellipsoid. It's not anywhere near a sphere. And the picture is a perfect sphere.
Oh, what is the thing you said that you saw that is nowhere near sphere? Is definitely an ellipsoid. What are you comparing it to? What's your reference?
What do you mean? What am I comparing the Himawari picture to?
Yes.
The geometry of a sphere, and it
Yeah, but do you
measures
have any
perfect.
other? You have a picture on of
Can
how
you
it
can you
should
make
look.
a sphere and paint or something and then overlay it onto the picture of Earth to see if it's actually a sphere or what?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what you're
I'll
asking for, Bacon?
yeah, something like that. Just anything other than just eyeballing and say it's a perfect sphere and doesn't match the eccentricity that
Yeah, like
we
make a
claim.
circle and paint or something, overlay it on the Earth, or put the Earth in a paint over, or draw a circle around it, see if it matches up.
And also draw an ellipse and see that it doesn't match up, because it doesn't help if you only have one of them because you don't know how much or margin of error you have on that, right?
How does that not help if you have a perfect sphere that you drew and line it up perfectly with the picture and it matches 100%? How is that not enough info? Like, you guys make it so complicated. It's
Because
really it's not.
because if you create an ellipse with the correct eccentricity and it also looks like it fits 100%, then you're actually not distinguishing between those two.
Okay, so what is the ellipsoid math? Like, how wide is it compared to how tall is it? Like, what are the percentages?
That's a great question.
Okay,
Let me
like,
the
come on.
values here for you. I'll get it from the WGS84. Just give me a second.
Just take a picture of that weird potato and just overlay that, and next to your perfect circle on top of the Earth, overlay all three of them and see what you get.
Yeah, but then he's going to claim that that green circle on that potato picture isn't a perfect ellipsoid or isn't the right dimensions because it's not even close.
Call it Spud Earth.
Right. Okay. So
Potato Spud.
the vertical height of the sphere, the ellipsoid, I mean, is 99.7% the width on the sphere. So that's how much eccentric it is.
Well, that's not represented in that potato picture, not even close.
The potato picture isn't meant to represent that. Potato picture isn't
Well, I'm sure
meant
it
to
is.
represent what's
Someone
the shape of the
posted
Earth.
it as if it's what we're really seeing. I mean,
Yeah, the potato isn't no one's claim of how Earth looks like.
So you're saying that the Lake Pontchartrain graph that you showed after
Okay.
will work with
Afghanistan.
97 point whatever percent difference, but it doesn't work if it's a perfect sphere.
Can you ask that again? Didn't catch your question.
Someone posted that graph, and I think it was you saying that the middle has to be level because if not, the water would roll away. And you said you were using a different model. You were using a perfect sphere model, not the ellipsoid. You were insinuating that it would work with the ellipsoid model. But how the heck is it going to work if it's 97% the height compared to the width? That's such a small.
99.7.
So are you claiming that the ellipsoid model does make that graph equate to reality when if you use a
It
sphere
actually
model?
does. It actually does because I subtracted the difference between the ellipsoidal and the spherical model, and what happened is that the bridge became much more level. So let me show how that looks once I subtract the supposed obliteness.
Tell me that work because it doesn't seem like that could possibly be reality. But let's see.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm wrong.
let me show how that looks. So here's how it looks once I account for the obliteness. That's much more level.
Bro, you literally just moved it over so that it was in the middle, which is what your claim was. I want to see.
No, that wasn't what I did. I can send you the source code of everything that I did to end up with the image, and none of that is just rotating. None of that is just rotating it to match. I'm actually calculating what's the difference between a perfect sphere and the ellipsoid, and then I subtract that difference from the previous image, and what happens is I get the second image. So I'm not forcing it to be level. I'm just correcting for how much it's oblate, given the values that I give you, given the 9.7%.
So you have this math somewhere? Can you post it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bacon.
What?
Where do we get bacon from?
Pork.
No, honestly, where do we get bacon from?
Pigs.
Why are you making a pig's ear out of your argument, bro?
Yeah, just send my source code in the Livestream one text if you want to take a look at it.
Fork was a good answer. I get bacon off the edge of my fork. That's pretty good.
You okay, babe? How much? Wow. Don't take it.
SC, you're hot, Mike.
Nice, Jesse.
Sorry.
Everything's doubled in price, bro.
Shit. Crashed blender.
What'd you say about me?
I said I crashed blender.
Said you're full of shit, Kosho.
I accidentally added another digit to the amount of vertices. Now it's too heavy for it to handle, so it crashed.
Oh, that's the bridge. Hey, let me ask you.
That's my code. That's the code that I got the images for you that day.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. You know, it's funny when I end up doing my GPS thing. 'Cause I'm still looking at the data that you and Jesse sent me. But when I do the accurate GPS thing, I'm gonna want to talk with you because you're right. You're right, dude. Kind of expressing it in a way that that identifies exactly what we were trying to show is not an easy task, you know. Also, your conversion shit that you do with the, what are they called, quaternions? Sounds like an alien, but
I didn't use quaternions. I wish I knew how to use quaternions, but I don't.
wait, I thought that you did You did the transformations though, right? Like you did matrix transformations and shit.
Yes, but I used Euler rotations. I don't know. Yeah,
I
because
thought it was the same thing.
no, like Euler
Is it-
rotations, they describe rotations around the x, y, and z axis, and with quaternions you can use an arbitrary axis to rotate around.
Oh, right. You use the JKI or use IJK.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I had J had K. Yeah,
So did you use IJK or did you didn't?
I did.
You did that. That's what I'm saying. That's I thought that was that's how you transform with quaternions. I thought.
No, K. Sorry, I, J, and K vectors are pretty general in linear algebra.
IJK and quaternions and 1, 2, 3s. I mean, you guys sound like you're speaking a different fucking language here. It's really hard to explain to people that can obviously see that the Earth is not what they're telling us it is. In quaternions and mathematical equations, and
Hey man, we're just talking about 4-dimensional complex numbers involving imaginary numbers, dude. There's nothing fake about it.
Right. So it was the Earth, the shape of the Earth. How?
Are you trying to condition me, dude?
Of course.
He's gonna try to make you talk about quantum mechanics.
Yeah. No, but honestly, I think Bacon. I think honestly, because if you use IJK, those are imaginary components, right? So I thought that was. Wait, what?
But they can be in quaternions. But I think you're. I think you're generalizing. I think you're generalizing from.
I'm sorry. I keep over.
Jesus, P man.
No, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Go ahead. Sorry.
You're good, man.
Right. Yeah. I, J, and K hat are simply the unit vectors in the x, y, and z axis. So a unit vector in the x-axis is what I hat is, and J hat is for the y, and K hat is for the z. That's all they are.
Would you be? Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna ask you, would you be surprised, or shocked even, if you found out that what you were doing was really involving quaternions? Are you sure, like you're certain that you weren't?
Well, that's the thing. If you apply quaternions to the x, y, and z axis, they become Euler rotation. They reduce Euler rotation.
Right. Yeah. That's why. That's why I thought they were useful. Like I thought that's why they were useful, was for that fact. It was because.
No, it's kind of the opposite. The other way around. The first type of rotations that existed were the other ones. And then they figured out quaternions later. And it turns out you can reduce quaternions to Euler rotations if you want to. But when you're doing Euler, you're not necessarily doing quaternion. You can see that from a point of view of quaternions.
Okay.
The math would be exactly the same. Like if you use quaternions for the I hat vector, then it's the same thing as an Euler rotation around the x vector. The math is going to end up being the same.
Okay.
But yeah, we don't see them as complex numbers.
Well, we should cease and desist this sort of talk because it's sort of an A/B conversation, and there's a lot of imaginary numbers in here. But yeah, also Bacon. The other thing that we're working on, the Coriolis question. Let's schedule a rendezvous in a few hours because I had this idea. I had a rendezvous. You know,
what the hell?
A rendezvous, it means like meet up, like we're meeting back up.
We will meet under the ditch, under
umbrella. Right. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, rendezvous. Like I said, a meetup, meeting, and we'll do that in a few hours because I had this idea and I hadn't had time to work it out. But I think it was based on what you said, and I think I can make it simpler. Based on what you said, I want to see what answers we get you know. And also, I want to ask some more Globers. So, you know, how I was talking about making that JavaScript sort of site thing. I think we should still do it, but like I said, not even just for flat earthers, and not even just to see if they're right or wrong, just to kind of get how many answers we can, like how many different answers we get. You know what I mean?
Yo, rendezvous up with Coach. He wants to touch tips.
Oh my god, dude! That's all you fucking think about, dude.
I don't understand what the website's doing. Is it just gonna give random values for the speeds and?
No, the point of it, there's no point in doing it. The point of the web, I can make a Google Google whatever, I forget what they're called, where people can just, because I just wanted to get like a list of answers. So yeah, that way it'll be a place to store the people's answers. Because I'm just curious on.
Yeah, I think it would be easier to do the Google thing, and
Yeah.
it's probably
There's
better.
there's no point to. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that way also, because there's a lot of variables that we got to make constant, so that everyone's doing the same problem, you know. So I'll write it out. We'll talk about it again in a few hours after because I have this other method for doing to working out the problem, and I haven't had a chance to go actually do it.
Right. Yeah, I think that problem is quite complicated. Like you can if you try to take shortcuts, because the speed is it's a very high speed, and it's also very high from the ground. Then shortcuts might actually make a difference.
Yeah, you're right.
And so there might not be a right way to solve it, except for the perfect way, the perfect, the exact solution.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Like I said, this last thing I'm going to say about it after you respond, because I don't want to talk, because people get bored of this math and quaternions.
Yeah.
And so, the last thing I'll say about it is I'm trying to remember what my idea was to working out, but I remember what you said about taking the square root. So basically, like taking a Pythagorean hypotenuse, right, of the different speeds.
Yeah.
And determining the vector and magnitude of that speed. But yeah, so I'm gonna do the same thing, but I'm going to do it specifically on a spherical surface, which I'm not sure that you did. Did you do it on a spherical surface, or did you do it on a Cartesian grid or whatever?
Well, I tried to, for example, I imagined that over a spherical surface pointing at the azimuth that you get, and then I calculate what was the centrifugal force given that speed and that height. So I subtracted that centrifugal force from gravity and used that as an acceleration towards the surface. So I then calculate how much time it would take to reach the surface, and then now I need a distance. Now I know how long it takes to reach the surface. I need a distance. But the problem is, as the thing gets closer and closer to the surface, the centrifugal force changes. And I'm not accounting for that. I'm using the initial centrifugal force all the way until it hits the ground. And also, as it gets closer to the surface, the speed also changes. The ground speed changes. So that I have to also take that into account if I want to know how far it traveled from the initial ground position. And I don't know how to account for that.
Wait, when were you in school last? When did you get out of school? Like when were you in school?
School like college or school or high school?
Yeah.
I graduated last year. Yeah, I graduated last year.
Have you done calculus since you've been in school?
Only calculus 1. It's computer science, not engineering.
I did calculus 3, but I was in computer engineering. But that's not important. I haven't done calculus in a while, so I always gotta fucking look shit up. Because basically there's a calculus problem describing. Because like imagine as it's traveling north, like it travels for 86 seconds and it's traveling north the whole time. Even though there's an ending point where it's going to end up at, I guess that doesn't matter, right? You only have to worry about the starting and the ending speed.
What travels north?
Well, we're talking about Corey. I'll ask you the question, PMAC, because we were going to ask flat earthers before. But anyways, the question is, if you were 120,000 feet off the ground and you were directly on the prime meridian and the equator, so you're 0, and you had a projectile, a rocket launcher, and it shot rockets that were not affected by air resistance or wind or drag or anything like that. So you shot, and it has the velocity of 1,000 miles per hour. It doesn't slow down, right? Because of the wind.
Conserves momentum. That's what you mean.
Yeah,
Conserves
momentum. So yeah, so once it fires, it's going to conserve that momentum. And you shoot it directly north, oriented horizontally. So you're pointed horizontal, and you shoot it directly north from that altitude. Where is it going to land on the surface of the Earth? Assuming that the Earth is a sphere of 3959 radius, and it's a completely smooth spherical ball. Okay,
Perfect.
So and gravity is always 9.81 meters per second squared, the entire time.
I think you missed one thing, that you're shooting it horizontally.
No, I said that.
Horizontal from 120,000 feet.
That's right.
Wow, that's a lot of calculation, bro. I don't know. Are we assuming we're on a ball, or?
Yeah, assuming you're on a perfect sphere, 3959 radius.
And whenever you're shooting,
right. I did miss one thing though, and it's rotating exactly once in 24 hours.
Oh, it's going to land in Antarctica then.
It's pretty close.
That was funny because we spent like hours trying to get to the answer.
Yeah.
And it's nowhere near the Antarctica, but all right.
Yeah.
That's
that's
an answer. I can't say that's not an answer.
Oh, Xanax,
So
Xanax is the person I wanted to ask, though, dude. Xanax would try to work this out. He's going to be like us with this, dude.
I heard
I think
20,000
Xanax is kind of lazy.
about airplanes following each other. You know, they can talk to each other when they're in an airplane, and you can actually see an airplane that's maybe 50 miles, 60 miles away, and then see where it is in your line of sight. It's always below level.
Yeah.
That's the thought of the morning.
Well, no, my buddy, the pilot, Rich the Black, he comes in these servers. That's one of the things that he tried to argue, and because he's saying it's an eerie realization, and it's also a realization that it's obviously you're on a ball, because he said as a plane is approaching him, coming from the opposite direction, it says that it's 100 feet above his elevation, but it appeared lower than him. Lower than his horizon.
It's pretty funny because when you said 20,000 feet, I started having this thinking about this comparison or maybe experiment for the flat earthers, and then now you have a story about it. That's pretty funny.
No, yeah, but I want to ask you a real question, because I was going to make this thing for flat earthers. I was talking to Bacon about making this question I wanted to ask them, and then I realized that it's actually more complicated than I first assumed, and so actually I want to ask Globers and see if we can get consistent answers. So I just want to see. I basically just want to see what answer you get to this question. Okay, and just letting you know, me and Bacon, we don't have the same answer, and so we don't even know. We don't know which one is more correct. I think Bacon's probably more correct than mine. But anyway,
but I have two answers.
Yeah, you do have two answers.
I'm guessing the right answer is going to be in between my two answers, because one, I assume the tangential speed to be conserved.
Wait, he's going to ask me first before you give the answer away.
Yeah, see that.
No, I'm not going to get. Okay, sorry. Go on.
Xanax wants to start fresh. He doesn't. Yeah, that's why I
fair
like
enough, fair enough.
I don't like to hear reviews and movies. But anyways, Xanax.
He always has two answers to cover himself, so he's always right usually.
But yeah, I want to see what you get, Xanax, and how you get it. Because you might get the more correct than us. But okay, so here's the scenario: is you're at the prime meridian and the equator, so your coordinates are 0, 0. You're 120 feet off the ground, maybe in some balloon or something. You're just elevated 120,000 feet. You have a projectile, like a rocket launcher, that shoots a rocket at 1,000 miles per hour. And it's not affected. It's not affected by air or wind or drag or anything like that. Okay. You shoot
Okay.
it directly north, horizontally, and you're on the Earth, which is a perfect sphere with a radius 3959, no topology or anything. It's a perfectly smooth sphere, 3959 radius,
Which
and
is so
it
far.
rotates exactly once in 24 hours. I think. Oh yeah, and gravity is gonna be always 9.81 meters per second squared, regardless of the elevation. So, given those parameters, we want to see if where that missile is going to hit the surface. Yeah.
So 9.8 meters per second the entire way down, then, right?
Yeah,
No
9.81.
max velocity type thing,
So that's an acceleration that would be constant for something.
but all the way to the ground, right?
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's not going to really matter because you're at the same elevation. There's gravity. It's a projectile. Where's it going to land? Okay, yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Over 100 feet, I guess you could bring that up.
This question is supposed. That's the reason I said no drag and stuff like that, is because it's supposed to be based mostly around Coriolis, but you'll see there's other considerations to take into effect.
But by the way,
you're on the equator though, and you're
on the surface. It doesn't seem that difficult, but yeah, I guess
on the surface it doesn't leave the surface. Like if you're shooting from the surface, then it's already at the surface. So
No, I
the
just
coordinates is just 0, 0.
The question on the surface, I mean, like it doesn't seem that difficult to figure this out, but I guess like you're saying, there's other things that pop into as variables
on the surface, as in apparently.
So
yes,
Kosho, remember what I said would be the correct way to get the answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you said that the acceleration is going to be constantly 9.18 meters per second squared, kind of kills that approach, you know?
Why? Oh, because of the orientation?
No, because the way you solve for how I mentioned, how I told you, assumes that.
Oh. No.
The force of gravity increases.
Let me correct what I said then, because I don't mean the acceleration. I mean the acceleration due to gravity. Okay? So there's going to be a gravitational acceleration at 9.81 meters per second squared. But if you're doing something with centrifugal force or whatever, dude.
No. That's
yeah.
I think you misunderstood me. Like I might spoil for Zenith here, but I think the right way to get the answer there would be something like solving a two-body problem, and you just want to know where the orbiting body gets as close as the massive body as 3950 9 mile rate miles of distance.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting approach.
Yeah, but the problem is if I'm using math of orbits, then the acceleration does changes as I get closer and closer to the massive body. And if you're saying it should be constant, that affects the math.
It's only 100 feet up.
We're just assuming, though, right? 9.8.
120,000 feet.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you said 120 feet. 120,000 feet up.
Yeah, 120,000. But yeah, what'd you say, Regis?
We're just assuming that it's 9.8 meters per second the whole time, right? We're not Bacon's bringing up like gravitational orbit math and stuff. We're just assuming.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, if you want to use the correct, because I mean, what you would be doing would be actually more correct. That's what be interested. Yeah.
60 miles above the surface. We're not talking about something greater than maybe 10%, 5% of gravitational acceleration at that altitude.
Hey, Kosho, what if you define the 9.81 meters per second squared at the surface?
But if you define at the surface, or what do you mean?
Yeah, as a premise, you say that 9.8 meters per second squared is the acceleration at the surface.
Well, no, the parameter was, I said it was consistent the entire time. That was the acceleration.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying.
Why are you stressing over the 60 miles over 39.59? That's like 1%, 1.5%.
But yeah, I mean, actually, you know what? I did the math.
1%,
1.5%
of the radius. So 1. Square that. That's the difference.
Well, you can't. That's the thing, Zenik. You can't. If you try to take shortcuts, trying to solve this question, depending on what shortcuts you cut, you get violently different answers. They change by a mile or more.
Yeah, I want to see if we can get within meter precision. Like that would be the answer I was going to first request from a meter precision. But me and Bacon, the last time our answers were a mile apart.
So you got a gravitational acceleration at 120,000 feet. That's 1.5% less altitude than the surface. Yet it is going to be a exponential decay as you go up. So that's going to be a tricky one.
Well, I think that
you're going to have to incorporate the parabolic flight or the trajectory with that exponential equation. That's going to be a real tough one to.
Well, no, but I think if you do the difference, because I did the difference yesterday between 9.8 and 9.81 meters per second squared for that height, and the time of fall, the difference was 1/20th of a second. So I don't know,
right,
if that's going to be much different, but I think I don't know.
Yeah, 1,000 miles per hour is like 400 and something meters, 420 meters per second, right? So tenth of a second, a tenth of a second of difference, you're already 42 meters off.
And the projectile is going 1,000 miles an hour out of the muzzle.
Yeah.
With no decay of velocity because there's no atmosphere.
Not necessarily. That's the thing.
But there's no atmosphere.
We're just assuming there's no atmosphere, right?
That's the condition.
One second. In what frame of reference do you think the speed of the bullet is not going to change then?
Oh, it'll accelerate. Of course, if you're 120,000 feet, it's going to have the acceleration from when it leaves the muzzle downward. Sure.
Yeah, but even the ground speed is going to change.
The ground speed won't change.
It will.
Yeah, it will. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we were mean.
Okay. Well, why will it, Regis? Let me see. You get the same reason I get.
Because we're shooting it north, and the speed of the Earth is changing.
Sorry.
We're shooting the projectile north, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
how's the speed of the Earth changing?
That's going to go 1,000 miles per hour. The Earth's going to be turning underneath it at slower miles per hour as we move north.
But that's not.
But let's ignore that. Let's say the Earth isn't rotating. Would then the ground speed change?
No.
Yeah, I think it would.
The speed of the.
I think it would because. Yeah, I think it would because when you're shooting 1,000 miles an hour at that height, the radius in which the bullet is, let's say, orbiting. It's not orbiting the Earth, but it's sort of orbiting the Earth.
Dude, it's lateral.
It's a bigger radius
movement, though.
As it gets closer and closer to the surface, the same distance cover a bigger angle. So if you're shooting, let's say the Earth isn't rotating. Let me just try to explain what I'm trying to say. So if the Earth isn't rotating, I think that what Kosho asked it for, we can completely ignore the rotation of the Earth and only account for that at the end of all the math. So we can assume.
That's why I don't see it as a hard problem. But now what you're bringing up, I can see what you're saying. But continue. I'm interested in that.
Right.
Yeah, because
so
I think it would speed up too because as that angle now your plumb lines are changing versus where it was shot from. Now it has an angle that's going to actually force it to accelerate not only down but outward, northward as it goes north. It's going to be accelerating northward. Yeah, so I think it accelerates as well.
Right, but also the direction of its initial momentum is less and less perpendicular to the surface. I mean, there's too much you have to take into account. I think the only way I could solve that.
That's why it's going to go faster. It's less and less particular, not only because of the trajectory, but the surface is curved too, and the plumb lines are varying. So that'll force it to accelerate.
That's too much. That's too much to account for. I don't know to account for all that.
Well,
so
I thought you were just asking the question whether it accelerates, or what are we going to talk? What are we really? What limits are we going to put on it? That it comes out of the muzzle at 1,000 miles an hour, and then where does it go? The speed doesn't change. The ground speed doesn't change.
No, the whether or not the ground speed changes or not is up to you to figure out. It's not a part of the. One second. All the premises of the question are enough, so you yourself can work out whether or not the ground speed is going to change or not. That's not. It can't be part of the assumptions, because if Kosho gives that as an assumption, it's going to contradict some of the other assumptions.
But the ground speed doesn't change, or that it does, so what you're saying is it shouldn't
No,
change?
you can't make claims about it, because whether or not the
Right.
ground speed changes or not depends on how you're solving the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you shoot a bullet perfectly horizontal, that bullet's going to hit the ground. At least this is what I was taught in physics. At the same time as if you just dropped the bullet next to you. Like if you drop bullet next to you at the same height that you're shooting a bullet outward, you do it at the same time, they're going to hit the ground at the same time.
Correct.
You're
Correct.
saying because it's so high, you're saying that there's going to be angular issues with that to accelerate.
Same thing works. You shoot it or drop it from 150,000 feet, it's still going to hit the ground at the same time.
Well, I don't understand the
that
problem.
Is absolutely, that is incorrect, because you're going to have to deal with you're going to have to deal with the Coriolis effect.
Forget about the Coriolis
effect of the parent.
Can I just have
do that at the end?
He was ready to answer me. You jumped in, Jeremy. Just give me a second. So when you drop a bullet or you shoot a bullet, even over the curve, it's gonna land at the same time. So why is that what you agree with or not agree with? Whoever was just talking, I didn't.
Do not agree with that.
Okay. So why would it not hit the ground at the same time?
I agree that would happen on a flat plane, but I disagree that would happen at any elevation on the sphere Earth.
Why would you think
Not
that?
only that,
yeah, why? It's still
only the
gravity.
Coriolis, because when you shoot a bullet,
Forget about the
it's got
Coriolis. The Coriolis is
fall.
the Coriolis is the apparent. Hold on, Jeremy. The Coriolis is an apparent deflection with regards to the surface laterally, not.
Yeah, I muted you temporarily, Zanuck. I was right in the middle of talking. So the Kosho's right on the sphere. The bullet's going to have to drop farther to hit the ground, right? If you shoot it horizontal, every foot it goes out, it's got farther to fall till it hits the ground.
No, but that's like a datum. Think about it like a datum line. It's still the same distance around.
No.
Still keep it, right?
Jeremy, that's incorrect.
One second. I can prove that with one sentence, which is I'm shooting the bullet at escape velocity. What happens if I shoot the bullet at escape velocity?
No, you're not. What?
What happens if I shoot the bullet in the escape velocity? How long until it hits the ground?
But you're not, bro.
There's a basic premise here. You're diverting. I mean, obfuscating too. Not to argue. I know you're not arguing. I'm just trying to give you a better example. The example is this. The question that Kosho said, and Jeremy assumed, and what Regis is talking about, is dropping it over a sphere or shooting it over a sphere. And he thinks the common assumption is that you got to go farther because it's falling away from you. That's one of the assumptions. You think that, okay, I'm going over a sphere, so it's going to have to have longer to fall before it hits. That's flawed. That's flawed logic.
I totally agree. Only time I ever agreed with Xanax. Good job.
Well, Xanax wrong though. So.
I rarely disagree with Zanuck, but I will say that I had a similar intuition as Zanuck until I thought about it, and I can make a picture for the way I think about it, and I could be wrong also. But the way I'm thinking about it is like this: if you have a projectile and you draw a force diagram, a diagram describing its momentum in both directions. Its momentum downward is going to be accelerating at the same rate whether you're shooting it or dropping it. That's true, and it's when you fire it, its momentum is going to have a vector that is exactly horizontal, perpendicular to that gravity vector from the point that you're shooting it, and that vector isn't going to change because of the downward vector. It is going to move downward. It is going to move around the ball because it's going downward, but that vector is still in that other direction. So
no, plumb lines along the way are all changing.
But it's still the same datum that you're shooting across.
Meaning like the plumb lines are still all varying. With every progression across the surface, that plumb line is changing incrementally.
Yes.
Directly proportional.
Yes, if you guys are claiming this, that's in direct contradiction.
It appears to be flat. Ground appears to be flat to the projectile as far as how far it's going to travel.
Can I
Exactly.
ask you a question? If you have like a, what do you call that? Like a harpoon gun. Let's just imagine this scenario. You have a harpoon gun and you have a pole. So you have a pole and you have a rope that's attached to a harpoon gun, such that if you threw the harpoon, it would be able to make it would just do circles around that pole, like from the centripetal force. So there's a rope attaching it to a pole, and you have it on top of it.
You come up with these
Anyways,
fucking analogies. My God.
I'm
I was thinking
sure.
probably
What the fuck,
This
man?
is so
Listen
painful.
to me.
The question
So
is,
painful.
the question though is, if you had this harpoon attached to this rope that was attached to this pole, and you shot the harpoon gun horizontally, you would expect it to go around the pole because the pole is horizontal on some wall,
Why does
right?
it go around?
Are you talking about in
So
the
you
water?
so
Coach, just stop. Coach,
question-
hold on. I'm on
let
your
me
side,
let me
and
get
you're
to the
using it for a
butchering
distance
this.
measurement. Why is it going around the pole?
because
Hold
it's
on a
supposed to
second.
stimulate, because there's a force that's pulling it towards the pole, and then there's a force that's perpendicular to that's horizontal. And that momentum that
I'm
is
next.
acting horizontally is going to change because of that, because it's going around circles around that pole. But it
Why
is
is
going to
momentum-
lose some of that momentum.
I'm going next, Zanik.
It's
Why
going
is
to
the
lose some of
momentum
that.
changing?
Say what?
Why would the momentum change?
The momentum, because it's attached to the pole doing circles around it. The vector
Why
of the
would the
momentum I'm talking about.
You always got to conserve
It's
momentum.
not the same thing though.
Kosho, did you get them straightened out and it would take longer to drop if it was on going horizontal over a ball? Did
Oh, I'm
you
in the
sort that
middle of
out
trying
yet?
to straighten that out.
No, you're butchering it. You're butchering it. Just stop. Let me explain it. Zanik, if I take a bullet and just drop it at my feet, right? I'm 5 feet above the ground.
Mhm.
It's got to drop 5 feet, right?
Right.
Okay, now I shoot the bullet horizontally over any distance. Pretend the whole surface is level. It's going to fall farther than 5 feet, right?
No, it's not. It's the same data.
You're on a ball.
You're not
You're
understanding.
on a ball.
It's
Well,
still the
no.
same gravity. It's dropping at the same
Not if
time.
Regis is right. As long as the
Yes.
gravity vector is changing, the distance will be exactly the same.
Wow, guys.
Okay, you're on a ball. Listen, you're on a ball.
We know.
You're shooting something out horizontally. From that horizontal position, if I make a line straight down to the surface, it's going to be farther than 5 feet, right?
No, it's going to fall within that
No.
line always.
I
If
got
you
a
draw
great
a perfect line
Regis,
from the
Regis,
barrel all the way around,
Regis.
it's going to drop under that line.
Yeah, Regis, you're right. And Jeremy, think of it
No,
like
he's
this.
not right.
I am right.
Him
Don't
and
argue
Zanik.
about why I'm not right or wrong. Let me just explain to you. My turn now. If you had a big beach ball where we have a beach ball and on the earth like we are today, and we shot something like a needle harpoon, whatever, out, and it could actually miss the ball and land on the ground and not ever land, right? But if you're somehow thinking that means the trajectory actually gained altitude. It gained altitude, which causes a distance that changes from the surface. On the Earth, we have gravity. So the weight, that means this object, once it shoots from the gun, it can never climb any higher above the surface. It can't because it needs energy.
Okay.
There's your conservation of energy.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, Zanik.
Hold on.
Zanik,
This text kosher. Hold on, real quick. Almost done. This text kosher's thought there because you can't gain altitude without increasing energy, which is a conservation energy violation. So it actually starts falling, just like Regis said, and will not go any further than it would on a flat plane.
Okay, cool. You have a bullet in your hand. You drop it. You have it 5 feet high, right? It's right at your chest level. You drop the
Yes.
ball. It falls 5 feet.
Right.
You're on a completely level surface. You stick your arm out, and now you drop the bullet. Does it have to fall farther?
Level surface, no, it doesn't have to fall any further. No.
It doesn't fall any. So there's no drop from horizontal in your mind.
Well, if we
Welcome
have
to
a
flat
flat
Earth.
plane in space, hold on, flat
If you
plane in
hold it
space.
down.
Hold on, guys. God, let people get clarity before you start jumping in. Flat plane in space and flat Earth too, where gravity is vector straight down for all these spots on that flat plane. Yes, same distance. You're right. Same distance above, same time.
We were talking about on a ball. If you were to shoot the
horizontal
bullet
plane.
over it.
No, it's different.
Yeah, but the only difference would be that if you're holding it out in your hand, you're not dropping it from 5 feet for it to be an equal analogy. It would have to be slightly
That's
down.
right. It's gonna be higher. That's right. Just like when you shoot the
No,
bullet
it's not going to be
horizontally.
higher. I'm saying if you drop a bullet from 5 feet where you're at, in order to make it the same analogy, when you hold it out and drop it, that difference that you're talking about would make the height difference that you're dropping it a little bit different. It's not the same thing, is what I'm saying.
No,
Yes,
he's not
on a
saying
ball,
that.
horizontal on a
He's saying
horizontal is not the same thing. It's you're going to have the more you go out horizontally, the farther the thing has to fall.
That's my
Over a
point. So
ball.
when you're holding it out chest height, you're not really holding it at 5 feet for it to drop at the exact same time.
Yeah, you are.
You're
I have a
holding
tape
it 4
measure.
foot
I have a tape
11
measure.
or-
I'm at 5 feet. I have a tape
Trust
measure.
me
I
what?
got the bullet at 5 feet. I drop
Bro,
it.
you guys just aren't understanding.
No, I can help him, Regis. Let me
Hey, let
Jeremy.
yeah.
I volunteer to help understand Jeremy's point. Jeremy, you're holding your arm out. You drop 5 feet, goes 5 feet to the ground. We agree. Now we're going to go at a horizontal, a mile out, and drop it again with our mile arm long arm, 5 feet also, or are we just going mile out, long arm, dropping it to the
Exactly.
surface?
Or you have
Exactly.
a
Good
tape
point,
measure.
bro.
You have it.
Thank you.
You're standing in a spot. You have a tape measure. You have a bullet. You drop it from 5 feet. It has to drop 5 feet distance.
Yes.
Now, if you go out 10 feet horizontally and then drop the
Level?
bullet, you go horizontal from that spot you were just at, and now
Level,
you drop
right?
the bullet. The whole surface is level. We're on a ball.
Okay.
You go 10 feet out, and you
Right.
now horizontally from that exact point where you dropped the bullet before,
Yes.
and now you drop it again. Is it going to take longer to fall?
Yes.
All right, that's what me and Coach have been trying to tell you
You're
for like.
at a
missing
higher
the point.
spot.
That's the whole
You're at a
thing.
higher spot above the surface.
I'm saying it's not analogous to the other
Whoa,
situation.
yeah, Regis, you're right. Regis, you're right. But Jeremy, you're not getting it. You are now high. That point where you drop it, when you're 10 feet away from you, is actually higher above the surface than you were. And the reason that you're higher is that bullet had to climb. You'd have to have energy into that bullet to make it go higher before you could drop it. 5 feet.
Dude, we're shooting a bullet horizontally, dude. What are you talking about? Put more energy into it.
Bro,
Because
because if it's horizontally on a globe, your arm, if it's going out 10 feet long, is going to be higher because it's level
above the
right
surface.
there. So
Yes,
you're
and it's going
dropping
to
it
take
to a
longer to
lower
drop.
surface.
Yes,
No,
and it's going to take
because
longer to
you
drop
had to
because
use
you're higher.
energy.
Yes, that's
You
what
had
we've
to
been
use
trying
energy.
to tell you for like 10 minutes now.
No,
Jeremy.
you're wrong.
Yeah, Jeremy, you're so wrong. Maybe make it easier for you. Hold on. Let's say you got a 100-mile long arm, Jeremy. 100-mile arm long. So now you're going to be several thousand feet above
They
the
don't
surface.
get it, Coco. I don't know.
Jeremy, you got to listen.
I want a chance.
Wait, Jeremy,
Hold on.
you have
You're
to
next,
Listen to
Jeremy,
Travis. You're
Listen to
next.
Jeremy, you
Travis,
have to
you're
listen
next.
to this. Travis, be
Listen
quiet.
to Zanuck
Jeremy,
real quick.
You got a 100-mile long arm. You also level and horizontal from where you dropped that 5 foot. Now that arm is level and horizontal from your body, and you're holding the bullet 100 miles long horizontally. That finger is now 5,000, 6,000 feet above the surface, right? Even though you're directly horizontal and level, the bullet is 5,000 feet high. In order for it to have gotten there, you need to expend energy because the gravity vectors, these plumb lines we talk about, are varying. So you'd have to actually expend energy, use energy to get it to climb that high above the surface as you went outward, because you'd be going against a force, this force of gravity based on its weight.
Yeah,
You
but
already
that's
agreed with me, so I don't know what.
You now
what
understand
we're
how that's
arguing
wrong,
about.
Jeremy?
Anyways, Travis,
Now you got it.
go ahead, Travis.
Now you know how
Zanuck,
that's
you're
wrong.
still
Right?
going?
No, I just want to. Now you know why that's wrong. You get it?
It's not. I'm not wrong. Go ahead, Travis.
Oh my God, you're 6,000 feet higher above the surface. What did you got there?
Zanuck. Okay, so I've been listening for the past couple minutes, and I've been trying to catch up. I think I'm where I can understand how to address Jeremy. When the bullet leaves the gun, Jeremy, it's going to start to fall toward the earth. It's not going to stay at the same elevation. It can't.
I understand that. Yes.
Or increase elevation, which is what would have to happen for what you're saying.
Yes.
I understand. It's going to drop It's going to drop in elevation gradually. Yes, but the farther out it goes, the farther it has to fall. It's not like dropping it at your chest from 5 feet.
Dropping along
because
that
there's
datum.
drop from horizontal on a ball.
It's dropping along the same datum that you're held with the gun above the earth. It's dropping from that datum. It's just going further laterally.
Okay,
What is so hard to
The
understand?
farther it goes, the farther it has to fall.
I wasn't
No,
finished.
the same
Let
time.
Travis finish. Let Travis finish.
So again, I'm hearing Jeremy. Jeremy, I'm trying to be on your side, but at the same time, I hear you conflating two ideas. If you were to like Xanix's idea of stretching your arm out is a great visual, right? Because that's exactly it. You're keeping a level trajectory if you do that. Now, if you were to do that physically, you would have to increase the legs on that level trajectory in order to maintain that elevation as you continue to cross that distance over a curved earth. That concept is correct in your head, but you're not going to get that same effect with the bullet. The bullet's not going to maintain that same elevation. It's just not. You're conflating two different ideas, bro.
Yeah, the bullet's going to drop gradually, yes, and every foot, if you're over a completely level surface, every inch it goes out away from you, it's going to have to fall farther to the ground because there's drop from horizontal. This is simple, guys. This is scaring me. This is scary that you guys.
You're the one that's scary. You're the one that's scaring us, man. Scaring us.
You're scaring me.
Bro. No, Jeremy, think.
Okay, stop, Xanax, just stop. You're not going to do it. I don't want to listen to you anymore, but you're not going to convince him. Stop.
No, the 100-mile arm was a good idea, Jeremy. Understand if you have a level 100-mile arm,
Xanax,
a level 100-mile arm, and I drop.
No one wants to hear you do this.
Stop. You need to talk to Jeremy real quick. Jeremy, 100-mile arm, straight and level out from your arm, from your body, and you know it's going to be 5,000 feet. Your point exactly. It's going to be 5,000 feet above the surface, right, Jeremy?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So and I drop it. It's going to take a long time to get to the ground. It's going to go 5,000 feet versus the 5 feet. It's a huge amount of time longer. So why isn't that analogous? So it's not analogous because, Jeremy, you have now created a situation where you gradually increased the distance to the surface, which would take energy because of the vectors of gravity.
Well, that's what would happen if you were to shoot a bullet out horizontally. Yes, it would drop gradually. The bullet doesn't go out. Hold on, guys. Xanax. Hold on, man. You shoot the bullet out. Yes, the bullet doesn't go perfectly horizontal, but as its distance away from you increases, you're also getting an increasing distance to the ground. So when you shoot it out 100 meters, once it's 100 meters, it now has to fall an extra millimeter. Or if it went a mile, it has to fall an extra 8 inches. It has to, because that's how. I don't know, Coach.
Give me a shot.
You give it a shot. All right.
Listen, I was the one who brought this up. Listen, imagine you have a gun at chest distance. You're shooting it perfectly level to where your feet are around the globe. Now, draw a perfect circle, like a datum line, from the gun around the earth, okay, and back to your butt, right? When you shoot, as long as you're level, the bullet is never going to go outside of that datum line, ever. Gravity is going to drop it, no matter how far the distance, in the same amount of time that you drop the bullet, period. That's physics. I'm sorry, but you don't understand it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but do you understand that the farther the bullet goes, the farther it has to drop because there's drop from horizontal?
No, because it's dropping the same according to the datum. You guys love bringing up datum lines, except here. It's weird.
I'm not a datum. I don't know why we're even talking about datum.
You don't know what a datum is.
Because it's perfectly
we're talking
relevant.
about elevation. 5-foot elevation at one spot. You're on a ball. You shoot the bullet out. The farther that bullet gets away from you, the farther it has to drop. If you shoot the bullet horizontal.
Just saying it again just shows you don't understand.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Go ahead, Coach. You're being stubborn, Jeremy. You cannot gain elevation, even the bullet. The bullet, hold on, Jeremy, Coach. You cannot gain elevation over the surface. You cannot.
We're not talking about gaining elevation over the surface.
My God, guys. You cannot increase elevation above the surface in any way, shape, or form, Jeremy, without increasing the energy input into that.
Yeah, but look, Xanax, even what you're saying right now is not correct either, because we're not talking about gaining elevation. We're talking about maintaining the same elevation. So you're misspeaking right now.
That's the same thing, because it starts to fall. That's also the same thing, same silly argument, because you can't maintain an elevation.
Oh, so do you have a diagram or something?
Because you have a force on it. Guys, why does it you compelled? Everyone talks to just talk over people. Just stop.
Just
relax. You cannot maintain. That's also breaking a conservation law. You cannot shoot a bullet out of a gun and have it maintain elevation, because that would require energy. Because there's a force on it.
We got it.
Seriously, Jeremy.
We got
It
it,
just
bro. We
it
got it.
just appears. It just
Let
appears.
Zenick finish it up, but then yeah, I'm trying to respond.
He's already said this 20 times. I've heard
No,
it
because
20
he keeps on
times.
interrupting me, Travis.
I've
Every
heard it
single
20
time.
times. I already understand
You
what
may
you're going
get
to
it,
say,
but
bro.
he doesn't get it.
Yes, he does.
Yeah,
Just
the reason this is taking
disagrees.
so long, no one's listening.
He disagrees.
We hear
No,
you.
so
I know.
Let's
I
let him get
understand.
let's let him get out.
You guys
Just
are
let me
getting
finish my
tricked.
thought. You tell me whether you disagree, because I'm not convinced you even heard me. So let me finish it. So when you shoot a bullet out of a gun, you cannot maintain elevation because there is a force acting on that bullet.
I
the moment
understand that.
Okay. So then you agree it cannot maintain an elevation. So there's no way
It's
it could continue to go at the same elevation that you shoot it from. That would be breaking one of the conservation laws.
yes. It's
So we
going
know
to
it has to
gradually.
fall.
And this
It's
is
going to
assuming you're
gradually
shooting
fall.
level.
Going to gradually
we're
fall.
shooting
Yes,
level.
you have your gun barrel horizontal. You shoot it. It's going to gradually fall. However, the more distance that the bullet goes, the farther it has to drop because there's drop from horizontal.
Wow. You don't know gravity, man.
Okay, so two things. One is I'm gonna respond to, and I don't respond right after this, Zanuck, because I have another thing to say. But if you can shoot something and have it not and have it maintain elevation, because I mean that's basically describing an orbit. I know you want to respond, but just real quick before you do,
You're right, Joe Kosho. The projectile, if I shoot it
Just
up,
said
not gonna
don't
happen.
respond.
No,
What the
but
fuck is wrong
Hold
with
on,
you?
Zanuck. Just hold on, Zanuck.
I'm gonna
You're
give you a
next.
chance to respond. I just wanted to make my main point, which is representing this GIF, which is Newton's canon, which is basically the idea behind orbits. And the question would be, would all these cannonballs, would they all be hitting the surface in the same amount of time? Yeah,
No.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Of course not, because the farther you travel over a ball level,
You're
if you shoot something horizontal over a ball, do we all agree that it would take longer to fall if it was horizontal?
no.
That's not right, bro.
It's the same
Here's
time.
one way. Here's one way you take into
You guys are
account
just getting tricked because
how
it's so far of a distance laterally.
Newton's
You're
canon
thinking
is
it's
something
staying in
different
the
than
air
the
longer. It's not.
involved there, though.
can I well as you shoot the ball, the cannonball, there is a tangential velocity, and there's also a centripetal velocity associated with that velocity, and that is taken out from the downward acceleration of gravity. So if at the direction you're shooting, you can get what's the centrifugal force that speed gives you. And once you subtract that centrifugal force from gravity, you get a lighter gravity, so you get a slower acceleration. So it takes more time for you to hit the surface.
This is why I wanted to bring up that harpoon gun. Sorry, go ahead, Zanuck. But this is what I was trying to explain about the
I
harpoon gun.
didn't
By
want
the
to
way.
even go there, but that's very true. Yes, the faster you go, now we're talking about other factors, which are the centrifugal force, which is counteracting the centripetal force, which is gravity.
I try to
But-
address
yes,
but
Jeremy
that-
real quick.
Seriously?
Yeah,
So
yeah. You've spoken a lot. I'm not going to
you just
speak
told
that
me I
long.
could go.
It's not going to be
You
that
just-
long.
Why are you talking right now?
Well,
I
you're
asked-
next, Travis. Travis, you're
Jared,
next.
Travis, really? I mean, it's kind of obnoxious. Just
Go ahead,
stop.
Zanuck. Travis
Thank
is
you.
next, please.
So I didn't want to even bring that up, but yes, that's a great point. When the faster it goes, the more centrifugal force is acting on it. So and then you go faster and faster and faster, and pretty soon it goes in orbit. It never comes down. So, and it would go longer and longer and longer for every increase in velocity that leaves the muzzle. So that's a great point. But that's not what we're talking. I didn't think we were talking about that.
It won't though. It won't
The
take
word,
a longer time. You'll hit an
Hey.
escape velocity where it goes all the way around. That's
Travis.
different.
Travis,
It
you're
either
up.
escapes gravity or it doesn't.
No, because the centrifugal. No, that's where you're wrong there. The
Hold
centrifugal
on,
force
Zanuck.
actually
Zanuck.
decrease the acceleration rate.
It's like you can't even hear me, bro. Travis,
no,
I
I
told
heard
you,
you.
Travis.
Responding to it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so Jeremy, again, visualize what you understand about the bullet leaving the muzzle and it dropping in its trajectory. You know that that's what happens in reality. Okay, so you're not going to argue that point. Like we can argue, we can explain the physics of that, and you're going to be like, yeah, I totally get that. All you have to do now, conceptually, is just wrap that trajectory around the curve, because it's going to drop at the same rate, even though it's going around a curve. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but the effects are going to be what you would expect to be on a flatter. So it's a crazy fucking model.
No. Listen, You shoot the gun. You shoot the gun horizontal. The bullet's immediately starting to drop. If the bullet were to drop right when it left the barrel, it would drop 5 feet. All right. Pretend we freeze frame the second the bullet leaves the barrel, and we just drop it, and it's 5 feet to the ground.
It's like Wile E. Coyote. He pulls the trigger and
You
it
with
just
me?
drops.
Yeah, you're with me so far. It drops 5 feet right at that spot.
Yep.
We're on a completely level plane. The farther
Yep.
out you go on a ball, they're level. So the farther out you go, the more the bullet has to drop, because every foot it goes away from you, there's more distance to where it hits the ground. Has to hit the ground. It wouldn't be falling 5 feet anymore. In 100 meters, it's going to be falling 5 feet, 1 millimeter.
Why? Why would it maintain level? Why would it maintain the level orientation that it left the gun with? It doesn't make sense.
I'm just saying, over the course of its whole thing, the whole fall would be 5 feet, 1 millimeter from that spot where it left the gun. Remember, we were going to stop it, and it's going to fall 5 feet to the ground. On 100 meters, the whole time it would have to fall would be 5 feet and 1 millimeter.
No, but at any distance away from you, that same elevation that you're holding the gun is actually a curved path also. So no, it's the same 5 feet, and it's actually gone left because it started to fall immediately when it left the muzzle. I think Travis gets this, and you're really hanging on to this like a dog on a bone right now. You won't let go of it. That's not how it works, Jeremy, because you have to
I love
either
you,
maintain.
Jeremy, but you're
wrong.
You're dumb is showing right now, Jeremy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
You guys are scaring me that you guys don't get this.
No, you're just not getting the fact that the vectors of gravity that are changing, this plumb line that's varying, is the key point here. No one's really paying much attention to it, but it's the reason why when it leaves the barrel, why it follows a trajectory that less than parallels the surface. You're thinking it's going to go parallel to the surface. It's less than parallel because the gravity vectors are actually changing as it leaves the barrel.
Don't tell me what I'm thinking. Don't divine my thoughts, please. Okay, I'm not thinking it's going to go parallel to the surface. I understand it's going to drop. It's going to be a parabolic arc going down the bullet's path. Yes, that path is going to be longer though the farther out you go.
No, that's a contradiction in ideas and thought right there.
Yeah, you got to think about it in time.
Yeah, you got to think about the distance and what happens when it leaves the barrel, and that what path it's following and why. Why is it falling? Because it has weight. And that weight has a vector. Rate is a acceleration times the mass. That is a vector. It's a direction and a magnitude. And that vector is changing constantly the moment it leaves the gun. So it will never ever be able to be 5 feet 1 millimeter, because that means have to climb altitude.
And that's
why it's different. That's why it's different on a flat Earth. Real quick, sorry. Flat Earth, you have just one downward vector constantly. That's why it would still be the same on a flat Earth as opposed to a globe Earth, because when you shoot on a globe Earth, the vector is constantly changing, giving you the same effect as on a flat Earth with just a downward vector.
And the only reason that...
Hold on, Zanuck, you just talked. Go ahead, Bacon.
Can I? Right. Yeah, on the globe, you have something what we call is the escape velocity. It's the velocity in which if you shoot, the bullet never falls. If you shoot that same bullet on a flat Earth, you would still fall in the same amount of time. And on a globe, you would never fall, right? So anything in between is going to fall. Is going to take more time on a globe than a flat Earth, because there's the difference between zero speed and the escape velocity. As you reach escape velocity, that time.
That's different, though.
Do you agree with me and Kosho that the bullet, if we shot a bullet horizontal, would take longer to fall than if you were to drop it right at your chest?
He just said that.
Yeah,
I mean, you can just look that up.
I'm saying that from the beginning. I'm saying that for like the half.
No, but I honestly,
the thing is,
Bacon has the
thing
right.
Is, I can understand if my people don't get it, but the fact Zanuck don't get it that's a little scary.
Yeah, but
I'm ignoring the centrifugal force that's generating. Kosho, you get that right?
Yeah, exactly.
We're not talking about tens of thousands of miles an hour. We're talking about 1,000 miles an hour or 500 miles an hour. It will go slightly, marginally further, only because of the centrifugal force changing this net acceleration, changing the acceleration due to gravity. You're changing that basically.
Oh, that's because you're using the ground as a reference frame.
Yeah.
No, what do you mean ground as the reference frame?
Yeah, a centrifugal force only exists in a non-inertial frame of reference. If you try to describe the path of the bullet,
but that's why it's falling. within that inertial. You're looking at it from a rotating. Excuse me, no, it's not a non-inertial
Wait,
frame of
wait,
reference.
wait. No, no,
We're
no,
talking,
no, no, no. Yeah. Sorry,
we're
sorry.
talking about
If
the
you try to,
yeah, you're talking about the ball. I get it. So
yeah, if
Bacon,
you
you're
try
making
to,
it way more
I think
complicated
I
than
get it now. Hold on, I get it, guys.
Bacon. We
All right,
were
we should
looking
get a
at
new
it.
voice. Let's get a new voice for an
No, I'm just
explanation.
kidding.
Hold on, I may just respond to
Oh.
Bacon real quick. Hold on, real quick. Bacon. Yes, because centrifugal force only exists in that accelerated frame of reference. You're right. That's what's causing it to fall, take longer to fall, and that would increase. That would decrease the acceleration rate as it went faster and faster. But if you're talking about 100 miles an hour or 1,000 miles an hour, that's an insignificant value. But however, it's something, and it will make it take longer to fall. You're right.
How do you decrease acceleration while going faster and faster? I'm getting really confused.
Because you have centripetal acceleration, which is the force due to gravity, which is its weight. That weight is a force on the object. You get that, right? Hold on. It's also a pseudo force, by the way. The centrifugal force, also another pseudo force, it has to do with its it's following a curved path, and that curved path, that change of direction, will work against the centripetal acceleration, which is gravity. So the centripetal minus the centrifugal will be the net acceleration to the ground. And
Okay,
Bacon's right. The faster it goes, the less that acceleration rate, the longer it will take to fall to the ground.
So electric, just real
Hold
quick, the term acceleration goes both ways. That's why they use it. They don't say decelerate; they say accelerate, even though they're meaning it's slowing down.
Deceleration.
Acceleration, change of
Deceleration is
velocity.
not a correct term, but shit. I was just gonna say, Zach, because there's a lot of us trying to talk about this. I just want to make sure everyone makes room for everybody. Just because I like in this conversation, I like me and Jeremy, I think had the same the correct answer, but I think both of us, neither of us had the intuition that Bacon had, which I think is correct. So actually, I'm now starting to understand why it's falling longer, because I was adding that component when I was trying to figure it out, like where it was going to land, but I wasn't. The reasoning I was using actually isn't justified unless you include the centrifugal component.
Are you realizing, Jeremy or Kosho, that it's getting lighter? Basically, that's the net in terms that maybe Jeremy can understand. When you shoot it, it becomes lighter.
Well,
yeah, so the first,
go
like
ahead.
the way I started to solve the question that Koshu came up with, for the first thing I was doing was getting the net force, so we would be the speed of the ball in the inertial frame, and then getting what was the centrifugal force of that speed, and then subtracting that from the 9.18 meters per second squared, and then using that to determine how long it would take to reach the surface.
I just looked it up on Google. I posted it. Me and Zanuck are right. Sorry, boys.
I mean, you can't be right about what you said, Regis, because of this GIF I just posted. I mean, I'm showing you,
Bro,
what Bacon said a second ago. What Bacon said about escape velocity. I know, but what Bacon said about escape velocity is exactly right. If something reaches escape velocity, it's never going to fall. And if something's not moving, it's going to fall without moving horizontally. And anything in between that it's going to take a little bit longer to hit the ground.
Nope, that's your assumption.
Yeah,
No,
not
it's
because
not an
not
assumption.
because
logically follows.
not because of the curve, though, Jeremy.
And it hit
Kosho,
at the same time.
Kosho, you know that, right? Not because of the curve, but because of the
The
fact
speed.
that it has centrifugal force acting on it.
Right? Yeah, but it is because of the curve, though. I mean that.
Well,
I have an idea.
The curve is creating the centrifugal force. Yes.
Yeah, right.
I'm
Yeah.
saying it's not because it's going further. It's not like it's got a further distance because it's got a curved profile. It's actually going. For example, if this was let's say this was a oh god, I don't want to make an analogy, but yeah, it's because of the curve that you have centrifugal force, but it's not because of the curve that the distance is further. That's not the issue there. It's because the acceleration is less. The acceleration acting on that object is going to actually net less. Because
It's always going to hit. It's always going to hit the Earth at the same exact time if you're shooting horizontal. Until you hit velocity, that's just going to.
No, well, they're right in a way. If you say you're going half
in
the
between
escape
that you're
velocity,
talking about.
let's say you're going 10,000 miles an hour. It will hit the ground in a greater time. You agree with that, right, Regis?
Like above escape velocity?
No, below 10,000 miles an hour rather than 22,000 miles an
I don't know. I guess I think about it, but
well, the reason.
Okay. Well,
The reason it hit,
there's
the
a
reason
very
it would hit,
sorry.
the
sorry
reason it would hit at a greater time is because it has centrifugal force acting on it. So the net acceleration rate on that object downward is less because you have two components. You get the centrifugal force and then minus the centrifugal force. So it will take longer to hit the ground.
There's a very simple way
cancel each other out? Doesn't centripetal and centrifugal force, don't they cancel?
No, it's trying to cancel.
They only cancel. One second. Okay, can I? Yeah, they cancel if you're in orbit. So if you reach the escape velocity, the centrifugal force is exactly the same as the centripetal force. But they actually don't exist in the same frame of reference. One exists in one and the other exists in another. They don't exist at the same time. You can only have one of them.
Oh my God.
But just picture a cannonball being shot and 99.9% the escape velocity, right? So it's not the escape velocity. It will hit the ground.
Every one of those cannonballs is hitting at the same time, except the one that had escape velocity.
Right. So if I shoot at 99.99% escape velocity, it's going to make a bunch of rounds around the Earth before it hits the ground. You still think it's going to take the exact same amount of time as it's dropping, even if it's making many rounds around the Earth.
No, I guess not, but I don't know that that's reality. I really don't. I'm a flat earther. I have no idea. It could be a problem.
They do exist in the same.
No, under the assumptions. I mean, you had no problem by saying that you would orbit if it was in the escape velocity. So you're working under these assumptions. So I'm just asking you under the same assumptions.
Yes, sure. I agree. I agree with you under the same assumptions. But I am
it's not 99%.
That's all we're talking about.
Actual physics.
Just do half.
That's all we're talking about.
Just do half. Do 10,000 miles an hour. You can figure out how far it falls. It's going to take longer to hit the ground. And the reason it takes longer, Bacon, is because it has centrifugal force acting on that object, right?
That's one way to explain it, yeah.
That's the best.
That's the only way to explain
because you've just decreased the net acceleration to the ground. So it takes longer to hit the ground because of centrifugal force.
Yeah, but the centrifugal force only exists in the frame of reference that follows the cannonball.
Why are you bringing up frames of reference here? All we need to do is we're shooting it. Obviously, it's assumed we're looking at this object from the rotating frame of reference. Oh, actually, not rotating. We're in an inertial frame of reference. Let's run an inertial frame of reference on a ball that's not rotating. No rotation on the Earth at all. That object has centrifugal. This thing had a string tied to it from the center.
I thought you were asking me a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Because you don't have to use centrifugal force. You can simply use like orbital math, which has no centrifugal force. It only deals with the position, their position in the inertial frame of reference, where there is no centrifugal force, and that will give you the exact same answer, right?
But that's like, where does gravity come into play for that? Because what we're talking about with shooting horizontally, we're talking about the constant gravity vectors changing and making it hit the ground at the same time that you would drop it next to you. Like, when you're talking about orbital math and all that, it just seems like you're going way beyond what we're talking about.
Well, Newtonian,
no, it's exactly the same thing.
Counteraction. In Einsteinian, you'll be in free fall. You're just following a geodesics. Exactly. So there's no centrifugal, there's no centripetal, because gravity, there's no fields of gravity. But we don't have to go there, Bacon. All we have to do is say that we're making a constant, because we are talking about going over a curve. And once you imply the curve, you don't got to worry about which reference frame you're talking about. It's implied. It's already defined. You're taking a curved path. We're taking a curved path because the vectors of gravity are constantly changing. So there is a centrifugal force and a centripetal force, right? The centripetal force is its weight, and it will be a vector that will be changing as it leaves the muzzle of the gun. And because you're making a change in direction, there's a centrifugal force, and that will give you a net acceleration to the ground, not because of the distance to the curved surface, but because of the acceleration change. It's not the one way to look at it; it is the way to look at it.
No, I mean, if you're rotating a
you're not rotating. The Earth isn't rotating. The object is traveling and it has a constant change of direction. Why is it changing direction?
Yannick, you're not letting him respond, man.
Okay, go ahead. But why is it changing direction?
okay, if you're rotating a tennis ball tied to a string, right? You don't have to invoke any centrifugal force to explain that motion. Right? So you have a centripetal force which accelerates the tennis ball towards the center, and you have the tangential speed of the tennis ball. Those two alone are going to tell you that the distance between the tennis ball and the center is not going to change. So it's not going to.
Why is there a centripetal force?
Yeah, you're ignoring gravity. Gravity is making the weight.
Because of the tension. No, that is gravity.
The answer.
The only reason you have a centripetal force, Bacon, is because it's changing direction. That's because it's rotating. So that's a centripetal force.
And there's no force
no.
inward.
You can't have a centripetal force.
Oh my god. You asked me a question. So the centripetal force comes from the tension of the string.
Correct.
Right.
What causes the tension? What causes the tension?
The motion of the ball. It's because the motion.
Oh God, really?
No, it's the motion of the ball is perpendicular to the string. So if the ball would continue in a straight path, which is what inertia is trying to make it do, it would make the string longer, right? So it's constantly pulling the string because its motion is perpendicular to the direction of the string, and that's where you get. You don't have to invoke centrifugal force.
The only reason there's a centrifugal force is because there is a centrifugal force. You have to have both.
All right, just real quick. This would have been a much shorter conversation if we would have had a team of colored girls here to help us with the maths. Thank you.
Yeah, you can't have both, because if you have both, the net force is zero. The net force. One second. If the net force is zero, then the ball will have to be in an inertial path. It is not an inertial path, so you can't have a net force of zero.
True. No, that's not true.
What do you mean? What do you mean? If you're making a circular path, you're accelerating constantly. You can't have a net zero acceleration.
Net zero acceleration of tangential velocity. Yes, the tangential velocity is not changing. You're saying that's impossible. That's exactly what happens. You're right. The tangential velocity stays the same, but the acceleration is the net acceleration is zero. That's what a centripetal matching with centripetal equals. That's why you have a net zero. That's why the object continues to go in a circular path, because there is a net zero acceleration.
Exactly.
No, there isn't, because the velocity
with respect to the ground, there's a net zero acceleration. That's why they're matched. You can't have a centrifugal force without a centrifugal force. It doesn't work.
With respect for the tennis ball, from the frame of reference of tennis ball, then yes, then there's centrifugal force, and that exactly the same as the tension force. So you get a net force for the frame of reference of the tennis ball.
Oh my God! Break it. Why do you think there? Why is there a centripetal force? Tell me right now. Why?
Because the tension of the string.
No. What causes the centripetal force?
The tension of the string is exactly
what is the equation? Okay, I'll be more basic. What is the equation?
V squared over R. V squared over R.
V squared. No, mv squared over R.
No, yeah, that's the force. Sorry, I was going for the acceleration. So yeah,
mv squared over R. So that is the force. Now what causes that force? Where did it come from? Because it is a proper force, right? It has an origin. It has and it is not reference frame dependent, as you mentioned.
No, it is not. Yeah.
Correct. Now, where did that force come? So where did it come from?
In the example of the tennis ball, it comes from the string.
The string didn't make a force.
Yes, it does. It's tensioned. There's a tension force in the string. That's what's pulling the tennis ball towards the center.
Why is it pulling it to the center? How is it moving?
Because it's sorry.
You have a movement of some object. Is the mass moving?
Okay, to start the motion of the tennis ball, you have to first stretch the string. So you first pull the tennis ball, and then you move your arm. So
what caused it to pull?
You pull that with your hand. You first pull with your hand to start the movement.
You pull it with your hand? That doesn't cause any kind of...
if you one second. If you have a tennis ball tied to a string and you want to rotate, you first have to pull the string to create that tension, and then you start rotating your hand very slightly, so you keep that tension constant. You're constantly keeping that tension, pulling the tennis ball towards the center, giving you the centripetal force that creates that motion.
No,
And that's all you need. You only need a tangential speed.
No, that's not. It's just a force. It's just a normal force until you start rotating. When you start rotating it, there's a centrifugal force now that's created. The centrifugal force is antipodal to the centripetal force.
Right.
That's
Wait.
that is by definition what centrifugal force is. That's the outward force. The outward force.
Oh my God. The centrifugal force exists only in the frame of reference of the tennis ball. It doesn't exist in yours. It does exist in the frame of reference of the tennis ball, because in its own reference frame, the tennis ball isn't moving. It's fixed on the center of its own reference frame. So the net acceleration has to be 0. But in your reference frame, there's a constant centripetal acceleration. So there's no centrifugal force. Otherwise, the net acceleration would be 0 to you too, which it isn't, because it's in a constantly velocity changing path.
No, Bacon. When you look at the model, you're confusing yourself with the reference frames. Just look at it from just looking at the ball on the end of a string. That ball spinning around the string, the tension on the string is a centripetal force. It's holding the ball from flying outward. And the reason it wants to go outward is because of centrifugal force. Centrifugal force wants to keep it going in a straight line, but it won't let it. So it acts on the string by the same exact proportion. The V squared times the mass divided by R. Same exact value. Exactly the same. It has to be.
You have to be wrong, because you are claiming a fictitious force in an inertial frame. That can't be correct.
It is correct.
No, but that's not.
That's by the inertial frame is just what I'm looking at it from. I'm looking at it from an inertial frame. Great. I have a string. I have a ball going around in circles. I'm looking at it from an inertial frame. Big deal. There's a centrifugal force, which is a fictitious force, and there's a centripetal force, which is a proper force.
Yeah, but under your frame of reference, there's no force that has no cause.
I'm looking at it. Frame of reference is just looking at the motion.
Sorry?
I'm looking at the motion from an inertial frame. So what? And what do I see? I see a string, I see a ball, and I see motion. And from my inertial frame, I see a ball matched with a centripetal force and a centrifugal force. That's why it's going around in circles.
You don't see the centrifugal force. The force that you're feeling, all the forces that you feel, they have a cause. One second. All the forces all the acceleration you can observe, and all the forces you can feel are all real. All of them have causes in your inertial frame. So the force you feel from the string is the tension on the string. The force that the string pulls the ball towards the center is also from the tension on the string. The tension on the string is in both directions. And Newtonian mechanics forces are
so basic now. I'm in a car. I take a left turn. I'm not wearing my seatbelt. I smash into the friggin' door. My body physically hits the door. Now the door's force on me is what? What force is that, Bacon?
The door's force on you? It's a centripetal force.
Correct. What is the force that I'm acting on the door? Why do I have bruises on my face? How'd that happen? Smashing into the window.
It's your normal. It's your normal.
That real impact was caused by an acceleration.
Yeah, it was caused by the acceleration of the door on you. It's your normal force on the door.
But how say I break the door? What broke the door?
The door is smashing in your head.
No.
The door hit you.
Something had to act on the door.
Sorry?
Something had to act on the door. Something broke the window. I fell out the window. How did I break the window? What force acted on the window?
Centrifugal.
No, window act. Well, no.
Travis is correct.
Not in the inertial frame of reference.
Oh my God! What broke? Did it magic? Magic broke the window.
No. In the inertial frame of reference. 1 second. In the inertial frame of reference.
Inertial frame of reference doesn't matter where I view the motion from.
It does.
What happens, Bacon?
The explanation. 1 second.
What broke the window?
If you're asking me which force broke the, can I answer you? If you're asking me what force broke the window, that depends on the reference frame, because the forces are not the same in both reference frames.
Realize this guy is in the same park as you. He also believes the Earth is a ball.
I know.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't.
let people
Okay,
respond.
let me just. I can tell the same story from.
Checking.
I can tell the same story about the car from 2 reference frames, and I'm going to have different causes because there are different forces. Well, the same things are going to happen. It's just different forces. So if I'm telling that story from the inertial frame of reference, you were following a straight path. The car made a curve. You didn't make that curve because you're following your straight path, and then you hit.
Sorry.
Shut up, dude.
No, why are we listening to two people talk about things that refer to the globe Earth when you're on a? We're
That's
trying
Newtonian
to.
mechanics.
Well,
There's
yeah,
no globe Earth.
yeah.
We're talking about physics here, and we're talking
Guys,
about
let's just let
possibility
people
that maybe
finish.
this bullet
Come on.
has a centrifugal force acting on it, which makes it
All
take a lot
right.
further.
Okay, let me just finish that, if it's possible. Okay, so you can tell the same story from the inertial frame of reference, which you were following a straight line, and then the car made a curve, and your head didn't make that curve. Your head just followed its straight path because it was an inertial. It was its inertial path, and then it hits the wall of the car and it breaks it, right? But in your
Yes.
reference frame, suddenly you feel a force pulling you towards the same glass, and you hit this. You also hit your head and you break it. But in your reference frame, some force showed up out of nowhere, which is a centrifugal force. But in my reference frame, there's no fictitious force. Simply the car made a turn, and then the glass of the window hit your head. So
Yes.
there you don't have to invoke centrifugal force from the inertial frame of reference. Only for the non-inertial frame of reference is when the centrifugal force shows up. As the centrifugal force shows up.
So what would the force be of that object that hit you? You made the turn, and suddenly some body just ran on the door. It ran into me. What is that force that body acted on me with? What is that force called?
It's the centripetal force in the
No,
inertial
the
frame of reference.
centripetal force is me pushing this object that's coming at, like, why is this object coming at me? I know I'm turning and everything, but why is this body coming at me? Oh, it hits me. It was inertial. It's a state. I would agree. It is an inertial state, and it is hitting me, but that has a force associated with it because I changed direction. I ran into it basically.
But only on your reference frame inside of the car you have that force. The force is opposite from an inertial observer.
That's just the viewing. That's just a position of you viewing the motion, right? You're viewing that from an inertial frame, or you're viewing the motion from a non-inertial frame, the acceleration, or the rotating reference.
So the centrifugal force, the centrifugal force only exists in the non-inertial one. It doesn't exist in the inertial one.
That's true, but there still is a force associated with that body hitting the wall.
Sure, but that's no longer centrifugal force. That now has a physical cause, which didn't have for the non-inertial. So for the non-inertial, there's no cause for his head to hitting the wall of the car.
But he still hit his head, and he hit his head because you made a turn. And
so for him,
it hit into the wall.
So to him, there must be a force to explain that. That's where the centrifugal force comes from.
So no different than the bullet shot out of the gun, bring it up full circle. And why does it have less of an acceleration rate to the ground?
Yeah, in the reference frame of the bullet, yes, there's a centrifugal force.
You keep on bringing
But there's no requirement for a centrifugal force if you use the reference frame of the person that is shooting the bullet.
Why would you do that though? We know that bullet is taking a turn, and from that reference frame, it will have a centrifugal force because it's making it just no different than the centripetal force.
Okay, Bacon,
which is the
gravity.
Not in the inertial frame.
Bacon, I have a question for you, just real quick. So, is this? Trying to piece through it. Would you say that this is correct? The inertial frame of reference is the one that experiences acceleration. Is that correct?
I think both of them do.
Okay, so then what's the difference between a non-inertial reference frame and an inertial reference frame?
The inertial reference frame is one that's
I'm not asking you, Sanic. Bacon.
Yeah, the non-inertial one accelerates or rotates.
Non-inertial one accelerates.
Yeah, or rotates. So it's non-inertial.
Okay,
that doesn't mean that it's the only one that is going to have acceleration. You can have something accelerating in both frames.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Then they're both non-inertial.
No, because there's something being accelerating in a frame of reference doesn't tell you that frame of reference is accelerating. So the acceleration that I was talking about is of the frame. So the inertial one doesn't have acceleration. That frame is not accelerating. It can have things that are accelerating within that frame of reference, but the frame of reference itself is not accelerating.
Okay, can you give me an example of that?
Sure. So yeah, if you're just on a stationary Earth and you see something dropping, that thing is accelerating towards the ground, and it's doing that in your reference frame. But your reference frame is stationary, so your stationary reference frame has an accelerating object.
Yeah, see here. Okay, this is where the magical vocabulary comes in, right? So a flat Earth doesn't have a non-inertial reference.
No, I'm looking
Well,
at a
there is
magnet. Another magnet.
as soon
Make it simple for
if
me.
you
Just
yeah,
you're sitting there,
if you
your
pick up
inertial frame reference, which is a point coordinate system where you're viewing motion, and you're looking at a magnet attract to another motion. They're accelerating each other. They smash into each other. You just watched an acceleration inside from an inertial reference frame. That's what
Bacon, did you get these guys to figure out it's going to take longer for it to drop on a ball yet, or no?
I think we all agree on that now, except for Regis.
So you talk some sense in a Xanac at least? All right.
Well, I think he was ignoring. He was using a non-inertial frame and ignoring centrifugal force at the same time, so there would be a discrepancy. And he said it was minuscule. That's why he was ignoring it. But
You
yeah, I
guys
think
are wrong. Look it up. You're wrong. I don't care what.
wrong about
any of
what?
you say. Look it up.
Wrong about what?
Dude, not even
Look up
accounting for any
the
centrifugal
bullet
or
dropping
centripetal.
and being shot. They hit at the same time. I don't know
They
what
don't.
you're thinking right now.
They
This
have
is
farther to
the first
fall.
thing
The
I've learned
farther
about physics.
It's not farther
the
to
farther
fall.
on a ball, the farther it goes
Regis,
away from
Why
you.
would it be farther to fall? We already went
On a
over
ball,
this.
the farther it goes away from you, the farther it has to drop.
Jeremy, are you a troll, man? Why are you doing this
Because
right now? We got past this like an
the
hour ago. Now you brought it
gravitational
back.
vector changes
We didn't get
around the
past this.
globe.
They don't agree.
but that doesn't
Wow.
solve it. That doesn't solve it.
It doesn't
Because
solve
it
it.
also
That it's
no, it
being
doesn't solve
pushed
it.
at different angles as it's being shot, so it hits the ground at the same time as one that's being pushed just down from dropping
No,
it.
it doesn't. It doesn't
Yeah,
give
it
you the
does.
same amount of time. Just it
You're
doesn't
wrong.
make.
Look it up. You're wrong. Look it up.
From
No, the thing you looked up.
From the bullet's perspective, it's seeing a flat surface. That's why they do things in aviation. They talk about assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth because this is the way it actually acts, the way objects actually act. So no, it doesn't have further to drop. And I already got done telling you it can't because even if it maintained its same altitude or elevation, it would have to actually climb above the surface as it went
Bacon,
further
you
away.
told me Zanuck was on board with this. He's clearly not.
No, but Bacon's on board with this too. I think we're getting into the minutia and some, almost being pedantic in the fact that as you go faster, there can be a reason why the acceleration rate net. How about this, Bacon? Let's agree to disagree, but we both agree that the faster this bullet goes, the acceleration rate with respect to the ground becomes less. Would you agree to that, Bacon?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, so we both agree how we got there is reference frame dependent. We don't have to argue about the nonsense. That's airing our our globe dirty laundry. We don't have to do that here, but we both agree that the faster that bullet goes, the less the acceleration rate. And that's a little bit in contrary to
reference to the surface.
Regis, who he's actually right, but there's some small changes due to this acceleration rate changing as you go faster.
Yeah, what Regis is quoting is correct for like the average case. So if you're not accounting for Earth being if you're not accounting for Earth being a sphere, if you're not accounting for Coriolis or Eötvös effect, because if we have the Eötvös effect, this would already be wrong. So if you're shooting north, or if you're shooting east, or if you're shooting south, west, that should already change the amount of time it takes for the bullet to hit the ground. So the thing you looked up, Regis, is ignoring all those factors. It's just a simple case. It's the assumptions you would use if you have to do like a question of physics trying to get into university, because it ignores all those factors.
Not even counting the Coriolis effect, centrifugal or centripetal force. Not counting any of that shit. You throw something out over the surface of a ball and gravity works like it does on Earth over that ball. It's going to take longer to hit because it has farther to drop the farther it goes away from you.
Well, that's
No,
not
No, but
so.
one second. You can't
You're so wrong.
you can't not account for things like centrifugal force if you're assuming Earth to be a ball, because if you're assuming Earth to be a ball, then the direction of down is going to keep changing, and if you try to factor in that, you're going to end up accounting for centrifugal force. So when we don't account for centrifugal force, don't account for Coriolis force, then we can't have a spherical Earth anymore. Otherwise, you can't just not account for those.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Not accounting for those.
The other thing, guys, is we already have documentation for this. I mean, the Navy uses this. In fact, that chart I always post for years talks about the difference in the distance this projectile will shoot if it's going east, west, north, or south. They're all different, and anything in between, based on the centrifugal or Coriolis force.
Yeah, no, but that's not Bacon's not Bacon's talking about a stationary Earth. There still would be one, and Jerry, actually, what Bacon's saying, like I said earlier, that's intuition I didn't have. I was thinking about it the same way you're currently still thinking about it, and that's why I was sort of I thought I was wrong earlier when Zanuck was disagreeing, and it's for that reason because I was thinking about it. And technically, if you didn't account for centrifugal, then you would expect them to fall at the same rate because it's it's still falling towards the Earth and it's just going horizontally, right? But that horizontal is changing all the time, and in trying to make sense of that, you're indirectly including the centrifugal force, so you have to include it. It's just a part of it traveling around a circular path.
Okay, so if I have the
exactly.
bullet,
You agree, Kosho, right?
so if
We
I
agree?
have the bullet, and we freeze frame right when it leaves the gun, it has 5 feet to drop, right? From that point. We all agree on this, right? 5 feet,
Yes.
right when the bullet leaves the gun, it's got 5 feet to drop. Okay, cool. So over the course of the path, as the bullet keeps going, it's going to, the ground's dropping as you get away from the guy, right? The ground's
Saying it's
dropping
gaining
from
altitude.
a horizontal, right?
No.
Right. So no, it's not dropping from horizontal. So we're not talking about this be happening on the surface of
No,
the
it
ball.
drops
It drops from
horizontal.
level.
Also,
How you
it can't
guys
be-
describe
it can't
water
be
being
gaining
level?
altitude.
It drops
It can't
from
be
level.
gaining elevation.
It drops
I
from
didn't hear
level.
any of that.
You understand? It's just the time. So it's going at the same time. You guys are just thinking that it's taking longer. It's just going further laterally. I don't know
No,
what
it is taking longer. It is taking
No,
longer.
it's not.
Jeremy, the thing is,
Listen,
It
the
just
gravity
lasts
is
longer.
moving it at different
Just
angles.
lasts
So
why
it
longer.
can
can't you
fall
guys?
at the same time.
Why can't we go one at a time? What's the way?
Well, can I go? I'm the one who brought it up. Can I say one thing and then
No,
I'm
you
done?
didn't. You weren't the one that brought it up, and so that's
I
not
was the one who
justification
brought it
for
up.
you interrupting. So no.
Just
I
one
was
at
the
a
one who
time,
brought it
please.
up. Absolutely, I was the one who brought it up. I just want to say one thing and then I'm done. When you are shooting out on a globe, the angle vector of the vector gravity is hitting it different as it's going. It's going to keep hitting it towards the center of Earth. It's the same thing with the bullet being dropped next to you. It just has the one vector down to the center of Earth. They are going to fall at the same exact time. Period.
That's fantastic, man. Now we understand again what your position is, which we understood before. And I just want to say,
Yeah, and you guys
there's
say
no
the same thing
justification.
too.
There's
Against
no
it. Just don't
justification for
address it.
interrupting it. If everybody thought that what they had to say, which they do, is the most important, what they have to say is most important, then everyone's going to interrupt all the time, and there's chaos. So
Yeah,
it's
you
just
did that
better just
earlier
not
too, Coach.
interrupt, even if you think that what you have to say is the most important. Okay. I was saying something to Jeremy though, and the intuition that Regis is talking about, Jeremy, is I was torn between that intuition and the intuition you're describing, and both those are wrong because you're. I was thinking the way you were thinking, Jeremy, that it's got more space to fall, and that is a way to think about it. And maybe it's not completely incorrect, but if you think about it that way, then you're left thinking about it the way Regis just said. So it's actually it's better to imagine that it's got the same elevation. This thing about it as elevation change. The elevation change between the bullet and the Earth, that's not going to change. So that's going to be it's going to have to take the same 5 feet to fall regardless of if you change the coordinate system you're using, and it's got more space to travel. So the only thing that the only way to make sense of that is to add the centrifugal force, and that would require it to take longer to fall that same distance.
And that's really going to be at a very high rate of speed to increase the distance. But yeah, it'll have some effect, and any effect will make it longer. It's insignificant at the speeds we're talking about, 1,000 miles or 2,000 miles for
Yeah, I think I understand one thing, because if you let's say we shoot the bullet horizontally, and initially, if we establish that horizontal line, that it's in the direction that we shot. At the moment we shot, the downward vector was perpendicular to horizontal. If it was always perpendicular to horizontal, if as the bullet keeps traveling, it's still perpendicular to that horizontal, and the surface is dropping from that horizontal, then obviously it would take longer to hit the ground, and
exactly.
that's Jeremy's reasoning, I think. And
exactly.
what
That's his flaw.
and what Riggs is doing, right? And what Riggs is doing is he's accounting for that downward force not being always perpendicular to that initial horizontal. He's now tilting that force towards the center of the Earth, which is going to make the bullet fall faster than in Jeremy's scenario. So Riggs actually makes Riggs scenarios is actually a more close reality, and it's not going to take as long as Jeremy's scenario. But in his scenario, it wouldn't take as much time as just dropping it. If you want to take into account, just like as Riggs is imagining, the math still doesn't give you the same amount of time as just dropping it.
Why?
Even if
it does if you ignore air resistance. It absolutely does.
No, it doesn't. Otherwise, you would
It does.
never
Look it up.
reach escape velocity.
Look it up.
Are you
It's
talking,
objective.
so now Bacon is taking
No.
into account centrifugal force. Yes?
But at least
Yeah,
you guys understand what
that's
I'm
one way to.
saying, so that's all I want.
Say I'm taking into account centrifugal force is just one specific way to describe what I'm saying. But yeah, I can use it. So if you try to follow the path of the bullet, right? Then yes, you're going to end up with a centrifugal force, and the bullet's going to take longer to fall. Not as long as in Jeremy's scenario, but longer than your scenario, in which it just takes the same amount of time.
So you think that's why I got
you're
a
saying if
different?
you ignore the
Well,
centrifugal,
why are you? What else could you explain? Why don't you explain it in terms of not using the centrifugal force, Bacon? What would you? Why would
that's
you
what I'm
go
saying.
Oh,
If you don't
one
use
second.
centrifugal force, then
If
how
you
am I
only
wrong?
if you only use the centrifugal force, you're not accounting for the ground speed of the bullet increasing, because as the bullet falls, it has a smaller and smaller radius that it's traveling, so its ground speed is going to increase, and that also changes the amount of centrifugal force.
No, it's the same. You're wrong. It's the same.
No, the centrifugal force is determined by your tangential speed.
I'm not talking about the centrifugal force. I'm talking about the ground speed thing you just said.
No, if you drop something with a tangential speed, and that thing gets closer to the surface, it also speeds up. That's just how orbits work.
So they would hit the ground at the same time, right? Ignoring the centrifugal force.
It speeds up perpendicular to the surface. Parallel to the surface, not towards the surface.
Lateral movement doesn't do anything to the drop rate. They're independent. Look it up. Wow.
No, but you get more centrifugal force.
Stop with the centrifugal force. I'm saying ignore the centrifugal force.
I told you to play without. We all got the centrifugal force. We got that. Now you're saying how does it increase speed without it, or how does it increase distance?
How am I wrong if we ignore the centrifugal force?
Yeah, he didn't. He went back to he said all that thing, and then he came back to saying centrifugal force causes it. So you said you can explain without using centrifugal force.
Okay. So yeah, then we need the exact same thing as the GIF that Kosha sent before, where you have the cannonballs. If you're trying to work out how, I mean, I don't know how the math of that works, but
I do. It's the centrifugal force is the best way to use to explain it.
In the inertia frame of reference, how do you do that?
Just look at that. No, you said the picture. The picture shows a bullet being shot, a cannon shooting horizontally, level,
right,
and it goes further and further with every further and further shot, because every one of those shots got higher velocity. So why is it going
Right.
further?
Well, sorry?
Why is it going further? Why is each ball going further when it's got more velocity?
Because you get more velocity.
Okay, but why is it taking more time?
My argument is it doesn't take more time.
Yeah,
Well, it
no,
will.
I'm pretty sure. I know it has to take more time.
He has
I'm not
to,
sure how
because
to how to how to
centrifugal
prove
force.
that mathematically,
He already agrees with me
or
on. He
logically.
says it's a one way to. He said it's. He already agreed that's one way to explain it. I agree also that centrifugal force would be a factor. The faster you shoot it, 10,000 miles an hour, it's going to have a less of acceleration to the ground. So the distance, the time it would take to hit the ground will be less.
Well, but I know that in the non-inertial, you can also count for that because you get the
Okay, of
same,
course,
you get
yeah.
exact same path in the non-inertial.
Yes, but you're not
Where
explaining.
Zanuck, can you explain to me
Or-
why it would have less acceleration to the ground with a higher velocity shot horizontally?
Because you're now making it turn because of this force acting, because of this weight, and because that vector is changing, you're having a change of direction. That change of direction effectively makes that object lighter, but it also reduces, so the net result on the acceleration will be less. So it has an
See,
acceleration
that's my
outward.
same reasoning for why it would hit at the same time.
Let's say it has 1 meter per second squared of acceleration outward, and you have 9.8 meters per second downward. The net would be 8.1 meters per second squared downward. So it's got
That's not
less
how it works, though. They're independent, bud. They're independent.
one
You can look it
acts
up.
on the other. That's why you can get into orbit. So the faster you hit it, eventually it'll never hit the ground.
yeah, but
Yeah,
he
if
thinks
you go fast enough, that's escape velocity, though. That's when you get
based
out
on
of the gravity.
based on centrifugal force matching to centripetal force. When you match
No,
those two
based on you
accelerations,
shooting it high enough and far enough to escape
not
the
high enough,
actual
not high
gravity.
enough, not high enough.
Okay, okay,
one second,
Not high
okay,
enough. Level.
fast enough.
I shoot a gun, 22,000 miles, no air, 22,000 miles, 20,000 miles an hour. It will orbit. It'll come back and hit me in the ass. A day later,
Okay, that's in line with my
an hour
point.
later. No, but if I shoot it now, if I shoot it at 10,000 miles an hour, it'll take. So it took an hour to land. Now if I go 10,000 miles, that takes 3 hours to hit me in the ass, but it won't hit me in the
Nah,
ass.
see, I don't think
Oh,
it can be like a gradient, though. Like I
yeah,
feel like
of course
it's
you can.
either.
If I
Well,
shoot at 10,000 miles an hour, it'll go some distance and hit the ground, but it'd be a lot longer than if I just dropped it. Because
So
it's
then,
centrifugal.
how's that different than the bullet that you were agreeing with me on?
The bullet drops takes a second. I shoot it 1,000 miles an hour, it takes about a second. Shoot it 10,000 miles an hour, might take 3 seconds. If I shoot 20,000 miles an hour, it might take an hour, but it'll hit the ground.
Nah, it's just distance over the same amount of time. But yeah, I agree.
No. I just said
escape velocity is weird.
one. It comes around. It comes not escape velocity. I'm shooting 20,000 miles an hour. No escape velocity. It takes an hour to come around and land. Almost a revolution around the Earth. It took an hour. It took 3 hours. It took 3 hours.
Why?
Because it's got centrifugal force. Centrifugal force is acting against centripetal.
But isn't that just gravity and the velocity of the bullet? Like you're just changing the names for them, right?
No, you got gravity, which wants to bring it down in 1 second. We drop it 1 second. But if I shoot 22,000 miles an hour, it goes into orbit. The reason it goes into orbit is because it's it doesn't have any force, doesn't have any net acceleration downward anymore. It's balanced. The centripetal force equals the centrifugal force, so it just goes in orbit.
Okay, but I'm saying no,
like
no.
once it's off the ground, it's going around a circle in an orbit. Now, if I have that, it's going to be some value less than that. Let's say it takes 3 hours, but it's still going to take 3 hours for it to fall. I shoot it, takes 3 hours, and it falls somewhere between me and where I shot it.
But that's because it escaped the gravity for a little bit, right? It got into
not for a little bit. It never,
so to say.
No, it never escaped gravity. It had gravity, which is 9.8 meters per second, and it was counteracted by centrifugal force, which was 5 meters per second squared, maybe or 8 meters, something less than 9.8 meters per second squared. So the net acceleration downward was 1 meter per second squared. So it took that long, 1 meter per second squared, to hit the ground. What would that be?
But that acceleration changes though. But yeah,
it might take a second.
I don't know, man. When you get up to those speeds, I'll admit I don't know exactly what would happen, but I'm telling you, you can look it up right now. Those movements are independent.
They're ignoring.
They're going to fall at the same rate.
Yeah, but the things you're quoting are ignoring all those things that we're trying to account
Okay,
for.
Bacon, but you said that you could explain it even without that. So you can't. I'm right without what
No.
you're saying.
No, he can.
I can with orbits. I can with orbit because if you try to like if you shoot something horizontally, that take an orbital path at least until it reaches the surface. That parabola that we create is also the same as an orbital path.
No, it doesn't go.
So
It doesn't increase in elevation. You're talking about if you shoot it up above horizontal.
mm,
If you're shooting it
no,
horizontal, it's never
I'm
going to
not.
get far enough away from the Earth for that.
I'm not
Unless
talking
it's
about
going
shooting up. I'm
what?
not. I'm not. I'm still talking about shooting it horizontally. So you're shooting it horizontally.
So how
If
do
you
you
just
get
drop
orbital?
it, it's gonna. If you just drop it, it's gonna make a straight path towards the center, and it's gonna hit the surface. If you shoot it horizontally, it's gonna make an orbital path. If you shoot it
No,
escape velocity,
it's a
what do you
straight
mean
path
no?
still. It's a straight path still.
What do
You're
you mean
just
straight
it's
path?
literally going from the datum that would be at the level of the gun to the Earth in the
No, it
same
makes a
amount of time
parabola.
that you drop it. Period.
It makes a curve. What do you mean it's going straight?
It's a curve, but it's the same time. How are you not getting this? It
No,
just
that's
goes
your
laterally
claim.
faster
I'm trying to
than
get
you
there.
can think
Let's
about it
not.
in your head.
If I start with the assumption that it's the same time, then of course I'm not gonna conclude that it's not the same time. For already starting with the opposite assumption.
No, look
Let's
it
not
up.
start
You're
with.
wrong. It's the same
We
time.
already told you the thing you're quoting by saying look it up. The thing you looked up and quote is ignoring all the things we're trying to account for. So if you want to ignore that, then
Which is
yes, it's
what we're
going to take
talking
this.
about now. I said,
That's not what
ignoring
we're
that,
talking
how am I
about.
wrong? And you said you're still wrong.
Sorry?
I said, ignoring that stuff, how am I wrong? You said that I am wrong, even if we ignore that stuff. So in my example of the bullet, shooting or dropping,
No,
how am I
no.
wrong?
I'm not saying to ignore everything because that's even ignoring the curvature of the Earth, and that's the difference. That's
I'm not
what we are not
ignoring
ignoring. We're not ignoring the curvature of the Earth here. We're trying to calculate that for a spherical Earth.
it. Would hit the ground at the same time,
It
whether it
doesn't
was a
help if you
flat Earth
keep
or a
claiming that. I
spherical Earth.
already understand. I already understand your claim. It doesn't help if you keep repeating it.
Do
I'm trying to
you agree with
explain
that
to
or
you
not?
how that. I'm trying to explain to you why that's wrong.
Okay.
Right? Can you try to do that? Okay. So if you shoot something horizontally, that makes a curved path. Right? Yeah, it's a bigger velocity. So even though it's a bigger path, it's also traveling that faster. So we still don't know if that's going to take longer or not. Right? But that now enters the math of orbits because that path is the same path that you get from an elliptical orbit if you're shooting slower than the what do you call it, the escape velocity. The escape velocity gives you a perfectly circular orbit. If you shoot something slower than that, you get an elliptical orbit. So all you need is an elliptical orbit in which the closest point to the center is further than the surface, right? So that's also not going to hit the ground and still below the escape velocity. So you don't have to reach escape velocity in order for it to never touch the surface.
Okay, so you're talking about orbits. I'm talking about constant gravity on a
It's
globe.
the same thing.
No, it's not. You're ignoring the gravity in that part. When
What?
you're shooting a bullet around the Earth, around a globe, you have the gravity, okay, changing its vector
So
as
does
you're
the orbit.
shooting. So imagine the
So
Earth
does
is
the
just
orbit.
spinning and the
So
bullet's
does the
staying
orbit.
above the Earth. Let me
Yeah,
talk,
the orbit also takes that into account. The orbit does take that into account. That's
bro.
why I'm talking about the orbital path because I know
Oh my
that takes
god,
it into account.
dude. The gravitational force is constant regardless of its lateral speed. It's
No,
just
it's
going to
not.
go further or shorter. It's going to, depending on its velocity, but it's going to hit the ground at the same time. Look it up. I don't know what else to say. Look it up.
Yeah, you quote it then if you found something that says exactly what you just
I
said
already
and
put
not
it in
just
there.
that.
I already posted it.
No,
But
what
yeah,
you
I'll go
put in
get it
there,
again.
didn't say all that you just said. It doesn't say
Okay,
even if you
I'm gonna
account for that.
I'm gonna find it. And like I said, the only thing I'm ignoring is air resistance because of the shot versus the drop. I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna post it, and then you're gonna make up something else. Watch. I'll be right back.
Well, that is in direct contradiction to how orbits work. Because orbits also don't ignore any of that. The math you get for orbits, they take into account exactly the thing you're saying we have to take into account, which is the difference in direction of the centripetal force.
Piggy, what orbits are you actually talking about here?
The orbit of the bullet around the Earth.
That's not an orbit. That's trajectory.
Bullets don't orbit the Earth.
Yeah, there's no difference underneath quantum mechanics.
No, bro, you're starting to bore me.
Except for the facts that bullets don't orbit.
Sure, and air resistance is a thing, which we're not taking into account now.
Except for those two major things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Which
the reason why
basically
bullets
the
can't.
whole thing in ballistics, air resistance.
Yeah, but we're not talking about air resistance. We're talking about what would happen if there
Right,
was no
here's
air
the
resistance.
first- here's the
So
first
pointing out that, so pointing out there, so pointing,
Bacon, check out,
pointing out,
I just posted a link.
Pointing out that air resistance exists isn't addressing anything that anyone's saying, because we're all under the assumption that it doesn't exist.
Okay, listen. I'm telling you guys right now. If you have a ball and gravity's pulling everything to the center of the ball, and you shoot something out horizontal over the ball, it's going to take a different time for it to drop if you were to just drop it at your feet, at your chest level, or for it to drop farther. And the farther it goes, the longer it's going to have to drop.
Wrong, Jeremy. Look at what I just posted.
It's not wrong, bro. I could draw a diagram of this. This is simple.
They're independent motion. It's still following the same datum line and dropping at the same exact time. It's just a different distance laterally. I don't know what the problem is, but look at what I just posted, please.
The problem is the more distance you go, I can't look right now, I'm driving. The problem is the more distance you go, the ground's dropping away from you. There's drop from horizontal on this ball.
Not according to the gravity vector. The gravity vector is going with the same curve that you're talking about. How do you not get this?
Sure, there's gravity on the ball. Yes, everything's pulling to the center. Yes.
Yeah,
and now the farther you throw something,
Germany.
And now the farther you throw something, the longer distance it travels, the more it's going to have to drop.
No, it doesn't go
the
long
ball's
distance.
dropping.
Just
the
look at what I
ball's dropping underneath.
Not going
You're
a longer
all wrong.
distance.
Guys, can y'all not
vector is
interrupt?
changing constantly. So it basically looks like to the ball, it looks like the ground is flat. It appears flat to the projectile because the plumb lines are varying exactly in proportion to the distance it travels away from the shooter. So it seems like it's flat, but it's actually curved. It's a complete transposition. It's a transform, literally a transformation.
So you're saying if I drop a bullet at 6 feet, right, and then fire a bullet horizontally, it's gonna hit the ground at the same time, although it's gonna drop more than 6 feet, correct?
Yeah,
no, not drop more than 6 feet, and it will hit less because it got air resistance. But it's not dropping. Hold on, Rakia. It's not going to drop further because
I did earlier.
It's not going to drop further because that would imply that it would actually have to gain elevation along its path, and it can't do that without gaining.
It's not gaining elevation.
Exactly.
It's not gaining elevation. The ground is losing elevation under. It's not gaining elevation. The ground is losing elevation underneath it. The ground's dropping, right?
Doesn't sound like a disagreement, Jeremy. Maybe calm down with it.
No.
Well, the bullet dropped.
No.
Hang on. The bullet dropped.
That's like saying I could take off an airplane. I could fly straight in altitude without any extra power.
The bullet.
That's all I'm saying. That sounds.
You're not gaining elevation. The ground is dropping.
You're going further.
Why are you not letting? I mean, I just started talking.
Xanax, stop, man. Stop, Xanax.
I'm not gonna do it. But if you drop a bullet from 6 feet straight down, it goes 6 feet. If you shoot a bullet 6 feet off the ground horizontally and it drops the ground, where it hits the ground is going to be a lot lower than 6 feet. You're on a ball.
No, but it's not because gravity that path.
I'm not arguing the time.
I've been trying.
I'm not arguing the time.
I've been trying to explain.
I'm saying the distance it drops has to be more than 6 feet.
but it's not because the bullet
Of course.
stays the
I've been
same.
trying to explain this to them all morning.
No, but you're getting it wrong, Jeremy, every single time. And
Yeah.
Iraqi is the
Man.
same thing. The
It's so
bullet
frustrating,
cannot.
guys.
The bullet doesn't go further. It doesn't drop further either because it's following a geodesic path. It's following a path that is like set by the fact that the gravity lines, these plumb lines, if you will, are all angled from the moment you leave the gun. So the surface seems flat to the bullet. It will not gain any altitude. It will never get over 6 feet above the ground ever. Because if it did, it would imply
What
that
about the time? The time is the relative argument here.
Time is the same thing.
Don's on the right track. I think it's being confused. The reason why it was confusing, like I was on the same page as Jeremy before.
You just heard Zanuck agree with me, though, right?
Hold on, Don. It was because elevation is described. So, Jeremy, if you think about what Zanuck is disagreeing with you about, Zanuck's right, because elevation that he's talking about is distance from the surface. So if you're talking about elevation as in a 3D coordinate system,
he's talking about from the starting point.
Yeah, where he's talking about it in reference to the surface of the Earth. The elevation, the distance from the surface of the Earth is not. It's not going to have more distance to travel. But it's
I propose that different vectors compared to a flat Earth or a globe Earth, you're going to have a constant, just perpendicular down vector on the flat Earth of gravity, whereas to correct on the globe or the curve, it's going to be a combination of backwards and down and all this other shit that's going to balance out your fucking drop time. Just get your votes in on the drop time. The other guy leading the conversation and me say same drop time and talk about the squirrel and the clock show for days. Why don't y'all just put y'all votes in and then we'll Google what the answer is.
I already posted. Did anyone
It
look
wouldn't
at
be
what
the same drop
I
time.
did.
because-
I did look
Okay.
into what you posted.
Does
It's
it
not
make
backing
sense?
you up. No, a
What?
guy. Yeah, a
It
guy
wouldn't-
asked it. He
The
said,
last
"I
thing
learned in
saw
high
was
school."
the link.
Dude, let me address you.
Bacon, you're a liar. You're a liar.
Oh, so you're not gonna wait until I say why that doesn't back you up. You're gonna say I'm lying.
because it clearly states it.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah, I'm a liar.
Please read this.
Right. So it's a guy asking if he says that he learns in physics class that it should take the same amount of time if you drop it or if you shoot it horizontally. But what he finds out is that it doesn't follow in real life. In real life, it appears to him that it's taking longer, and he's asking why. And there's a bunch of different explanations, and many of them do mention the centrifugal force
Wow.
and the Otvos
That's
effect
what you got
and
from that,
other.
Bacon. That's what
That's
you got
what
from
they're
that
saying.
posted?
Just read it. And
I
many
did.
of those people that are responding,
did.
I mean, you're not saying any source of information.
Well,
You're saying
this hypothetical was a
Bacon, it
non-moving
doesn't
Earth,
say
right?
that the
Yeah,
motion
it is non.
you're sending us a page in which there are people discussing about the subject, and that's not a source of information. And if you read what they're discussing,
I'll keep
they're
looking.
mentioning a lot of things like wind and air resistance
That's
and the pressure
irrelevant.
and the Magnus effect.
You
All
said
that,
that was irrelevant. You said it was a fucking
exactly. That's my point. So he's quoting sources that are irrelevant to the subject. That's what I'm
Wow.
telling you.
What?
Wow. I
Irrelevant
literally
people
said,
support-
other than air resistance, I'm 100% right. The thing I sourced said they're independent motions, and the only reason they may hit different is because there's no air resistance on the one that you're dropping.
No, you can go down and see that there's mentions of the Otvos effect too.
Oh, people's opinions like yours, Bacon?
Yeah,
Thanks.
but the
All
Otvos
that is
effect
people's
makes it
opinions.
different.
All that website that you posted is people's opinions.
Wait. Yothos is because we're going with the spin or against the spin. There's a
Yeah, and that would give you different times, so it's not he's
Yes,
referencing when
yes.
it's the same time.
Hold
So
on.
this is fucking irrelevant.
Magnus only affects those bullets if there's a crosswind when it's being shot. The centrifugal force is what we're talking about. Bacon said he was going to explain in a different term, and he may or may not want to do that. But we already talked about, we already agreed that it's taking longer due to the fact that this object is taking a curved path over the surface. That is a centrifugal force effect. I don't care how else you want to call it or how else you want to look at it. So that's why it goes a little further. And I think that's right, Coach. Should we both agree there?
Yeah, I agree. The centrifugal component, whether or not you use something else to describe it, it has to be included by the fact that it's moving
Slightly
over
further,
the surface.
and it's got to be very fast for it to be a significant adder. But it is definitely because it's taking a curved path. Every bit of curvature that it takes is a force, and that force counteracts its weight.
Yeah, but those people are trying to account for a real life observation in which there's factors that are much more relevant than the ones we're trying to discuss, and they're not present in our discussion. So quoting that web page is not going to help us. It's not in context of this conversation. Doesn't mean that if you bring those people here, they would agree with you, because they're not talking on a conversation that has the same context. In that context, a guy is just trying to work out why his observation not matching what he learned in high school. So people are going to mention the facts that are the most relevant. So what we're talking about might be the least relevant of the factors. And if no one's mentioning that, it's not proving your point. You have to demonstrate that yourself. You have to use Newtonian mechanics and show how the time would be the same, and you're not doing that.
That's pretty scummy, Bacon. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bacon, here's what I have a problem with, Bacon. If you have a flat plane, you're going to have X drop time when you send the horizontal projectile. Okay, but the whole time, gravity, just simple flat model is going to do one thing, right? You understand? The assumption that's added in is like, okay, well, let's say you put a valley, down at the end of your flat plane. As the bullet approaches that valley where it would have hit the ground, oh, there's a valley there now where it would have hit the flat ground. So it's going to drop farther and have longer drop time. That analogy is being applied to the globe Earth, but it's unfair. It's not a true analogy.
I know.
Right.
I know this is not a true analogy. That's not my argument. That's Jeremy's argument.
Right. And it's like the bullet is never pulled backwards. As soon as you start, going up in 3D space, the gaining the altitude thing as you guys are referencing it. You don't have a straight down gravity vector and a perpendicular gravity vector to the projectile anymore.
Yeah. I'm aware of that. So you're right that if you now apply a bending gravity, so a gravity that's going to tilt with the bullet and always points towards the center of the Earth. Now that's going to make the bullet fall faster than if it was doing. If it was always perpendicular. You're right. But
so
even
that
if
correction
even being faster.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but now the question is, okay, it's now faster than it would be, but is it fast enough to still hit the ground at the same time? That's what we're trying to figure out.
I believe I've learned in school. Yes, I've learned in PBS space-time videos. Yes, maybe I'm missing something. But
Mythbusters did it and said it hits at the same time. But I mean,
yeah, but
just like
that's
I
like
remember.
Practical. We're talking about specific scenarios.
Zanuck, what was it a couple of days ago? The hill that you were not going to die on, was that relative to this? Zanuck, was this the hill that you said you weren't going to die on the other day when you were discussing with another Glober? You're like, I'm not sure. He was like, I'm not sure. And you're like, I'm not gonna. What was that topic again?
The gyros.
One second.
Oh yeah, never mind. Okay, gyro. Okay, yeah, I remember. Okay.
Gyros can actually detect.
Yeah, it was something different.
And in Mythbusters, they also didn't reach at the same time, but it was close enough that they called it a win. So that difference could very well be the difference we're trying to get to. I'm not saying that it is. It's probably not what it is, but they didn't reach the ground at exactly the same time. It was just very close.
I don't even understand how it would be very close, because if you just let go of a bullet, right, it reaches the ground in 1 second, let's say, from however many feet, and then you fire that bullet from the same elevation. It's got so much thrust behind it, like so much power behind it. You're overcoming the gravity for a certain time until
it adds to it. So basically,
no. Well, one second.
Hold on, fundamental. Hold on, let me respond. You've been talking, so he's right. You got a thrust behind it, or actually, you don't have thrust, not have momentum. That's thrust is only as it leaves the. But we still have this vector. We still have this vector. We still have the weight. So the weight of the bullet always has a vector. It's directly down, even if it's got thrust or it's got momentum outward into the distance. Always has that one vector down. So that motion of that bullet will always comply with that, even though it's traveling laterally. So that's why they talk about fall time being exactly the same, because that vector doesn't change downward.
But it doesn't make sense, Zanuck, because you can have the same weight bullet and have more powder. It gives it more muzzle velocity, so it's going to travel further. So the time it takes to hit the ground is going to be different, although it's the same weight. So it can hold tree. There's no way.
No. Actually, that's a good example. We know that all mass will fall at the same rate. So even the bigger bullet, when it's going faster, will still have that vector that's straight down in conjunction with the actual momentum going outward, and it is a trajectory that was pointed at.
No,
but it will
I'm
fall.
talking
But
about
it still accelerate downward at 9.8 meters per second squared, no matter how much projectile thrust you give that bullet before it leaves the muzzle. It doesn't matter how far it goes. It doesn't matter.
Hear me out. Hear me out. I kind of get. I mean, just hear me out. You drop a bullet that weighs X. Let's give it one gram. You drop that bullet and it hits the ground in 1 second, and then you fire that bullet and it hits the ground with this muzzle velocity, and it goes a mile and it hits the ground in 1 second, and then you add velocity where it travels a mile and a half. You're saying it's going to still hit the ground in 1 second?
Yeah, in a mile, let's say it's 5,000 feet a second, which is a pretty fast bullet. It's going 5,000 feet a second. In 1 second, it'll hit the ground. It'll go 5,300 feet. That's how, but it'll hit the ground. Now, obviously, a lot less because you have room. Yeah, and it's going to be slowing the entire.
Is there a slower bullet? What the hell are you talking about, bro?
But the downward, the 1 second
I'm still
downward,
going to hit the ground in 1 second.
Yeah, if it's going 5,000 feet a second coming out of the muzzle, it'll hit the ground in 1 second.
Yeah. This is what I've been taught. I just, your brain.
Yeah, it's totally counterintuitive. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make it seem real natural.
Well, on flat Earth, the downward acceleration and the horizontal speed of the bullet are perpendicular to each other, so they're completely separate. The horizontal speed doesn't affect how much it accelerates downward. If it was tilted up a little bit or down a little bit, then yeah, that could make a very, very big difference.
Wow,
it's perfectly horizontal.
So exactly what I said. They're independent motions.
I said on a flat Earth.
Oh, you're right. It's not the same on a globe where the gravity vector changes so that wherever you're at is still horizontal. It's exactly the same, and you know it. You're just trying to win the argument.
No, well,
yes, they can just admit it and concede one thing. Wow.
Well, you haven't demonstrated it. You're just quoting people saying.
They just said the video of it. Go look at it. They demonstrated. Did they do it wrong? Oh no.
Regis, he already agreed.
Well, you're saying which one of the things you said you want me to take a look at?
Let me moderate here for a second. Regis, he already said that barring centrifugal force, that you were right. But there's one thing that we didn't take into account. You didn't, is that this bullet, if it's shot really fast and it goes really far, it will have a centrifugal force component, just to keep things simple here rather than getting complicated. And it will go slightly further because of that, because it's going around a curve. It becomes the acceleration of gravity becomes a little less. We've talked about that. Other than that, he's agreeing with me.
He did not agree with me, not once. He made every excuse to disagree, and you know it. And I agree with you on this, and I'm happy that I do. But he literally fought tooth and nail to say that the sources I were posting weren't real, their opinions, blah blah blah.
I'm not saying they're unreal.
He was fighting they're not. He can't even just say, "Yeah, you're right." Under those circumstances, you're right.
There aren't any circumstances where you're right, man.
I'm missing. What part is Zanuck agreeing?
Orbital
and I'm not sure, because Zanuck, you can't agree with him because he's not right. You can't. There's no way. There's no scenario where you can ignore the centrifugal effect because of the fact that it's spherical.
Oh, I
even
agree.
the Earth stationary, the fact that it's traveling is going to give it.
Let me respond to Kosho.
Is going to give it
right. It's not right.
You have to subtract from the gravity.
You're right. He's right in the fact that it doesn't really matter. And he pulled up a citation from people in the physics that also agree, because in their conditions, there are other things that are being more a factor. But yes, I agree with you, Kosho.
Which is what I said.
Hold on, we have to incorporate centrifugal. We have to, and it is going to make it go correct.
That's what exactly the response I gave him.
I know, but
they're trying to account for. They're trying to account for the most relevant things that could affect the time in which So as I said, what we're talking about here might be the least significant of the effects. So it might very well be ignored by everyone that is trying to give you a good answer that you can work and you can apply in real life. But that's not the context of this conversation. We're specifically talking about this effect that might be the least significant in real life.
It still doesn't make sense because the dropped object is in a straight path, and the object that's going out horizontal and starts to fall is not in a straight path. It still doesn't make sense.
Well,
They're independent motions.
It's actually straight for that object. It's falling straight.
Well, the physics of a projectile and the physics of orbits is exactly the same. The only difference would be air resistance. As soon as you remove air resistance, it's the same physics of both orbits.
Remember we talked about this before? Bacon's right. Once we shoot a gun, once that bullet leaves the muzzle, it's in free fall, minus if there's no air. It's complete. There's no difference between that and an orbit. It's in free fall. There's no forces acting.
Right. So you can have an orbit that is
no, you can't.
Not as
no.
You can
an imaginary.
My God. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're imagining. So we're only imagining Newtonian mechanics, even if it is not real and doesn't apply reality. We don't care. We're only talking about Newtonian mechanics, whether or not it applies to the world. It's a completely separate question. No one's talking about that. So under Newtonian mechanics,
what's your point?
The whole thing we were talking about was the bullet.
You're gonna know if you let me speak.
That was the point. And now you're saying it's not even applicable. It's not the most important thing. We were talking about something else. Okay, dude, that's fine.
No, what?
We're trying to establish if Earth has an orbit.
No.
No, we're not. I brought up an example of
this guy's trolling. There's no way. There's no way that was serious. Well, anyway, so if there is no air resistance, then as soon as you shoot a projectile, it's the exact same physics as orbits.
Right. So you just say you're not talking about orbits.
Dude.
Big pig.
I was just beginning my point.
What are you talking about? Orbital mechanics.
Let's let Bacon finish, man, and then the next person can go. Right.
All right.
Right. So yeah, again, no air resistance, projectiles, same as orbital mechanics. Okay, so the escape velocity, it gives you a perfectly circular orbit. If you shoot a smaller velocity, you can still reach a elliptical orbit. That would only reach the surface if the elliptical orbit intersects the radius of the Earth. So if that elliptical orbit at any point gets closer to the center of the Earth as 3959 miles, then you have it hitting the ground. But you can have an elliptical orbit that doesn't get to 3959 miles from the center. So you can get something below escape velocity to still not hit the ground. So it doesn't matter if what Regis was saying is that if you don't reach escape velocity, then it's going to hit the ground at the same time. Well, that's certainly not true, because you can, with a smaller velocity, still not hit the ground. You guys can interrupt me now. I'm done.
Finish now.
You're only interested when I'm speaking.
So, what are we actually talking about here?
Jesus Christ.
No, sorry. Orbital ellipticals and fucking bullets and fallings and shits and things, right?
The question right now is, if we shoot something horizontally and there's no air resistance on a spherical Earth where Newtonian mechanics applies, is the bullet going to take the same amount of time to reach the surface if it's if it's being shot horizontally compared to if it's just being dropped from the same elevation? No air resistance, perfect sphere, no rotation.
And what's the answer, Bacon? The question you just set up right there. What's the answer?
The answer is no.
I'd like to. Yeah, I agree with Bacon.
Thank you.
Over a flat plane, it would be close over a plane, but not on a circle.
No, it is. According to Newton, it is. Look it up.
Newton never said that.
Look it up, Bacon.
I saw everything you sent. If you want to send something that I didn't say, or if you
that
think
Newton's ever said, okay.
Newton didn't say.
According to
Newton didn't say
it's not.
Yeah, Newton didn't say it would hit the ground at the same time.
Newton said he said that they're independent motions. Okay, that is exactly what he said. He agrees 100%.
Do you understand that Newton he derived gravitational effect from the centripetal force, right? And Newton also understood that if you if you shot something on the surface of a circle and it had a inward vector, the centripetal force, then the fact that it's traveling horizontally to describe the centrifugal force that is describing its the force in the opposite direction, right? You would need the velocity that is moving across the surface and the distance from the center, and you'd be able to calculate that and subtract it from the centripetal force. And when you do that, you're basically subtracting the centrifugal force of that velocity from the gravitational acceleration. And if you do that, you're realizing that you're now solving for a free fall speed of a lesser acceleration, which is going to equal a longer time. There's no way to take that component out of it.
Understand how the force of downward vector would know that the bullet is coming out of the muzzle at certain speed and then slowing down as it goes into the distance, and would pull on it at the same exact rate to make it hit the ground as if you dropped it from the barrel of the gun.
Because those two forces are independent. So you have an acceleration downward, and you have a momentum outward. So
I understand, but you have the same mass.
The vector doesn't change. Hold on.
Projected at different speeds over different distances.
So I have a keychain that I always people make fun of me in my race car that I kind of use it as my G. I don't know. It's kind of a good luck charm. But if you take a turn, I can take a 1.5 G turn to like a hairpin or something, and the cheat chain doesn't go completely vertical. It goes at a 45-degree angle because I still have the vector down. And I still have the vector, which is a 1.5 Gs laterally, but it doesn't go all the way. It goes at a 45-degree angle. Both of these vectors are averaging out to 45-degree angle. So
Sonny,
go ahead.
It's not a ball, bro.
Just like the bullet has a vector down. It also has no vector outward because it's not accelerating outward. So the bullet wants to just fall.
Bullet is accelerating and it's decelerating.
Well, deceleration is
no, it's accelerating from 0 out the end of the muzzle, which it goes the fastest right when it leaves the muzzle. From the time it's struck, the primer struck it accelerates. It accelerates to its fastest velocity at the muzzle, at the end of the muzzle, and then it starts decelerating. Now, how in the hell does your magic force of gravity keep up with all of that and make it hit the ground the same speed as if you drop it out of the muzzle of the barrel without projecting it horizontally? And then you can change the same mass's velocity by adding more gunpowder and make it go further. And you're saying it still hits the ground at the same speed? I call bullshit.
Yeah, because they're 90 degrees opposed to each other. They don't counteract or affect each other in any way.
Different velocities and different distances with
the downward vector doesn't affect how far it goes, and the lateral vector doesn't affect how far it goes down or how fast it goes.
You can change the velocity, is my point, and even change the mass, not change the mass, but the shape of the mass, which would decelerate or accelerate faster or slower, and the distance would change, which would make the time it hits the ground different. What the hell are you talking about?
We already talked about the difference.
It has to be different.
When you shoot,
it might not be a big difference, but it has.
Let's say I shot a block.
I'm answering. When you shoot with higher velocity, it's just increasing the distance it'll go in the same amount of time because you're shooting horizontal. You're not shooting up. You're shooting horizontal. So if
I shot a block of wood out of a cannon,
the only thing that's different is the distance over the same time.
So I shot a block of wood out of a cannon. So it's got a huge frontal area. It's not aerodynamic at all. It's going to slow down immediately after it leaves. It still has the acceleration minus the drag for hitting the ground, and it will hit the ground at the same time as if I dropped it versus shot it out of this goofy cannon. It doesn't affect the downward vector. The vector is set. It is in physics. It is a vector. It's an arrow with a magnitude and a direction, and that direction is down, straight down.
Exactly.
Nothing you can do to affect that vector, Iraqi, no matter how hard you hit it laterally, outward, no matter if you're accelerating, decelerating, whatever, it always will have the same vector downward, which has a magnitude and a direction. And the magnitude is equal to that bullet's weight, projectile's weight.
Right. So, how are people how are you still so caught up in this, Anik? Can you prove motion, bro?
Wow.
Of course.
What?
Yes.
You can. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. All you have to do is look at something's position versus time. Motion. You want a picture of it, or what do you?
Can you show absolute motion?
No, you can't show absolute motion.
I'm writing.
You could
sorry,
show
sorry.
absolute motion. Motion. What do you define motion?
I'm curious. I'm curious, Anik.
We can solve this once for all by
Oh, here we go.
just building a simulation that applies in donor mechanics and see what the outcome is, which is what I'm doing right now. So I'm creating a small physics engine.
What are you doing?
God. Why this guy has always talk when I'm talking?
Well, what are you doing? Sorry, you said you were doing something. I missed that.
Explaining it right now, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I'm building a simulation that applies in donor mechanics to a projectile being shot horizontally.
Sorry, a simulation to what mechanics?
Newtonian mechanics. Newton.
Okay, got you now. All right. I missed all of that because you have an accent. You understand?
My accent?
Yes, it's very Eastern European.
I'm not European, dude.
You're North African.
No.
He's from Australia.
South American.
I'm Brazilian.
Yeah, that's what I said. So South America. That's what I said, man. I'm just kidding.
You're funny, P-Mac.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna apply the constant 9.81 meters per second square instead of using the distance to the center.
Well, now that we've talked about all this, I'm actually going to just dig in and do the calculus because in order to describe the centrifugal, the entire path, it makes sense to also be describing the gravitational acceleration change, the whole path, just for accuracy. So I'm not doing a constant. I'm not gonna use a constant when I try to figure it out.
Right. Okay.
But you don't have
So
to. You don't have to. I'm just for my purposes.
Right. Well, I would like to know how to use orbital mechanics to solve that. I never played with orbital mechanics, so I don't know. But I think it should be doable because if you can describe the path of the orbit around the center of the Earth, and you find where that orbit intersects the surface, then you can solve for your initial question, which was what's the coordinates, right? But
Yeah.
you won't solve for the time. I don't think you can solve for the time. Not in a closed solution. Probably you need a iterative approach, right? Because then you're dealing with areas of ellipses, right? You following what I said?
Kinda.
Never mind.
A little bit. Maybe. Anyway. Zanuck didn't agree with you, so you're fucked.
Oh, I agreed. I just wanted to hear him explain in terms of, not in terms of centrifugal. That's
Yeah,
all.
then I would have to know orbital mechanics, which I don't. But I'm pretty sure you can. Like in orbital mechanics, you're not going to deal with centrifugal force.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's it. That's how.
But the preferred answer would be the easiest way to explain it is centrifugal.
I think it's easy.
I don't understand why you're using orbital mechanics.
Oh, just a second. I think it's easy for a perfectly circular path. Then it's easy. But if you wanna,
Yeah.
my God, dude, you guys are trying hard to
We
make
are
this.
we are tryhards.
I was drinking.
No, we're not.
Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to use orbital mechanics is that I think in the example of the bullet being shot horizontally, the centrifugal force would change because the tangential velocity is changing.
Bacon, somebody has to explain to you what presupposition is.
We know we're. I already said many times they're all working under certain assumptions. We're not assuming anything of this to
Trying to
be
understand the physics. Yeah.
exactly.
All
All we're
right.
trying to see is what
If the
Newtonian
Earth is
mechanics
round, that's what we expect to see.
and if there's no air resistance. Why are you echoing me?
What?
You are echoing me every time.
You heckling me? Why are you
Every time
heckling me?
I
Why are you heckling me? I'm just kidding.
every time I speak, you speak, and then your audio echoes my audio,
No, you're heckling me, bro. Shut up.
and that's pretty annoying.
Yes, you are.
Hey, Bacon, look what I'm about to post. Give me a
Mm,
second. Hold on.
no thanks.
What do you mean, no thanks? It's Kosho. He's going to post something that is conducive to your fucking argument.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
You better. Oh my god. Just because monkeys come from trees does not mean that monkeys are made of trees, right?
About to poke it, about to post it, Bacon. Hold on. Give me 35 seconds, or give me 15 seconds.
Your time's over.
There you go. I didn't mean for it to show up like that. But yeah, just download or grab those files and play around with them. Unless you want to make your own fucking engine. But this is a simple Coriolis simulation that you can fuck around with.
Wait, why are you putting your why are you putting that on?
I thought it was just gonna send the files, but it gave presented.
Yeah, well, zip. I'll finish. I'll finish mine first.
That's right.
If you don't mind.
I bet yours is orbital mechanic in it. Now somebody's going to steal that. That's stolen.
I mean, asking this question, I ended up learning a lot, and just asking the question, dude. I think Bacon also, and even Zanuck maybe.
What is the question? Sorry, I missed it.
Well, you've been here the whole time, PMAC, but the original question was about Coriolis and about the rocket that was propelled at 120,000 feet from the prime meridian and the equator northward. Remember that question? Where it was going to land?
I might.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, there Sasha says it, but where's the curve, man?
We're currently talking about the bullet in regards to shooting and dropping in Bacon's model, right? Or are you modeling something else, Bacon?
I'm modeling a bullet being shot.
Bullet being shot? What? Is that
how long it takes to hit the ground?
Yeah, I mean, all I'm doing is going to physics and finding your guys' answers for this. Like, that's what I don't get. Like, why you don't just look it up? But whatever.
Because I don't think people that are answering this on the internet are doing that, trying to do that in the same context that we are doing here. I'm pretty sure if you bring those people here in the voice chat so we can talk about it, I don't think they would agree.
Yeah, so
since we can't do that, and since they're not being specific enough, so we can know they're talking within the same context that we are, then that's why I don't think those citations are useful for a conversation.
I'm gonna ring
you. And there's no context. I'm saying shoot a bullet outward, drop it at the same time. It's going to hit at the same time. That's what physics says, bro. You're the one bringing in all these other factors.
Exactly. We are specifically ignoring some factors and trying to work out different factors. So we're not, for example, none of those answers are telling you that it matters in which direction you're shooting at.
Whichever.
But that would be an issue because of the Yotvos effect, because of the rotation of the Earth. So all those answers are ignoring the Yotvos effect, except some of them, because in some of the
so am I, dude. I'm just talking about straight up physics that we learned in grade school, man. You're going
which is much simpler than we're talking about right now.
No, it's not. It's literally the problem I brought up.
No, because if you ask the question about ballistics on high school,
nobody
you do that on a flat Earth. You do that on a flat Earth. You don't assume curvature, which is exactly what we're trying to account for.
Nobody asked the question.
I'm assuming curvature, Bacon. I'm not ignoring curvature.
I know you are, but that's not what the physics of high school does when you're dealing with ballistics. That's exactly what I'm talking about. What I'm telling you. If you Google, if you're saying, well, we're seeing what we learned in high school, right? Yes, when we deal with ballistics in high school, we assume a flat Earth, but we're not assuming flat Earth here. So that physics is not going to be.
And that's a great point, Bacon. Remember all those things that the flat earthers bring up about, all these documents we found from NASA saying that we assume a flat Earth, non-rotating. That's exactly what we're doing here. This particular problem in high school is done by assuming a flat and non-rotating. That's what they assume. They're all the calculations they use.
Zanny, we don't assume it, bro. Why do you think we assume it?
Because the calculations are much easier if you assume a globe. Some of these.
What do you want about, bro?
I just got done telling you very clearly and succinctly that when we do ballistics types of discussions of where bullets will land, we assume a flat, non-rotating.
Yeah, you know why you have to assume it? You know why you have to assume it?
Why? Why do you got to assume it?
Well, because the heliocentric model. I'm going to explain.
Please explain.
The reason why you have to assume it. The reason why. So I can't speak now. So now I cannot speak. Here we go. The reason why those documents exist is because of the deception of the globe. And they don't want people to fuck up thinking they're on a globe that's spinning and start using the wrong kind of map. So you've got to now assume that the Earth is stationary. Okay?
Jen, that's the dumbest thing you've ever said, probably. Next to, well, yeah,
the dumbest at all. That is the actual.
Okay, so that's why there's. That's why there's. That's why there's
no globe. There is no globe, Zanik. You haven't shown me the curvature gap, Zanik.
Jen, I'm talking. That's
Zanik,
why there's
you
manuals.
haven't presented a single
Jen,
shred
I'm talking.
of curvature.
Jen, I'm talking. Jen.
Yeah,
that's
I
why
was
there's
talking though, wasn't I?
Jen, every time I start talking, you start talking over me. Stop it.
Well, prove it, Jen. Sorry, Zanik. What is it?
Sorry, Zanik, you were talking over Jen when he was trying to finish his sentence.
I could have sworn he was done.
Yeah, Zanik. So that's the
No,
Jen, sorry, Zanik. Sorry, Zanik.
Jen, I muted Zanik for you to finish. Yeah. You didn't speak after I finished.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you mute. There was a lag there.
As soon as I start talking, he starts talking.
My problem. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
I do apologize.
So Jen, if what you said was true, there wouldn't be countless documents in the Navy and unclassified documents that explain specifically when we do consider a round and rotating Earth, how the trajectories of ballistics are altered and how you need to adjust for those changes due to a non-flat, round, rotating Earth. Those documents exist, Jen. Don't be in denial.
Zanik, I'm not in denial. It's because this year in May, said personnel, so those would be the Navy, submariners, aircraft pilots, and aircraft instructors have said that the Earth isn't a globe. And if we were to subject our instruments to a spherical ball, we would be crashing. Our instruments wouldn't be working properly. Plus, the actual aircraft jet fighter pilots have said that the Earth isn't a ball. If we go to the North Pole, to the South Pole, we would be antipodal, upside down. No, the Earth is not a ball. Are you going to believe the pilots, or are you going to believe your stupid sorry ass? Which one? So the pilots are lying.
Jen, I am a pilot. My dad flew through the airlines. I believe him. I believe me. I fly. I've seen. Nothing you can say or do, Jen, regurgitate your nonsense that you've actually been exposed to will make me think even twice that the Earth isn't round or flat, or it is not flat.
Zanik,
it's not flat.
You're as much a pilot.
It is not flat.
I am the Prime Minister of Japan.
I'm not done. I'm not done yet. Jen, I'm not done yet. Jen, I'm not done yet. So yes, when you see things as obvious as horizon drawing from an aircraft, that right there should tell the entire story. Now you can tell.
Leave Zanik to his fucking.
Look, Zanik, you're not a pilot. I already know that. Sorry.
I got results. So I posted the results of my simulation. So if you drop it, it takes 86.35 seconds to reach the ground. And if you show horizontally,
No, we're kind of done with your calculation.
That's interesting. You figured that out. Good job.
We're kind of done with that.
Thank you.
No, we're not done. We wanted to see it.
No, so take them, stick them right up your ass because the world is.
That's construction.
Yeah, of course.
Shove them in that black hole.
Yeah, show us the workings of your simulation. Are you just saying for it to lower closer to the surface, move through that space in a time? We need to know the equation you're using on your simulation to make sure the variables in there.
Yeah, I'm using basic doing things. So
basic what?
You have
the fucking water making a ball. Are you for real?
Can someone mute this guy?
Why?
I mean, because you're constantly interrupting me to say. You never say something that is related to the conversation. You're just trolling, dude.
No, not really.
He's telling you the truth. The ball doesn't exist. That's pretty relevant.
370,000 tons, a million.
Alex, Don, if you want me to explain you, I'll be in live stream too. I'm done with this.
We'll talk.
What
later.
is going on? What is this?
Y'all are being a little rude to Bacon, a little bit.
Bacon. Your simulation shows 83 some seconds. It's less than a second difference. And that's the problem that you were talking about with the 1,000-mile-an-hour projectile, like the original problem. That's not even a bullet from 5 feet off the ground. What are you doing?
I think he may have left.
Whoa, dude, like,
Sorry.
there's like no difference at all. Wow. And that's what he posted? Hello? Yeah, I'm right. I'm going
Guys,
to take
this
that
is
as less than a second difference from that height. I'm going to take that as a win.
guys, this is a no-brainer. If you're on a ball,
I mean-
and gravity's pulling everything towards the center of it, and you throw something out horizontally, even if the thing's dropping because it's a parabolic arc, it's still going to take longer to fall the farther it goes because it has more distance to cover now.
No, it doesn't. You don't get it.
If the ground's dropping
Listen. Give Jeremy. Jeremy. You can be right, and you can analogize the extra distance all you want. That doesn't mean that it's just the same cookie cutter fucking scenario. There are different vectors involved in the curve scenario. It's not the fucking same exact shit. Oh, it's just falling flat down. It's not the same, Jeremy. We all get your simple level one. There's a fucking the ground is dropping away. Fucking hypothesis. It's simple. It's not that
It's not
easy
a
to calculate.
hypothesis. It's not a hypothesis. If you're on a ball, the ground's dropping away from you. If you throw
And you
something out,
hypothesize it's extra time. You see
the
how you're
farther-
picking on the
hold on,
words
Don.
rather than
Don,
just getting
don't
to the
interrupt
end
me,
of it,
dude.
buddy? Your shit
I'm
is
just gonna
level
mute you
one simple.
temporarily,
You
Don.
interrupted me to
I'm
say
gonna
it's not a
temporarily mute
hypothesis.
you.
Yes, you did interrupt me. You did.
Give him 2 minutes. But,
Okay, it's
but
not a hypothesis that the ground's dropping from underneath
You
you
have
on a ball.
a hypothesis.
Jeremy, it's wrong because the gravitational vector.
If you interrupt Jeremy one more time, hold on. If you interrupt, hold on, dude. I'm modding. If you interrupt Jeremy one more time, I'm just gonna time you out. You understand that? That's your warning.
Was that to me? My bad. I didn't know.
No,
Warn him
you.
too.
Not you.
Warn him
Let's
too.
just all go one at a time, please.
We get
No, it's
your
not a
model
hypothesis.
and we get your hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis that the ground's going to be dropping from under a horizontal on a ball. That's not a hypothesis. That's how balls work.
Yeah, but the gravity vector follows the ball, Jeremy. So it's not really extra distance that it's dropping. It's just dropping from the 5-foot horizontal shot to the ground. Yes, it's curving around it, but so is the vector of gravity. That's why it makes it equal.
And let's clear up this miscommunication, Jeremy. I'm not saying that's your hypothesis about the ground, genius. Okay? You have a hypothesis about what's going to happen there. Okay? You had to repeat 3 times. It's not a hypothesis. We know the ground is curving. That wasn't what I was saying, great listener.
Oh, that's funny, man.
Okay, so if the ball has, if you throw something and it has to,
There's no ball.
okay, you're shooting a bullet, right? You freeze frame the second the bullet leaves the barrel. It has to drop 5 feet, let's say, from that point. If you were to just drop a bullet from that point, it would drop 5 feet to the ground. You're on a completely level surface. So right there, right out the barrel, it's 5 feet. If it goes any distance away from that, it has to now drop farther because the ground's dropping.
Jeremy,
Okay,
that's
so
where you're wrong,
that means it's going to take long. Well, Don said we agree, and now you're telling me that's where I'm wrong.
He can disagree in a different way, Jeremy. We all agree on we agree on the geometry. He is not agreeing with the taking longer. I'm not agreeing with the taking longer because, Jeremy, you're acting as if the forces and directions of the forces are all going to be the same as if you have a flat horizontal plane. They're not. You have the centripetal force. The gravity is pulling the bullet backwards now in the globe Earth scenario. You're assuming it's not doing that. You keep pretending the gravity's pulling the bullet down only.
Wow, Don, I'm impressed. Good for you.
I think
it's pulling
Don.
Hold on. I don't care about your. You said the
No,
gravity's
Don's
not
actually making a lot of sense.
bro.
Relax, guys.
Dude, I'm trying to fucking talk, and he's trying to give him. I don't give a shit about the compliments. I'm trying to ask for clarification.
Calm down,
dude. You're psycho.
All right, man. I'm fuck y'all. I'm done. I'm not.
Just relax. Just
go take
let's all relax. Zanuck, you're getting everyone all worked up.
Jeremy, if I could for 1 second here, I think I can help you see my point here. And then if you don't agree, please address it. So if you fire, like you said, you shoot the gun, and the split second it leaves the barrel, let's say you see the bullet from a side-on view. Let's pretend
it has
that
to drop 5 feet right out the gate. 5 feet.
Hold on. Yes, hold on. So let's pretend we're following the bullet's point of view, and the Earth is spinning backwards, so the bullet stays right in our view. That bullet is never going to go above the line drawn around the Earth that the gun would follow with the vector of gravity. It is going to fall within that line until it hits the ground, and it's going to take the same time because as you're turning, as the bullet's moving around the globe, the vector of gravity is changing with it, putting the same exact force of gravity on both bullets. The one that shot
the thing is,
and the one that dropped.
Hold on. The problem with you spinning the Earth backwards is that's not how we're shooting the bullet. We're not shooting the bullet in this trajectory that's going to be, level where it's going to stay level with the Earth.
It is.
We're just shooting it horizontal.
That's exactly.
We're shooting it horizontal.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. It is going to be level the whole time according to the vector of gravity, which would be following the curve of the Earth. That was my point. You get it?
The altitude and gravity correction is actually more complex than meets the eye at first glance. It's actually very crazy that there's either side just assuming that they know which one's going to happen without watching the math and the model of every single variable involved. If you don't have the simulation, you should not be talking about this.
Done. But you're saying the bullets is gonna pull back the bullet's being pulled backwards?
No.
Not down only?
Yes.
No.
Where's the gravity? You're rising up into space. You're trying to shoot. The flat Earth analogy of the plane flying straight and going off into space. That's what the bullet is trying to do. That's what the bullet's trying to do. If it was left alone, it would go straight off into space. The Earth would be curving down away from under it. If it was a flat Earth, the bullet would be horizontal above the plane. But if the Earth drops away, the Earth drops away. Jeremy's right about that. The point is, there's complex gravity involved. You act like, oh, it's the same rate of gravity. Whereas on a flat plane, you would constantly be getting closer and closer to the mass, and the gravity rate would be increasing at a consistent increase only. Whereas when you're shooting off of the globe, it's like, wait, you just went up a little bit of altitude, it's corrected. You just went up a little bit of altitude, it's corrected. The gravity value is changing in up and down direction. Whereas if you're on flat Earth, it's only going to get bigger. Or greater force. Think about this. It's more complex than you guys think it is. And yes, it's absolutely pulling the fucking bullet backwards. Zanuck, back me up.
What? I'm just talking about your physics, guys.
Well, my simulation agrees.
Agrees that the bullet's being pulled backwards? In what way?
Well, as the bullet goes away from that initial point, the direction of gravity changes towards where the bullet was before when it was shot.
Because the bullet is orientated greater than 90 degrees. The bullet is pointing up into the sky. Therefore, down will be backwards.
That's the point. It's not. It's being held horizontally with your point.
It is being corrected. Yeah, I agree with you. It's being constantly corrected to do that. But at every moment, it's trying to point up at the sky, be corrected. Point up at the sky, be corrected. Point up at the sky. Really, it wants to go straight off into fucking space if there was no fucking mass underneath it, supposedly.
Except that gravity is bending that path, so that's not true. That's what you're not getting.
I agree with you. I've seen it sold to me in space-time videos, what you're saying. Okay? I've seen them teach me that.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
But Bacon brought up a really good point when he brought up those documents that NASA has, or wherever you get them. Like, and they say we're going to assume a flat and stationary Earth, and he brought up a good point in saying that that's exactly what you do in high school. So all of these demonstrations of describing a ballistic path, they're going to assume a flat and stationary Earth, because it's not until me and Bacon were trying to solve this Coriolis problem that adding all these complexities into it makes it a much different and more complicated description or question.
Wait, so you mean the world is far more not round or round as it should be? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Hey, Matt, you need to stop interrupting, dude.
All right.
Look, whoever, if we ran off Bacon, if you're listening, I'm sorry about that. Whoever, I guess it's my elbow if you're modding. Sorry, we're fighting, making you do work. My bad.
So the world is a globe, and it's not a globe, and that's how it was. So it's you one of two choices: is it a globe or is it not a globe? Which one?
Kosho, for your question, do you want the 9.81 meters per second squared to be constant, or is it just on the surface, or is it just at the elevation of the stream?
I think honestly, if we wanted to answer the question completely, I think we have to treat the vector that magnitude of that vector.
Well, no.
Well, we can compare,
Whoa.
because now that I get a simulation, we can easily compare if that makes a difference for the time or the coordinates.
Not going to entertain your fucking stupidity any longer.
Bacon, I'm willing to walk through your simulation with you, but like I would like it to have at every spot in 3D space, I would like it to have a varying downform.
It does. That's what it does. It recalculates the direction of gravity for each point, and then adjusts the speed of the bullet, and it does that for.
Okay.
Let me see how many times a second.
Okay, but not just direction of gravity. I'd like it to have the magnitude of gravity as well.
The magnitude is fixed as 9.81 meters.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah,
how high off the ground? How high off the ground? Your simulation, how high off the ground?
To 120,000 feet.
And it's only less than a second difference? Come on.
Second might be good though. That's like 10%, like the differential I'm trying to invoke is going to be something like, a 10,000th of a
like a foot.
But suddenly it's fucking 10,000. Where'd that come out of?
No. I'm trying to invoke
not the bullet.
Gravity different at every 100 meters up. Let's say it's going to be different, but it's going to be very minuscule. It won't produce that big of an error if he keeps it consistent. I don't think, but I still would like to do it. But when when you're talking about a foot being or a second being close, I mean, I don't know the duration, the fall time. Is it 5 seconds, 10 seconds? But if it's 10 seconds, 1 second, that's 10% difference. I mean, that's something.
83 seconds or something. And Bacon,
okay, so you're 1% different. Okay, that's maybe it's not that much, but it's still 1%.
1% of
1%. To think that a gun 5 feet off the earth being shot and dropped next to each other, you think that difference, based on your model, you think I'm wrong still?
No,
that
depends.
No. I know you're not wrong.
Depends on the position of the result.
Yeah, that depends. There's no point in which the difference becomes zero, but there is a point in which
you're 120,000 feet off the ground versus 5. Please, man, just give me a win.
That's gonna make a difference much smaller, but it's not gonna make it zero. It's never gonna make it zero.
I don't care if it's zero. If it's a fucking tenth of a second off, come on, bro, give me a win.
Then it's negligible. I agree. If your claim is that it becomes negligible, then I agree with you.
Thank you.
That's why I said it depends. I'm not sure what your claim is. If you're claiming it's zero, then I would say you're wrong. But if you're claiming it's negligible, then I say you're right.
I said the bullet would hit at the same time, except for air resistance. You did that big old model with 120,000 feet off the ground, and it was less than a second difference. You know that difference is going to be super negligible with a gun 5 feet off the earth.
Definitely, definitely. Definitely goes to be negligible.
Yeah, but why doesn't the math equal zero though? That's what I mean. You're in middle ground now, buddy.
Oh,
not you, Bacon. Like, if you're gonna you can't have it both. You can't. No. My man who's saying it's negligible and it's zero and negligible is close to zero, but it is two different things in this context.
No, not when air resistance makes the difference. My claim was pretty simple. It was the actual claim of your physics, and it seems like I'm right based on his model.
But he didn't say that. I don't think he said air resistance makes the difference. Am I missing something? He didn't say that.
Yeah.
Just before I run the simulation again, Kosho, or even Don, would you guys want the 9.81 9.81 be at the elevation of when the bullet is dropped? Sorry, or when the bullet is shot, or at the elevation of the ground, like a zero elevation, or
It doesn't matter to me because they're analogous. It's like if you're letting the thing go from the same altitude that you're shooting it horizontal to me, that they have the same gravity there. So what does it matter to me, you know? But
Alright, I'll do it
Bacon, am I
grounded.
missing something? Why did he just say the air resistance is the variable? You were silent during it. I said I didn't believe you said that. I mean, you didn't say that, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Right, you're telling me you have a 1 second difference, 1.1% difference, and it's not attributed to air resistance or anything, right? This was in a vacuum
Yeah,
comparison, right?
yeah, it was actually point 15 seconds. It was even not less, yeah, around a tenth of a second.
Wait, now
And
it's around a tenth of a second?
yeah, it was. I posted it. If it's shot horizontally, it's 86.5 or 0.49, and if it's dropped, it's 86.35. So it's 0.14 second difference in my simulation.
Wow, I don't like it being different at all, but that's getting rather close.
Yeah, it's close. That's what I said, that the curvature of the Earth is probably the least significant factor, because it takes you to shoot something 1,000 miles an hour to 120,000 feet just to get 0.14 seconds of difference. So it's probably the least significant. Like if you're want to consider everything, that's the last thing you're going to consider.
I want you to do this. Shoot the bullet at, let's say, 23,900 miles per hour. Miles per, no, how
22,000?
fast? No, what do we want to do it at? We want to do it, how fast do we want to do it? What's the orbital speed on 1,700? That's up high. What's the orbital speed like 100 feet off the ground? Do it right under that orbital speed.
Well, it's gonna take a long time for my simulation to run because it only stops when it reaches the surface.
Oh god, dang! You have to actually run it. You can't just calculate it.
Yeah, it's not a closed. It's not a closed solution. It's a numerical solution.
Right. Well, do something of a known orbit speed, and then do it right under the orbit speed. Like do 99%.
Let me see what's the escape velocity.
And then drop something from that height, and then do the horizontal.
Right. Well, I can just use the 9.81 as a centripetal force, and then get the speed. That's going to give me the orbital speed. So let me do that.
I'm used to, like, normally when people talk about this, they talk about feet per second, and so I just got totally dyslexic.
Oh, give me a second.
Bacon, I think I'm doing something wrong, man, because I'm getting the centrifugal. I'm getting the centrifugal acceleration as 3 meters per second.
Your centrifugal acceleration is 3 meters per second?
Yeah, it's 3 meters per second squared. I gotta see what I'm doing wrong, though. Hold on. Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind. Hold on.
It's like, I know the point with these discussions is to get the baller scratching their head, you know? And the best thing that gets me is never talked about, well, that we're not arguing about currently. I'll wait for you to come up with the answer. I know I'm going to change the subject here, man. No, nobody's brought up inconsistent terms or anything, you know, we're just all letting gravity be a force. You know, it's a wonderful world. We all get along, and, you know, like when it's time to get practical and dissect it, well, gravity's not a force anymore, and we're still going to use this definition for force and this definition for acceleration. And then we admit that there's the force and the acceleration, but we're going to say it's not there, you know. That's you know, that's what I like listening to. The philosophy of the Globers, you know, bowing to, you know, 100-year-old people discussing if, ands, and maybes, and we're acting like it's fucking rock solid theory right now. It's ridiculous. But I see Zanuck left us. Real quick, anybody who cares, I don't know if y'all heard this current event story. Apparently, Twitter's finally been exposed for censoring conservatives. Now the whole media is trying to, you know, gaslight basically and rewrite history and say, oh, they've said it the whole time, even though the whole time they've been saying it's ridiculous. Now it's finally admitted, and they're all admitting it now. What a surprise.
Okay, listen to me. You're on a ball, right? You have a bullet.
All right, we agree.
I agree.
It's 5 feet. It's 5 feet out in front of you, or it's 5 feet drop from after you shoot the gun from the bullet to the ground. Okay, now the bullet you shot horizontally. So every inch that bullet goes, it now has farther to drop because the ground is dropping away from you from that horizontal. Do you guys understand that part?
On a flat plane, you're right, yeah.
Nope. On a globe, the ground's not curving away from you on a flat plane. It is on a globe, though, on a ball.
According to gravity, though, the ground's not curving away from you either on a ball.
The gravity is always pulling the bullet down in the downward direction. We're talking about the ground's curving away.
Right, which is the geodesic path.
The geodesic.
Okay, so the ball has farther to fall now because the ground's curving away from it, down.
Only if the ball was going to continue in 3D space, not when it follows the geodesic.
It's
You muted yourself, buddy. We heard only one word, and then you went mute.
It is falling from the same spot, the spot that it's falling from 5 feet above the earth. That spot is curving with the gravitational vector. So it's falling from that 5 foot spot to the ground, no matter whether it's just a downward vector because you dropped the bullet where your feet are, or whether it's shot out of a gun. Where
So,
the bullet
Jeremy,
is getting the same exact force around the curve.
right,
Going
Jeremy,
from that line through the ground.
here's what you got to take in as feedback, Jeremy. We understand your position. We understand your geometry. We understand your logic. We understand your theory. It's simple to understand. We agree with certain aspects of it. If and or but there was not this other thing, what you would be saying is correct. Okay? We're telling you there's an additional component that you seem to not want to calculate with us.
Okay, what component is that?
Okay.
Make believe.
The component is that the gravity, as it pulls you a segment towards the ground and then you shift over, right? You're acting like, oh, well, when you shifted over, you went straight over, so there's more ground. The gap should be increasing as to the logic of the ball curving away. That's fine, but the extra component is no. Now you have, like Xanix's been saying, the circular force. You have the vector
force?
of the
Hold
bullet pulling. What do you mean? I thought you had made it to the goal line. It wanting to correct it, face it, centripetal force, or however the fuck you're supposed to say it. But the nose of the plane basically having to be pulled back down. That force.
Yeah, everywhere the bullet goes, it's being pulled down. Yeah, we know.
Right, but
Gravity.
it's so what I'm saying is it's being pulled down in a greater than perpendicular angle, right? Like if you were just imagining a flat plane, the gravity is just pulling it straight down 90 degrees. But as you imagine this globe curving away from you, the curving away would mean for an instant the bullet was on its original tangent. So on when it travels over a new ground position, for an instant it's not perpendicular to the ground anymore. It's pointing up into space. And gravity's going to correct that. And that constant correction is an additional force. Okay?
All gravity's doing is pulling the bullet down. That's all gravity does.
But down is also backwards in this scenario. And you heard Xanix agree with me.
The bullet's in a position that pulls the bullet down. It's not pulling it backwards, sideways, upwards, just down.
So like I say, you're ignoring the variable. You asked me what variable, and then you just hand wave it. That's what just happened.
Well, you made up some goofy thing about how the bullet's pulling it in some other direction. The gravity's pulling it in some other direction other than down.
Yeah, draw it.
Don, that's why I wanted to ask for clarification, because you said backwards. I'm like, when is gravity getting behind the fucking bullet?
It's just pulling it down, dude.
Listen, man, when you're flying over a flat plane, your bullet is horizontal. The gravity lines are straight down, perpendicular. Let's say your bullet has a flat back on it. So let's say your bullet has a flat back on it. All those gravity vectors will be pulling parallel to the flat back of the bullet and perpendicular to the side shell of the bullet. Agreed? As soon as one of those gravity lines tilts from parallel to the back of the bullet and starts its vector aiming towards the back of the bullet, we all would agree now it's pulling backwards on the bullet. Well, as that bullet starts to point its nose up because the earth is falling away and in 3D space the bullet wants to go straight, if you draw this picture and then you draw from the center line of the earth, you'll see since the bullet is tilted up a little, the straight down gravity lines are now tilted pointing towards the back of the bullet because the bullet's pointing up into the sky. If you don't agree to this, you are not even as smart as a kindergartner.
No, that's what I mean. The bullet has to be in multiple places at once because the vector of it's wherever it is on top of, and that vector will always be down. It would never be behind it.
Yeah, but that down direction is changing, right?
And so is the bullet.
Yeah.
The bullet is traveling across the earth, so that bullet will always be pointing down. Right. It would the vector, the bullet would never be behind the earth unless you shoot it up.
Yes, but the thing is that downward is tilting compared to that horizontal in which the earth is dropping. So the earth is dropping from that initial horizontal, but it's not dropping for your current horizontal, because as that down changes, it's always pointing towards the center of the earth, and your horizontal is never experiencing that drop anymore.
Did y'all kick me?
No.
God dang it. Look, man, here's what's killing me, Jeremy, is Kosho and Zanuck agree with the thing I'm saying, but they also agree with the thing you're saying. You're missing the thing I'm saying, and you're not realizing it's there, but yet they still agree with you. It's crazy to me. And that should let you realize there's more complex details that need to be worked out.
This
Bacon
ain't
has
complicated, bro. This ain't complicated. You shoot something out horizontally, the ground drops from under you.
Yeah, on a
You're
flat
gonna have
plane, Jeremy.
farther
You're
to
not
fall.
on a flat plane.
The farther you go out in distance, the farther it has to fall.
Hey, so you don't know what a geodesic is? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I know what a geodesic is.
And they're not complicated. Is that what you're saying?
The shortest distance between 2 points, right? On the surface of a sphere.
Do you think it's complicated in this scenario, or it's simple?
Is that what a geodesic is? The shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere?
You can use it that way.
How are you using it? I'd like to use it the way
I'm
you're
using
using
it like relative to like space time. You know what I'm saying? Like you could simplify it and say it that same. I'm thinking about the total path.
Yeah. Well, when we're shooting stuff through the air, and it's it's not going in a geodesic. I mean, it is curving, but it's not going in a straight line. There is no geodesic happening.
It's the quickest path to the surface, buddy.
It's not. It's not. The quickest path to the surface is straight down.
They're all the same. It doesn't matter
Not
if
all
you're
the
moving
same.
horizontally. Look, you could say the least distance traveled, but if we're going to say quickest, that means time.
There's no geodesic happening. I don't know who brought that phrase up,
Zanuck,
but it doesn't apply at all.
Jeremy, you don't even
Stop
understand that
listening to
there's going to
Zanuck.
be a force. There's a force pulling the bullet backwards. That's what's crazy. But why isn't the bullet going straight off into space, Jeremy? Because gravity's constantly correcting it. What vector is it correcting it in, Jeremy? Point your arrows. Point your bullet. Move your bullet along. Animate the bullet to move in your coordinate. You can use 2D coordinates for this, right? Animate the bullet to go in your coordinate, right? Now, you already have the circle in the middle of the paper. You have the sun rays of gravitational lines coming out like 360 rays around the ball. And draw that bullet going in a straight path. The first tangent, you're going to see perpendicular gravity line on the very first tangent. As you now move, you're going to be like, oh, wow, look. This bullet isn't perpendicular to this gravity ray anymore. Oh, well, it's going to correct. It's going to tilt around. But before it does, which direction is the gravity pointing on the bullet? Towards the back, genius.
Hey, Don, I have something for you. You're asking me to do with the gravity varying based on the distance, right? Just like the formula of
it would be
universal.
great.
Yeah, I did that. And it actually makes more difference when if the gravity is varying or not than the curvature. So if you compare from dropping and shooting, that makes less of a difference of whether or not we are using a constant value for gravity.
You say the curve of the Earth makes less of a difference.
Yes. When I say curve of the Earth, I mean like between dropping and shooting. Between dropping and shooting. Right.
That's kind of isn't that interesting, and that's why I'm trying to tell you, like, look, man. There's these other things involved. It's very, very complicated, and I don't know why, Bacon. I don't like to be, the naysayer, the adversarial one on this. I can recall multiple instances of space-time indoctrination videos selling me the same Newton dropping an apple to the earth shit. You know what I'm saying? Being like equal time or whatever. I don't know why that memory is in me. I can see it logically, like obviously the curving away longer distance, that's logical too. But I could see it being like, okay, well, if there's a correction and then there's extra amplitude, or if there's this other vector involved, okay, maybe that correct. Yeah. You have 1 second. You're 4 segments off of the Earth, and or 5 segments off, and the drop rate is 5 segments. You know what I mean? Or a segment a second. So it's like in one, I'm going to be 1 segment, 2 segment, 3 seconds, 4. I'm there. I'm at the ground. But it's like, oh yeah, well, no, you were horizontal, and so there's, extra distance under the ground. Yeah, I get that too. It's simple, but it's like there's so many nuances involved. It's like I'm not sure I know the calculation for myself, plus me remembering the space-time clock and the squirrel and all this shit. It's like I'm not going to sit here and say that I know it's going to be different. I'm not just going to be level 1 like Jeremy. It's just ridiculous to be that way.
Yeah, I think that's
Bro,
the kind of reaction.
you're throwing something horizontal over a surface that is
We get your level
going
1,
down.
easy peasy
Holy
bullshit.
shit,
Relax,
Don, come on, man.
You're throwing something horizontal, and the surface that you're on is dropping away from you.
Yeah,
that
now
means over time, the more time it's in the air and the farther that it goes, the farther it has to fall by necessity because it's happening over a ball.
In a flat plane, you're right. You're assuming gravity. Draw it then, Hey, Jeremy, draw it then, buddy.
We ain't talking about a flat
You don't
plane.
have any math. You don't have nothing. You're talking out your ass a level 1 theory that we all understand the geometry and theory of what you're saying. Every single other person than you is talking about more complex variables that we all agree are involved that you just don't want to deal with.
Yeah, the complex variable was the gravity pulling the bullet down. Any spot the bullet is, the gravity's just pulling it down towards the center of the ball. It's not that complex.
Yeah, you're wrong, and we have multiple people agreeing you're wrong. So whenever you care to be right, we'll get our pen and paper out and we'll draw for you.
That's a fallacy, bro. What the hell are you talking about? You got multiple people agreeing you're wrong.
I agree he's wrong. Bacon agrees he's wrong. Zanuck agrees he's wrong. Kosho agrees he's wrong. The other guy on my side that I agree with about it actually equal at the same time. There's multiple of us disagreeing on multiple different things. But we all agree Jeremy is wrong. Jeremy is simply not adding enough variables in there, buddy. He's not caring about the complete situation.
No, I agree with Jeremy. You're wrong. You're wrong. Because the across the surface of the earth, the bullet can only be in one place. So the vector of that place has to be down. Can't be backwards.
Oh, okay. So would you like to address anything specifically about the bullet wanting to go off into space and then it having to fall, it being pulled by gravity and rotating around the ball? I mean, you do agree that the bullet is rotating relative to a position in 3D space, right? It's pointing at 3 o'clock on 1 minute, then it goes a quarter around the ball. If we're looking at a side view from out in space, now it made it around at 3 o'clock. Now the bullet's pointing down to 6 o'clock. You would agree on that, right? And as it's doing that journey, you would be smart enough to realize it's constantly being corrected. And in that correction, gravity be pulling actually backwards on the ball, right? Or do you not believe in drawings? Like, what is up with you? You heard me say I agree with Jeremy's level 1 shit. We all agree on that. We don't agree on his conclusion about it or why the conclusion is happening. Like, that's the weird thing. Half of the camp agrees with his conclusion, but not why.
So Jeremy, you
got to show your work.
So you're saying that the gravity pulls it backwards and down at the same time?
If you want to use those colloquial terms, I mean, it's
now they're colloquial terms.
Can I try to
clarify what you're
that?
saying? You're saying
I said backwards.
Gravity's pulling it backwards and down at the same time.
Can I try to clarify that? So whatever the bullet is, the bullet is being pulled downwards. But for the person who shot the bullet, the direction in which the bullet is falling is going to start shifting backwards. For the person that shot it, not for the bullet.
The way, see, they like to talk about it. I'm not the one that talks about it specifically like this. We all would agree on the drawings, right? That's what's universal language, man. Okay,
That's a very good point.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, Elbow, you know damn well that you're seeing it the same way we're all seeing it. For whatever reason, Jeremy just doesn't want to admit that this is an extra variable. He keeps equating it like the globe Earth is a flat plane, but that rotates, but you can treat each piece as if it was a flat plane. Although it has a special gravity thing going on, We still treat it as if it was the same rules as if it was a flat plane. That's what's weird. He's like, well, he's giving them that, but then he wants to say it'd be a different distance. But Jeremy, if you're equating the globe to being a magical bent flat plane, then you do know that they say that the bullet would hit the ground at the same time if shot or dropped on a flat plane, right? So you're trying to pretend that they have a magic curved flat plane, but that you don't want to give them the phenomenon that would happen on the. So that's what's killing me about you, Jeremy, is you playing the wrong side of each coin on this. It's like you're double dipping into dirty land on this, Jeremy.
You're a double dipper, Jeremy.
Okay, I have the drawing. So let's use the universal language, the drawings.
Thank you.
Can you see that, Elbow? Tell me when you can see it.
All right, I can see it.
Right. So point
I don't
A
like
is
Kosho's
when
drawing.
the bullet is shot, and then it travels all the way up to point B. I mean, it's gonna keep going, but I just stopped at point B. So the green line points to downward. So when it's in point A, it's pointing down for both the guy that is shooting the bullet and the bullet itself. But when the bullet is at point B, it's also down for the bullet. It's also pointing towards the center of the earth. Before the guy that is at point A, he's seeing the arrow pointing towards him. Not exactly towards him, but it's that arrow is going to start to appears to be backwards.
And that's a great reference frame point right there. That is a great way.
That's not what.
It's not completely what I'm saying.
Exactly. That's not what you're saying, Don, at all.
It actually is. He's
not.
displaying it. I can agree with you. It's not exactly the way I would have drawn it, but it still shows this. I get where you're. Hey, I'm with you. We're all correct. Actually, we're all correct.
The way you explained it, it's that the bullet's trying to travel towards space.
It is. And let's talk about that, buddy. Let's talk about that.
But once it gets to a certain distance, hold on. Once it gets to a certain distance, it's pointed down, it's pulling it backwards because
absolutely
they're trying to adjust it.
So his curved red line right there is the thing that we could put more detail into the curved red line, and we would see that we're still going to agree. At every point, there's a new green line, and at every point, you could draw a tangent from these green lines and have a straight red line, like we're saying, going out into space, right? But look at what's happened on this curved red line, right? That's what we got to talk about. Look, man, magically, it's not at a tangent anymore. The bullet was pointing directly to the right from point A, right? Right. And when bullets fall, they don't just rotate and point into the ground. They fall flat to the ground. So what's rotating the point of this bullet around? You get what I'm saying? That's the point in where the backwards is coming in at every single position. And you know it is. If you draw the trajectories relative to the position, the ground position underneath it, this bullet has to. They give it a pseudo force. They call that rotation some fucking pseudo force fucking bullshit. Okay? And what is that pseudo force describing? It's describing that backwards pull on that shit. Now, you can extend it to the end. It absolutely is still analogous the way Bacon presented it. At the end, relative to you, is facing backward, or the force is back. Well, how did that happen? Because at every little instance along the way, it implemented a slight bit of that backwardsness. And at the end of the journey, you see it magnified. Easy peasy shit, man. You acting like this not the same as shit. Come on. Jeremy is ignoring this. Jeremy's ignoring this, and you know it.
Like if you put a bullet in a trajectory, right? Like if you, let's say you draw the actual bullet. What Don is saying is the bullet is actually facing towards space, right? And that bullet's trying to go away to space. But gravity is pulling.
Am I saying that, or don't you agree? Don't you agree?
Hold on. I'm trying to explain to Bacon. The bullet is trying to go towards space, but gravity is pulling it backwards towards Earth. So the bullet direction, the way it is looking out towards space. It's no longer going directly straight
Oh my gosh.
It's not. It
But there's
wouldn't be,
range.
right? Would it be?
The,
Because think about it, Don. When you shoot the bullet, it's trying to go out straight to space. Because
You're
I mean,
right. Well, can I
right?
say it better for you then? Can
Yeah,
I say it
wait, you
better?
understand what I'm saying, right?
What, the way,
Am I
the way,
right? It's like you're
listen,
saying
man.
the plane. Put it like this: if I was flying a plane that had nothing to, let's say, make it go forward, a rocket, right? It's like saying I'm shooting the rocket and it's going out straight to space, but gravity's pulling it backwards and it's maintaining its angle towards space, but the back is being pulled in, and it's
Right,
going
man.
up.
Look, man. Look, you're going to have to show some intuition and some fairness. Obviously, the bullet is constantly moving forward, so it's actually never moving backwards. Okay? It's never, okay? It's the total forces that's being acted upon it. If you were to constantly draw, compared to a flat plane, a 90-degree gravity vector compared to your horizontal forward motion, right? You have the total vector. You would be like, hey, I have this force magnitude, this velocity, acceleration, or whatever, all these, and then you would be like, okay, this is my total trajectory. All right. In any case, the bullet's still moving forward, but we're talking about the gravity vector relative to the forward movement. Okay. On a flat plane, it's 90 degrees. All right. So it's let's say that amount of 90 degrees is, according to the, constant velocity and all this shit, that thing is going to be moving forward. The pulling of down is not really affecting the forward motion. Okay, it would move forward in space forever until acted upon it by an opposite force. Well, the down force is not opposite, or in my opinion, it's whatever magnitude of opposite it is, but it's at the middle point. It's 90 degrees. Okay, so as the trajectory changes, right? What is the total path of these forces going to look like? And you will see, okay, that down vector relative to the forward is going to change. Okay, it'll be, I'm saying it loosely, as towards the back of the bullet. Okay, just draw it out. You know that you admit what I'm talking about. It's not counterintuitive at all. Okay, so relative to what it would be on a flat plane moving in a tangent, you will have backwards force. You will have it impeding the forward movement more, right? Which is moving it backward, right? It should be just letting it go forever, but it's not. And as you see, as Bacon's drawing shows, at the end of it, it's pointing backwards relative to you. Simple. Just draw your Bacon. If you could draw more arrows on it, like along the way, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the trajectory. And then you could show, look, oh, look. Why is it not perpendicular anymore? How did this correction get made to make it perpendicular? What happened? What force did we have to add in there to say, look, now the bullet's at the new perpendicular, at a new tangent? It's
you
backwards
said you
force.
want more arrows?
I mean, look, man, he's not buying the back. Like, he doesn't get that you could shrink that little thing right up next to A, the position A, and it would still be relative. Like, I don't get why he doesn't get it. Like, it still is not going to be perpendicular to the original starting position, obviously.
Oh yeah, sure.
Sorry, I got distracted. And it's like, what kills me is we all are agreeing. Different people coming to different conclusions. Different people saying their work, the way that we get there is then. That's, Jeremy, that's wrong. You can't get to the right conclusion by flawed logic. That is not the way it's going down. I'm not going to let you sit here and confuse yourself and think that you're pretending it's a flat plane on a globe Earth. Because if that's what you're doing, you should want to come to a different conclusion. You should want to come back to our to my and North's conclusion.
It's much funnier like this.
You can't even draw. You can't draw nothing. You never draw nothing.
Also, if you want a right answer to your challenge, you gotta choose your assumptions about gravity. That's the only thing that. Are you here, Kofi? I think the simulation should put an end to the conversation. Still there, Dom?
Yep, I'm pasting backwards in the chat right now for the fucking idiots that it may apply to that don't understand the simple diagram of backwards relative to the motion.
Or if you still want it, I can explain the simulation that you asked before.
See, they act like they don't go understand it without extra dots on there. Okay, boys, there you go. Get your fill, Jeremy and Elbow. You see where the backwards position is? Anybody? You just want to pretend that you weren't arguing planes are going to fly off into fucking space for fucking years? That's the same fucking other half of the argument. Fuck. Bacon, you gonna share your screen?
Um, oh, I already sent the code. I'll just reply so you can see. Tell me when you find it.
Do you see my diagram?
Yeah.
Do you see where the backwards is?
Yeah.
Right. Isn't it like, why do you have to be? I can't get myself in a position to describe this. I can't talk about it smart enough. I can't talk about it stupid enough, apparently. But the picture seems to speak for itself. So I don't get why.
Your picture talks.
That picture talks more than stone, doesn't it, Bacon? Says more than stone says. But yeah, we'll go over the simulation a little bit, man, if you wanted to. But I'll listen.
Right. Well, what it does, it has a x and y coordinates for the bullet, and the x starts at 0, and the y starts as the radius of the Earth plus the elevation of the bullet. So the coordinate system is centered at the center of the Earth because it makes things easier. And you start with the xy coordinates, and there's also a vector for the velocity. So there's a x velocity and a y velocity, and the x velocity is like 1,000 miles an hour. So it starts going in the x direction by 1,000 miles an hour, and in the y direction it's 0. And then there's a delta t there. So the way the simulation works is that it updates the position of the bullet every some amount of time. So you have the initial position and velocity, and you want to know what's the next position and velocity, and then the next, and then the next, and the next. So it needs a certain amount of time to be able to do that. And that time is described by the dt variable. So it ends up making that recalculation of the position and velocity 200,000 times a second. So each second that the bullet is traveling, that algorithm calculates 200,000 positions within that second, just to get it very precise. So each iteration, it calculates what's the distance to the center of the Earth, and from that distance finds the direction of the downward acceleration, and then adds that to the velocity of the bullet, and then adds the velocity of the bullet to the position of the bullet. And it does that every iteration. So every iteration, it recalculates the acceleration, recalculates the velocity, and recalculates the position. It keeps doing that until the bullet reaches the ground. And it knows it reaches the ground when the distance to the surface is the same as the radius. I'm not sure if that made sense, but that's what it does. It's basically how all physics simulations work.
Hey, man, this is not difficult, dude. You shoot something out, the surface is curving away from you. So if you throw something out in a straight line, it's got to fall farther. This is just basic geometry.
Yeah, well, you should try to calculate the way you're explaining. Like the way you're explaining result in a certain drawing. If you use that drawing to try to get how much longer it's going to fall, that's incorrect. The correct way to do it is the way Don is saying, in which the direction of downward keeps changing, and that makes it fall faster than your way to think about it. But that would be the correct way to figure out how long it would take. You understand?
The farther it goes away from you, does it have to fall farther because the ground's curving away from you?
Sure.
Okay, so it has to fall farther, but yet you think it's going to happen in the same amount of time.
I don't.
Do you think it's going to take longer?
Yeah, it will take longer.
That's what I've been saying for about, I don't know, the last 3 hours.
Yeah, but not because only that. Because if you only try to take into account what you said, you get a even longer time.
I know, because it's falling farther. I know, it's longer. It's going to take longer, yes.
No, not longer than just dropping.
Longer.
Not longer than dropping. Longer than the actual value that Newton predicts. So if you just drop, that's one time. Let's say that's time 1. So time 1 is the shortest. If you think about the way you're thinking about, you get time 2, which is longer than time 1. It takes longer. That's correct. No one's denying that. Not even Don is denying that. Don is agreeing with that. But what Don is saying is that you have to take into account the direction of the downward acceleration. And that change, that it gives you a third time, which is time 3. Time 3 is also longer than time 1, but it's shorter than time 2. It's the time we would get from Don's explanation is shorter than your explanation. Both of them are
so
longer.
In either scenario, it's going to take longer than if you had just dropped it where you're standing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the problem?
That it's the wrong explanation because it gives the wrong amount of time.
Okay, I didn't quantify it. Have a good evening. I didn't quantify it. I just said it's going to take longer because that's to fall a farther distance, obviously.
Well, but that alone doesn't guarantee it would take longer, because if you factor in the change in direction of the downward acceleration, that makes that time shorter. So
you just told me it was going to take longer. Now you're saying it's going to take shorter?
Oh, shorter from your time, not shorter from the original time.
Okay, it's longer though from the original time from just dropping it.
Yeah, we don't know that until we work that out. So that's what
I already knew that.
No,
I already knew
what I'm
that.
saying is your explanation is not enough to tell whether or not it's going to take longer or not.
But it is going to take longer, right? So I was right this whole time? Okay, I was right this whole time.
No, because you're saying not just that it would take longer, but the reason why it would take longer. And that reason is what we're all saying is wrong.
No, that is part of the reason, because if you shoot something out horizontal and the ground's dropping away from you, it's going to take longer for it to hit the ground because of the ground dropping away from you.
Not necessarily. You have to take into account that the change in direction of the downward acceleration.
It's always down. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. It's always down. Wherever the bullet is, it's down.
Yeah, but the ground is curved, the down is changing.
Yes, it's changing as the bullet travels, but no matter where the bullet is, it's just always down.
Yeah, but the momentum
Or sideways or up.
Yeah, but the momentum that the bullet had when it was shot doesn't bend. That momentum is still pointing to the original down. Oh, sorry, the original horizontal, not the current horizontal.
How's it going?
That's what Don's saying. This is more complicated than you're saying. What you're saying is insufficient. It doesn't actually lead to the conclusion. Even though it's a correct conclusion, it's an insufficient explanation.
The gravity vector is not changing though. Wherever the bullet is, it's always down towards the surface, not changing. It's never pulling the bullet sideways or up.
It's changing
always
compared
down,
to
right?
the momentum of the bullet.
Okay, pick a spot in the bullet's path and show me where it's not down.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying nothing's not gonna be down, but it's
I know it's
angled
always
to
down.
the.
Yeah.
But its angle to the momentum of the bullet is tilting. It's changing. So when you shoot the bullet, you're putting momentum into it, and that momentum points horizontally, and that's fixed. That's the momentum you gave it. That's conserved. And so initially the downward force is perpendicular to that momentum, but the closer the bullet gets, that down is no longer perpendicular to that momentum because that downward is changing.
It doesn't matter if it's dude. You have the bullet. It leaves the barrel of the gun. You freeze frame. There's 5 feet until the bullet has to hit the ground. If you were to drop it there, it would fall for 5 feet. Right? The farther distance you go, the ground's dropping away from you. So it has to fall farther, right?
Yeah, but that is not taking into account
Okay.
the change in the direction of the acceleration.
There is no change in direction. It's always down.
Yeah, it's always down for the bullet. It's not down for the
The bullet
inertial.
it's always down.
Yeah, it's not
Wherever the bullet
always.
it's always down.
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
but it's not always down to the momentum that you gave the bullet. You give the bullet momentum. That momentum has a direction. That direction never changes. That's the directional momentum you gave the bullet. That is
Horizontal.
Yes, that starts perpendicular to down. And that the momentum that you gave the bullet doesn't bend around the earth. That doesn't change. But the direction of gravity does compared to that momentum. That momentum is fixed in inertial plane. Now you prefer to try to reach conclusions about physics semantically. But the semantics are just trying to explain what the numbers are. The numbers are more precise way to do it.
Yeah, the numbers, like the numbers of how far the bullet has to drop because it's going over a curve. The ground's curving away from you. Yeah.
Yes, so the numbers of the grounds dropping away from it. And if you're only doing that, the numbers give you a different value than if you change the direction of down during the path of the bullet. That gives you the numbers give you a different value. So those aren't the same explanation because they don't give the same value. And the change in direction of gravity subtracts from the amount of time. Because so you would have to take that into account and then see, well, even though it subtracts, it doesn't subtract enough, so it's still longer. Then yes, that would be a sufficient explanation.
Okay, so in conclusion, the bullet takes longer to drop to hit the ground if you were to drop it than to throw it horizontally. All right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, yes, good, cool. I'm glad we sorted that all out. It only took 4 hours. Nice work, guys.
Wait,
Oh,
was
Did
something
everyone
we did
accomplished
come?
that
just now?
a long time ago.
Yeah, it took a long time to get that sorted out. Yeah,
Are you sorted now, Jeremy?
I was sorted from the jump. I already knew that.
Oh,
I
you
was
were
trying to
sorted
tell
from the
these guys
rip, huh? You
right
were
out the
helping these
gate. Yeah,
guys out, right?
I was helping them out. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the way it normally goes. You're pretty big brained, aren't you? You're a big brain type of guy, right?
you can say that.
A lot of stuff going on in there, huh?
A lot of stuff. Yep, lots of stuff.
You're a pretty intricate, insightful thinker. Kind of interesting that you settled on the janitorial arts instead of
Yeah.
pursuing your PhD.
Well, think of Matt Damon in Good Will Hunting.
Yeah, you think that's you? If you were working in Harvard or somewhere and
pretty
you
close.
solved a math problem on the board.
Pretty close description of what I got going on. Yeah.
Yeah. So, whose math problem did you solve?
Whose math problem?
Do you remember that movie that you're?
Yeah, obviously not in every way. I didn't solve any math problem on the board, but I am basically like, a very smart janitor.
Other than you being a janitor, is there any relationship at all between?
Yes, we're me and Matt Damon. We're both very smart people. Yes, that's the relation.
You realize he's playing a character, right? A fictional character.
Yeah, I realize it's a movie. Yeah.
Well, not all movies portray fictional characters. You understand that too, right?
Okay, it was a fictional character in a movie. Sure. So what?
Okay, but you're saying you're like Matt Damon. You're smart like him, but you understand that that wasn't
I'm
even
like
his
the
name.
character.
That was the actor, right?
I'm like the character Matt Damon played in Good Will Hunting. You like that phraseology better? Does that work for you,
How are you
Stone?
like that though?
Because
Other
I'm
than the
very
fact
smart.
you're a janitor.
Because I'm very smart.
Yeah,
That's
but
how.
you're not though. That was just something I said. Other than what I said, how are you even remotely similar to the character
Because
Matt Damon played?
because me and his character are both very smart.
Okay.
You can just sit
By
here and
what
say I'm not,
metric?
but
By what metric are you smart?
by what metric?
Yes.
I know a lot of things. I can think on my toes. Multiple metric.
Multiple metrics. Multiple
Yeah.
metrics.
Yep. That's right.
So how is it that you didn't get a career in something else? Like you didn't pursue a PhD in something, or what happened? What happened there? Because
Not
Matt
really relevant.
Damon's character there's some reasons behind. He was.
Yeah. It's not really relevant of why I'm in the situation I'm in now. Not
Well,
relevant at all.
but you are analogous to that character in Good Will Hunting. You're
Yes,
like Will.
we're both very smart. Yes, we're both very smart. Yes.
So you think your intelligence is analogous to somebody that's off the charts genius?
To a very, I would equate myself to a very smart person. Yes. Borderline. I'm probably
And okay,
borderline
is there
genius.
anybody that's not like Matt Damon? That's a fictional character. Could you equate your intelligence to anybody that's actually real or that you know of?
I don't know. Stone. Why? What is it? Where's
I'm
this
just
going?
curious if there's any real person that you could equate your intelligence to.
Yeah, he's almost as smart as me. Almost.
Bob Dole. There we go. Where you?
He's not quite there, but maybe someday.
There we go. Bob Dole. Equated to that. You happy now? Can we move on, or what's up? Bob, where you been, bro?
I've just kind of been chillaxing. I get tired of hearing the same people say the same things, and for some reason they are allowed to continue to say the same things and keep the conversation around certain subjects rather than us moving forward and actually having good, fruitful conversations, and it gets tiresome. So I think I'm probably just going to every so often take breaks or something. I don't know.
No doubt. No doubt. I hear that. All right.
Did you see some of these goofy moon pictures they released recently? Look like someone in, middle school put them together in Photoshop.
I don't watch science fiction.
Yeah.
Hi.
No.
Good. How you doing?
I'll see them in my feed, like on like a news site or in Reddit or whatever, and show up and got like the moon and the Earth, and they're like ridiculous sizes compared to each other, especially if you look like at previous pictures that we've been shown that are allegedly the moon and the Earth. Don't make no sense. I think I might have saved one of the posts. I'll see if I can find it.
What is the bullet drop over 100 meters? I'm wondering. Does it drop a millimeter? More or less? Does anyone know the actual numbers on a bullet drop over 100 meters?
Maybe I didn't save it. I don't see it in there.
It would depend on the size of the bullet and the gun it's fired from, the exit velocity.
All right, pick a 223 round.
Oh, I don't actually know what the numbers would be. I'm just saying it would vary.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Let's pick a round so we get some numbers going here.
Yeah, Jeremy, my 556 NATO round actually has a rise over 100 meters.
It has a rise?
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt. When does it start to drop?
Probably about 250 or 3. It'll cross the bullseye at about 80 yards on its way up, and then it'll come back down at about 400 yards.
Awesome. Perfect. So we got, you said it rises up until about 250, 200 feet, let's say, 200 meters?
Yeah, just guessing at that. Yeah.
I think he said yards.
Okay, 200 yards. We've got.
Yeah, yards. Yeah.
Yeah, so 200 yards, the bullet's not even dropping, yet the ground is dropping away from you, so it would have to fall farther. So 200 yards from where you shot it, the bullet would have to fall farther, right? If you're on a ball earth, right, Left Lane?
I don't know, man. I would have to.
You don't know?
Yeah, see all that now. See, it's complicated, as we learned this morning. It's quite complicated. I would have to.
It's not that
calculate it and do all that.
Just on the geometry of it alone, it's now higher than it started at. So obviously, if the ground's curving away from you, it's got to fall farther, right?
How does a
You're over
bullet
a level.
rise? How does a bullet rise? That sounds like a fastball.
Maybe they got
I don't know.
magnets.
Yeah, it does though.
It'd have to spin like the bottom of the bullet spinning towards the target, and the top of the bullet spinning back towards you. That's the only way that will work. Unless somehow the rifling, how'd the rifling make it rise? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't understand that part of it either. I just know I can sight it at 25 yards and it'll be on at 400 yards, but it'll be high at 200 yards.
Yeah, I don't get that. That's crazy. You know, I was listening to some of this conversation earlier, and I had to jump back in. I jumped back in. I was actually thinking there might be a way to do this to kind of get rid of as much wind as possible. What if you could do this in some kind of shooting range that was enclosed where there's no wind, and you could test this out with no wind?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, there's not really much to test. If the ground's curving away from you, all right, the ground's curving away from you, so it's going to have farther to drop, which means it's going to take longer. Like, period.
Well, if you do it in all four cardinal directions, though, it should be the same. But if there's, like I was hearing about, about the Coriolis effect or the Adverse effect, whatever that effect was they were talking about earlier, inside of a knot where there's no air currents whatsoever and the temperature is exactly the same, then you should be able to prove all of that within a enclosed system, enclosed chamber. Just have to make sure your sights and your gun is completely accurate, and the bullets and the grains and all that stuff are. You probably just shoot multiple rounds. Just not know to make sure. Since there's a lull in the conversation, Jeremy, did you watch any of those videos I sent you? Did you get a chance to?
I haven't had a chance, no.
Well, I was always think of a good illustration about the problem of the infinite regress fallacy. And the one on movement is actually one of the best ones I've heard. And the way you would illustrate why infinite regress is not possible. Imagine you're trying to get on a bus and you need $1 to get on the bus. So you turn around, there's a line of people behind you, and you say, look, I need $1 to get on the bus, and I can't get on the bus without the $1. And the person behind you says, yeah, I'll give you $1 if the person behind me can give me $1. And then you have that on infinitum all the way into the past. Would you ever get on the bus?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. Yeah, it doesn't
You would
sound
never
like
get
it,
on the
no.
bus. So that's the problem with the infinite regress fallacy. And honestly, the guy makes an argument for movement. If you have the same kind of thing, and he actually makes an argument for that, like the first movement, the first change. You've heard me discuss this before. What created the first change, the first movement in anything? And if you say there, well, it's a previous event. Well, if you have an infinite previous event, nothing would ever move. It's the same thing about the $1. So you have to have an ultimate prime mover, the unmoved mover. And that argument from the mover is the videos on that are kind of illustrate what the mover is too a little bit better.
For us, yeah, but for the creator, that doesn't. You still got to have something for him. He just wasn't always there. There's never a point where he wasn't there.
No. Well, yeah, he's the ultimate He's always existed. There was nothing prior to him. There's nothing outside of him. He is the first.
See, I don't. Well, whatever. That doesn't sit well with me. That something's just always been there for infinity and beyond. Like it's right back to the Globers when we ask them where the mass or the energy come from, and they just say it's always been there.
Well, but even Master, remember back to that. That's, I mean, just go back and watch the thing on movement, because as soon as they invoke energy, that's movement. That's change. Energy is the ability to do work. You have the same problem there too. You have the same problem. So where did the energy come from?
You have the same problem. You have the same problem.
No, I don't.
Yes,
Okay. If God is the ultimate, He's the beginning. There's nothing outside of Him that moves Him. He's the prime mover. He's the first movement. He moves. He moved everything. He's the uncontingent, uncaused event or thing. That makes logic. I mean, that doesn't illogical. That logically follows. Whatever was the prime. Okay, I have another way to look at it. Whatever was the first movement, the first move caused something to move. That is God. You can have an infinite regress into the past. And also there's another video I showed you, talks about the difference between a quantitative infinite and a qualitative infinite. Like you can't have a series of events. That's what I'm talking about. You've heard me talk about that before. A series of events that happen one after the other. That's what you can't have as an infinite regress. But God is a qualitative thing. That God is it's an expression to say that there's no limit to Him. But there's not a indivisible attribute to God, which actually, you talk about God being matter. They address that one too. It's actually interesting. And he talks about the last one I sent you, I think. He talks about like matter can be made up of any kind of different kind of configurations. Well, you need an outside agent to configure that matter, right?
If we were to make a simulation, right now, we make a simulation. It's in the computer. We're running it. Is that simulation? Would you consider that the entity, the characters or whatever in that? Would you consider them to be matter?
They're information. They're not matter, but they're information.
So not matter. So if we're the characters in the simulation, then God's actually the one that is matter, and we're not. Well, you might have it totally backwards.
Well, the thing is, but even in that scenario, okay, like, do the characters have, in a sense, animation in and of themselves, or something outside of them that animates them?
I don't know what that means. Same thing we got going on here.
So here's the question then, Jeremy. Do the characters, do they have any say for themselves as to how they act, or are they simply expressions of something that already is programmed?
They have free will. They can do whatever they want.
But where did it come from, though? Well,
we gave it to them as the creators of the simulation. We gave them the ability to do anything they want.
We don't have that ability.
I can't make a video game and just have the characters do whatever they want.
No, you have to. There's no such thing as doing whatever we want. There's only you programming. The only thing we know how to make is instructions. Those instructions might be really complicated. That's true. Those instructions might be randomized. That's also true. But there's no such thing as a character that we create that can evaluate information and choose either or of the things not at random. We can't create agents inside of the computer data.
And so you can, and this is back to. I mean, it still kind of relates to what I'm saying. Okay, now free agency. Okay, that means there's something going on within yourself, right? There's no exterior forces that are causing you to do something. That means you're free to choose to do what the outside tells you to do it or not. That's ultimately
So
what
you're
free will is.
suggesting we. So you're suggesting we have free will, and the characters in my simulation don't have free will.
No,
I
I'm suggesting very simply that if you want to posit that we are characters in a simulation game, then I would just simply say, well, how do you create a character inside of a computer that actually can evaluate two different choices and, unmoved by the program itself, choose between one of those choices without having had it made for it? And so the answer is you actually don't do that. So, like the supposition that we're in some type of a
Can you not do
simulation,
random, buddy?
you could
Can you
do
not have a
random, but
logic?
also, but even randomized. If you know anything about computer programming, even randomized, that's actually not truly random.
Right. So I didn't know if you were
Could you
naming
not have some kind of
RNG. That's what I thought maybe.
All right, Don, go ahead.
I just was like, maybe he wanted to basically just cancel RNG total, and that was fine. That's it, done.
Yeah, it's not actually randomized. It's just highly probabilistic. But still, there are a finite number of pathways that even inside of computer programs you get randomization. It might have 500 million branches to the tree, but it's still not completely. It's not actually random. It's just functionally random.
Okay,
and
can we
I'll- and
not?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Can we not just have the characters follow some kind of logical algorithm or something?
That would mean that they don't actually have any agency anymore. That all they're doing is following.
They're just
All they're
following
doing
a
is.
They're just following a logical algorithm. They're just following a logical algorithm. There's still no free will involved.
Yeah. Well, how do you know we have free will?
Oh, I'm not saying that we have. I don't get into free around will because, like, we're not free from influence. We're not free from consequences. But what we do have is agency. We do not. They have our choices have not been determined, and the outcome or which we choose when given a choice has not been determined.
Well, the way I look at it from my perspective is our choices are limited, but we still have freedom to choose within those choices. And we don't have the ability to make another choice. That's not only within the limits of our experience, whatever, or this world that we live
But
in.
the reality is, Jeremy, inside of a computer program, there will always be one outcome, even when a choice is, because the input only has distinctive pathways that can take, and it's already set which path it's going to take. It's just trying to evaluate which one it is. For an actual agent, it's actually not determined which is the pathway it's going to take. An agent gets to choose for itself which of those pathways it's going to take.
Okay, so what is the point to all this?
Well, my point
is that
because
point
we
is that
don't
can't create
have the ability. Go ahead, my bad.
It's not logically possible to create a simulation wherein agents are present.
That's not my
We're talking
point,
about
though.
the technology we have. You're talking about the technology we have now, though. Maybe in 100
I'm
years
saying-
we might be able to do it.
No, I'm saying it's not actually logically possible to do it.
So you're saying we can never. So you're saying we could never come up with artificial general or artificial super intelligence?
You can come up with super intelligence, but most of those are just complex neural networks. That
You're saying we're never going to have the real AI.
This has kind of gotten off the. This has kind of gotten off the topic.
Really,
it's kind of hard.
Complicated decision.
RC or robot.
Yeah, RC kind of hijacked where I was going. RC kind of hijacked where I was trying to go with all this. I mean, ultimately, and I have said this before, that's why the first agency of movement or cause in the causal chain has to be an agent that can choose, which means there's nothing outside of that agent that causes it to do those things. And this is kind of actually, some of this discussion is actually good Because if that's the case, then you would have to say, well, what caused the creator to do that, which gets back to the cause of the creator, so you run into infinite regress again. So you have to have that first initial uncaused event that chose to do something. And that sounds like
for
an
us,
agent.
for us, that's the creator. Where'd the creator come from? Now you're going to say he's always been there eternally.
That's,
There was never a time
well,
where he didn't
okay.
exist. That's the same thing. That's the same thing. Hold on, that's the same thing the Globers are saying with their matter or energy or whatever. They're saying it's just always been there, just like your God. It's always been there. There's never a point when it didn't exist.
Okay, but you're not listening. You're kind of in this loop, Jeremy, but you're not listening to what I'm saying at all. Okay, if the only thing that exists is matter and energy, that's all that exists, nothing else. Then for causal things to occur, that means something outside of itself has caused that event. Okay, so like, why do I get up in the morning? Why am I here? Well, a bunch of chemicals bumped together, and boop, here I came. Why am I having this discussion with you? Well, there's different things that are bombarding me, causing me to have this conversation with you. If the laws are physics, that's all there is, then there's no free agency. Now, as soon as you say, where did the God come from? Or even where did God get his own thought? Okay. Did God have some outside influence to cause him to make a choice? Or did he choose within himself? Or did his existence dependent upon something outside of himself? So when you ask the question, where did God come from? Well, that's something outside of God. And then it becomes an infinite regress problem again.
Just like with the matter and energy, it's something outside of our universe. Sure.
Okay, well, but in either case, if something outside of this universe brought the universe into existence, then whatever that thing is God. But I'm saying that agent that brought this universe into existence, the free agent, huh?
I'm cool with that. Yes, God set the creator set the whole thing in motion. Sure. Now, who set him into motion?
You're not listening. See, okay, I'm saying that is not a valid question, because then if you ask that question, it becomes an infinite regress, and I've already made the argument that you can't have that.
I can't ask you where your creator came from because
He's always existed.
You don't know, or you don't like it. Like,
no, he's always existed. He is the prime mover. He's the first. He's that which is uncaused, unmoved, but he moves and causes things. He's the first. He's the first in the causal chain. He's the first of the movers. He's the first cause of all events.
You know, thinking about trying to fathom or comprehend something or someone being eternal when you yourself and everything that you've seen and experienced has had a beginning and an end, or being born and actually die. It's kind of hard to comprehend that, but yeah, I mean, it goes back to, where does this energy come from? Where does this force come from? So there has to be there has to be a creator, an informer.
Yes, and God bless us all, man. As blessed as this little experience is, man. You know, like, I'm sorry for we shouldn't be fighting or whatever. It's like there's funner things, I guess. I mean, you know.
Dude, you're the only one that be heated like that.
I know, man. I'm sorry, man. Okay, I'm saying, like, it's scary. Y'all talking about scary shit right now, the fucking beginning and the end and all this.
Why is it scary? Look, I want to ask, why is it scary?
I'm saying we have to humble ourselves in the logic of some of these concepts, right? They're you know, hard logic.
Well, I want to say something too. I mean, nothing against Jeremy, but Jeremy, most even some atheistic philosophers and people that have think this through realize to ask the question, where did the creator come from, is actually technically an invalid question, because it doesn't make sense.
Bro, I realize, okay, first of all, I'm on your side. I think there was a creator. Okay, first of all, just because you don't like the question of where your guy came from, that it's a valid question.
No, well, okay. Let me put it in a syllogism form. All things that begin to exist have a cause. If the creator did not begin to exist, then he does not have a cause.
So how about all things that exist have a cause?
All things that begin to exist have a
I know
cause.
I'm rephrasing it. How do you like my phraseology? All things that exist have a cause. You don't like that one?
Okay. Show me that all things that exist have a cause.
You can't show me anything not having a cause that exists.
Okay, the laws of logic, do they have a cause?
I don't know. I'm talking
They
about
exist.
actual things. I'm talking about actual things in reality that exist.
Well, all the things that we experience are contingent things.
So all things that exist have a
But
cause,
not
right?
all.
Is that a
But
true
not all.
statement?
Not all things that exist are made of matter.
But they have a cause nonetheless. We're not talking about matter. Just all things that exist have a cause, right?
Do the laws of logic exist?
Do they have a cause?
They don't. Show me what their cause is.
No cause for that.
But yeah, you presume upon them. You use them before you even know where they came from or what they are. So they exist and we use them all the time, but they don't have a cause.
Listen, it's just my opinion, dude. You don't have to go along with it or not. I know you don't like it, but
Okay, it's not a matter of liking Jeremy. It's not a matter of where I like it or don't like it. It's not a matter of that. It's just as if is the thing you're asking coherent and valid, and is it true?
yes,
Whether I
there's
like
this
it,
creator that exists. There's a creator that exists. I'm asking where did he come from? You're saying he's been there forever.
okay, now you got two options with. Okay, let's talk about it. You've got two options with the creator that created this realm we live in. Either he came into existence, okay, which means he had a beginning, or he's always existed. Those are the two options. If you pick option one, where did he come from, or what caused his beginning? Then you will run into an infinite regress, which, as I've already illustrated, and most people agree, it cannot happen. So God has to be eternal. He has to be the second premise. He's always existed. He has no beginning.
And in my mind, the creator doesn't have to always have existed. That's
Okay,
just
where
my
did
own
he come from?
personal feeling.
Okay, where did he come from, Jeremy?
You just told me I couldn't ask that.
Well, I'm asking you. You said he can, so now
You just told
I'm
me that's not a
shifting.
valid question, and you can't ask that.
What? Well, I can't of you because I'm asking you to understand your worldview, so I can't ask it.
He came from another.
Make sense.
What don't make
He
sense?
came from another. He came from
that he
another
didn't
what?
have to. Yeah, that he didn't have to always exist. I mean, so something had to, right? I mean,
Please tell me we're not talking about bullets falling to the earth anymore.
So listen,
No, we're
the
not.
ground is curving away from you, and you shoot the
No,
bullet.
no.
Jeremy, bro, do you agree that something would have to have existed before the creator? Then,
Sure, something could have. Yep.
no, like would have to.
He would have to. Yeah, he's asking. He would have to exist before the creator.
In the mindset of the creator came from somewhere and didn't always exist. Yeah.
In the mindset that he, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So then, what is it that pre-existed the creator?
Could have been another creator.
Okay, so that would be the creator.
I don't know. That's
then.
outside my realm.
So where did that creator
would be
come
the
from?
creator, right?
No, where did that
I
creator?
don't know how. I don't know how it all starts, but eventually you have some place where like I don't know. You guys want to believe in infinity and in eternity and shit? That's fine.
No,
like I said, I'm not buying it.
Well, okay, but that's why we're pointing out the logical ramifications of your stance. Like, so it's like we don't know in the sense that we can go and verify it either, but we can apply logic. So there is no logical stance to say that there isn't an ultimate origin or source of creation that doesn't exist outside of time. Or you're just going to keep kicking the can down road infinitely.
No, I'm just saying you don't know if your creator had a creator or not. That's all I'm saying. Could have had a creator himself. You don't know.
I know there has to be an ultimate source.
So
Or
Jeremy,
whatever. That's
here's a
kicking the
quick
can
question.
down the road.
No, it's not.
Here's a quick
It's actually
question.
not.
Here's a quick question. Okay, it's an easy logic here. Okay, do you agree with the fact that like everything that moves seems to have been caused to?
You're breaking up really bad, RC. I can't understand a word you're saying.
He said, "Do you agree that everything that moves seems to have been caused to move?"
All
Jeremy?
movement has a cause.
Yes.
Sure, we'll
do
go
you
with
agree
that.
with that? Okay.
We'll go with that. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
You guys like that or what?
We'll put everything into movement then, Jeremy.
Like
Okay.
that? The creator.
So the question is,
The creator put everything into movement, all right. And then where'd he come from? Maybe he's eternal, maybe he's not. He doesn't have to be eternal. There could have been something that created him.
Well,
wait,
if you go all the way,
let RC make his own point.
So Jeremy, if he was the first one that moved something, right? Does it make any sense to say that something moved him?
It could have been, yeah.
Well, that would violate the definition of to move something, right?
Yeah, and whoever
The
moved
what?
him would be the creator, right? So like,
I didn't hear what ours.
Jeremy, you get the point,
Jeremy.
right? You get the point. You're eventually going to have, logically speaking, you're eventually going to have to get to the point where something existed outside of material confinement and the confinement of time, right? Like logically speaking, it's illogical to think otherwise.
I'm all
like
for
even the
I'm
Big
all for a
Bang,
creator.
even the Big
Oh, you're
Bang, when
done,
it was
my bad.
postulated, it was put forth with the idea of a pre-existent energy. Like there has never been a logical guess ever, if you want to call the Big Bang logical, that doesn't include this aspect, right? I mean,
So our creator, the being that directly created us, right? You don't know if he's always been around or if somebody created him.
if someone created
That's
him,
all I'm
then they're
saying.
the creator.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
cool.
So Jeremy, but the point here is that like, yes, could God
Well,
or
hold
the
on. They're
creator
not
have
the
asked?
creator.
Can I
Hold
finish,
on. Let me
Jeremy?
respond to Witsit real quick. Let me just respond to Witsit real quick. You don't know if, okay, that it doesn't mean that creator was the creator of us.
Yes, Jeremy.
If
All
I
you're pointing
have
out,
a kid,
all you're pointing out, Jeremy, is like God or the creator could have asked a man named Bob to like, hey, go over here and hit that ball. It's fine, right? But God created Bob to go
make
say
out
do
anything you're
right?
saying.
He's saying
I
you're just
can't make
basically
out anything you're
saying that
saying.
if the creator makes something else that ends up creating us, right? Ultimately, the
Yeah.
creator had to still do it for us to be created. Like there's an ultimate
Sure.
source of creation, and that is the singular, like the source, the creator.
Sure,
This
but
goes back.
if something created our creator, that doesn't mean he created us. Our creator created us.
This goes back to what we can comprehend as ones who have always seen something have a beginning and an end. So define beginning. What is beginning to you? As we are creation, right? How do we define beginning in creation?
Are you asking me? I don't know.
This is how we think. This is how we're comprehending. You know, something has a beginning. We say, did the creator have a beginning? Where did he come from? So if you're asking where he came from, you're saying he had to have a beginning. And the only reason that you're, presuming that
I'm
is
saying,
because,
hold on. I'm
Go
not
ahead.
saying he had to have had a beginning. I'm saying he could have had a beginning.
Okay.
You don't know he didn't.
Well, it's impossible for him. It would be impossible for him to have a beginning because it goes back to what Whitsit and this other guy's saying. Somebody had to create him. Even if we look at animals or people, you go all the way back, man. There had to be one man, one woman. I mean, they're not
Okay,
evolving out of the
but that
ground.
doesn't
Right?
necessarily. Yeah, but that doesn't that one man, one woman, or whatever, that one being. It doesn't have to be our creator. If I have a kid and he creates something, I didn't create that thing. My kid did.
There is creator and there are makers. There are those who form things that are already here, which is a maker, or someone who formed something that already exists. And then there is a creator of everything. So
That was the
when
death
when
blow.
they're telling you about the where did the energy come from to start this movement and these things, that energy had to come from a source. There has to be a source. It's just not Big Bang evolution, people coming out the ground. So you always go back to one, and we procreate, right? When a man and a woman get together, they procreate, or they make babies. They don't create them.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
that
say
was
that
pretty much the end of the debate there.
I was gonna say too, and most people think they're like when they use the term ex nihilo, you may have heard that term. That means there's no prior substance, which means the universe came from no prior substance. God just brought it into existence. He's the first bringer of all things into existence.
Yeah, all things in our universe. Yeah.
Well,
Whole
no, all
universe.
things are
Yep.
all things. No,
That
all
doesn't mean he
things.
didn't have a creator that.
Well, then whoever created the creator is the true creator.
So he brought himself into existence, you're saying?
Okay.
Because
No, that
the
means he had to
creator would be
exist
one
before
of the
existence.
things, right? Would the creator be one of
No,
the
no,
things? You
listen.
said he brought all things into existence.
Okay, all things that were created that began to exist, he brought into existence. And if something
Okay,
brought him into
does the
existence,
creator
then
exist?
yes.
Okay, so he brought himself into existence.
Okay, that's logically incoherent. That means he had to exist before he
That's what you
existed.
just said. I know. That's
No.
what. So
All
say
things.
something
All things.
that makes sense.
Okay, I did re-clarify. I said all things that begin to exist, he brought into existence. And I said the key word there, began to exist.
Yeah. Well, you're just saying he didn't have a beginning, but you don't know that. I don't agree with that.
If he had a beginning,
That's in contention.
if he had a beginning, that means something else brought him into existence.
Well, so funny enough, if you're Christian and you don't have to like accept this, I guess, but like he did say, "I am the beginning." So like, yeah, like
I'm not Christian.
he did end
So
up
that doesn't.
telling us. He did end up telling us, "Yes, I am the beginning." So
That's
yeah,
cool, but I'm
he
not
did provide
Christian.
some
So
clarification.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool, but I'm not Christian, so this whole Bible Christian thing doesn't work with me.
I'm not even arguing for the Bible at this point. I don't even think I've quoted a scripture yet.
Yeah, that always happens. Anytime that you talk about the logic of creationism, people always like argue against the Bible. I think that's pretty telling, honestly.
Well, that's
I
what
think
RC just tried to do to me, right?
everyone kind of knows intuitively that that's like the standard.
Yeah, that's what RC just tried to do to me. That's
I
messed up,
didn't try
RC.
to. Hey, Jeremy, just to be fair, I didn't try to do anything. I'm just saying that there are people who do believe in a creator. There are people who do believe that creator is revelatory and he communicates things about who he is and all that kind of stuff. And I said, if you believe that, then yeah, he did explain this thing. If you don't, that's why I said don't worry about it. But like, I didn't try to put something on you. I just simply said you can believe things about this creator, aka that he's revelatory. Maybe you don't think he is. Okay, fine, whatever.
Let me ask you this, Jeremy: is morality objective?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, the only logical stance is that there's an objective morality, right? Meaning objective right and wrong. Because the alternative is, of course, that morality is subjective, which is an insane position that is not tenable. So if there is objective morality, which again is the only logical position, then how do you know what that objective standard is?
But don't you think our morals are changing over time?
I think that people are sinking in depravity over time, but I don't think that the actual standard of morality changes. Of course, if in 20 years they legalize pedophilia and rape, that doesn't make it moral, right? Like, it doesn't matter what people think. If there's some person that lives in another country that thinks it's okay to rape women, like they think that women are literally property they have free access to against their will, and they think it's moral, that doesn't make rape moral, right? It's wrong. So if rape's objectively wrong, then there's objectively moral. So that's kind of the crux of this whole issue. It's the easiest way to ever argue against an atheist.
So Jeremy,
I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist.
I know you're not an atheist, but that's
all
why
right.
I asked you if you believe in objective morality, because the follow-up question is, well, then how do you know what that objective standard is? How
well,
is it
Jeremy,
defined?
let me show you that you do probably at least adhere to some point of objective morality. So, Jeremy, can you explain to me why is it bad to kill an innocent person
I mean,
that didn't do anything to you?
why is it immoral to do that?
Yeah.
It's not the right thing to do.
No, but tell me
why. He said why.
Because I don't know. You shouldn't kill people. I don't know why.
Tell me
I don't
why.
know. That's just how I feel. Some people feel otherwise against that.
So the people that feel otherwise, does that change it and make it okay?
No,
Okay,
absolutely
so why
not.
is
I
it
don't
wrong
think it's
then?
okay no matter what. That's just how I feel. I couldn't
So,
tell you why.
So, yeah, but
Like
Jeremy,
inside me, it feels wrong inside me. I don't know.
and I get you, Jeremy. So here's my point. Okay, so whether you admit to an objective standard of morality or not, you at least feel that there's an objective standard, correct?
I mean, is it objectively wrong to rape or kill people? Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so Jeremy, so whether or not you admit it, you at least are saying, yeah, you at least feel that there's an objective standard of morality. Have you ever asked yourself, why do you feel?
Could be that's how the creator made us.
Okay.
I'm with the creator. I believe there's a creator.
Well, he's actually RC's making a good point, right? Like if you know, which I know that you know, I know that everyone knows that like killing an innocent person's wrong. I think rape's a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit like
objectively wrong.
egregious
Yeah.
to talk about, but either way, they're both the same thing. So it's like, okay, if we know that that's objectively wrong, how is it that you innately know that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I just know that that's wrong. Maybe if I had a different upbringing or something, I might not know that's wrong. I don't know, but I know it's wrong.
No, but
Like, no
everyone
matter
knows
what.
it's wrong. If there's like a 5-year-old and they see like a 3-year-old getting pushed down and beat up, they're gonna cry and run over there and try and stop them or try to help them instinctively. Like it's innate. So if it's innate, then it had to be put there innately, right? So
My point is simply that like there seems to be at least an objective standard of morality. The question is now, how do we decide what it is, Jerry? Do we just rely on everybody's feelings about the issue?
Hold on. I don't know if it's actually innate because I mean, do you think like stealing something is immoral? Because kids do that shit all the time.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Little kids,
they
that's
know
like
they're not
innate in
supposed to,
children.
Jeremy. They know they're
One
not
kid
supposed
has
to do
all
that.
the toys. What's up?
They know they're not supposed to do that though.
Yeah, so Jeremy, my point isn't actually like, let's all decide on all these things that are objective. My actual question is, how do we decide? Do we decide based on like everybody's feeling? We just pull everybody's feelings and we take the least common denominator. Like, how do you decide now what is objective?
Yeah, that's the good
Let's say
question.
morality is objective. Let's say morality is objective. Now what? I don't
How
get
do we
how that helps
decide
you with
what is or isn't moral? That's the question. Same question I asked. Now he's asking it. It is the question.
we know because the creator put it inside of us. Now what?
Well, everyone,
my question
everyone
is,
doesn't
Jeremy,
agree.
how do the question is, how do I come to know what it is? Because like you might say it's okay to run somebody over if they like step onto your driveway. I say actually no, that's not okay, right? You believe that they're not innocent. I believe that they are innocent, right? Because you have this standard. My question is, how do we go about deciding these?
Like who's right and with their morals? I don't fucking know.
So we
How am I
basically
supposed
need
to
some
know?
type of articulable standard then, huh, Jeremy?
I mean, the standard has changed throughout the years. Don't we have
No,
that now,
no.
or
There are standards that haven't changed.
The part that's inside you, that part that's inside you, would that be not a non-material, right? That's telling you that it's wrong. And do you
I
think
mean,
that
it's
that
my
part
brain
that
telling me, but
Well, brain is not the mind. You made up your mind. You didn't make up your brain. Your brain is physical and your mind is not. So when we're
All right.
speaking about the mind and this thing that's inside you, you say it's the creator done this. He put this thing inside you, right? So
Sure,
this
we can go
thing,
with that.
okay, well,
I'm
let's
not
go
sure
with
if that's
this.
correct. I'm not sure if that's correct,
Okay,
but I'm
okay,
willing to run with it.
okay, run with me just for about, 10 seconds or so.
Go ahead.
So a lot of people talk about, creation and about how we breathe, and I'm sure you've heard it before. The breath of life, which has always existed, was blown into Adam's nostrils, correct? So this thing that's inside you that's telling you that things are wrong, you think that always existed, or do you think it's something that had a beginning? And remember, it's not physical, right? So talk about that.
Oh, probably came when man came about right into us. No, I don't know, dude. I don't believe it. I don't know. Well,
it's okay.
Can,
It's
can
the
I
reason
jump
we're
in on
asking
this?
you is because these are important aspects of determining a logical worldview.
Yeah, but this
Well, I
has
think.
nothing to do with if the creator had a creator or not.
Well, no, it's just oil. It's an overall it's an overarching worldview. So
Well, can I jump in on the moral
I'm on
argument a little
board
bit?
with a lot of the. I'm on board with a lot
this
of
was
this
my
stuff.
just to clarify. This was my rebuttal to you bringing up the Bible, right? I'm just saying, like, if there is objective morality, how do we know what the standard is?
No, bro. RC brought up the Bible. I never once brought up the Bible. I wasn't trying to like argue against it or
Man, do you not
anything.
just see what I'm point, Jeremy? I'm just saying that the point I'm making, okay, is that the scriptures provide an actual standard. So, like, without some type of standard, right? It's gonna get crazy. That's my point.
Can I get down to this a little bit? I love this moral argument. I love all these arguments we've been having over the last few days, and I actually helped start this one today. But to try to figure out what the moral standard is, you have to know the purpose or your purpose. Like like killing. We all recognize killing is bad. Bad because you're going to be punished for killing.
Well, not only that. I mean, I don't even think that's. Anyways, bad because you're ending another life. Like, forget about the punishment.
I had a question real quick for RC. RC, you there?
Yo, and whoever was saying RC was a Christian or not, RC's what is it, RC?
He's Mormon.
Even stealing.
Mormon.
But is he here right now? I'm driving right now. I can't see the chat.
He's not.
RC, you here?
No.
Can you hear me at
To
all?
the chat, man. No one cares what you say about me in the chat. Just like come talk in the PC if you think you have some type of logical rebuttal from my position.
Yeah,
Instead of
ain't
just
no
trying
one
to
checking
ridicule
the
me in the
chat.
chat like a bunch of little children.
Ain't no one even checking the chat.
Am I not coming through? What happened?
We hear you,
I was
Paul.
talking.
We hear you. What's up?
I just almost sounded like I was talking in the sense. Did you guys hear anything I said?
A little bit. Cuts out, Paul.
We heard
Okay,
it.
well, that's fine.
We ignored most of it, but we heard it.
No, you cut out. You can go again.
Okay, I'm pulling over so where I can hopefully get a good signal. I'm driving and working. Okay, to find out what the moral standard is, okay, you have to know the purpose of the thing, right? The purpose of like human beings. What's the purpose of human beings? Because it's like, for example, I like using a tool as an example. The purpose of the tool is to do whatever job it's created to do, right? So like if I use a screwdriver as a chisel, I'm going to damage probably the thing I'm trying to use it on and also the tool itself. So in a sense, I'll damage both. But if I use it for what it's designed for, more than likely, it will be successful in accomplishing that task. So what is the purpose of human beings? If you're an atheistic person, there is no God, there is no purpose. So morality is irrelevant. Why are we even discussing morality? There's no purpose behind it. But if our purpose is to reflect something or be something, then that would be the indicator of what the moral standard would be. Like, I think the reason stealing is bad is because we are being given stewards of this creation. If you're taking from me, you're taking from that which God has given me. That's what making stealing bad. Murder is bad because we are made in his image. When you kill for murder's sake only, then you're marring the image of God. And you're actually saying something about the creator when you do that. That's what makes murder wrong.
Well, it's not just that. I bet on some level as well, you recognize, if not consciously, that you're actually killing yourself on some level as well.
Right. Well, yeah, it will affect you too. Now, the thing is, and there is a difference between the basis for morality and knowing what morality is. Those are two different things. Sometimes we conflate the two. Just because you know something is wrong, your awareness of that doesn't justify that it's wrong or not. Because the Nazis felt it was okay to go kill people, or people do that, will go exterminate people, and they have no awareness of that. You know what I mean? But we know that that's still wrong.
Look at us all. We thought at one point it was okay to have slaves. That's worse than killing, raping, a whole bunch of the whole list. That's
What
like the
about
worst.
murder? That makes
thing
our
on
point.
the
That makes
list.
our point that morality can't be subjective or just simply left up to man or majority.
Let's evaluate that though. Let's evaluate slavery. Okay. What did people in those days, or even in the last 200 years of the US, what did they think the purpose of those people were? They were property. They were just property. They were just things they were commodity. They were not made in the image of God. Same thing back in the old days. It's the same concept. When we begin to understand that when we started recognizing that all men are created equal, are they endowed with their creator with certain enabling rights, we begin to recognize these people are men too, and it began to change.
Where did the Bible? Hold on. Where in the Bible did these people get that the slaves weren't made in God's image?
Well, here's the thing. Well, I mean, the very first beginning chapters of the Bible talk about all man is created in the image of God. But here's the thing: in the Bible. Hold on a second, Jeremy. I'm still talking. Sometimes there's prescription and description going on in the Bible, and sometimes when God is dealing with things, He doesn't always deal with it the way we think He should deal with it. So whenever you're evaluating what's going on in the Bible, make sure you're evaluating it from those three perspectives. Is this a descriptive thing, prescriptive thing, or is maybe God at some point going to deal with it, like now? Maybe God in the long run knew He would deal with slavery, but it wasn't as important to Him to deal with it back then as it is maybe that it's become to be dealt with today. And honestly, slavery is still going on in the world. It's still there.
Yeah. So, okay. So you said the Bible, it's in the Bible that all men were made in God's image. So why were these Bible people not having slaves and not realizing that they were made in man's image?
They were in a religion made by men and didn't actually read the scripture with pure intention to figure it out. They rather utilized religion for control, which has been done for all of mankind.
And also, people are sinful. They are fallen, and they are sinful and they're fallen, and they're going to do things that are contrary to what God would want.
For personal motive.
Kind of like that movie, The Book of Eli. That guy was just trying to get the Bible so he could control everyone.
Yeah, and maybe get rid of it and get the secrets out of it and then lie about what it said, which is what the church, quote unquote, has done, right? But, I mean, the irony, of course, is that the scriptures actually say that if you are to still a man against his will and force him to work for you, you should be killed.
And also, there's different types of slaves, or the better term is be servants in the Bible. Some people were indebted because of their debt, and they became that. Some were maybe captured in battle from, being at war, and they were captured that way. Yep. Which would be better? Just kill all your captives or make them your servant? Which would be better?
Yeah, and like with the first one, it was actually an insistence of morality, ironically, right? It's like, you have an obligation to help people in need. So if people can't afford their food and stuff right now, you front them the ability to do that and you allow them to work it off. And that you, even if they don't work their debt off within 7 years, you have to let them go at 7 years if they want to. If they choose to stay, they can. And that you must treat them just as well, if not better, than members of your actual family.
And that's another passage. I always think I'm glad you brought that up, because there's a passage in the Bible. If a servant does not want to leave his master, it says that he wants to stay with him even after that 7-year period. They're supposed to take him to the doorpost of the house and basically pierce his ear, and almost like it becomes a brand that he's actually a permanent servant in that house. And this was a choice for the servant. This is their choice.
Yeah, they become a permanent member of the family.
Now, if just all the servants and slaves were treated badly, why would that passage be in there?
Yeah,
Another
that's
thing,
true. No, some people probably were treating their slaves good. I feel like if we were alive back then, like I would have been one of the people that was actually treating my slaves good.
well,
So,
and let me give
yeah,
you
there's
another,
probably a lot of people that were doing it.
and let me give you another story in the Bible, but nobody wants to talk about. What about Joseph? He was taken by his brothers, which was unlawful, but it was before the law of Moses, but technically it was unlawful for them to do. They took their own brother, sold him into slavery. Okay. Do you know what his outcome ended up being, even though he was born
Yes,
into be a
I heard
slave?
about his whole story. He ended up being
Second
a
most
big hit.
powerful person and basically in charge of all of Egypt and their surroundings.
He was
Yeah,
a
he
big
became
hit. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was faithful. And see, that's the thing. This is the catch. That's why I don't know if God is as concerned about slavery as we are. I think he's more concerned about our character. Like, what do we do within the circumstance that we've been placed? He wants us to know how we're going to deal with it. Us. He's more concerned about our character than whether we're slaves, free, rich, poor, whatever. How are we going to handle where we're at? Because honestly, wealth can actually take you away from God, but poverty can take you closer to God. So which way do you think God wants you to be? Probably rich or poor?
So he wants us to all be poor?
Well, he would.
I'm not
Yeah, I
saying
mean,
that.
you definitely would have to be equipped spiritually to have lots of money. You'd have to, like most people are not. So, yeah, actually,
And
because you
honestly,
have
and
an
an honest,
appreciation and gratitude and humility at that stage, as opposed to ego.
yeah, and also think about this: would a slave know better how to subject themselves to God, or someone that's not a slave know how to subject themselves to God? Which would be a person that would know how to do that?
Yeah, I guess the slave.
The
Still,
slave
I don't
would.
know though. He's got to know all the struggles there is with being broke, man. That's fucking tough.
But you learn to appreciate life, bro.
Yeah.
Money
And
doesn't
that's why I
solve.
don't.
Look, man. You think it's a coincidence that all these really famous, wealthy people say in their art that they're as sad as they've ever been? You think they just say it just to because it's sketchy or to get attention? No. It's because it actually is the case. I know many wealthy people that's why they say more money, more problems. You lose friendships and people you look at you as an ability. It's this whole thing. And it comes with tons of responsibility. Where when you make decisions now, it has drastic implications if they're the incorrect decision, right? So it's easy to look at it from the other side. I mean,
Would you have liked to have been a servant under Joseph after he became prime minister? Think about his servants. Do you think he treated them well? What do you think about
If
prisoners?
he
He
was
was a prisoner.
Joseph's servant, yeah, I mean, he probably hooked him up, right?
Yeah, and think about this. He was also a prisoner. He was actually accused of something falsely and ended up in jail. How do you think he treated the prisoners? Would you want to be under his rule? I would be.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be dope to the prisoners. Absolutely, yeah.
So sometimes you can't judge the circumstance or what's going on because God might be doing something that we don't see.
Yeah, I think everything happens for a reason. All the bad stuff, yeah, no doubt. I'm with you on that. I think everything's happened for a reason that's led up to this moment right now.
yeah. So I mean, you just see how. Yeah, you see how ironically the scriptures they're a very beneficial thing to society. Whether you believe in them or not. That's what we're trying.
Yeah,
I think
no
that's kind of the
question.
point we're trying to make to you. It provides a moral standard, and the only time that it's used to commit acts that are immoral is whenever it's twisted and manipulated and misrepresented.
Well, and sometimes that's why I think too. That's why I said the prescriptive and descriptive thing is going on too. Like, people talk about, does the Bible condone polygamy? I'm going, well, no, it doesn't really, but what it does do is give you kind of examples of what would happen if you did have multiple wives. I mean, Sarah and Abraham and what was her name? What was the other wife? Can't remember.
I don't remember.
Ishmael's mom. It was the maidservant. It wasn't necessarily a wife, but when end up having two people in the house that end up having issues, or Jacob ended up having to marry Leah and two wives and end up loving one and hating the other. You see throughout the scripture how being polygamous is not a good thing. And actually, and Solomon had all kinds of wives, and they led him astray.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah, like
you don't.
it doesn't say that like it's disallowed. It just shows you what happens. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
it does even kind of explain like specific parameters if you're going to do it. Yeah, it's like if to say a woman's widowed with children and can't provide or protect for herself or her family and blah blah blah. But yeah, it just basically shows you all this trouble people run into. Same thing with David, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like
an infamous mistake.
David shows the power of lust, caused him to kill Uriah and take his wife.
Yeah.
Power of lust. And he
It's
was a
crazy
man after
because
God's
David
own
was
heart.
such a legend in so many ways, right? Like, and was so blessed. Yeah, it just goes to show you, usually the people that you want to be king don't want to be king because it's not like a preferred position. And same with being like overly wealthy, right?
You know, the Bible even talks about having a king over you. You need to talk about that one too. And
Yeah,
what
no,
would
I
happen
can, I can,
Yeah, the creator
can
told
relate
him
to
not to have a king, and they wanted to be like all the other nations and just wouldn't listen to him and insisted on getting a king. And he told the prophet, "Look, they're going to not listen and demand a king anyway." And then this is who it needs to be.
Now, and that brings up a good point to a discussion earlier about biodiesel. Sometimes God can give you the command and give you his desires, tell you what he wants, and people will want to do their own thing anyway.
If you could hear me earlier, but I was telling you I'm stumbling over words now. The woman that Sarah gave to Abram was Hagar.
Yeah.
Hagar. Yeah, I couldn't
Didn't
think
he
of
have
the name.
three
Yeah.
wives though? I think it was Sarah, Hagar, and then like Keturah.
I don't know.
That was after Sarah died.
died. Yeah. Yeah, I looked into this. I'm not gonna I don't care. I'm a very open person. Like whenever I finally decide, I realized like, yo, I want a wife and children. And then I thought, you know what, I want a lot of children. And so then I thought, I thought about the multiple wife thing. Like I'm just being honest. So it wasn't really like a lustful thing. It wasn't like, oh, I'll get to have sex with a lot of different women all the time. That literally wasn't it. I was like, I'll be able to make way more children. And so I started
not only
looking
that,
into it and
think of how much,
what's up?
not only, sorry to interrupt, not only just the more kids, but it'd probably make the household easier if everyone's getting along and helping. Now you have 3 people instead of 2. That's huge. But my bad. Go ahead.
Well, I had the realization that for one, today's society is not nearly the same as it used to be. The women wouldn't get along, but the women today, it would be very difficult to find that. But anyway, I started looking into it, and then I just kind of realized what Paul is saying right now, which is like it didn't work out for really anyone, and it comes with tons of burden and stress. And I was just like, nah. Then of course I met my wife, and I'm like, I like love her to death, and I don't need another woman. But I did contemplate it. I actually studied into it, and I just realized like, nah, that's not the. I don't think that's the move. And I think that most men that want it are for multiple lustful desires.
Yeah, I think
multiple reasons why you would want 2 wives. Multiple reasons why you'd want 2 wives. One of them, yes, is the lust part. The second one, though, is now you have 3 people contributing to one household. That's huge, bro. Wait till you start popping these kids out with it. All right, I got 5 kids. The laundry never stops. Dishes multiple times a day. It never ends, bro. Having 2, 3 people contributing to that would be huge, bro.
Well, you have more children, then you have more things that have to be done. So it's basically each woman. Basically, the way they had it was where they kind of lived together, but they didn't, right? Like they had different dwellings. They were just in the same proximity. And then basically it's like, oh, who are you going to lay with tonight? And then you have to worry about the other wife being like, why are you laying with her more? I want you to hang out with me. And then I can make this
So you
styles
got to get up.
before. It's like also it would keep the women more in their role, meaning they would be like, maybe he's going over to her dwelling more because I nag him so much. You know what I'm saying? Like I can, but I think it would kind of naturally keep women more like respectful or whatever. But I just look at it as
See
not
that?
a net positive. It's just my take. I think also back in the day, there were very powerful kings and women need to be provided for, and they weren't. And so this was a way to kind of have like a large portion of women protected and provided for. I think that was one of the primary reasons it was done. I mean, the scriptures are pretty clear about that. Like, say a woman's a widow or orphans and stuff like that that can't protect or provide for themselves. That's not too much of a thing now. Like, you know, I don't know. Like just for me, it just wasn't the move. I don't think it is. I think that most men,
Well, that
and they may lie
makes
about
it
it, it's
interesting, right?
sex. They want to have sex with a bunch of women.
Well,
Well,
it's
that's
kind of
a
an
nice
interesting.
fringe. Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's interesting that we have these case laws in the Bible where if this happens, then do this. One of those things is the levirate marriage, where the if a brother has a brother who dies and the brother's wife is now a widow, he's supposed to take her to carry on his brother's name. But what if he already has a wife? Right? I
And he's still
can't
supposed to have to at least
recall.
take care of the woman.
No, well, yeah, but he's also supposed to father the lineage as well. I'm just trying to put this into perspective that way. I actually don't remember if it makes an if the brother dies, then the other brother is supposed to take his wife. But if he has a wife, then he doesn't. You know what I mean? It doesn't give that specific
Wouldn't the better rule be that women have property rights so that the money actually goes to the woman? And then, as far as the rule of the Bible should also say that women are as valuable as men, as equals.
Well, there
to them.
is
that would have solved that whole problem. You wouldn't have to have.
That's not what it should say. No, actually, that's not what it should say. No,
Oh, I see.
you don't have like a moral position to critique the scriptures. I'm sorry, bro.
No, but there is the dowry, right? There is the dowry that is the woman's if she ends up being a widow, that she does have what her father gave her. But then there's also the provision for the woman, if you do take a woman to be yours and it's a second wife, you are supposed to provide almost like a double.
Yeah, but he's talking
provision. So
about
there
like
is-
he's kind of virtue signaling like with modern society take like shouldn't it say because it's like such an easy thing to say where you know you could like the
I'm smarter than God.
Well, I get now. Wait a minute. I don't think so. If you read the Psalm 31 woman, what does it say there? Does anybody know?
31.
She went out and bought her own field and took care and made her own vineyard.
Yeah,
So
so
a
I just
woman
want
in
yeah,
the
but
Old
like this
Testament
is
times. Go
sorry.
ahead.
No, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll just say
Well,
that kind of debunks that one verse debunks everything he just said.
Well, yeah, that's the thing though. It's always someone that doesn't really know the scriptures, right? But like all I'm saying is like there has to be some type of order, bro. It doesn't make any sense. It's very illogical for there not to be, right? There has to be a hierarchy. But what the scriptures actually say is that you should lay down your life for your wife. So
Yeah, for sure.
it doesn't tell you to treat them as like some piece of property that have no rights, and it says lay down your life for them.
Anyone who says that women were treated as property in the Bible they have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, they actually are treated like they're like so respectfully, and they're treated as having such a gift and precious position, and it's just weird to me. It's weird to me because it's like you could just Google like, you know, immoral things in the Bible, and then you can read the list. Just like if you say like 10 ways we know the Earth's not flat, and they're just like blatant straw mans, you know, and it's It's just lame. It's like annoying to hear because like it comes off really cringe to me because it's effectively playing moral judge over the creator as I see it, right? And it's just like, yo, man, I would pump the brakes.
I got a test question for a lot of people quote that verse, and I'm not just speaking about Copernicus, but a lot of people quote that verse about whose wife will she be in the resurrection. So the subject is the resurrection. So when we're talking about whose wife will she be in the resurrection, now without cheating and looking it up, what was the answer and the full answer that he gave?
He said, you know not the scriptures or the power of Yah, for there is no marriage in heaven. You're like that of the angels.
That's not the full answer. So the full answer would be he does kind of, he does say exactly what you said as the first part of his answer. But notice the second part of his answer. As touching the resurrection of the dead, have you not read that which was spoken unto you by God, saying, I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac and Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. So the second part of his answer, I never hear anyone bring up. And when people go into the context of this answer he gives them, I haven't heard a good argument from basically anyone because they never bring up the second part. And it's very important in my opinion, but you guys go ahead. I think we can talk about it later, but yeah.
Well, and I do want to say something that's been talked about the resurrection. I actually did some research over the last few days. I went back to the church fathers like Polycarp, for example, or Ignatius about the resurrection, and it was not about the restoration of Israel. Just reading their own text, it was actually being like Christ with a new body, which was a bodily resurrection, just like Christ had. And Polycarp was actually discipled by John, who was a disciple of Jesus. So I think Polycarp would have a good idea what the resurrection is, and it seems like a bodily resurrection.
Yeah, even when you speak of the resurrection, I mean, baptism is kind of a representative of being buried and being rose back again, a different man. It's kind of has the same connotation. So even within the elementary teachings or the first things you learn as a believer, baptisms is separate from resurrection of the dead, at the end, which you just pointed out that, in fact, 1 Corinthians 15 says, if there was no resurrection of the dead, then everyone who has passed away or has fallen asleep in death, then they are perished. Because if there is no resurrection as Messiah raised and walked out of the tomb, then our faith and our hope is in vain. Because that's what our faith and our hope is in.
Yeah, I've been saying that for months on here, so I agree with you. Christianity rises or falls on the death and resurrection of Jesus. If that event did not occur, according to Paul, then everything we do here, everything I'm talking about is just vain ramblings.
So how do you know it did occur then? Do you have to rely on faith, or is there some sort of way that you can come to terms with it actually happening?
Have you ever prayed about it?
Hold on a second.
I'm just asking. I'm not criticizing. I'm simply asking. That's all.
Well, I've answered this to you, Pete, before, and you don't want to hear the answer. You don't like the answer, and you don't. Hold on a second. It's the historical evidence. Since you don't trust history past 200 years ago, barely 200 years ago, no matter whatever historical evidence I give you, you're not going to accept. But it's the historical evidence that makes it true.
Yeah,
fair enough.
and
We're
you
all
don't think
flat
any
earthers here.
history
We've
can
all
be
heard of
verified.
Tartaria and a different, even relatively recent history laid out before us. You say the historical evidence. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. It seems.
You have another
shaky,
aspect
though.
too.
Seems
You have
shaky.
another aspect.
Yeah, go on.
You have also this aspect of, blessed are those who have not seen and they still believe. And you also have the aspect of new believers who have had almost next to none experience with the Father or the Creator in a relationship type of way. Now everyone knows that there is a Creator. Inherently, they know, and they know the difference between right and wrong. But to have the relationship with Him and to experience the spiritual realm, people think you're crazy when you speak about these things, and it's foolishness into the world. But when we talk about men like Elijah, and he says, just open Elisha's eyes, just for, just open his eyes and show him what's around him. Some of the people who are believers have a relationship with the Creator, and their eyes have been opened to the spiritual realm, and they see these things going on. But blessed are those who have not seen and still believe.
Well, I would say I do have a relationship with the Creator as well. I simply asked a question. So it does become a matter of faith ultimately, especially in the skeptic mindset we have as flat earthers. You have to be ultra skeptical. Again, we only look recent history, Tartarian potential, and a completely different history awaits us. One of the main videos after No Forest and Flat Earth, the very first one afterward, talked about revisionist history and how the Wailing Wall seemed to have been built, like the pyramids, in the last few hundreds of years. I mean, which evidence are we going to take on board? Which evidence are we going to leave? I wonder. But yeah, just let you know, the Creator is in my life. I say that genuinely and seriously. I'm simply asking a question.
I want to say something about faith for a second, and this happens a lot. You have to just have faith. Well, what is faith? There's what the secular world says. It's blind faith. It's just a faith based upon nothing. You just believe it. You just think it's true, and you believe it. So, but that's not if you look at the Christian worldview in the Bible, it doesn't say that. Faith is trust. Trust in the Creator, trust in what Christ has done, trust in the evidence. So your faith and your belief is based upon evidence, and you trust that what you've been given is true.
That's fair enough. That's an answer, and that's fair enough. I don't say that that's inadequate. But yeah, what can we know versus what we can prove? What do we believe versus what we know? These are different matters.
Well, and when you say prove, the question I always ask is, what kind of evidence would you require to prove it?
I don't know, video evidence, something like that. I'm kidding. Yeah, well, that's the question, isn't it? That's the question for you, I guess, more so than me. But
it's for everybody.
What sort of evidence is adequate for you? That's the question.
It has to be your choice, right? You have to choose to, and it has to be. You have to recognize that you are creation, and there is a Creator. So there has to be respect, right? So you have to know that He is before you ask Him anything. And a lot of people, and I'm not saying this about Peter or anyone in the room, but a lot of people approach the Creator like a spoiled child. And why don't you give it to me now? Why don't you give me the answer now? And perhaps you're not ready for it. This is a learning experience all the way through life. And so you may not get the
there's
answer.
just answers. There's answers you'll never have, maybe until you die, and you think you have them now.
Well, it depends on what your question is. Some people don't ask the proper question of the Creator, and that's another thing that you have to think about. What are you questioning the Creator about? He's the Creator, right? So, what could you possibly, what could you have to ask Him? I mean, there are so many things, so many ways to look at this, but your answer may not always come on time. And some men of God who are written about in the Word, I mean, he spoke to him one day and didn't speak to him like 30, 40 years. So it's, just think about your questions carefully and humble yourself and know that you are a creation and there is a Creator. And, just ask him
not
like
doubting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not doubting that, but I'm just saying there's you think you have the answers to these questions, but I'm not so sure you do.
Well, what's the question you have that you would have for the Creator that you don't think could be answered until you die?
Well, I think there are questions He could answer, obviously, but I don't think you'll ever have the questions while you're alive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a whole different scenario then.
Yeah.
It seems to me that you've set up something, not that you have, because I have my own thoughts on it, but you've set up something that you're told not to do, which is to adorn idols, and Jesus Christ becomes the greatest idol of all ages then. And I'm saying, okay, if we're trying to figure out what's going on with God in our hearts and our truth as our guide, is there other interpretations to these greater stories?
Well,
I think that there are, and how all of these stories apply to us personally, and how they apply to us right now as well.
Well, the most dangerous lie has the most truth in it, and like I think Whitson said earlier, or he alluded to it, the lie a lie is nothing but the truth twisted, just a little. So the most dangerous one is the one with the most truth in it, because that's the one you're going to fall for. So keep that in mind when we're talking about a relationship. Instead of you coming to all this knowledge on your own, there has to be an experience and one who reveals, and the one who it's revealed to, which would be yourself. So take the experience, and of course, use your logic, but and of course, study to show yourself approved. But there has to be an experience. There has to be a relationship. It can't just be you all by yourself.
I agree. I agree. Actually, I have some things have happened to me in life as well, so I know that there's a higher power in play, and I think that we're given the ability, the faculty, to be able to see through all of the different layers. And actually, that's what I do say about the ball Earth. We're quick to throw it out, but it's the biggest lie. We understand then that the lie is actually built on the truth. But to throw it out is sort of folly in a way. We need to take it and decode it, sort of invert it or twist it around in order to come to the truth. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I want to say something else about evidence too. What if people have been given evidence and that evidence has been ignored, but then you go back and demand more evidence? Now think about that for a second. God's given you evidence and you ignore it, but you're demanding him for more evidence. I think he would say, look at what I've already given you.
Well, depending on which religion you believe in, right? I mean, they all say different things, no?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, yeah, that's true. And I've actually said this before. It's not what makes, like, it's not the similarities in the religions, it's the differences. Okay, like for example, Islam. Within Christianity, or even to the Jewish system, God is immanent, which means he's close to his creation. It means he interacts with him, he speaks to him, he reveals himself to him. But in Islam, he does not. He's distant. Okay, or let's say a Hindu or whatever, another religion. God is not even personal. It's just some energy force that you're tapping into. So those are very distinct things. Or if you're an atheist, there's no God at all. So what are you even talking about? So you're saying, okay, just because they're all, but you can't be all the same.
Well, this is obviously, this is just for people that believe in the creator, obviously. Yeah, the atheists aren't even in this.
Well, I know, but I'm just trying to make a point. So it's the differences that make the difference, not the similarities.
Yeah, so they're all different, right?
Yeah, so you need to evaluate it. Evaluate the claims. What are the claims that they're making? I've made claims today. The creator is immaterial, eternal, intelligent, and an agent. Right? That's my claim. So is that claim true?
You know what? Sorry, say the claim again.
I said God is eternal. He's outside of time. He's intelligent, and he's a free agent. Or he has the ability to choose. He's an agent.
I don't agree with the eternal part. There never being a time where he didn't exist. You don't know that. It could be different.
That's my claim. I'm just making my claim.
Yeah, no doubt. So, I'm just saying that's the part that I disagree with.
But here's the thing. Now we differ on the nature of God right now, just me and you. Your God that you think of has a beginning.
He could have, yeah.
So which God would be more powerful? An all-eternal being that's never, it's always existed, or one that came into being?
Well, in my scenario, I have something that's more powerful than the creator of our universe. That would be the creator of the guy that created the universe, right? That guy'd probably be more powerful.
Well, Jeremy,
I'm just saying, I got the more powerful guy in my scenario, probably. He got father power on this guy.
Just 1 second. I mean, you do have those who talk about the Messiah being part of creation. And, I know there'll be arguments about that. But keep in mind that all things are from the Creator, the Father, and through the Messiah. So all of creation, that's why I brought up like a creator and a maker earlier. The creator is creating the things, the substances, the materials, and the maker is forming those materials or manipulating those materials into a certain way. So I can get you from that kind of aspect, and I can see it, from that. But as far as the creator of all things and where all things come from, just like we were talking about earlier, with you go back to one man, one woman. All of our seed and our capability to produce more seed goes all the way back to one man and one woman.
Which is also that's also a problem.
One man
We
and
all
one
came
woman.
from one. Yeah, bro. Where did they get? Okay, so they had kids, right? That one man, one woman. They had kids. Then what?
They had kids. Those kids had kids, and those kids had kids. Okay.
Yeah, hold on. So they got kids. They're sitting. The kids are sitting around. They got to have kids with people, right? Who did they have kids with?
Obviously, they're siblings. I'm not going to disagree with that.
Well, no, that's not the topic. That's really not even the topic, is it? I mean, the topic is you have to have one man and one woman to create one child, right?
Well, he's what he's driving at is the fact that also I think there's an underlying current that most people think about incest. So he's actually thinking because the only wife that, let's say, one of the brothers could get is a sister. So Adam and Eve had to have both boy and girl for the boy to get a wife and vice versa, which is incest. But the question is, though, when did that command of incest come into play? How long after that?
I don't know what that means. How long after that? But if God made this scenario, I mean, you think incest is cool or like that's cool?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said, now it's not
if God
okay.
made that happen though, and that was God's will for that to happen, like why is that not? Why is it not
It's
okay?
like, this is gonna happen.
Well, what happens today when we have incest? And I want you to think about, and I'm
It's
not saying
God being like,
sorry.
Or I don't know. I don't know what
I'm not-
happens. Maybe some kind of genetic mutation thing, or you get abnormalities. I don't know.
So
Yeah,
so what I'm asking, what I'm asking is, if he created everything perfectly, right? And there was no devolution going on, right? So we didn't have this breakdown of the system and different traits we receive, like, oh, I'm going to have a heart attack. My father had a heart attack. All these different things, inherited diseases and all these things. These didn't exist, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're evolving. I think we're actually devolving. Because if you make copies of copies of copies, I mean, the copies don't get better over time.
Right.
I don't know. Anyways,
Now,
that's
if
a
you
whole
have-
other argument.
Right, and if you have a perfect copy or you clone a plant, right, that clone is going to be the same as the other plant. But just getting back into a state of perfection and a state of fall or devolution, maybe go there with that when you're speaking about incest during that time. But yeah,
Bro, I'm just saying, God had this man and a woman that He made it so they had kids, and He didn't give them I don't know. I feel like He's cool with it.
Back then he was, but later he became not cool with it. But obviously we see now why he would now not be cool with it, because it actually degrades the human, where sicknesses and illness come from
God
that.
can't change his mind, surely, Paul. How can God change his mind if he is flawless, if he is infinite, if he is, etc., all the other terms you use?
Well-
How can God change his mind?
Well, there's a difference between changing your mind and knowing you have a plan. Like something like, I'm trying to think if I can do this. And when you're making construction and building something, you might blow up things. You might use a jackhammer, right? In the first stage, but in latter stages, you want more precision tools because you're getting more and more precise than what you're wanting. It doesn't mean
like
that
incest is like a jackhammer.
No, I'm just trying to say there's a process and that God has a plan. And if he's keeping according to that plan or knows what he's going to do in the future, it's not necessarily that he's changing. He just has a plan on how things are going to unfold. That's all I'm saying.
This is the first time I've ever heard this. Honestly, I've heard other arguments where there was other God had made other peoples or something. Like, this is the first time I've ever even heard this one.
Well, other people make that argument. I'm just going by what the scripture says, that basically all humans came from Adam and Eve. If that's true, then there has to be consequence. There's obviously consequences for that.
Actually, I just told us something, Jeremy.
Yeah, but
we
you
were
had
talking
Eve
about
come
it.
from Adam. Hold on, Pete.
Yeah.
In that book, you had Eve come from Adam, so that's one. That's like
self-centered.
Point? What's your point?
Steroids.
I don't know. I mean, where people are coming from, or I don't know.
Yeah, this
Well,
book
you
I'm reading right now
yourself.
says that Adam and Eve, the story of Adam and Eve indicates that Adam wasn't, in fact, a plant-like being because he produced Eve from his rib, indicating that they were plants. It's a crazy story.
Who produced two from what? Or did God take something from somebody and make something?
Yeah, God took Adam's rib and turned it into Eve.
Okay, he took dust. Hold on a second. He took dust of the earth and made Adam. So
you're with that chick. Our ancestors came from rocks.
We all come
You
from
know
the
that
ground.
Glover?
We all
You know
come
that
from the
Glover?
we all came from the dirt.
Just fucking with you, Paul.
But
We go back to
implies
dust.
destruction. Dust implies destruction, as does ashes. So we wonder what the destruction of what were we made from? Where we have a prior form. Can I just say
tree
something?
of
I
life.
just wanted to say quickly, Jeremy. I just wanted to say quickly because we were on topic but we were talking about the DNA spiraling as you urinate. Well, when a man and a woman come together, it's called a screw. It's called a screw. It's
Well, I don't know. That's
called a
not
screw.
cool, Pete, because I may have a prostate issue now that this has come to my attention. I don't know who's not peeing in spirals, but
Well, now that it's
you
come
may
to
have a
attention,
prostate issue.
Sort it out.
Just real quick. The Hebrew word is not the word for rib, so it just
side,
says
isn't
it's God took one of his sides.
And
So
I say that's
one
the
of
backside. We're split down the middle, down the back.
it's just like what Pete said. God cut Adam in half, took one half, and made Eve. It's
Now, how did he put it? Yeah, one second.
It's a symbolic story.
Yeah. Now, 1 second, please. If we take it like that, so we can see that we're mirrored down the back with your female counterpart or your male counterpart standing back to back. It's almost a mirror going on. But how did he pull them apart? Did he pull them apart in status, right? So everything was still and everything is just down the center. I say no. Imagine Adam was turning and you get one half and you pull out, and then you have this spiraling pattern going down, ingrained within our inner organs. So that's very interesting. But that it's a screw, that a woman and a man coming together is called, colloquially a screw.
We know, Pete. We're all adults.
Come on, Pete, man.
We're all adults. We
Done
know.
now. That's
so
that's
listen,
a clue
can
for
you
us.
picture
The spiral fashion, the spiral of life. Yeah.
What Pete's saying is dirty.
Can you picture? Can you picture
I was
God?
making things dirty. You're kidding. God, blame God.
It's going to be the Pete. Is this going to be the Pete show now? Where no one else can get in.
Not Jeremy. Maybe you want
where no one else can get in at all ever. And you know.
Jeremy, I just said some things. I'm done now.
Hey,
so
just relax. I want to.
Jeremy, stop continually talking.
What's that Hebrew word that means side? Could someone tell me what that Hebrew word was that meant side? Like cut in half?
Pete.
You're just gonna have to look it up. I didn't say that the word.
I did.
Hold on. Hold on. I didn't say that. I didn't say that the word meant to be cut in half. It just says God took one of his sides.
Right, and I thought I heard Copernicus. Excuse me if I heard wrong. I thought you said Pete was right. He cut him in half and made Eve. Okay,
right. It's
so let me read. Can I read the definition? I know you're going to say it's symbolic, but you said the word implied just a side, right? This is the definition of the word is side. Is that what you said? I want to get it correct. Okay. So when I'm looking at the word, I'm going to read just a little for you. From 6760, this is 6763 if you got a concordance. And the word is salah. And it means it's from 6760, a rib as curved, literal, of the body, figurative of a door, a leaf, hence a side, literal of a person, or figurative object of or the sky, architecturally.
Said a leaf? Did I hear you say leaf? L-E-A-F?
A beam, a board, a chamber, a corner, a leaf, a plank, a rib, a side chamber, right? So it's not reaching to say it's a rib, is it?
Or for the guy who said it,
the word rib, right?
Or for the guy who said Adam was a tree or some shit, that leaf thing works good for him.
Well, people are described.
Who said Adam was a plant?
I didn't hear anyone say that.
Well, the book that I'm reading says it.
Well, people are described as trees in the scripture in some places.
Yeah, just a
Like
real
I
quick
said,
word.
Can I get
Yeah,
in for a second?
hold on, Paul.
one
Just
second,
hold
one
on,
second.
hold on.
Travis and
Let me
Paul.
finish
Travis
my
and
statement.
Paul.
Let me
All right,
finish my
North,
statement.
Travis,
Three
North,
words
Travis,
and I'm
Paul.
done.
I gotta go real quick. The concordance is like the poor man's dictionary, so it's still going to give you more of a connotation than the strict usage. So I got to
Oh
go
yeah, I
on.
understand.
I've got
Yeah, I
another
understand
usage.
that.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Paul.
Let me jump
Just
in. I
let-
got another usage.
go ahead.
This is the exact same word that was used in Genesis. This is in 1 Kings 6:13. I said this is Solomon. It says Solomon built the house and finished it. He lined the walls of his house on all the inside with boards of cedar. That word boards in Hebrew is the same word used in Genesis.
Yeah, I said that it's a beam or a
Oh,
board or a corner or a leaf or a plank, a rib, a side chamber. Now he took it from Adam. He didn't take it from a tree. And Adam was a man formed from the dust. He didn't grow out of the ground into a tree from a seed. But
Board, plank.
what I was
Like
going to
wood.
say was what I was going to say. What I was going to say was we all believe, just as I said, that there's metaphors, there's symbolism used throughout Scripture. All these things are used in literature. Men are represented as trees sometimes in the Scripture, but however, it's not in every place. And to take the entirety of the text and come to the understanding that yes, we do have this literature in front of us that has symbolism in it. There are things that are literal in it. We have all these things in the literature before us. But
North.
that's the disagreement is people are placing symbolism where things are literal, and they're doing that just to fit an ideology. That
You
doesn't work
remember?
with the text.
You remember the
Can you
story,
not? Can you
North?
not picture? Go ahead, Pete. I'm next, please.
Okay. Well, you go ahead then, Jeremy. And yeah, because I want to say something different. Yeah.
I just want to say real quick. Can you picture God in a lab? This is our creator. He's in a lab. He's fucking putting DNA pieces together, right? He's got little tools and Bunsen burners and shit. He's got a petri dish, all kinds of stuff. He's putting our DNA together. I mean, how do you guys picture it?
The rib still grows when you take it out the body. I think it can still grow. Isn't that amazing?
So can I just on the last point? Can I just North? Do you remember the story where Jesus was walking around and a blind guy came up to him, said, "Can you heal me?" And he said, "Okay." I think he was tired, or he was a bit exhausted or something or whatever. Anyway, Jesus helped him out, and he got some spit and mixed it with the dirt of the ground and rubbed it over his eyes and asked the guy what he could see. And the guy said, "I see men as trees." And Jesus just adapted whatever the mixture or did something else, and then he restored the sight to the man. I actually think he gave him too much. He gave him. I've been thinking that he gave him too much knowledge or too much sight back, and he saw men in their true form. It's very interesting that you mentioned Adam being associated with trees. I also have a video I'm going to post to you. It's called "The Legend of the Wood of the Cross." And yeah, it connects the tree of life from beginning to the end. And I wonder if you're interested in it.
Well, we've established last night.
Even
We've established last night. If you don't come with at least 12 hours worth of video, it doesn't count.
So
I was
when
gonna
Messiah,
say,
go ahead.
Jeremy, did you want to say something?
I thought Jeremy had stopped. I was going to say I did a little bit more digging. I've got the Septuagint on my phone, so I thought, you know what, let's see what the Septuagint said because it's a Greek translation, or it was a Greek translation, whatever, of the Hebrew, and the word they translated it to was rib. So I thought, well, and I've got the app where you can just touch on it and it tells you the Hebrew word, or not the or the definition. And it took me to the Greek in the New Testament, and the same word is used in this. And one of the soldiers pierced spear, which, and when he pierced him, it would have to be right around the rib cage. And so I would think the writers know that that's probably where he took it from, the side where the ribs are. Took that out. That's all I'm gonna say. That's it.
I mean, can you guys not picture this as like God as like a video game creator or a scientist in a lab or something? How do you envision it?
The
I don't
architect
envision
from
it
the
like he's in a
Matrix.
lab, but there is something important to point out. I mean, of course, who was that? That just went to the Greek translated from the Hebrew. Someone went to that, and I went to a Strong's. We read the word and we see what it means. Travis, I want to mention to you that not only with this verse, but I remember yesterday you had brought up when he had created grains and fruit in the beginning in Genesis 1, and you said it was only grains and fruit that he created then. But I also see in verse 11 where he talks about the grain and the fruit. He says the herb yielding seed. So you'll hear people say a lot of times, and it's not just Copernicus. I've done it, and I'm sure many other people in the server have done it. We have misquoted scripture. So before you actually are, standing on this is what it says, and it doesn't say anything else. Go to the text and present it to everyone in the room so they can have a fair opinion or a fair chance of knowing exactly what it says and what you're trying to convey.
Yeah, but let's take it easy on Travis. I mean, he doesn't know the text that good, Give him a break.
Yes, he does. He knows it better than a lot of people. And he does. He does. He knows it
Everybody
a lot
go
better
like
than
and
other people.
subscribe. He's got a YouTube channel.
No.
Jeremy's just poking fun at him.
Yeah, I was a little hard on Travis yesterday. Sorry about that, Travis.
We always want to be right as humans, right? So it's called pride. But Travis, I told Travis the other day, he knows the scriptures better than most of the teachers that I've been around my entire life. So it's to be commended. It's not an easy thing to remember all of this and put it in context and hold it to be true. I respect that of him. So.
Yeah, and you can know it and recite it or part of it, but you can know something wrong also, right? So you can
I
you can be educated wrong.
I will say you can go back and read the entire Bible, or you can go back and read a certain part of it that may be working on you, and it always reads differently. It depends on what time of life you're in, what knowledge you've gained. It's amazing.
Yeah,
From
those things
time
are
of
true.
reading it the first time to the second in your personal life and in your everyday worldly life, and then the Bible will speak to you. If you don't think I'm smart every time you read it, now look, you are wrong.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
Whitson,
true.
did you get my my text?
I haven't seen it. Just a
I'll give you
Did you
guys an
ever?
example.
Did you ever watch that video I sent you, Whitson?
what
Which has
video?
got to check his messages, man. So let me
Yeah, but
give
you
you
guys
guys
got to
an
realize that there are hundreds of people that do that. So it's like,
Yeah.
Austin, did
Yeah.
you watch the 7-hour documentary I
Yeah.
sent you? Austin, did you read the 42-page email I sent you? Austin.
Bro, don't
This
count
is,
like 12
this is
hours.
Dyslow speaking, bro. Come on now.
Hey, let me
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
you
I'll put a star beside your
with
messages. Sorry.
let me
All
let me
right.
give you guys.
you and Jaronism. You and Jaronism were going over that sunset and wondering what the sticks were in there. Those are channel markers, basically. They are sticks, poles. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so if I can give you an example of something you were just speaking of, as you read it, you'll always find something new. I used to have kind of debates, or not really debates, but back and forth with people about the Trinity. And so this one person told me one time, they said, I have a scripture, and it's Isaiah, I believe it's 44, or somewhere around 20. And everyone's familiar with it. It says, I am the Lord thy God, and beside me there is no Savior, right? And the Savior is the word Yeshua in the Hebrew. And so when the person told me that, and they said, see, the Savior is the Son and the Father, is one Savior. And so I asked him, I said, well, would it be a problem with you if I could find Saviors, the same word, in the plural in the Holy Scripture? And he said, yes, this would be a problem. So I turned over to Obadiah 121, speaking of people, and it says, "And saviors shall come upon Mount Zion." Now this is the same word in the plural. So when I showed him that, he was like, "Oh no, it doesn't mean that. It means deliverer." But the same word Yeshua, or Yeshua, the plural, means deliverer, avenger, savior. So all these things, that's the meaning of the word. And yes, some translations change it. But the word savior in Isaiah, "and beside me there is no savior," does not support the Trinitarian doctrine just by the word savior or Yeshua. So yeah, ultimately, the Father Creator, the one who all things are from, he is the ultimate Savior, which is why his son's name means Yah's salvation. So the Son is also a Savior, and when Yah sends his people to do saving type of things, they're called saviors also, or defenders or deliverers. Moses was a deliverer. So there are those aspects to where you'll always learn, and doctrines and teachings that you've heard, those things are just going to be blown out the water with scripture alone.
You're going to know where you stand based on what Rakia said there. I think the one thing you might have left out, Dave, is the context for your thinking. Coming to flat earth and conspiracy world in general, absolutely I'm speaking myself, everything has been flipped upside down, and everything that I have to consider then, I have to definitely consider it in a very, very particular new light, in a new way. Do you know what I mean? And I think this is the most pivotal sort of point of form process of transformation, or it will allow the most transformation or inroads, I think. I was just going to say to North there, when I think about how the Catholics or the Christians bless themselves and what they say when they point, I think these are associative aspects to ourselves as well, and maybe we've been told something about our own construction and our own destiny in a sense via all of these words of old, that have been translated again and again, and there's no fixed interpretation to any of them. So I wonder what you think of that.
Yeah, when people make idols and put them on their chest or wear them, when I was young, I always just used to see people with crosses on or crucifixes on their necklace or something, and I would be like, man, if my father got shot with a 44 Magnum, I wouldn't hang one around my neck and walk around with it. You know what I mean? That's not what I would do. Now, of course, that would be a reminder, but that's not the reminder I want. And we're not supposed to form idols. Now, to make the symbol with your hand, that to me is kind of a how do you say? It's a technique.
Point to your brain. You point to your brain and say, "In the name of the Father," and then you point to your God, "In the name of the Son," and then Holy Spirit. You bring your hands up together. So I'm saying that that's a potential instruction for all of us, as it applies now, and as it always has applied, within this greater context for thinking, or at least I'm saying as a possibility anyway. You know what I mean? I was just making a point more to Dave than anyone else. But yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The way I look at men's traditions and how certain groups do things, whether it be symbols, hand gestures, idols, or images, or graven images, I don't put any too much stock in it. I mean, even like you pointed out earlier, when Messiah, spit on the mud and wiped it in the man's eye, and he regained his sight. There's no special technique. Like you'll see a lot of these people who are exorcists and things like that, and they'll say, you have to say this. This is exactly what you have to say, and this is how you got to do it. And there's no technique with the Spirit of Yah. With the Spirit of Yah, that's it. That's where the power comes from. And people get too enveloped into how much power they have instead of where it's coming from. And I'm kind of going off the rails, but I mean, it goes real deep.
I can see that. I can, and I do appreciate that as well. I really do. I realize there's a greater, higher power in play, but I do think that higher power has given us at least the potential, the ability to work out our relationship to that higher power, and that's through the metaphor of life. think so. That's all I was saying ultimately about the point about what Dave was saying, that if you read the Bible at one particular point, one particular mindset, one particular set of circumstances in your life or later time in your life, you might get something completely different. You might understand something completely at one point and not understand it at all because your mind has been filled up with other things, or you don't have the right context, or you don't have the time isn't right. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was saying, coming to flat earth, I think we really got to consider as flat earthers and beyond, that yeah, there might be a more personal story going on that's happening right now, as opposed to, you know, us trusting our decoding of, you know, words written down from, well, how many thousands of years ago by authors unknown or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think that would be helpful. And ultimately, it's true, isn't it? There's only, you're alive. All we can do is experience our own existence in our own lifetime. So there's only you involved. The way I look at it, I posted it. I hope you look at that video, the Wood of the Cross. But yeah, I say that all the stories of the past, everything culminates in potential around us and our story. That's you as the man, maybe representing Adam, Eve as the female representing, the female representing Eve. How it applies now, yes, now with all of these different, what would you call them, clues in a sense, therefore decoding, proper application to right now. That's what I would say.
Yeah, always think about, you know, what I said earlier, and I didn't come up with the saying. It was a preacher who I really disagreed with a lot, and we had a lot of debates over the years. But I always took this away from him. He had a saying that was, you know, the most dangerous lie has the most truth in it. You know, so just be aware of that. That's one of the things we agreed on. And so yeah, everything you look at it with that, and always question. You know. Going back to earlier, what Jeremy and everyone was speaking about, always differentiate between your mind and your brain, and know what your mind is and know what your brain is, because you never make up your brain, you make up your mind.
Funny enough, Einstein, right, who solved the universe from his mind, spent his life looking for the God, the grand unifying theory, said to have a second brain, inner God. Our God almost looks like a brain, doesn't it? Just inverted in some way. I wonder, is there any connection? Is this known? I wonder. Do you know? But I think Einstein's story, how did he die? He died of a heart aneurysm, embolism, one or the other. A heart gut. So it's one of the aortas going to the gut, and that blew, and he died. He left no last words. I don't think he was buried anywhere. There's no shrine to him. But yes, if there's some sort of decoding there, where do we look for our mind? Where is the center of our awareness? Where does it lie? And I think this is what the divided state of us is all about. But yeah, very good, North, and it's nice to talk to you, man. I think we sort of maybe got off in the wrong footing, or I pissed you off or something at some previous time. I didn't mean to.
No, you're all right, man. I get triggered plenty. But
we're still at the same spot though, where you don't know if your creator had a creator or not.
Well, where does your mind, you think, have a beginning? And is it immaterial?
I don't know, bro. The creator made everything, so he made my mind. So, but it doesn't help with the creator having a creator or not.
Well, you could go back to an informer, and you know how your blood is called the book of life, and all these different things by different people, and the code is put in it. And you know, we could talk about all of those things, and you know, pine trees come from pine trees, and oak trees come from oak trees, and all after their kind, right? So we could go back to those things and say they all came from one. But yeah, I think it's simple, and I know it's not really simple in some people's eyes. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, perhaps there was a creator, and then he created another being, and maybe that being made us. I understand that. And like I said to you earlier, we do have two involved, right? At least two. If not the angels also, we at least have two involved, the Father and the Son.
Two creators?
Well, not creators, a creator and a maker. One who all things are from, and one whom all things are through. Because see, I've quoted this many times. It's 1 Corinthians 8:5-6, I believe. And it says, though there be many gods and many lords, whether in heaven or on earth, to us there is one God, the Father, and there is one Master, Yeshua. That's the Master, and there's a God. So there are one whom all things are from, and there's another who all things are through. All things are from the Father, through the Son, which is how it still happens today. This is not a changing thing. It's a never changing thing.
Back to hell, Lord.
I couldn't hear you, but what I'm saying, a Lord is a master. When we have one to us that there is the God, the Father, the Creator, the Almighty. And then we had one master, which is the mighty God, not the Almighty God, but the mighty God. And that's the Son of the Creator. And all things are through the Son, and all things are from the Father, the Creator and the Maker.
I was just looking at the Bible, North, because I was sure in Genesis 1 it says that God created man in his image. And Genesis 2 is that God made Lord God, where we suddenly have this transition from capital letters to Lord God, where Genesis 2 and Genesis 1, there isn't quite a distinct ending, is there? Anyway, but it says, I thought he made God from the ground, but he said, let me just say, he says, but the mist went up from the earth and watered the whole of the ground. Then the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground and breathed it into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living being because there was no man to till the ground yet. So it just occurred to me, is this the first time we hear the word ground? It just occurred to me now. Is that, do you recall that? I'm actually going to look back. But if that's the first time we hear the word ground mentioned, I think that's pretty significant, along with the dust as well, along with the context of this secondary story, which doesn't seem quite to fit into the first one. I'm just going to have a look anyway, just to see if that's the first mention of ground in Genesis 2.
Well, even when you're in the first chapter and you're in verse 26, it says, "Let us make man in our image." And so there's a spot where you have the word image also. And we know that the Son is the image or the spitting image of his Father, right? Which is invisible. His Father is invisible, and he is the image of the Father. So we do have all these things in the Scripture to take into account too.
So, what I think that let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the air and over the cattle and over all things, over every creeping thing. So God created man in his own image. Now he's using that word person sense. In the image of God created him, male and female, he created them. I take it that maybe God is male and female in one. And this is the plural that's used then to represent this unity. At least I think it can be viewed that way. And I think male and female, he created them in brackets or left out in one. And then isn't that what the story picks up in Genesis 2, where Adam and Eve is pulled from Adam?
Well, isn't it also interesting that Adam was made, right? And he's walking around, and you would think he has this thought like, all these creatures have counterparts. They have female. Why don't I have a female? And so the Creator sees that it's not good for him to be alone. So why did he create him all alone in the first place? Is God just a male, or like a male figure? Or
well, if you're two
in one, he would. If he's all knowing, you got this. If he's all knowing, he should have known that Adam was going to need a. What do you mean he figured it out?
No, I didn't say he figured it out. And if I did say that, I misspoke.
Well, what did you say?
The scripture says he's seen. This is what the scripture says. He's seen that it was not good for Adam to be alone. So
he would already knew that, though. Already known that before he's seen it.
Well, I can understand where you're coming from, Jeremy. And this is something we were speaking about the other day, right? Like already knowing everything.
Can I say something about that? Can I say something about that? Sometimes when you're reading the scripture, it's written from I guess I don't know what the right word, third person, or from a perspective. Like, did God know that he would be alone? Yeah. So, but he's speaking to the audience or speaking to whoever's reading it. So there's a sense that there's that aspect of it. And also God lives in the moment. Remember that I am, he is that I am that I am. He lives in the present moment. So he's going to deal with us in the moment.
There could be a lot of different angles to this verse, Jeremy. And this could be a study in itself. So let me read this. And Yah said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him and help meet for him." So
what happened right before that, though?
He warned Adam about the tree. You may eat freely of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in that day you eat of it, you shall die.
Yeah, this could be a nice study, and I can already see like 2 or 3 different angles to it.
Yeah, definitely. I can as well. Yeah, and I'm most interested in this word ground. I haven't found it so far north until we come to Lord God in all capitals. Or Lord is used anyway, but in Genesis 2, so that's the first time I've seen it. So the dust of the ground, I think that as well. The dust implies some sort of destruction, some sort of death in place. The dust of what? The dust of rumors cover me. Same thing with ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You get ashes from burned cinders, whatever. You know what I mean? So this is interesting with that word, unless I'm mistaken. But that's the first time, because here we have the capital G as well. This is what we're all about here, isn't it? The shape and nature of the ground, the G round. So yeah, that's a very interesting line now.
When you're speaking about creation and the beginning, or in the beginning, and beginning has many different connotations. He is the beginning. In the beginning was the word. So define beginning, and then when we talk about it and we talk about creation and how it happened, it's not just in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, as people clearly understand here. It's also in Job, it's in Proverbs, it's in Jeremiah, it's in some of the prophets. So it's scattered throughout Scripture as to the details that you could work into Genesis 1 or in Proverbs and Job. And so they're scattered throughout the Scripture. That's one thing to keep in mind.
I think it's all a game of clues. I honestly do. And it doesn't even matter. I don't think any of those times existed. And I think they say the Bible is playing out now. I say now is the only time the Bible is playing out. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Even if they did, it would just make it more confusing. It would just make it more pointless if those times did exist, actually, because we can't relate to any of the stories. Our lives are mundane. There aren't great miracles happening at every street corner. But yeah, at the same time, we know that there's something else going on to life. So I'm happy to think about that. And I have much more to say as well, actually. Much more to, Aristarchus appears, and Travis didn't believe me. The name Aristarchus appears in the Bible as the most loyal follower of St. Paul, who I say once we get the internet and once we come to all the books that weren't included, we get led to the apocalypse of St. Paul. So the writing after he's writing, in a sense, and is lots revealed there. But the story is, at least anyway, that it wouldn't have been revealed unless Aristarchus was present. He's most loyal and wealthy servant as well. So that's what I think. It's all a game of clues. Pay attention. That's what I say.
Some people look for miracles, all around them and things to happen and people to be like a kind of savior or something, or to go heal the sick and raise the dead. And those things happen, but it's not like healing the sick and these different things. There's a prescribed way to do it in the Scripture, and then there are things that don't use any technique at all. It's just the power of the Holy Spirit. So I would say that true men of Yah will not go and do this in public, or go out and tell you they done it, or blow their trumpet before themselves. It's not going to be a bragging thing. Although some of these things may follow who do such things, and it may be that they can't hide it from community. But yeah, those things can happen.
I believe in miracles. I get that high. I started off too high. I believe in miracles. Absolutely.
You play the piano, don't you?
The guitar, but maybe that power is within all of us. I think lots of the gurus, if you listen to what they have to say, this is no a special thing that applies to me over anyone else. This is something capable within all of us. This greater connection. to self and to the divine, I guess, ultimately. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think now is the time. We have to admit. Look at what we're doing actually just right now. In previous times, it's impossible to have people, great minds, great spirits, hearts across the earth, communicating, talking about the most significant discussions in history, talking through this I should think, this is a culmination of everything, and here we are, flat earthers as well to boot. Isn't it wonderful in that sense that we have these facilities? So yeah, I think now is a special time, and we've definitely got to be aware of that. And appreciate that in terms of the greater endeavor here. Mark Sargent with these clues. The clues are all around us. Simon Chack with these clues solved September 9/11. Mark Sargent with these clues definitely led millions to consider a flat Earth and beyond. So, maybe the clues are laid down in more than just one place. Maybe actually the clues are everywhere, perhaps. Perhaps the clues are actually everywhere. Some are more prominent than others. But yeah, if we are in some sort of construct, if we are in some sort of creation for us to come to terms with, well, then that would make sense, wouldn't it? Have you noticed North? Do you notice in America, anyone? First of all, two things. Have you noticed the fucking mohawk is after coming back into fashion? It looks fucking retarded on the people who are going around with it here. But have you noticed that as a trend? And also, have you noticed that the world almost seems to be inundated with North Face clothing? Have you noticed that? It seems to be everywhere. North Face. Okay. I put everyone to sleep. Maybe I did. Is it me? Am I boring? Am I overbearing? Okay, I'm stuck. I'm talking away like a dickhead to myself.
Well, that's nothing new now, is it, Pete? Pete, when you envision the creator, what do you think of? A scientist in a lab mixing up DNA molecules and shit, or maybe a guy behind a computer programming all this stuff? What do you think?
I got cut off there. Sorry about that. I was talking away like a dickhead to myself.
Well, Jeremy, there is the city of God and the throne of God of the Most High. So you can put that into context when you're thinking about that kind of thing that you're asking.
I think, Irving, to answer your question, I would say that I associate Lord God of Genesis 2 and beyond with the guy in the lab cooking up everything, using all the materials he has that are around to craft this greater reality. But yes, ultimately, the God of Genesis 1 would be the writer, would be the thinker, the dreamer, the originator. Landlord God. The demiurge. I think it's associated with the demiurge as well, the Abrahamic God. My connection fucked up or something?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Man, you're quite the committee.
Oh, there is. I thought it was my connection. Everyone went silent. I'm thinking it's me. It's only because I'm Irish or I smell something, one or the other.
Oh, you're good, bro. I think it just got, I don't know. It's getting kind of late, I guess. Kinda. It's a winter, so.
Yeah, it's winter, so
Okay.
the
11:15
sun
here. Yeah,
the
yeah.
sun goes away. I guess it's further, right? In the winter, or is the sun getting really close? Like everybody, the sun's getting really close. Grab your jackets. You're going to be freezing your ass off because here comes the sun. It depends on which model you like. Like when the sun gets closer, it gets colder, right?
So North was saying earlier on, I was bearing in mind the more dangerous the lie, the more truth is concealed within it. Is there anything we can glean about actual reality via that obvious, clearly obnoxious, contradictory, paradoxical statement according to their own model? I think there is. I think there is actually. I have my own thoughts on it. But why? How could the sun be closer and yet it be colder? Yeah, and they talk about the angle to which we receive the sun's rays. Right? So I think there's something to be decoded in that.
Well, because in reality, right, you can prove like can you prove it, right? But if you have a light source like above your head, right, as it gets closer, it's higher in the sky, right? As it gets closer to you. So is that what happens in the winter when the sun gets close? The sun is higher in the sky.
That's exactly. So if it's closer because it's more direct. If it's against some sort of a surface, the light will always have a surface to shine against. So if there's a surface above that the light is shining up against, as it moves along that surface, then in and out, then it will change its position according to the characteristics of the barrier, the dimensions of the bar, or whatever it might be. You know. So yeah, I think this is what they're telling us in their own way as it moves from. Cancer, tropic Cancer to the equator, and then to the southern, peripheral Capricorn. Then the barrier itself falls closer to ground level, and you have the sun literally closer, the reflection closer to ground level, a vertical distance. And also you're getting a much diminished angle from that sun as it hits us here in the north, and that's why it's colder. It has more, and the energy has more atmosphere to penetrate through, and we're also getting it at an inclined angle. An inclined angle. Sorry about that, but you know what I mean. Shallower angle. I actually think the sun.
but that would mean that the
actually think-
sun is
yeah,
like
yeah, go on,
moving.
yeah.
That means that that would mean that the sun is further away. That would change like day and night. Like we would have longer day and night or different times. So that can't be right. It doesn't match.
We do have a longer day and night at different times.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
It gets dark about fucking 4 o'clock now, bud. And you can see the sun greatly decreasing as we approach the winter solstice. But bright time about 8 o'clock, maybe. So that we do have it. And remember, old time is gauged on the passage of the sun, and they've already decided what the sun is, and everything to do with the sun. It's magic numbers. Everything is magic encoded. The word itself, the composition, everything is there for decoding. That's what I say. Absolutely everything. And the association between Jesus, the Son, and our own Son, not incidental, and also telling us something that the Son, you cannot go to the Father unless you go through the Son. And the Sun then itself has a Father, has a source. And just as you were talking about lights and reflections, I think Polaris is the source of all the skylights. The sun being its what would you call it, a primary reflection, sort of focal reflection, you know what I mean? So it was like the inverse of a magnifying glass with the rays being focused and you're hitting the ground.
Well, that wouldn't be true unless all light focused to a point. Like just light focused to a point.
Well, it depends on what you think light is. Does it focus to a point? It could do, depending on if you're dealing with mirrors. If you're dealing with an energy pointing at a mirror of a certain contour, then you will get, or you can get, intense focal points somewhere. But this is all orchestrated as well. It's a constructed reality, so it's made to be this way from my point of view. But that Polaris is the central emanation. Everything. I think it's obvious. Isn't that obvious? At least for consideration, that the moon and the sun, one is a direct reflection of the other. There's only two things in our sky that are possible candidates for thinking. I will just say, long ago, I decided in my head, just in order to move forward, because how can you prove this? It's not about proving anything. It's just moving forward. That the vacuum, everything is opposite, right? So they've given us the infinite empty vacuum of space. What is the natural opposite of empty space? I said it's cold waters, heavy, dense cold waters. So that's what I replaced it.
And you're saying that the sun is a reflection of the moon? Is that what you're saying?
The moon is a reflection of the sun.
No, you gotta be opposite.
Yeah. And all of the Venus is a reflection of the moon. Then Mars is also a reflection of the sun, because it's an oval barrier. This is how they have to accommodate the ellipsoid. This is how they have to accommodate this variation from circular, because it wouldn't work. You know what I mean? Otherwise, so that means it's in place. And all of these, I said it yesterday, I think, that all of these, what do you call it? Kepler's laws, Kepler's 3 laws. Fundamentally, what you're doing is you're trying to work out the relationships. Let me try, how would I explain this? Of reflections. So you set up a system where you have a source reflection and it's bouncing around. You can create, according to different contours, different mirrors, you can create any sort of reflective pattern you like. And this is what they're mathematically honing in on, is this enclosed system. Once again, just to show you the opposite, they've put all of the heavenly bodies on a different plane in the infinite universe. Everything has a different plane of reference. In flat Earth, everything comes back pretty much onto the same plane, curved plane that it is, but still fundamentally on the same plane. So they're just trying to work out reflective relationships according to their knowledge of the contour of the barrier itself. That's what I say.
Yeah, but if those reflections are source points, right? Focus point. Where light focuses to a point.
Yeah, they're emanations. They're I said a reflection. The moon is a reflection of solidity. So is the sun. So are all the stars. But of what then? That's the next level. You know, of what the fuck is going on. This is where we go back to the north.
Go back to the north.
Myself, I go back to the cut tree, the fell tree of life. But that's a different matter. I go back to the north for the source. Yeah.
Peter, before you talk about the north, I'm just trying to make sense of what you said about the Kepler's laws and reflections, all kind of stuff. How do you make sense of Kepler's, for instance, third law? And how can you do that with just reflections? What does that mean?
Okay, not interested in go. Not that I'm not interested. I'm not.
I'm just going off what you said, Peter.
Yeah, I will. Okay, I will talk about rather than just going into Kepler's third law or first or second law. Talk about it generally. This is that if you have a source that you is emanating against a reflective surface, and you are getting secondary, tertiary, multiple reflections of the same thing, and as you move that thing around, you will get a certain relationship to all of these reflections. And I think that this is what Kepler's laws is actually working out. We're working out the mathematical relationship of these reflections within a known confine. With the guise of doing it under the heliocentric model system.
Okay, it makes a lot more sense now. Thanks.
Yeah, but hey, Kosho, what do you think the star? What's your best guess as to what the stars might be in a flat Earth setting? Do you think my answer is better than most answers? Because I imagine it is, because you don't get answers from most people. But what do you think yourself that the stars could be if the Earth was stationary in a central and a flat, by extent, surface which is enclosed? What do you think the stars might be?
Well, if we were just living on a snow globe, and the stars they would just be items in some image on the edge of that glass, probably.
So, couldn't you easily imagine, a planetarium, for instance? So, a planetarium, you have a central emanating source from the ground, which is reflecting against the screen overhead, and it has a certain display pattern according to the information programmed into the source itself. So, reflections in that sense. Yes.
Oh, sure. Are these reflections inside or outside of your dome? I mean, are the objects?
I think there's two barriers actually, but I think there's like an umbrella, cross section of an umbrella. I think there's two barriers, or like a mushroom actually. A mushroom is a better one. You have the outside cover, and then you have the inside sort of arches on both sides of the north center. So I think there's two barriers at play, and it is waters beyond. Yeah, we're seeing a reflective surface. It's waters, or not necessarily waters, fluid of some sort anyway. Is that
right, Coach Joe? So your dome is
with all the oceans inundated with saline waters from somewhere. Yeah.
Peter's on the next level, man. I mean, I can't say I know much.
So your dome is curved, Coach Joe. You have the curved dome above you. Now the objects, the planets, the stars, are they above? Oh, is that feedback?
Well, you go back to Kepler's laws. His laws, the reason why we even know his name, right, is because those laws are a description of what all orbital bodies are doing.
RC, I think you're coming in real bad.
Undeniable. And I'm trying to make sense of the reflection thing. I don't think the reflection thing makes any sense. It's almost anything I can say about it would be a joke, right? Because there's nothing that Peter.
Where does the new moon go?
Where does the new moon go? Peter doesn't believe what he said.
Why can't we see the new moon in the sky? I have an answer for that, but why can't we see the new moon in the sky? It's just completely vanished. You can't locate it for 3 days. It completely vanishes, and then you get this slight sliver, which for all the world seems like it's some sort of a vague reflection of something. But then it suddenly starts appearing, and we know the form it takes then. But yeah, where does the new moon go?
Did anybody else hear that Kosho just admitted that it's level? Kosho, did you go flat on me?
Yeah, horizontal equals level. And Peter, you're asking that question as
level equals horizontal.
As if people haven't already answered that question and you don't know the answer, or you haven't seen it yourself in reality, because it's not behaving as a new majestic phenomena. It's behaving the way everything behaves with light.
What's it?
He's talking about the moon. He said the moon. Why does it disappear for 3 days?
Well, I mean, I took issue with him saying that the entire world sees the moon. I mean,
But the
is
new
that
moon,
right?
where's the new moon gone? It vanishes for about 2 or 3 days.
Does it vanish, Pete?
It does vanish.
Okay. And where is it? Where is it near in proximity to the sun? During
It's
this
nearest.
Right. It's like in between us and the sun, right?
Yes, but I
It
say it
vanishes.
vanishes for different reasons.
And you're asking me why that happens.
Yeah, but okay, you're given an explanation. But does it wash with you? Do you buy it? Shouldn't you think that something else should be happening? At least there should be some register of this fucking massive body in our sky, and it just can't be found anywhere.
Dude, if it were any other object, like a motorcycle, and there was a motorcycle going around my house, and there was a light source perpendicular to the sky, or shooting horizontally at me, it would behave the same exact way I would expect the motorcycle to behave. That is, when it's on the opposite side of my house, I would expect to see the whole thing in all of its fucking glory and all lit up. And then when it's on the side of me, I would expect to see half of it, and the back would be dark. And when it's in front of me, I would expect it all to be dark. So it's not a surprise, dude.
Would you expect the motorcycle to be turning and like tidally locked to you?
Probably, yeah.
Strange.
That'd be weird if the motorcycle were doing fucking rotations while I was watching it. I would imagine it'd be tidally locked to me.
So that you can only see one face no matter where you try to turn to see it?
It would be odd if I didn't see anything different than that. That's right.
Do you
If I saw the motorcycle
keys?
spinning around, that'd be weird. Sorry, go ahead, I'm Steve.
No. What's happening is you're supposed to be turning to see the motorcycle from another angle. Yet every time you go to try to see it from another angle, nobody's on the motorcycle, but it's turning back so you can't get a better angle at it.
Did you just make the argument that you think somebody's driving the moon?
Tidally locked, yeah. Is that what you would expect of the motorcycle?
I give
For the
up.
motorcycle to be sentient
just give up.
and with you?
Well, that's good, R.C. Micey. I'm glad you gave up so soon because Jesus Christ, who wants to listen to you for any extended length of time?
Nobody. Not a damn person, Pete.
We'd love to hear your thoughts on the possibility of what these different aspects would be of an assumed stationary Earth surface. What's the best guess you could come up with regarding the stars? Kosha doesn't want to answer. Everything wants to be compared.
Probably that
against
we're
a
on a
model.
sphere.
Everything wants to be compared against a model that has already been rejected by all flat earthers. As if what we're going to go back to it? Why don't you go forward and just express your deepest held views and speculations on what the stars could be?
My deepest view is that we're on a sphere going around a big ass star with a lot of other big ass stars real far away.
So you can't imagine. There's no other possibility. You cannot develop in your own mind.
Oh, I could imagine.
What if the Earth was a stationary surface? What if the Earth was level? What might the stars be? Taking the dome or whatever information you wanted into consideration. You have no suggestions. What's the best offering you've heard, or what's the best thing you could offer?
I can come up with a lot of imaginative things, but none of them are corresponding to reality.
Okay, so your reality tells you directly that the stars are trillions and trillions of miles away. Great, and they're massive bodies. Excellent.
Seems like it.
So that's easy for you to believe. Now, you're in the midst of a debate forum, and you've been here for years, having the same argument, so it seems that you have no imagination, or your imagination has been hijacked, because all you can do is think in terms of the imaginative terms of others, the imagination of others. That's all you can do.
I've been listening to you, Pete, for a couple of years and trying to make sense of it. So I haven't had that happen.
Yeah, but I have no one to go to, in the sense that, I'm just trying to fucking put together the best picture I can. And not that I can, I'm a shit researcher, I don't even try too hard, but I'm just relaying where I'm at and my thoughts of it. Why can't you speculate? Rather than going back to something that's automatically unrelatable to all of us, from the Earth's surface moving, to the Earth being rotund, to the stars being trillions of miles away.
Is it scary? Like, why is it scary for you? I imagine you probably speculated on how they built the pyramids before and didn't feel ashamed.
Yeah, none of it's scary.
Conspiracies, none of the ball earthers, actually.
No, I'm very willing to believe stuff that there's evidence for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so there's evidence of these lights in the sky. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, I can see them.
there's evidence that we wouldn't be able to see them according to this inverse square law of light. So what are they?
Well, that would definitely not be true.
I thought there was no insulting. Slick word inside the chat here. All the bowlers get to say what they like. They get to provoke. They get to. We got to deal with them. I got to deal with them on the same with infinite patience. Whereas what they're doing consistently is comparing what I say against their model of reality. And there's no other
No, just
possibility.
comparing it
We're in the
against
midst of a room.
observation.
We're in the midst of a discussion where there is indeed and necessarily there's another reality in play, which is not a spinning ball Earth, and you won't even go there. You just want to bring everyone back, like preachers.
No, it's mostly Pete. I just keep hearing dome, and I'm looking for dome. I keep hearing flat, and I try to see
But
evidence.
it doesn't break the inverse square law. How much brighter do the stars get when you rise up and go towards them?
As a percentage of my distance from them when they change when I go up to 30,000 feet, infinitesimally small.
They get dimmer or brighter when you go higher?
They're about the same.
About the same. Measurable?
Not
but
really.
about the same?
Yeah.
So they're the same or about the same?
About the same.
So they're not the same.
Yeah, you might have a little bit clearer air.
So it's how many trillions of miles away, and you went a little higher, and it made a difference. So does that tell you how far away
No, I
it is?
said because the air is a little bit clear.
The air is clearer where?
A little bit higher up.
Higher up. Isn't that where isn't that where all the gases and everything goes? Is up?
Isn't that where all the gases and everything? No, not everything goes up.
Not everything goes up. Everything goes down?
No.
No. So it's harder to see down here on the surface because this is where all the fog and the dust and the vapor is in the air down here.
Typically, yeah, it's a little harder to see where the air is more dense down here.
More dense down here. So it's starting up there and then getting pulled down to the surface and getting denser and denser down here.
Yes, the air is more dense towards the surface of the Earth.
And if I went a little further down into the Earth, it would be even denser down there.
Yeah, you can actually see that in like the Dead Sea. If you measure air pressure at the Dead Sea, it keeps getting denser.
So if I just dig like a hole, like a well, it starts to fill up with all these gases. They start going down into the well.
Yeah, as you go down into the well, yes, the pressure will increase.
No, the more dense air.
Yes, the air will continue to get more dense as you go down the well.
And the air is made of
A couple different gases, quite
oxygen,
a few of them.
So it's easier to breathe down in the well.
Not necessarily.
More oxygen. No.
If you get down to the water at the bottom of the well, it'll be mighty hard to breathe. Yeah.
Because all the air is getting pulled down to the ground more and more and more.
Yes.
Oh.
So that's why we can use altimeters to tell how high we are above the ground. They work off of basic pedostatic pressure.
You want to what'd you say? Pedostatic pressure. Can you just, in layman's terms, just over the basics of that?
Yeah, it's a fancy barometer to measure the air pressure.
It's mercury-based barometer, is it?
It is not mercury based.
What is there an equivalent? What did they replace mercury as the chief fluid.
They don't. They calibrate them against mercury, yes, but they actually just use sealed wafers that have a set air pressure inside of them that are very, very sensitive because the wafers are very, very thin. And you calibrate it based on known air pressures.
So what's so then Pete was? You think Pete's onto something then? I mean, according to you, you think the sky is what is there's waters separating the waters then?
I don't have any evidence that there is
All the
a
waters
dome with waters above it.
I mean, everything's getting pulled down from up high, right? So we have water on the surface of the earth. So is that where it's coming from? Because it's all coming down, getting pulled down. Asking.
It's a mystery where all the ocean waters did come from. Lots of different theories about this. The bowler thinking as well. So that's a good question. What do you reckon, RC? Is that evidence for that?
What was the question?
Where's the water coming from? Where did the water come from? You claimed that everything's getting pulled down to the surface from the sky, so the water must have been where in space, outer space. Where?
I have no clue where the water came from. I don't pretend to know.
Are we gathering water from outer space still, or did we stop gathering it?
I've never heard that claim. I imagine it's possible.
I'm just going along your line of logic, saying everything's being pulled down from the sky.
I don't ever think I said
We have
those
water
words.
here,
But all
down
right.
here on the ground.
I don't think I ever said those words, but all right.
What's going up? Things are going up, or everything's being pulled down?
Typically things that are less dense than air are able to have the pressure of the air push up on it. Yeah.
It's just being displaced, right? It's all being pulled down and being displaced, right?
Yes.
Right. So it's all being pulled down. Even the helium balloon, it's not going up; it's being displaced.
Sure.
Right. So everything's coming down. So the water must be up there being pulled down.
I don't understand that logically, but all right.
Is the helium balloon going up, or are the more dense materials being pulled down, displacing the helium balloon?
It's not a dichotomous situation.
Oh, okay. What was option number 3?
What do you mean?
What's option number 3? You said it's not just 2 options. It could be another option. What's the other option?
I said it's not a dichotomous set of options. There, you gave two unparalleled choices. You gave 2 unparalleled choices, and then asked me which one.
And then you said neither. Okay. What's
How about this?
The answer?
Did you eat macaroni and cheese for dinner tonight, or is the Queen of England name Charles?
He just asked you for another option then, bud.
You see what I'm saying? Like, one of the statements there isn't even true. Both might not be true, and neither of them are parallel to say the word or between them.
Is the helium balloon going up or not?
Helium's balloons can go up, yes.
So they're defying gravity and going up.
They're not defying gravity. There's a greater pressure on them upwards than there is downwards, so they'll go up.
What's pressing on them upward?
The dense air around them are pressing upwards.
It's pressing up, so now it's being pulled down and pressing upward at the same time.
Yes, it's a buoyant force.
Yeah, no, buoyancy is just the more dense, right, going down, therefore displacing everything.
That's not what buoyancy is.
Yeah, it's just displacing everything.
Not what buoyancy is.
Well, is that what's happening? What's buoyancy? Go ahead.
Buoyancy is the pressure around an object, usually because of a fluid that it's in or sitting in, that counteracts the gravitational pull.
Yeah, words. I hear you. I hear you.
Actually, so can I just say this, just on a different line? You're not going to get some great answers out of. See, R.C. Massey doesn't like to speculate. He will say, what he says in terms of his model, his understanding. And if he doesn't know, then or he doesn't care
Terms
to
of
say anything,
observation, Pete.
it's
Terms
fine.
of
Can I just say
observation.
something that might be
Observation,
significant?
Pete.
Okay, listen. I'm okay. The observation. There's nothing about the spinning ball Earth as foundational principles that can be observed or can be demonstrated to man or man's
That's incorrect,
experience.
Pete.
Fair enough. I will look forward to your answer. Can I just say something that had occurred to me? And talking about capital letter G for ground, and when it was first mentioned in the Bible, which I was surprised at in Genesis 2, but now I'm kind of not surprised. But here's my question, my point. Gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. Universal figure given. 81 is 9 times 9, so that can be written as 9.9.9. Does gravity come from above or
That
below? I
can
say
be.
push. Hang
That
on a second.
cannot
I'm
be.
not finished. I'm not finished, please. Does gravity come from above or from below? Well, according to the ball earthers, it comes from below. So in a certain sense, you could turn the 9.9.9 around and get 666, or the number of man. Isn't this what we're all embroiled within? Isn't it? Current theory of gravity now encompassing time and space itself, and we are all in the bounds of under the bounds of time and space, whatever we deem them to be.
Pete,
So
I
I
don't
think
know
that
what the
might
hell
be
you're talking
significant
about.
in answering somewhat. I'm just pointing it out as a lead.
Does anybody know what
Okay.
Pete's talking
Can I
about?
talk, please? Can I finish my
You've been
sentence? Because I
talking
know
for
you have
5
nothing to
minutes.
say about this, but I know you have nothing positive to say about anything. You just want to defend the model.
Pete, I
I'm finished.
I
I'm nearly
just don't
finished. You've
understand
just
anything
arrived.
you're
I'm nearly
saying.
finished. I'm nearly finished. This is a
What
course,
she said.
maybe. This is a course, maybe in reference to the number of man. Let him who knows the number of
Oh my
man
gosh.
being 666, or the number of beasts in the Bible. Now I'm done, or see my see, little ignorant bollocks.
So he's saying that 9.81 can be described as 9.9 times 9, flip it upside down, 666.
Yes,
That's
it's
what he
because
said.
gravity is this universal
I
force that we're
can't.
all under.
What
I'm
the
just
hell is
pointing it
going
out
on right
as a
now?
possible connection, right? It is. Yeah, listen to
Jeremy, do
all
you
I didn't
listen
understand
think
to all
about
the
that.
jokers.
right now?
Listen to all the jokers and scoffers as if
I'm
they
not
know anything.
scoffing. I'm just genuinely confused.
You're confused. Gravity is the overarching theory that describes the universe and everything. We're all under the auspices of gravity. It's the controlling force. It's the determination of man, man's growth, development, man's life. I simply pointed out in terms of 9.81. I realized this before. We have 3 nines in there. I wonder, do you recognize the significance of the 9 in relation to the 6, for instance? Or tell
Do
me
you,
about the
Pete?
5 and the 2. But the point is, yeah, I just pointed it out. I'm not asking anyone to make anything of it, just to hear it, because it occurred to me, and I remembered to say it. That's all. So 9.81 meters per second squared is not 81 is 9 times 9. So we have 9.9.9 in that sense. Gravity, whether it comes from below or above, I say it's a pushing force from above, which is associated with the force that is generating everything from below. So there is that connection there. So if we look at it from an inverted way, we get
Oh my
666,
gosh.
and there we are, the number of the beast, the number of man. You work it out.
Do you know that the number of
Six,
the beast
six,
actually though,
six,
Pete,
six.
is, do you know that the number of the beast, Pete, is actually 616?
Yes, I was just going to say 616 is also the number of man. 616 is also the number of man. But yes, I know that. And I actually have an answer as to why that is. Actually, thanks
Do
for
you,
reminding
Pete? I thought it was 666.
Oh no, 616 is the number
But you just told me it's 666.
as described in the Bible. Yes.
No, in the Bible it's 616.
Well, I have a Bible here. Will I look it up? Do you want to bet?
I know that you have an incorrect version. It's a folklore that it's 666.
Yes, I know that.
It's actually an incorrect.
Yes, I know that. I said. Do you not believe me when I say I know that? I've already talked
I didn't
about this
know that.
before.
Yeah, it's
Already
actually
talked about this
616.
before. But I said in relation to the Bible, the 666 of the Bible.
Why does it
Yes,
say
this is a possible association. The gravity of man, right? The grave. So hey, from the cradle to the grave. This is getting better. This
Oh
is
my
getting better,
gosh.
man. This is getting
Oh
better.
man.
Yeah, but you have to be wrong, Pete, because the Bible was written well before gravity was discovered. Gravity was discovered in let me look it up.
I wouldn't be so sure of that. I think the same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare wrote the Bible in and around the same time. We live in a construct here. We live in a construct.
Newton
Okay,
discovered
video
gravity
game.
in the year right here. It says Newton discovered gravity in the year
I know
One
that. I know the
six six
story.
six. Yeah.
Yeah, 666 is definitely incorrect.
Yes, I know that. I already said that. But in the Bible,
Well,
it
maybe
does
that's
state.
why it was. Maybe he discovered it in one
Yes,
six
we were
six
always
six.
meant to
I don't
figure
know.
out that it wasn't just 666, it was 616, and now work out why that might be. Have you any thoughts on that? I do have thoughts on that.
Can we back up a little bit here?
So
Where
what?
does it say that it's 616? Because you got me lost.
Okay, so the 2nd century, Irenaeus was the first one who was reported, hey, we have a couple of textual variants. It's either 666, he iota sigma, or 666, which is not he iota sigma, but a he phi sigma. They're very, very close to each other. But the older ones that we find, particularly from the Textus Ephraimi, shows us that it's indeed 616.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. I found the
The
passage, right?
Oxyrhynchus papyri 115. That's a good one to look to show it's definitely
Okay.
616 as the
Okay,
oldest one.
let me just say, I found the
That was
passage
like
here.
revisionist history, but
Oh,
cool.
one
Well,
second.
no, I mean Jerome was another Latin translator who talked about this debate, and it has been debated since the 2nd century. It's a very old debate. That's true, but both of them did recognize that they didn't know which of the numbers it was, because some people said it was 616, some people said it is 666, but now that we have the majority of the texts from those times, particularly the old ones with the Oxyrhynchus papyri,
Okay, thank you.
it's pretty,
Let me
it's
just
pretty
read
clear
it.
that it was 616,
Thank you,
which
bud.
would
Let me
be
just read this out
hold up,
then.
Pete, I'm not done.
But
Which
you
would
said your
actually
point.
be the anagram for Nero, which was exactly who the reference was for.
So in the Bible it says, right, also it calls, I'm just reading from Genesis 13, 16. Also it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark. That is the name of the beast, or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let him who has understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666. And there's a little asterisk, so I'll just go back to where it is. It says, as you just quoted, it says, okay, 666, the letters of Nero's name plus the title of Caesar, given their numerical meaning in the Hebrew and added together, make 666. And that's another interesting clue itself.
Well, Nero did make people of the town, or carry that mark on their hand or their.
He did not. No, he didn't.
Now, these are
Nero,
do you
Nero
believe these
simply.
stories, first of all, or is he my Steve?
Hey,
Do you believe
Pete,
these biblical
you
stories?
just talked over me for 5 minutes. Why don't you let somebody who actually knows a little
I
bit
want you
something
to
about
comment
this
on what I
for a
said
little
then.
bit? Yeah,
Stop
I
giving
am.
orders in here, man. You haven't been here in
Yeah,
ages.
Pete,
Stop
just
talking. We all
chill
know you're a
out first.
ball earther.
So the point here is that no, it's so anagrams. All they are people. They would write this all the time. So if your name is Greg and your love's name is Lucy, you would write things that are just kind of cryptic. Latins did this, Greeks did this, Hebrew Jews did this, and they would write
So in regards to the mark on
312 loves 455,
to
kind of as a
the
little.
Archie Meisty, stop
Why
talking.
why is that?
Stop
Why
talking.
is it?
Guys,
because I thought
yo,
you were
one
going
at a
to
time, guys. And
I thought you
listen,
were
no
going to
one
stay
should
on
be
top.
talking right
Who's this
now.
Why's
guy,
everybody
Honestly.
hanging out?
Who is this guy?
Hold on,
Stop
guys.
talking.
Nobody should be talking right now, modding this. Let RC finish, and then I don't know. Somebody can go next.
Who though? You gotta be a better mod. Who's next?
Oh my gosh.
RC's gonna finish, and then you can go next, and then Pete.
I want to go first.
So it would be simply
You wanna
like
go first?
oh my gosh.
We want
So
him to
Go ahead,
shut up.
RC.
Though. The people he's talking to, Jeremy, want him to shut the fuck up.
RC, go ahead.
So they would do something like if your name was Greg, your love's name was Lucy, they would say 315 loves 224. All it is your name. If each of the letters of your name represents the numbers 1 through 23, you could take your number, add them all up, and that's what your name's number would be. And so when it said 666 or 616, depending on if you wanted to use Kaiser in front of it or not, It would just be the number for Nero. So it was just a kind of, not even a code, but just kind of a call out using a literary device of saying, hey, Nero is this one. And no, he didn't make people like carry 666 on their arms or
What did they
anything
have to
like that
carry,
on his
if
coin.
anything?
It was just simply a way of making a snide towards Nero, who was killing Christians.
So what did these merchants have to carry on them, if anything, to purchase coins?
They didn't have to carry anything in particular, no.
So everybody was allowed to freely purchase without
Yes.
devoting their allegiance to Nero,
Yes.
who then burned
Yes,
down the
absolutely.
city.
Absolutely. Yeah, you could use everything from gold to silver to, if you wanted to use Roman coins, which was actually incredibly difficult to come about. They often didn't use. In fact, the only reason they would use Roman coins is because they would often be made out of silver, which were very easy to melt down and use for something else. And so, yeah,
So
it has nothing.
the evidence and the testimony that you did have to show your papers during that time are
That
what?
is incorrect.
False?
That is there is
Forged?
no evidence of that.
Forged documents?
There is no evidence of that. You're making that
Is
up.
it just rumor? I'm not making it up.
Yes, you are just making that up, or someone
No, I'm
lied
not
to you
making
and
it up.
told you that.
The History Channel also you can just go right on the History Channel and find it out.
Would you like
You're
to
saying
appeal
they're
to
all
the
lying
History
too?
Channel for your argument?
Yeah, but the History
Yeah.
Channel does Ancient Aliens too. Like I wouldn't take what those guys say too
No
serious.
I mean, these are historians on the History Channel.
These are not historians, my guy.
What are they?
They're
Just
people who need
Like when their
worship.
name flashes up on the screen, it says historian. Rebecca.
He's got a point,
What is
actually. He's got a point. They do be having historians on there.
They might have historians on there. They would be wrong if they tried to claim that.
You want me to give you their contact info?
Yeah, I would.
All right, let me see if I can check them
Yeah,
out.
RC's going to call up the historians and tell them they're wrong. Can you record this call for us, RC?
Sure, dude. No problem. Yeah, just learn a little bit about these types of things. I mean, this is the most Googleable shit in the world.
That's all I'm doing is Googling it for you.
Googleable?
The most Googleable shit in the world.
RC Micey, what does it mean then when it says this calls for wisdom? Let him who has understanding reckon the number of the beast, for is a human number. Is, let's say it's 666, but once you get beyond a certain point, then you have to decode 616 because you know that 666 is almost a blind alley or something complete answer.
It's just referring to Nero, doing a snide towards him. Yes.
That's all. There's nothing greater than to the Bible. Do you value the Bible? Do you think all these characters existed in the Bible?
Yes, this particular anagram referring to Nero, yes, exists in the Bible, and it is a snide towards Nero. Yes.
What about
Irenaeus.
Moses? Or what about Jesus? Do you believe Jesus existed and the story is true in the Bible?
Yes.
Really? I'm
Yes.
surprised at that. I'm okay. Thank you for that.
Why would you be surprised at that, Pete?
I would have said that you are, at the very least, agnostic. You don't put much faith and trust in religious institutions.
No, I'm a rather religious person. I was a missionary for 2 years. I teach Sunday school every single Sunday.
They still call that catechism?
No, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm not Catholic.
So is the Bible not the literal or the Word of God? So Revelation was just a joke. The 666 number is just a joke.
It's not a joke. I didn't say it was a joke. I said it was a reference to Nero.
That's all. So there's nothing to do with right now. Why is
No.
666 then a satanic? And of course it has something very significant to do with right now. Carbon is 66 element 666 or 66 protons, neutrons, electrons. We are more primarily made of carbon-based life. We are in a fallen state to some degree. Now, how do we work out our fallen state? Or are we? Are we at the pinnacle of ever? Hang on, do you believe in evolution? Do you believe that God created the earth?
Yes, I think God had a lot to do with creating the earth.
So do you believe that so what about the 6,000 year, that was it Bishop Acker or something?
No, I don't think that the earth is 6,000 years old.
But what do you believe the Bible is the Word of God or not?
Yes.
And there's a contradiction then there. The Bible.
No, I just don't believe that your reckoning of what all of these things are or the literalness that you take it with is actually revealing of the truth that exists within the Bible.
Okay, so how long ago did Adam exist then?
I have no clue.
Well, there's someone who has a clue and is generally agreed, according to counting of the generations.
Yes, those generations are not literal, Pete.
6,000 or so years old.
I know that you think that. That is.
So what do you want to say? Give or take? Will we give or take a thousand, 10,000, 100,000 years, a million years, even? Oh, does it? Okay. I'm confused, man. I'm confused.
I don't see what there's confused about.
Yeah, but I mean, how can you be a Bible? You're not a Bible literalist, or you interpret it in a different way. You are a Bible literalist, but you interpret it.
No one is a Bible literalist, Pete. No,
you know what I mean. You know what I mean by that.
I have not
Sure about that?
I have not met one person who lives up to their claim of being a Bible literalist.
Are you sure about that, though?
Yes. Yeah, every one of them who thinks they're Bible literalists are until you corner them on something.
You
Okay, pretend you're gonna corner right now. What would you say?
Okay, how do you?
Yeah, Paul should be in. Yeah, Paul. Let Paul come in and answer that. Go on, RC.
All right, who thinks they're a Bible literalist?
I think Paul might be here, Dave Verkia, but otherwise just ask the room.
Interpret some parts literally, yes.
Okay. Have you ever
Would you
sinned
not?
with your... Okay, ready? Have you ever sinned with your hand?
Mm-hmm.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
And how many hands do you have currently?
I have 2.
Great. You're not a Bible literalist. Next.
So,
Yeah, I know. Okay, we know where you're
do you believe?
If your hand
that-
offends you, cut it off.
Do you believe?
It's better to get into heaven
Well,
with one hand.
well, let me. Pete,
Go on, bud. Yeah, go on.
do you believe that the miracles performed by Jesus were figurative?
No, I said.
Do you believe there were real miracles by a real man who lived at that real
Wait,
time?
no. Answer it.
I did. I said no. I don't believe that they were figurative. I believe they were real.
They were literal then. Yeah. Okay.
No, not I don't think you understand what the word literal means.
Okay.
Literal is not the opposite, or is not synonymous with real, and figurative is not the opposite. Is that the opposite of figurative is not real. So you can be figurative and it still be real. You can also be literal and it still be real. But you don't take the Bible literally.
You don't think that cutting off your hand would be a good gesture? But
I'm asking Red Eye.
deciding not to do it?
So Red Eye, have you ever sinned with your hand?
Literally, yes, he said. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you have both your hands still, Red Eye?
What is he supposed to literally do?
Yes. He's supposed to literally cut off his hand. That's what Jesus commanded.
Does he have the choice to not cut off his hand?
Actually, no. He said you would be better if you did cut off your hand. He didn't command you to do that.
Yeah, so I guess he's not better.
Because heaven is so pure, yes. There's no sin allowed. Yes, that's not expected.
It seems that maybe he read the verses, but then didn't take
going
the
around
time
with
to
living
actually
people.
read the
Hey,
verses.
Pete, thank you for
It
your...
doesn't say that you have to cut off your hand. It says that if the sin is going to cause you to keep your soul in a state where you would be condemned eternally, it would be better for your soul eternally for you to just lose the hand for a little while in this life and still be saved in the next one.
Good.
That's not a command to cut off your hand, even
Oh,
if
it
you take
isn't?
it literally.
Why not? That's a very good interpretation of figurative language there, Bob. I
Yeah, but
appreciate
it's not
that.
figurative. It's literal. You literally should cut off your hand if it's going to cause you to sin. You
Bob,
should do that.
you're so full of shit, and it's hilarious that you
No,
don't.
I'm pretty sure
You don't
he
seem
just won
very
that one,
Christian
RC.
to
You
me,
shouldn't be
man.
teaching
Well, I
these
mean, I
kids.
just explained it very clearly, and you haven't
wait.
made any argument against it. You just tried to insult me. Do you want to try again with a real argument?
Wait.
Yeah, that one wasn't really a winner for you.
Did Jesus figuratively die for my sins or literally?
Guess that's a no.
What? So, are you going to let me answer? No, he actually died for my sins.
Oh, just yours, not mine?
Yes, yours too.
Okay. Literally or figuratively, though?
So, Red Eye, I don't think you know what literal versus figurative is. You keep asking me factual questions. And
Well, you
asking
didn't give
me,
a good. You didn't
You
give a
know.
good one either, man.
hey,
That
hold
wasn't
up,
really good.
hold up, Red Eye. You
That's
think
not me.
that? Yeah, I know, but
Yeah,
Red
but you
Eye.
didn't.
Both based on both of your statements, you are juxtaposing factual with figurative,
I
and that is not
literally
true.
don't want to cut off my hand.
Okay?
What are you talking about?
Red Eye, what you are making the error of, okay, and this is what I'm pointing out to you here, okay, is that you think that if something is figurative, that means it is not factual. And that's what I'm showing everyone when I say no one's
You're not
actually a
showing it, man.
literalist,
You did a bad job.
because most people who think that they are literalists can, like, they try to juxtapose that with factual.
I mean,
And then
not
when
you.
we
Use
try
the
to
one
hold
that
it, and when we
literally
tried to
gave
hold
you a
them to the
choice, man.
truth or tanks, can you just
Literalists
chill out and
believe
stop?
that Jesus
Well,
said
pick
these
And
something
every
things.
better.
time,
You're
oh
just
my gosh,
explaining why you
can I get
didn't
the
lose, but you
moderation here
lost.
at some point?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Hold on, guys.
No, I mean, I'll just roll
Let's
out
let it.
because you're going on
Yeah,
and
bye,
on.
tanks.
All right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's up to
Let's
so
just let
Jeremy.
him
Jeremy,
finish.
are you gonna have him
so
just
Red Eye. Here's the
run the
Here's
show
our
oh
or
my
what?
message, John.
gosh.
Please
I don't know
continue.
who
I don't
got
know. I mean, if
interrupted
he's
just
gonna,
now.
he asked for
Oh my
moderation. Just let's see
gosh.
which way you're gonna moderate, and I'll roll out or
Yeah.
not.
All right, bye,
I
tanks.
wasn't
I
really
wasn't
listening on
talking,
who
dude.
got interrupted. Let's
Okay,
just go
RC
one at a
Micey, any
time,
say?
please.
Can
Pete, you're
thanks
not
please?
helping, Pete.
Yeah, I'm
Pete, you're
helping.
not
You weren't
helping.
here.
So Red Eye. People who say that they are Bible literalists often juxtapose
Okay, but
literalism with.
I was talking there,
Oh
bud.
my
That's where it
gosh.
was. It was me talking.
RC
Anybody?
So
Micey,
you
let thanks respond, please.
Anybody? No, tanks
Can I go
interrupted
fourth?
me.
You just
Bro, I
muted.
don't know who got interrupted here. Just Tanks, can you go next? We'll let you go next
all
right
right?
after RC.
No problem.
So, Red Eye, people who are typically Bible literalists, like you just did, juxtapose figurative with real. That is not true. Figurative and literal are ways of communicating where you don't even hold up your basic definition of literal. That's what I'm highlighting here. Okay? Is that figurative and literal are simply ways of communicating something that is true.
This is about what Jesus said. It's not about what you have
Hold
to
on,
do
no
or
Tanks
follow
is
the
next,
instruction to the T.
Pete.
It's
Yeah, I
about
know you heard me say that.
Thanks,
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Yeah.
I'm
So I mean, you brought RC. You did bring up like a point that you wanted to make. You said, okay, it says to cut off your hand if you want to cast away sin, right? And then you asked him, does it mean to literally cut off your hand and give you that choice? And he said, yeah, it gives you that choice to literally cut off your hand. Did you make that choice? You asked him. He said, yeah, I made the choice and I didn't cut off my hand. That's literal. You didn't make a good point.
No, but he still could believe the Bible's literal, but that he's failing to follow in the
Yeah,
ways of the Bible. But I wanted
that's
to
all
ask.
he's making the point of.
That's a good point. And so let me read you Matthew 5:30. And if your hand, even your stronger hand, causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. So yes, it is a commandment. If it causes you to sin, cut it off. Now, here's my question. Here's my question then, Red Eye. If you don't have if you have both of your hands right now and you already admitted, neither are you a Bible literalist.
That's not
No,
true.
Oh,
Read it
that's not
again.
true.
Well, hold on,
You're not a
Marcy.
Bible follower.
It says if
No,
your hand.
Jesus died
Wait,
for
wait,
my
hold
sins.
on,
So
guys. He's skipping over the verse. He just read the verse and then ignored it. It says if your hand caused you to sin, he could sin with his hand, and the hand could not be the cause, Meisty. Now, why aren't you taking it literally, like you're telling him to take it literally? It says if it's the cause, not if it's involved in the sin. Try again.
So
it's a double loss.
You're the one not being literal now.
Yeah,
Try
okay,
again.
okay. So to cause here is the idea of be an instrument for.
We're
That's the
talking
Greek
about
word.
literally. It's got to
The
be
Greek
literal. It
the
says
so
cause.
the
Well,
Greek
he's
literal
out.
reading, the
Force.
literal Greek
Try
reading
again.
was to be an instrument for. So
You're
Jedi,
doing
was
figurative.
your hand
That's
an
figurative.
instrument
We're
for?
doing
Was
literal right
your
now.
hand?
Let's do
Oh, that's
literal.
figurative. Oh, okay.
You're doing figurative right now.
I'm not
We're
doing
doing
figurative.
literal. We're discussing literal, right? Right, Meisty? We're
I'm
discussing
giving.
literal, just like
Hey,
you were just talking about.
Bob.
So it
Why
has
don't
to be
you
the
listen to my
cause of the
answer
sin,
instead
does
of
it not?
He's
freaking out?
translating, though, man. But give
Hey,
him a
Bob.
little more.
Why don't you listen to my answer instead of freaking out?
Okay,
The
I'm
Greek
not
word,
freaking out.
Greek word being used here. The Greek word being used here is to be an instrument for. So the most literal translation, since Red Eye likes literalism, is if your hand, your right hand specifically, strong hand, okay, is an instrument for you to sin, cut off it and throw away it. There's the literal translation for you. So, Red Eye, was your hand an instrument for your sin?
Or your penis.
Yeah.
What's your point, though? It's still
The point is that
you're being a
everybody who
literalist
says they're
as well.
Bible
You're trying to,
literalist, everybody's
yeah.
a
What are you
Bible
talking
literalist
about?
until I read them this verse.
No, what are you talking about? Everybody's still a lit. I'm
Well,
even one.
he
I'm
doesn't
not
know
even
what
quoting
a
it.
Bible literalist is. That's the problem. Is he doesn't
I
understand
think
what
so.
literally means.
I really do. I think that is the problem. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Well, it
my
has to.
problem.
Well, the way he's describing it means that no book anywhere, no writing is ever literal. It can't be.
No,
It's
I
No,
mean,
I'm
impossible.
he's,
saying
I
I mean,
don't
just
hear
the
that
example
from
that
what
you
he's
use.
saying.
my
That's not
entire
literal.
point, Bob, is that none of y'all are literalists because every time I bring up something you're not literal about, then you start spurging out and making these actions. Well, you don't understand. Blah, blah,
That's not
and
what
you
you said,
just
though,
go into
Tracy. That's not what you said. You didn't say nobody's taking it literally. You said nobody is a Bible literalist. The problem is that you're mistaking the definition of literal with the concept of a Bible literalist. That's all.
Like what
It's
you're
pretty
like,
simple.
RC. What you're doing is you're
What you're
saying like,
describing means
Oh, he
Oh
said
my
y'all not
gosh, you guys
followers,
are
everything.
though.
Guys,
It's not
guys,
possible.
yeah, you're
guys, guys,
you guys
You're
are
making the word
proving my
worthless.
point.
hold on, yo,
Proving my
hold
point.
on, man.
RC. So here's an
You're
example,
proving
right?
my
So I mean,
point. You're making
I'm
it
not even
worthless.
saying it says that. I was talking. So I'm not even saying RC that it says this. But if it says you need to pray you need to kneel on the ground every time you pray, every single time, right? Literally kneel. And you ask me, have you ever prayed while standing up? And I say yes. You are saying I'm not a Bible literalist. That's crazy. What you're saying.
Well,
That's all you're saying.
apparently you have something even worse than you don't take the Bible seriously.
Right, but that
Yeah.
That
taking it
might be
seriously
true.
is not the same
Oh,
as being a literalist. Yeah. So
so
I
red,
think
Yeah,
you're
so
you
red.
confused
cannot
on
take
what.
it
Okay, that's
seriously and
fine. Fair
still take
enough.
it literally.
So red eye, which one is it? Do you give up your Bible literalism, or do you admit you don't take the Bible seriously? Which one?
They're not mutually exclusive. You're mistaking
Oh, okay.
Bible literalism for this other thing that you've created in your head. He can believe the Bible means exactly what it says, literally, and then decide not to follow it, even though he believes that it means
Okay.
what it says.
I agree.
He can
Yeah,
actually
I 100%
do
true.
that.
That's
So
why I
you're
asked it. So
qualifying your
so
term
red eye, which one
literalist,
is it?
Mikey, is that qualifying as a follower basically? That's your definition as you
Oh, I didn't divine anything.
He's
I'm just
imagined
trying
up
to.
a
because
definition.
I'm just trying to
you're
dig a
killing
little
you.
under the surface here. Red eye. So which one is it? Do you not take the Bible seriously, or do you not take it
No,
literally?
I do. I do.
Are you a
Not
sinner?
mutually exclusive.
Are you a
Yeah,
sinner,
of course I am.
Red Eye? Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's great. So that we can move on from that.
So,
So now,
so red
do a
eye,
better
since you're a
example,
Bible,
RC.
hold up. So red eye, since you're a Bible literalist, and you do believe that you should
No.
cut off
You
your
didn't
hand,
hear me.
apparently.
You didn't hear me. I said I take some things literally. I don't take the entire Bible.
Oh, so it's I take some things
There's certain
literally.
books there are certain books that are not purposefully written not to be taken literally. Like
Bro,
Okay.
Yeah,
I
anyone
just
who
hey
no,
argues
bro, you
hey
gotta
with
suck
hey
the
red
word
eye,
back up. He's
red
saying
eye.
nobody
I
hardcore
agree
enough
with
for the
you.
Bible.
Red
Nobody.
eye, I agree
Guys,
with you. Great. So red eye, would you now like to admit that yeah, some things in the Bible are literal, some things aren't.
He never claimed to be a
never
literalist. You
claimed that
said
it
if
He
was
there was
did.
one.
one
You're
here, this is
making
how I
up
would
an
debate
argument.
you.
He
Oh
did.
my God! Stop blocking.
no, look, I was you created it's either one or the other, like a dichotomy on the issue, and
No,
it's
you did.
absolute one way or the other. And I was saying no, it's not. And now,
Okay, I would agree with you.
okay, that's
100%
what I was
agree
trying
with
to
you, red eye.
prove.
Okay,
Yeah,
100%
he
agree
made
with
up an
you.
so
entire
anyone that
So
argument.
I am glad that you now admit yeah, there are some things in the Bible that we can
There's
take as
no admittance. He
factual.
never argued differently.
But
He's
there are a
making
lot of
up
things in
an
the Bible that are
argument.
definitely not literal, right?
I don't know. You didn't really make an argument for any of
Hey,
the
red eye,
Bullshit.
would you
He
agree?
said he ain't
Oh
never
my
Hey,
met
red
a
God.
eye,
hardcore
would
Bible
you agree
follower.
that there are
Someone
things
jumped
in the
up like,
Bible
yeah,
that
it's
definitely
me.
are not literal?
Yeah, so
so
Red eye,
if you
would
take
you?
the
There's
Bible
a lot of
literally,
talking going on.
hold on, real
Yeah,
quick.
there's nothing for him to
Let me
admit.
just sum this up. If
I'll
you
let
take the
Jeremy talk,
Bible,
guys.
if you take the Bible literally, and you sin with your hand, you're supposed to cut your hand off, right? Because it
No,
Yep.
literally
it
says
doesn't
that
actually
in
say
the
that.
Bible.
No.
I thought RC
Literally
said
what
it
it
literally.
says.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, right. He claims that it says that. It doesn't, though.
It's. I just gave you the verse, Broseph.
Right.
Let's hear it.
Wait,
I explained why you were wrong.
Here's the verse. And if your hand, even your stronger hand, causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away.
Pause.
Anybody
And Bob,
unclear about what it's saying?
You're saying your hand doesn't cause anything ever.
No, I'm
Because-
not making that argument. No. What I'm arguing is that if he insists on making like the absolute of figuratism, which is absurd to begin with, his argument's absurd to begin with.
agree
But
it's
if he
absurd.
insists on making the argument, he has to actually go full all the way with the argument, which means
I
cause means the
agree.
hand is the inception of it.
You guys get out of the fucking weeds. All he said was he ain't never met nobody that was that hardcore that did literally what the Bible said. Ain't nobody live. Everybody tries to worm out of it fucking some way.
No,
And
that's
my
not what he
point,
said,
Bob.
That's not what he said. Okay,
yes,
let me repeat
not
what
what
he
he
said
said.
so you can understand why he was wrong. He
Hold
said
up.
there's no such thing as an actual Bible literalist. And
That's
so
what I heard
true.
too.
He has taken one definition of a thing that he's made up in his head and transposed it on top of the term Bible literalist, which is absurd. It doesn't mean the thing that he's claiming. It doesn't mean
Obviously,
that.
the literal party's claiming, but he's saying no one is. If they believe it's literal, they don't. Why would they not cut their hands off? I mean, simple
Right.
as
What
that.
he's saying
They
is,
don't want to cut
his
their hand
made
off.
up imaginary
But you
definition
got to. You a pussy.
Hold on.
Guys, hold on, guys. I'll mute everyone. Settle down.
Or he ain't met no fucking literalist then,
Don,
or
you
you're
need
all
to
fucking.
relax.
Right, but he's
I'm
wrong.
trying to let you warm. I'm more interested in. Meisty said that Jesus literally did the miracles, and nobody jumped on that. That's the most interesting
We weren't
thing.
discussing that, were we?
Can I jump in
trying to
next
get in.
after somebody else? Can I
But
jump in
I
after?
want us all to understand what he actually said.
Bob,
He
then
didn't
Blaze.
say the thing that you just claimed. He
Yeah, I'm on
said
board
there is
with
no such thing as an
you.
actual Bible literalist, and he doesn't mean the thing he thinks it means. He's wrong.
Yeah,
Right,
I
but see, that's
agree with
not
you.
fair. You should let him
Blaze is trying
communicate
to-
what he
Bob, then Blaze.
means.
Hold on, Don.
Okay,
Don,
that's
there's a
fine if he
there's a
wants to
list.
change it.
Guys, there's a list.
What's the list? You checking it
Blaze.
twice?
Bob just went Blaze, then you. No, thanks. Go ahead. Then Don.
Hello, everybody. By the way, what does let me finish. Okay, I'm going to ask a question and then let me finish. What is a Bible literalist, anyways? The Bible is a law book. It's a contract. It's a description of laws and covenants. So there are examples of how extreme and how important it is to pay attention to the instructions for.
Cut your hand off, yes or no?
Don.
It's an expression of how important it is to pay attention to the law. So, no, Messiah isn't literally saying cut your hand off. He's saying this is important. So pay attention before you do something because it's that extreme. Because once you get to Judgment Day, and I'm almost done. Once you get to Judgment Day, when it's already too late, you will have seen, like, dang, I should have really paid attention, or it would have been better for me to cut that off so that I could be here for that. So these people that, like try to hang out that Bible literalist situation, let's dissect that a little bit more. Okay. It's an extreme example to show how important the law is. Okay.
That might be
over.
true, right? But what I had interpreted ours, was it not me next? Yeah.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, was it me? I'm really asking. Was it me next?
Yeah. No, it's you. Go ahead.
Okay. So what RC had put forth? Now, I'm not claiming to be a literalist, right? But what he had claimed is that there's nobody who interprets the Bible as literal, right? And now it's being confused with nobody who interprets the Bible. I've never met anybody who interprets the Bible literally who actually follows through on the things. Those are two separate issues. Now,
I
if they
agree,
interpret
though.
it as a literal, now he's saying I can show you that even the most I hate the word literal. It's really giving me a tongue twister, right? But even somebody who interprets it literal won't follow
be
through.
me.
That's not the same thing.
It would be me.
Well,
I don't do it perfectly, but I am waking up to the instructions because it is a contract. It's a covenant book that people that want to be in covenant with the Creator are to do and to follow his biblical feast. He built in the Sabbath. literally built the Sabbath into creation on day 7, as we all know. So there are examples and parables so that people can understand of how important it is for Judgment Day, so that
So can I ask?
you're prepared.
Can I ask
Hold
RC to
on.
clarify then? RC, do you want to clarify on that you've never met somebody who follows through on every commandment and everything perfectly, or you've never met somebody who interprets all of these passages as literal instructions?
Yes, so you are 100% correct. There is a distinction to be made. I use this as a rhetorical effect to show that, like, yes, okay, either you're a literalist or you're a hypocrite, one of the two, which is fine. We're all hypocrites in one sense or another. That's fine, and you're 100% correct. The second thing that I would point out, though, is that then we get into other things such as Psalms. We get into other things such as like allegories that Jesus Christ gives himself, right? And we have to start asking ourselves, okay, well, is this a literal happening that's happening, or is there a deeper spiritual thought? For example, right? Was there a man actually named Adam? Was there a woman actually named Eve? How would you know? Why should we care one way or another, right? That's my question often to people. And for example, the serpent. Here's something is like, did it have to be a literal serpent?
You also mentioned miracle.
Yeah. Or miracles, whatever you want to start taking, but everybody has an interpretive lens. The Bible uses non-literal figurative language literally all the time, pun intended.
Maybe it's us. Maybe it's us. Have you ever thought about maybe it's us in our interpretation with our linear thinking? We have been taught to think linearly. I can't even say that now.
Yep.
Yes. And so the Bible is not a linear Bible. It's not a linear literature. It is cyclical, right? We're so far from cyclical thinking and learning that we can't, we're waking up to the interpretations of it. So I'm not 100% disagreeing with you. There's it's prophesied in like Hosea and a couple of other books that there's going to be a remnant that are waking up and they don't believe in the end time, going into the end time church. And as a matter of fact, it says, come out of her, my people. That's spiritually. And I believe it's religion. And I believe that there's a lot of churches that are waking up to, the real meaning of the scriptures, because Messiah didn't come to start a religion. He just came to show us the way back to being obedient to the Father, to be set apart in this world that, wants to give us everything that we want. It's a contract book. It's a legal book. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's Don. Don, are you still here? You were next. Like now.
Yes.
No, you're up.
You're up, Don. It's your turn.
I think everybody's saying the same thing pretty much.
Well, say it again.
I'm interested in how Meisty casually just says he believes in the miracles.
Well, before you answer that, I just want to say I think the problem seems to be stemming from when he uses the phrase Bible literalist. I don't think he means that in the way what it actually means. When the phrase Bible literalist does not refer to a person who cannot understand or conceive of something figurative in the scriptures. It means somebody who considers the Bible to mean what it says, not be as a whole an allegory or a metaphor in its entirety, such as some people are seemingly under the impression. Like whenever it talks about history,
I've not heard anybody
that actually existed, people think that it's talking about people and history that didn't actually exist, and it's a story or an allegory or a metaphor.
Bob, I 100% agree with you. And that's where most people live, right? But here's my issue that I often bring up with people. Okay, fine. If you were going to say, like I say, there's figurative language, there are literal things about that figurative language. Sometimes they even use the literal things that happen, true facts that actually transpired, to teach us deeper figurative meanings. They actually allegorize historical fact, and I think that's fine also. Here's my question then for people: how do you tell the difference, and who gets to decide that?
I was just thinking, who's the arbiter of what's to be taken
Right.
literally and what's to be taken figuratively.
That would be a different discussion. I'm not getting into that part right now. I'm not saying that you wouldn't have to determine how to do that. You would. There would, if you're going to say that there's figurative language and there's literal language in the scriptures, which I think that there is, and you were going to discuss that with another person, you and that other person would have to agree on how you're going to establish what is figurative and what is literal. I agree with
I 100%
that.
agree.
What I'm saying is that someone who says they are a Bible literalist can still actually believe honestly, truly, and totally that there's figurative language in the scripture while still remaining a Bible literalist.
Correct.
Yeah, I thought this whole time, I thought a
is
Bible literalist meant somebody that took the Bible literally, like
Yeah,
word for word.
and that's fine, Bob. You're allowed to take that what I feel like is a very reasonable stance against, like, with the Bible. That is an incredibly reasonable way of looking at it. I will tell you though, as soon as you get into any type of figurative analysis around it, you are going to find somebody who's going to scream heretic at you because you are analyzing in a figurative way something that may have actually been meant to be figurative, but they want so bad for that to have been literal, and they're going to call you a heretic for not
But
taking it
I
literal.
would argue that you'll find that person somewhere, whether you do that or not. I think
Very
you'll find
good.
how you take the Bible, you're going to find the person who disagrees with you, right?
Sure.
Or you want
Mike,
an
can you give us
example?
an example?
Yeah,
of
let me give you a
the
great.
literal?
Let me
No,
let me
and
give you a great
not
example.
the obvious. Hold on one second, please. The obvious cut off your hand is.
Yeah, I know. Let me give you
Yeah,
a great
that's
example. Let me give you a great
okay.
example. Okay,
Cool.
right?
Yep.
I believe that Genesis, the story of Genesis 1 through 3, we'll say, okay, tells some of the deepest, most prophetic, and insightful truths that have ever been told to humanity. I believe that is in the inspired word of God. I have no clue whether Adam was a real person or not, and I don't think the text makes a claim one way or another either.
I mean, okay, but why do we need Adam? I mean, if you
We don't.
believe, but then why wouldn't you believe? Why do you get to pick and choose? Obviously, there is a reason that
See here, hey Bob, I want to point it out. Here's, you see it happening.
Well,
you see it happening, Bob?
Who gets?
Can I finish a little bit?
My thing was muted. I was on mute. I didn't respond right away. Now, what did you say?
Say that you're
Yeah,
proving
you
his
see how?
point.
But why do you get to pick and choose? Like, do you actually want to know why?
Oh,
Because we all
cutting your
pick and
hand
choose.
off.
We all pick and choose.
Okay, it's not about why does he get to pick and choose. If you're going with any subject, any topic ever, if you are going to communicate with another human being, you two have to establish a standard that you're going to work from. Otherwise, you cannot have fruitful conversation. So it's not about him picking. It's about he has an idea and you have an idea, and if you can't agree, you can't go forward. So you got to figure out a way to agree or walk away.
And who creates the standard for the Bible?
Well, hold on a second.
There you
Can I
go.
Exactly.
Is he a believer?
Yeah.
He's a
Here's the
Church of the
thing.
Latter-day Saints people.
Are you a believer, Meisty?
Yes.
You're a follower of the word.
He literally said he teaches Sunday school children. I'm a little bit worried right now, but
Yeah, no doubt. So give me an example that's an extreme example about cutting your hand off rather than people being alive, because obviously the burden's on you because I can't prove it. So you have to prove, or I have to prove that they're alive. I can't do that. So give me an example that's somewhere along the lines of the same thing that's extreme cutting your hand off. Could you give me another example? Because obviously that one you've used and I need another one. Could you give me a second witness on your example, please?
I don't know what you're asking right now.
Give me another example besides Adam
I
and
gave you
Eve.
the Genesis example. Well, like
No, give me
I
your
gave you the
second
cutting
one.
hand off example. I gave you the Genesis example. Like, how many?
Okay,
do
give me
you
the
need?
third one. Give me
But
the
those are
third
two
one.
different examples, though, Meisty, right?
You don't have a third one, do you?
I definitely have a
was-
third one.
Okay, give me that one too. Let's see. Because here you're taking it is kind of scary because you are taking the Bible. It's a contract. It's a covenant.
What do you want an example of? I would like you to clarify exactly what you're asking him to give you an example of, because like in what you said, I didn't suss out what it is you're asking from him. What is the example you're looking for of what?
I want to know what another example is that he is saying, see, she just did it. Okay, that picking and choosing, I'm like, that's so extreme, the cutting off hand. And how can I prove that Adam and Eve existed? I mean, come on. How can I
Those are two
prove that one?
real big those are two pretty damn big teachings inside of the Bible. I mean, like, do you really want me to, like, if you want me to, I'll lay you out 10 examples. Is that what you really want?
Sure.
Okay. If you're not born of the water and born of the Spirit, you can no wise enter the kingdom of God. Right there.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah. I know. I can tell you what I mean.
What is
Can
it
you
then
tell
that
us
means to
about the
you?
Oh, wait a
miracles,
minute. Hold up.
Mikey?
Are you
Please.
asking me to, oh my gosh, hold up. Are you asking me to interpret this?
Well, isn't it an interpretation? I mean, do you think it's like one thing? It could be, well, when at the resurrection that,
I agree.
you know, you're born there as
100% agree.
well.
It could be multiple things.
It could be
I
the
100% agree.
okay, so that's a little bit of an interpretation, but I'm going to take you back to the covenant, the law. What is it
I
talking
get you.
about throughout the
So law's
scriptures?
supposed to be clear,
Why
right?
did Messiah come?
Law's supposed to be clear, right?
Instructions. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
is it? It's
What
for
does it
people.
mean to be born of the water and born of the Spirit?
It's for a people that want to be set apart, that want to invest the time in, that pray, that ask for truth. You know, you can sit here and beat people over the head with the Bible, and you could do all that. We could have
I'm
a
not
Bible
beating
on.
over
Hold
anyone
on,
over the head with the
That
Bible.
was not happening. We were discussing a very specific phrase that he brought up, and there was disagreement on how he was using the phrase. You seem to be now going after him on a different issue, and I'm not sure why. We were just discussing the concept of literalism versus people who have some room for things that aren't literal.
Okay,
Now,
well,
I disagreed with him on that, on how he's using that phrase, Bible literalist. But what you're doing, you seem to be taking a separate part of the argument or a
I
different
am.
argument entirely and
I
trying
am.
to hit him with it, which is not what
I
we
guess
were
I
doing.
am. I guess I'm trying
Yeah,
to
I think you're
show
supposed to
the.
literally get baptized. I mean, I think that's the thing.
I
You're
think
supposed to really submerge
Yeah,
yourself in water.
I also agree that means that we need to be baptized. Yes.
well,
No,
but I
that
want
shit
to
sounds
point
like
out why.
my bad. Go ahead.
Oh,
It
wait a
sounds
minute,
like to me
Jeremy, you
that
disagree? You
it
disagree
sounds to
with
me like if
figurative
you're not
language?
like if you're not born of the water, like you know how they do childbirth in the tub. I feel like that's
Wait,
what it means.
Jeremy, are you telling me that another reasonable person could come to a different conclusion because we're using figurative language here? What?
I mean, born of the water sounds like a water birth.
Yep.
Water birth.
Hey, Jeremy, there's water involved in all human births.
I was
You
trying
don't have
to.
to be sitting in a kiddie pool for there to be water. Water's going to be there either way. Pretty sure.
Oh, no doubt. That sounds like a water birth. But go ahead, Blaze.
No, I was just trying to show the inconsistency if he's trying to believe, you know, what was it, Genesis 3? Is that it? And then he doesn't believe Genesis 1 and Genesis, he doesn't believe that.
That's not really what he said, is it? What he was saying is that he believes it, but he doesn't believe it the same way someone else does. So there's at least two schools of thought. There could be more, but I'll just right out the gate two of them. One is when God says he made everything in 7 days, what he meant was he literally made everything in 7 days by speaking it into existence. Another school of thought is it's some sort of a metaphor or allegory for the entire universe and concepts that are deeper than his actual creation of us and the world and things like that. Those are two different. Both people might claim that they believe it, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't believe it because he's on one side and you're on the other. He might actually believe that he's right in his interpretation or his understanding of it. He literally might believe that, and you might think of it the other way and actually literally believe that you are right.
What if they think it was seven times for the sun to whoosh around to create the earth? What if they mean it like literally like that?
They can't
Like
because
the
the sun
sun
wasn't
literally
made.
went
They
around
literally
7
can't.
times.
They literally can't believe that because the sun wasn't made on the first day, was it?
No, it wasn't.
So that literally cannot be it.
Right.
Otherwise, how do you have
Wasn't
a
not
date?
saying that he was a Bible literalist. He didn't say that. As far as I know, he
Great
never made
point,
that
Jeremy
claim.
just brought up, though. I want to say.
Sun was together after whenever it was, but wasn't light immediate. But and sometimes some sort of cycle. I'm saying for the 7 day. Whoa,
It
what did
definitely
they
wasn't
come?
the sun because that wasn't made until the
Okay.
date.
Okay. Either way, look. Can I ask RC for real about this miracle thing? RC, for real. What's up, man? Like, what
Bugging
do
him.
you mean? Like, you believe that they? So, the one thing you didn't say was something obviously can be literal and not real, right? They can be right. But do you believe the miracles were real?
Yeah, he's a Mormon of the Latter-day Saint thing going on. Yes, he believes the Bible.
Where does man come from?
I don't hear Meisty. Do you guys hear him?
No.
I don't hear Moist either. Man comes from rocks or dust, depending on which.
Is he still in
way you
here?
want it.
Bang. I told my Sunday school
in
kids
the-
it's a big bang.
In the Big Bang, we came from rocks, and in the Bible, we came from dust, right?
Yes, that's right. That's right. Just because it's my interpretation. I don't
Well,
know.
it says, doesn't it literally say like we came from
Clay,
dust
yeah.
or
Mhm.
I
clay?
don't know,
He's playing
bro.
along. I don't know where
The
he went.
Jesus
Really.
Christ Latter-day Saints are like hardcore, dude. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm trying to get his opinion.
I'm trying to
Did
get
he
some
leave?
documentation
Hardcore,
and
bro.
to prove that
Lael.
that's what he really is, because he doesn't sound like you know, my interpretation of a literal Bible thumper that he's supposed to be.
I don't understand. I always thought that the Bible literalist meant you took everything literally.
That
No, it means
I don't
you know
think
how to
that's the
read.
way to ever take that phrasing, because like it's an absurd concept to look at a book and then think any book, like, and not just the Bible, any book, and think that literally every single thing inside the book is going to be a literal writing. Like it's
Right, but he said he thinks they're literal.
It's going to be that.
Right. So, but does he think they're literal and real, or literal and not real? And could he give me more information? That's the only thing I'm missing. RC Meisty, please.
He's not here.
Is he
He's
still
literally
here?
not here.
I
Yeah.
can hear him.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh
I
my
don't
Bible literist
God,
is somebody who reads the Bible and takes things like the Ten Commandments literally.
It's right. It's someone who understands the Bible to mean what it says, not be on the whole some sort of a metaphor with a deeper meaning than the words that it's trying to say. That doesn't mean that there's no figurative language in it, but that things like whenever it describes people in history, that it means those people in history. It doesn't mean something else deeper than that. But the things that are figurative, it means a literal truth with those figurative things.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Exactly.
And we'll have
There
Pete's
is-
not in here because you don't want to know what Pete thinks, dude.
There is a
Tell me.
literal truth to the cutting off the hand thing. There's a literal truth in there. If your hand somehow is going to cause you to continue to sin, that's how little control you have. That's how much you're going to let sin rule your life. It would literally be better for you to cut it off than to be condemned for the rest of eternity. It would be, because your life here is supposed to be temporary. Eternity is eternity. So the trade-off there is really actually extremely small. Live without one of your hands for a short time in this life and eternally don't be condemned. That's a big deal. So there is a literal, actual, real truth there, but it's spoken in a figurative manner. Well, not really a figurative manner. The language isn't a command to actually cut off your hand every time you sin. It doesn't even actually say that if you read it. What it says is, if the hand is going to, if you can't control yourself enough, you should do that. And it literally means that. Like, there's no reason to keep your hand if it is going to be the cause of your eternal condemnation. Why would you want to keep your hand? But that can't actually be the case. What actually is the case, because your hand doesn't control you, you control your hand. The actual case is you're in control and you should get control of yourself. Your hand can't actually force you to do anything.
That's silly though, dude. That's a bad example. If RC Meister was using that example, is using that example for a reason, because that's an example of something you should not take literally, and it's not meant literally.
Right.
It's
I know.
meant. It's meant.
I know
Yeah,
you
it's
meant
meant
it.
as an
I didn't
example, an
disagree.
extreme example to take the point home.
Right.
I
I didn't
disagree.
disagree with you on
I
that.
don't agree.
I didn't
I think it's
disagree with
literal.
him on that. The
First
thing
of
that
all,
I
nobody in the
disagreed with
Bible
him on
thought that your
was
hand was going to have
his
control.
phrase. When
Pretty
he
sure
said
people
the
probably
phrase
cut off their
Bible
hands
literalist,
because
it
of that.
doesn't mean what he thinks it means.
How can you say you agree with them now, even though that was your original argument? Like your original argument to me.
I never said
So
anything to you.
Talking to RC.
what?
RC doesn't. I mean, he's not agreeing with him.
I think it's a
RC
real
uses.
statement saying cut off your hand for real. I think it's a real thing.
Do we understand
Oh,
that Heisey was not making the argument that people should be cutting off their hands for real? That's not what he was saying at all. He was making the point that if
exactly.
you
But
took it
that's what I'm
literally,
trying to
that you
say.
would have
That's what I'm
to.
trying to say is because that's your original argument to me that I'm not a Bible literalist if I don't take
That
that.
wasn't my argument. That was his
That
argument to you.
was. Oh, whoever it
Not
was.
me. I
My
never
bad.
made that argument.
Okay, I'm sorry, dude.
I was arguing against Micey because he was taking that phrase Bible literalist and trying to hit you over the head with it like it means you have to take every word in the Bible literally if you're a Bible literalist. That's not what Bible literalist means.
So was he literally hitting him over the head?
No, figuratively beating him over the head with it.
Oh.
That's what I was disagreeing with him on, is he's trying to make the term Bible literalist mean you cannot accept figurative language from the scriptures. That's not what that phrase means. It can't mean. What that would do is make the term Bible literalist completely useless and worthless.
Bob, you missed a doozy while you were gone, bro. You should have heard this crazy shit Xanax been telling me. Ooh,
I missed a doozy,
craziness,
huh?
bro. Craziness. Yeah, he says the ground literally, when you fall, the ground literally raises up to hit you at 9.8 meters per second squared.
What?
He said that's literally what's happening.
Man. Wow.
Oh yeah, we had
What
some
are
good
these
shit. Did
these
you
guys?
catch the Star Trail? Did you catch the Star Trails conversations we had? You missed the whole. How long you been gone for?
I stayed away for several weeks. Maybe actually, well, it might have been like a month or two. Actually, I don't remember exactly how long. It was a little while.
Yeah, you missed a lot of craziness, bro. A lot of shit.
Were you here when the nudists came in?
I don't recall that. Probably not.
It's not even a thing.
I probably missed it. That's okay though. I'm fine with missing that. What is that even supposed to mean on Discord? We're in a voice.
I don't know. That didn't even happen.
They took flat earthers literally. They were literally flat earthers.
Oh, so I was watching that Witzer thing. That was definitely flat and destruction.
I know,
I
dude,
knew I
right?
knew his voice from somewhere. I couldn't pin it though. I'm like, yo, I know this dude.
Dude, he is the worst globe liability ever.
Worse than Leo? I mean, come on,
Way
let's get
worse than
real
Leo,
now.
dude.
Do you mean that literally?
I literally mean that, dude. He's literally the worst. And like the other guy that was there with him, like Planer Walker, he was like making good points. And then fucking Witz would ask Planer a question, and then fucking, of course, like he always fucking does it. Fucking flat
Did he say
description
watch?
answers it.
Yo, I fell asleep a little bit throughout it. Did he say watch this at all?
No, I didn't see that. But I was waiting for
It's like
that.
his catchphrase. He always used to be like, watch this, and then nothing would happen.
God, dude, he's so annoying, man. He's the worst.
That's your boy.
No, he's
You
not
guys
my
are
boy, man.
teammates.
Remember,
Yeah,
I
that's your
called
boy.
him. Were you there? I called him a monkey because I was fucking around, and then he's like, I didn't know he was black, but like he's calling me racist or whatever, and I'm black, you know, and so it's like,
Yeah, we don't know if you're actually black though or not.
I'm blacker than the flat destruction after seeing that debate, dude.
You're blacker than him.
I'm much blacker than flat destruction.
I'm blacker than all you guys. You got a grill?
No, I don't have a grill now.
Yeah.
Well,
I drank
I wore a
40
grill.
I drank a 40 the other week and smoked a blunt. Like, what are you doing?
Actually, I'm late right now. I'm always late, so that should count for something. But I'm late right now to go to the grocery store.
All right.
So to clarify my point, if you have like a law in your town about driving, and in the law there's written an example of what they're talking about for the law, you can take the law literally to mean exactly what they say it does. and still understand that the example they described didn't literally happen in reality, even though the law is literal. So you can be a law literalist as far as that law is concerned without trying to claim that the thing that they described actually happened in real life as they described it.
Wait, can you give an example?
Okay, so let's say there's a law written: if you speed or if you don't stop at a stop sign and you hit a tree, you'll be fined $10,000. Okay. For example, if you're driving down the road and you see a stop sign and you don't press your brake in time, or you don't stop completely, but you slow down like some people do, like a rolling stop, and then you swerve and hit a tree, it will be illegal. You'll be fined $10,000. Okay. They just gave an example within the law to help you understand what the law was talking about.
That's not how law is written.
Okay. But you can understand that the law literally means that you will literally be fined $10,000 for literally doing that thing, but also understand that as they described that event to you, it was not literally happening in real time. It was just an example, but it was literal.
That's not a good example, I don't think.
It's a perfect example. It describes exactly what I'm talking about. There's an example given.
It's a perfect example.
But it's not happening in front of you literally. It is an example of the law, and you take the law literally. It actually will be the law that's held against you.
No, but if that literally happens, you will get fined.
Yes, exactly. That's the point. But the example
that was only an example. That wasn't even the law. The law said clearly that was just an example to give you an idea of the law. But laws are usually written literally.
Maybe you missed the part where I described the example. The law is, if you don't stop at the stop sign, you will be fined. Okay? That's the law. That's literal. Then they provide an example where the person doesn't stop at the stop sign. They do what's called a rolling stop. They put on the brakes, but they don't actually come to a full stop. And this is what they describe in their example. You pull up to the stop sign, you hit the brakes, but you don't fully stop. It will be illegal. That will be held against you. They just gave an example of something. They gave an example of a rolling stop and how that would be under this law. But the rolling stop they just described didn't happen in real time in front of you while they described it. It's not literal. They're not even describing a literal thing that actually took place in any particular time or place. They're giving you an example. That's it. But you take the law literally because it is literal.
I don't know if that's a good example.
That's a terrible example.
Okay, you guys are saying that, but you're not describing the problem with the example.
Well, because the law is the law that you described. They're given to you explicitly. They gave you an example, which wasn't even needed, but they gave you an example
For interpretation.
In the Bible, Jesus says things like, "I'm the Alpha and the Omega." If you took that literally, you would think that he was Greek letters, right? That would be.
I agree. That would be a ridiculous way to take that, right? A human being describing himself as a conceptual thing, that would be absurd. But you can still believe that he was being literal about the thing he was saying without thinking that he meant he was letters. He was literally saying he's the beginning and the end. That's something he literally said. But he didn't mean he was Greek alphabet letters. He didn't mean that.
They literally got changed. The definition got changed in the Bible because people kept saying it wrong for so long. But what it usually means, what it's actually supposed to mean, is the literal definition of the words. So if someone says something, then if they literally mean it, they mean exactly what they're stating, what the words mean, and not any interpretation, not any analogy.
Like I said, that makes it a useless word because it's literally not possible to not have an interpretation. Anything you read, anytime in your life, no matter what it is, you have to interpret it for your brain to understand. You have to do something in your brain as far as interpretation. It has to happen. So if you want to take that definition of literal, it means nothing. It's a worthless word.
Oh, like if you say, "I'm literally going to chop that guy's head off," and they're like, "Oh, I'm laughing, dude, because you're just joking." Because I fucking said I'm literally going to do it. Then they mean literally they're going to chop that person's head off. But
you have to have an understanding and interpretation of what the word chop means, what the word I means, what the word going to means. What you have to have an interpretation of what all of those things mean before you understand what he's actually saying to you.
Yeah, of course, yeah, for it to be literal. But that's what I'm saying
It
is
has to be an agreed upon
what you're
standard
saying is
for you
that
both to understand it, right?
yeah, but that's what
Okay.
language is in general. That's a necessary component of just speaking to people. That you already understand what the words mean that you guys are both using. And now that you're on that
Go
point,
far into the weeds.
It's not in the weeds. It's literally the problem with his description of what the term Bible literalist means. Meistes. He makes the entire term worthless because it's a thing. It's senseless. If
Yeah,
that's
Kosho's going to do it too because
thing doesn't exist.
Kosho's going to do it too though because he'd be saying useless shit like everything's in every reference frame and shit. Like it's useless to even
oh, it literally
say
is.
things like this. I know.
I mean, how is it not?
Well, that's a bad question. Come on, how is it not?
The Rumpus told you it's worthless to even use reference frames at that point. If you're
Let me
saying
ask you a
everything's in
question.
every reference frame, it's useless to even use reference frames.
Let me ask you a question. Name an object I can't describe from in reference to my fucking bedroom. I'll wait. I'll come back and I'll wait for you to give me that answer. I'll come back and then you'll give me the answer. Hopefully, I'll give you some time. But you see any object anywhere ever that I cannot describe from in reference to my fucking bedroom.
Listen, Rumpus is the one that told you it's worthless to describe
Okay.
it like that because now they become meaningless. If they're just everything's in every reference frame, it's now a meaningless term, and you're not really saying anything. He said those specific words. He said you're not even saying anything when you say that.
Yeah. How many times have I or you disagreed with Rumpus? Plenty of times, right? So I don't know why you're saying even Rumpus says
I
that.
agree with him on this, though. I agree with him on this, and Bob said you're worthless too just now, so I also agree with that.
Listen, dude.
That's not what I said. I did not say that he's worthless.
If you did say that, I would have agreed, though.
Nice.
Just in case I thought you were thinking of saying that.
All human beings have value. Okay, that's the way it works. They have all been created, and they all have value to their creator.
No
Yeah,
doubt.
well, the thing is that statement, the reference frames that would be useless if it weren't for people claiming things are leaving reference frames. When someone states that, it is appropriate to then describe. Wait a minute, no, you can't leave reference frame. Nothing ever leaves.
And because you could be non-inertial, and then you could go inertial, or vice versa.
Yeah, but that's an observation.
You can jump willy-nilly in and out of reference frames all day.
That's an observation. That's the other distinction we made. There's a distinction between observers changing the reference frame. That can happen because an observer is reference frame dependent. But an object can be described from any reference frame.
Yeah.
Just the
Anyways,
truth.
let's not bore everyone. They may already be bored from Bob. What else you got?
I just got grounded.
By your girl?
Yeah, I was supposed to go to the grocery store by 6:45, and they haven't left yet, so I can't go.
I told her, I was like, listen, if Kosho don't do what he's supposed to fucking do, I was like, just ground him.
I'm fucking grounded. Oh, well.
This morning when Kosho's girl woke up, she thought Kosho had work. And then she asked him to go to the grocery store. And he don't fucking listen. So now even she thinks he's worthless. So, I mean, I'm not the only one, Bob. Just kidding. We love you, Kosho. Not really, but. I am glad that you guys all realized I was right earlier with the bullet, though. Thank God. That took like 4 hours. All right, remember that? Remember that part? Where you guys were fighting with me? And then it come to find out I was right the whole time. Kosho, do you remember that? Maybe his girl cut the Wi-Fi off on him. That's what I do to the kids. Kosho, did your girl cut the Wi-Fi off on you? All right. What else we got, guys? Yeah, where'd everyone go? Really, guys?
I just got yelled at.
I'm here, sorta.
No, this room was fucking packed earlier. What happened?
I'm eating. I'm not allowed to talk.
Well, you be spazzing out on us.
Dude, you talk every other time you're eating, dude. I don't even believe Don, dude.
Listen, you shouldn't even be allowed to say Don's name after how you did him dirty. All right.
What did I do?
He went to your city. He went to your city. He needed a
God.
ride. Dude, you didn't do nothing. You were a terrible host.
Dude, it was a bad week for me.
Somebody comes to my city, I greet them, you know, hey, how you doing? Here, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm under a lot of pressure.
Jesus.
Okay. Like right now, I didn't go to the grocery store on time. I get yelled at and shit.
You had one job to do all day. Just go to the grocery store.
Yeah, that was the one job I did. I did fucking everything.
What did you do today?
I did dishes, take out the trash.
Oh, what are you like a stay-at-home dad, but you guys have no kids?
No, I did other stuff. I fed the cats.
Bro, okay, so are you like a stay-at-home dad, but except with no kids?
Oh, I got her juice several times.
All right.
Did a lot of stuff, dude.
How do you make money?
Work.
He's
I'm
about to
seeing a
lie to
lot.
you.
What?
Ask
Don't
him
let
what
him
he
lie
does
to you.
for work. He's about to lie to you. What do you do for work, Kojo?
I mean, I have a freelance coding.
That's how you get big off freelance coding?
Yeah.
Dude, coding shit for Flat Earth does not make money.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't.
I've been seeing a lot of Andrew Tate stuff. And like on YouTube, these little shorts. I mean, it's like nonstop. Every time it's like, and he has some really good, solid. I know it sounds sexist to a lot of women, but he really makes sense when he's talking about women, about how men waste so much time arguing with women that are being so petty. He goes, men should be making money, not arguing with their woman. And I was like, that's true. And I'm sure I've had some petty arguments when I was in relationships. I'm sure.
I don't bother arguing. I just do whatever she tells me.
Blaze, did anyone ever tell you sound like Twit?
Who's Twit?
Dude, he's just making fun of you. That's messed up, Jeremy.
What do you mean that's messed up? You don't sound like Twit at all? I haven't heard Twit in a
little
long
bit, yeah.
time. I'm saying.
Who's Twit?
She's a
Just
lady
some
who's
chick.
at gyms. But
Yeah.
you know, my girlfriend told me I look like Andrew Tate.
Dude, no, you fucking don't. Let's show it. Post your picture right now.
Dude, you've only seen me in my underwear, dude. You have no idea what I look like. That was a freeze frame.
Well, I mean, Andrew Tate, love him or hate him, he has some good sense about him. I don't know.
Surprising. This is surprising coming from a woman. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, it is surprising but he makes sense because I do know the position of the woman in the Bible now. My mom freaked out 5 years ago, almost 6, because I was like, Mom, we really are supposed to help out the man and kind of do what he says. She was like, oh, what did you say?
All right, Blaze, I'm having you call my wife tonight.
Well, I mean, she's going to have to go deeper than that. My mom, I mean, I'm a fiercely independent person. Fiercely. And I'm not saying I've done it yet. But if there was a guy that was a flat earther that knew the Bible, He loved Father, our Creator, and my Messiah, and he knew the Bible. And, you know, we got along pretty well. I would be sure, because
There you go. Kosho. Kosho's a flat earther right now.
Yeah.
no,
You're a flat earther.
because he would be my covering. I would trust him. He's not going to abuse his, you know, we would, you know, he's like the provider and everything. And the women are really the spiritual. We're not the spiritual heads. We get the man back on track sometimes.
Like the guides.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean about that.
Like a muse.
Muse, sure. That would be, I would love to be someone's muse to try to, you know, support him. But the women really are, I know men don't like it, but we are teachers. And you know, there's many more women teachers in schools and in the home and all that kind of stuff. And we do have, I think, a sense of spirituality. And we think about the whole as a family. I think there's a method to the Creator's creation.
All right.
And that's why
we're taking applications.
Pardon me? I mean, no, it's like I'm probably undateable.
Yeah. I mean, the best are. And Don's not even a Christian, so he's not a Christian or a flat earther, so I don't know why.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not a Christian, so like you would have to know what's up.
Muses don't date. They're like a personal assistant.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I do like to assist. I do like to help. Because I guess as women, we like to feel needed and to help. You know, we're nurturers. But I have a tall order to fill. I mean, as if being a believer wasn't big enough. I mean, I'm a fixed and immovable earther. I don't believe in the Trinity. I follow the biblical feasts. I mean, I'm feisty. I mean, obviously, you guys have heard me. So it would be a tall order.
You follow the biblical feast?
Of course.
Yeah, I do. I absolutely do. No joke.
What? Well,
Yeah.
see, I bring up. Well, then, how do you know when it's Passover time?
The moon. Oh, the what do you call that? That's the Easter. No, yeah, it's with the moon. The Hebrew calendar.
Mm-mm. It's the sun, moon, and the stars. You've heard me say it a bunch of times. And what happened? I'm just new to this. It's Deuteronomy 16:1 and Exodus 12:1 and 2. Observe Abib, right? So we were just talking about Genesis 1, and Jeremy, you know, was like, what day was the sun created? It was created day 4, right? Sun, moon, and the stars. And they're for days, for signs, for seasons, for his Moedim. So I always bring this up when I can. The Creator's calendar is very important. And I think that is a big factor of what's...
So what was the day?
Well,
that's what I'm saying. If he... Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
If he didn't make the sun until the 3rd or 4th day or whatever, how long was the day?
Was it a light twirling? Was it a spin of the light around the darkness, like without just the exact sun?
Well, I mean, do we have those details? No, but it says, and there came to be evening, and there came to be morning the 3rd day. Oh, sorry, I thought it was, no, yeah. And then Elohim said, let lights come to be in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs, for appointed times, and for days and years.
You know, that's what I meant about a guide. Like you remember the whole calendar. I just used the Hebrew Jewish calendar. I don't remember the details. I just put it on there. So that's good that, like I said, you're like a guide.
It's good you're here to guide Kosho. Yes, thank you.
Well, it sounds like he has a really good guide right now, but you guys have an agreement. It's just, man, start watching some Andrew Tate shorts with your I don't know if you're married or girlfriend or whatever.
It's a friend.
It's a friend. I thought you were getting engaged at one point.
Kosho, you're terrible, bro. You're fucking terrible.
No, but seriously, the Bible's not easy to read. That's why you can read the Bible and then you could study the Bible. And every time I kept jumping in here today, I had so much stuff to do. Everybody was talking about the Bible, and I was like, yes. And I kept my mouth shut for so long, and then maybe I piped in a little too early, but I don't know. My spirit just was like, I had to say something. But Deuteronomy 16:1, observe Abib. And then we have Exodus. How did they do it? Okay, that's great. Well, if you used, I'm assuming, I think it's a good assumption, that you have to use the sun, moon, and the stars to observe Abib. Same celestial event happens every single year. That's how they distinguish. There's a 13th month. If you don't see those stars in the sun, the moon setting and the sun rising at dawn, where you can see the stars, you're going to miss it. That's what this whole, Babylonian system is. They have us looking down. I say this all the time, but it's true. And I wish, I could have somebody else to teach me about this, and I'm struggling to still kind of understand this, but I'm going to learn it I'm going to learn.
My dad is a rabbi, but he used to eat kosher all the time, but then he started dating this Mexican lady, and she eats pork and stuff, so he's eating pork again. So that's confusing me. But he was pretty pious for a long time, and he knows all those details.
I know, but a lot of these people, like there are the Hasidic Jews that protest the people over there calling themselves Israelis. They're protesting because they know the Bible, and they know that they're not supposed to go back to and create a nation. And then
Kosho's one of them.
Now, I don't think Kosho's Zionist at all.
Not at all.
I think he's got that distinction. And this is where people are so deceived and have misinformation, is because there's 12, 13 tribes and nobody knows about that. And nobody wants to even talk about that, because if you talk about that, you have to talk about the whole Bible.
See, Kosho thinks the sky is slipping. Like he doesn't think it's going to reset exactly forever. He thinks it's like the heliocentric model. And
it's a
like this,
shame.
I don't think that.
You don't think heliocentric model, and where they say like the sky isn't always going to perfectly reset, it's got that little bitty.
I'll tell you this much, dude. I can tell you what time it is at any time of the night just using the stars. Okay, so I wouldn't be able to do that if it doesn't reset every single day and every night and all that stuff. So
What? Bro, you don't believe Polaris is going to be the North Star forever, bro?
What?
What are you talking about?
Am I wrong about this?
Yeah, hold on one second. Someone's calling me. Hold on.
Don Monroe, have we ever talked before?
I don't know.
Are you new or just coming back around?
No, I don't know.
No, he ain't no.
Yeah, he asked
He's
brand
been
new.
around for a minute.
Everybody always asks, "Hey, are you new?" Because he asked
just asked.
brand new as fuck.
But I mean, yeah, it's like I don't get it. Like, Kosho believes the heliocentric model. They believe like there's all these greater movements going on up in the sky. Like, it's not really just a fixed Earth model where the sky is going to reset forever. There's going to be this drifting of the sky over time in their model, unless I'm incorrect. That's what I thought they said it was.
I don't even know what you mean or what you're talking about. But let's let Blaze continue. I'm gonna I gotta make some dinner.
Make me a coffee. I'm about to play this game.
Let's watch some Andrew Tate.
What do you got to make some dinner for you and your friend, Kosho?
Me and the cats. Tell me about Andrew Tate, though, because I'm not kidding. My the woman I live with, she was she told me, she's like, you look exactly like this Andrew Tate guy.
Well, so it's your girlfriend, right? So obviously it's your girlfriend. If somebody's getting mad at you and telling you what to do and all this other stuff, she's your girlfriend.
Well, we're looking into polygamy also.
What? Why would you want that hassle?
I
You
mean,
know, the
I don't
Bible.
personally. It's just she's trying to push me into it, so I don't know. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, she did say that at one point about Andrew Tate, and I looked at him, and there was something uncanny. You want to hear this? This is not even untrue. This is a true story. I was at the grocery store last month, and so this family, like a mom and dad and a little kid, they stopped me and they said, "Hey, hold on, you look exactly like this guy in a TV show." And they watch a biblical TV show about Jesus, and there's a character, I guess, played by Simon, and they said I looked exactly like him. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not an actor.
They
So.
were your CIA handlers just testing you, Kosho. You should be smart enough to know this by now.
Why do you start the story with this is actually true? Does no one else find that weird?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, is there a show? I think it might be called The Chosen.
It implies that everything else that you say is not true or is to be suspect.
No, I know the things I understand. It doesn't sound true. It doesn't sound like it's a true story because it just so happens that we're talking about the Bible. It just so happens we're talking about somebody else that I look like. But there is a show called The Chosen, and yeah, they're like, yeah, his name's Simon. He's from season 2. I was like, okay, I'll check it out.
Well, I'm sure he's a good-looking guy.
Well, actually, I'm looking that up now just to make sure because I mean he could be like the ugliest dude in the show.
You know, Andrew Tate is extremely good looking, you know, as far as like, you know, super cool. He's a really fit and everything. But more importantly, he has a way about him that makes sense if women just stopped for a hot second. I mean, it's crazy what's going on with women and men right now. I mean, obviously, I'm not like most women don't think like I do because I was one of them. And he talks about he was a kickboxer, and he said every time it would be close to his fights, his girlfriend would always pick a fight with him because she knew that he was vulnerable. He was not eating right. He wasn't sleeping that great. He was
he said he was stressed.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff, you know. But you know, I think we have to stop competing with men, you know. And I think that Eddie Bernays was not a big help with society, and I think we just have to stop and pause and have conversations with each other, you know. But right now we just compete with the opposite sex, and that's not the way that it was supposed to be. Who wants to compete with the opposite sex? I don't need you, you know. And women are like, hey, I can just go down to, you know, the in vitro place, and you know, it's like, you know, nonsense, ladies, nonsense. Who's going to build your home? You know, who's going to cut your trees?
Who's going to walk the dogs? Yeah.
Sorry,
dog walker.
Sorry, sex is
You
such
say
a
who's
burden
going to
for
build
you.
your home? Probably a contractor. And who's going to? You said
Mostly
dogs?
men.
Holding the baby, you always get pampered, don't you? So don't you normally want that?
What? Are you talking to me?
Like, I don't know what women cry about anything for, ever. That's what
Attention.
gets me. It's
Attention.
like, what the fuck?
Attention, and security. And, you know, we want to know that we have your undivided attention.
Yeah, well, it just seems like being a team player is the winning formula for me. I don't like, no one wants a fucking crabby apple on their team. That's why they don't let me be on either side up in here, because I'll just be bitching about all the stupid motherfuckers.
That's true.
Well, I'm sure, but can I just tell you a little hint? There's something called the 5 love languages. And if I was a man and a woman in a relationship, I would be running to take this free online test on the internet. And what it is it really helps you because you have a way that you want to be loved, whether it's, you know, words of affirmation,
Acts of
touching,
motherfucking service, bitch.
acts of service. Jeez, dude.
Jesus, Don, come on, man.
Yeah, right. But then when you're loving somebody the same way that you want love, and that's not their love language, everything gets all messed up. And not only that, it has this really interesting part about apology. There's an apology test on there. There's several ways that you can apologize. Apparently, I'm someone that when something happens, I want the person to apologize and to tell me they won't do it again. I didn't know that about myself. So, you know, I think it's very insightful to understand how the person that you care about or in a relationship with wants to be loved. So then you really should get on the same page at that point. You're like, okay, all right. She may not want acts of, service or whatever you said. I forget, words of affirmation and then acts of service and gifts and all that stuff. She may just want quality time. It's a really good test. I recommend everybody take it.
What's it called?
The 5 love languages.
He is trolling. He definitely knows what this is. Oh my God, Kosho.
Really?
No,
There's no way Kosho does not know or has not heard of this.
Don, you know that expression they say, assuming, when you assume you make an ass out of you.
All right, I'll assume you forgot about it then. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna look it up though.
Oh wait, he's gonna come back with the physical touch. What?
Don, physical. What are yours? I forget mine. I definitely
like acts of
quality
service.
time.
I think I never took the test.
Take it. Are you in a relationship?
Yeah.
Take it, both of you. Take it
And Don,
tonight.
didn't you say that your boyfriend wasn't he on vacation or something though? He's not around or something like that, Don? Your partner, I mean. I forget. I forget all the details. But yeah, I really never seen this before. I am gonna save this so I can take this here in a little bit.
It would really help couples.
What's the purpose of this exactly again?
So let me get to the website. So essentially you get to see how you want to be loved. You literally get to have it laid out in front of you there's 5 different love languages, and you literally get to see, let me see. Okay. Let's see. I've never read the book. I've only taken the test online because it's free. So you can take a test. So it's talking about, let's see, acts of service. That might be one of mine up there.
That's what Don was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I forget what mine. I should probably take it, but it's kind of like a waste right now. I know I like quality time. I think I'm affectionate, and gifts are really not. It came down further on the list for me. I was like, really? I do like gifts, but.
So it gives you those kind of details. It tells you so it's basically better it's better for other people. Like it'd be better like if somebody you were interested in saw the test you took, then they would know more about you, right?
Well, yes, but then also you want to know how they want to be loved. We love the way that we want to be loved. That's where there's a breakdown. The 5 love languages: how to express heartfelt commitment to a mate. Quality. Okay, words of affirmation, compliments. Quality time, totally me. Receiving gifts, acts of service, and physical touch. So if someone is physical touch and quality time and receiving gifts, they're going to contrast a little bit with someone that wants words of affirmation, right? Somebody,
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because someone's like an action and one's like a words type. Yeah.
So you could be one way, continue being the way that you are, and then it's just handy dandy to know the way that your partner wants to receive love and that you can show love. So you're not trying to figure it out and, upsetting someone and having a breakdown.
Right.
You
So
continue.
yeah. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, but Don, but acts. What was it called? What was it called? Acts of love, or what was that phrase again?
Acts of service.
Acts of service. What? Yeah, Don. What does that mean to you, Don? Acts of service. I was curious because you were really excited about that earlier.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's here, but he's very lazy.
Eating.
Go ahead, Don.
I'm eating.
He's very
Laundry, doing somebody's laundry.
Or you have to join my army, service. Kosha knows about service.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. So you mean like acts? Yeah, like actual acts of service. Yeah. Okay. Like doing favors for each other, like doing favors.
Murder, revenge,
somebody
stuff like
do
that.
stuff. Yeah.
Take over the world, whatever.
So you probably don't really know what it means. What does it mean to you, Blaze?
Acts of service, maybe the boyfriend or the husband washes the woman's car.
Okay.
Maybe he takes her out to dinner and he decides where they're going to go.
Okay.
I just can't believe it. Are we live? Because I can't believe I really admitted that I like him. But you know what? I do. He makes complete sense.
Oh, so honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong. When my girl told me about him, it made it seem like she was aware of him and kind of had a positive opinion about him. So I think there's probably plenty of women who have that. I've heard other women talk about him in a positive way. So
Yeah, I haven't, because they do a lot of interviewing and they all think he's like a sexist a person, but he totally believes that women are precious. He really does. I think right now, I think right now he's so logical that he doesn't want to travel with a woman because, we have our suitcase. We need this, we need that, and da da da. I think he's, his father was a professional. I think his father was in the CIA, and his father was a professional, just a super smart, intellectual chess player, and so I think they compartmentalize everything. And he wants an easier life right now. And hey, you know what? Have at it.
that's fair. I mean, it is when you're with somebody. It is. It's important to be concerned with them, and it really becomes a real partnership. So you got to make sacrifices. So if you're not in a position to do that, it's fair to admit that and not not extend yourself as if you were able to do that. Because he doesn't fight anymore, does he?
No. Nope. I think he had some eye retina issues. No, he owns a couple of casinos. I think he lives in Romania. But anyways, I think it's like you have to constantly renegotiate your relationship and where you are. And for me, I used to say, wouldn't it be great if every morning you woke up next to somebody and you said, "Hi, my name's Blaze. What's yours?" "Hi, my name's fill in the blank." And then because that way you got to show up newly every day. Because as it is right now with all kinds of relationships, we already know what the other person's going to say. We know what they're going to do when we say this. It's like we already have everybody in a box. There's no room for the person to show up differently. So it's just this weird conundrum that we're in.
No, yeah. And also people get complacent.
Yep.
Stop trying and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Frustrated. There's a lot of stress going on. Money's a huge factor. And that's why I asked what you did if you're bringing in the money, like security for the woman. So I think some women would keep their mouths shut if they had more security.
Yeah. That's true for sure.
And they wouldn't nitpick so much. I'm not saying, they would take care of what needs to be taken care of, and go above and beyond it. And I'm not saying always. It's just it's a complicated situation.
No, yeah, absolutely.
If people went back to the Bible, it wouldn't be so complicated. But we're so far away from that, and we're so far away from our Creator, and that's what the ball does, Kosho, is it takes you away from our Creator. Unfortunately.
Yeah, Don was saying that earlier. I didn't know what Don was talking about. The stars and all that. But I'm completely open. I'm 100% open to dropping the ball. I'd drop it tomorrow, really. Given given the right, circumstances.
If you think I believe that, Kosho.
It's the truth. That's truth. I mean,
right motivation. You're gonna drop your balls.
And see, maybe you should take the 5 love languages, because you always hear me talk about the spiritual aspect of why they lie. And you seem like a super nice guy. But maybe just not be so analytical. When's the last time you picked up the scriptures and read the Bible? And when's the last time you prayed? You don't have to answer that.
Okay.
You clearly like this conversation. You're clearly smart. And my friends here are clearly smart as well. They're intellectuals as well. And even some aren't intellectuals, and they're still smart.
Like Don, for example. Well, no, he's intellectual but not smart. Is what I meant. It was like the other word, but yeah. I mean,
When's the last time you prayed?
The last time I prayed, well, depends on what people pray differently, right? Like some people do like an organized prayer, but often I have internal dialogue in which feel like I'm speaking with somebody who's not me, right? Like some outside spirit, and I consider that praying.
How do you know it's just not the voice in your head?
Because it's my personal. We all have our personal beliefs, right? Yeah, I feel like that's what that dialogue is. Like my physical self, my ego, and my physical urges, and then there's this other influence, and I have a dialogue like this. And when I speak with this other influence, yeah, like I said, I consider that prayer.
Do you language?
Say again.
Weird coming from a man, but it's not really if you think about it. You know your love language.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that. Leah was just showing me the love language.
Did you take the test?
More importantly, do you know your partner's love language?
Yep, we were just.
What
Hopefully
are
they're gonna
you?
take that.
I'm physical touch.
Well, there's 5 of them, right? Yep. Physical touch.
I'm physical touch.
I think I'm physical touch, quality time, words of affirmation, receiving gifts, and acts of service.
You're all of them, or you were just saying all?
No. I think it was in that order. That's how they give you the numbers, I guess.
I got you. Yeah.
I think those are the ones to choose from.
Oh, so are those the 5 languages, or are those like 5 different aspects of one of your specific love language?
No, they're 5. Those are 5. Here,
Those are the languages.
Okay.
You
Acts
definitely
of
have to take
kindness
those
or
tests.
something like that. Yeah, it's cool to know about yourself.
And the other
definitely
person. Rakia, have you and your wife taken them? Yeah. Does it really help?
Yeah, I mean everything like that helps. She's whatever the one's about communication. I forget the name of it. And then acts of kindness was high up on our list too. I forget all of them. I think you just said them, but I just
posted
remember that
them
I
there.
was physical touch.
Mm-hmm.
Coach was
It's so
bluffing.
weird because my mom. Nah. You sound sincere to me.
I'm actually gonna stop. I'm gonna
My
take it right
mom
now.
used to scratch my head and back.
Oh, there you go. Somebody got cut off.
Quality time was my wife. I didn't remember, but it's basically communication.
Mm-hmm. It's so important to know the woman's. It would make your life a lot easier. You know what it probably is about Andrew Tate that I really just didn't recognize about the nitpicking. How much time guys waste, in arguments with their wives, girlfriends, whatever, nitpicking arguments. And I was like, wow, I never really thought about that. We can be nitpickers.
Women are emotional wrecks.
I think it's laziness.
I think it's
Men are
insecurity.
definitely lazy.
I think we're insecure,
Yeah.
and then never at a time has life been so easy to, bigger, better, next, except for the having the phone. It's just you don't like it. Nobody has much conflict resolution skills in the world, really, I think. What do I know? We just get so mad. Ban, block, delete, next. Jeremy, I'm trying to keep the conversation going, but you're probably eating dinner. I was.
I just
Been
told my
Baskin Robbins ice cream cake.
Ooh.
I know it's good. They're shutting down here in my area. I don't know if they're shutting down all over, but do y'all have Baskin Robbins where you are? 31 flavors? It's an ice cream chain. They've been here since I was a small child, and they're shutting down.
I haven't seen them in Florida. I mean, I have. Yeah, I have, but I haven't, they're not on corners here.
I was in Florida today.
Today?
Yeah.
Where were you?
Perdido Key
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of it.
by Gulf Shores near Alabama.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm in the Gulf, by the Gulf.
That's
What,
funny.
what town?
St. Pete.
Yeah. We stayed there at St. Pete. Is that by like Sanibel?
No, it's further. It's west. It's near Tampa, St. Pete.
Oh, okay.
Clearwater.
Clearwater. I stayed in Clearwater for like a month.
Oh, did you?
Clearwater Marina, yeah.
I was just there a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's very pretty, but I like St. Pete Beach way better.
I'm terrible at all that. I can't remember. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't, like, my kids remember the pizza place we ate in Clearwater. I can't remember the marina. Does that make sense?
Sure, you've got a lot of information since then.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we spent a year going around and stayed at different marinas all through Florida, East Coast and West Coast.
Oh, yeah? What kind of boat did you guys have?
We have a sport fish.
Oh, yeah? How big? If you don't mind saying it.
53 foot.
Is that considered like a yacht?
I'm from the South, so I don't say yacht. I say sport fish.
I know, but isn't it at something after a certain amount of? It's
Like
a yacht.
insurance and all that considered a yacht. I consider it a fishing boat, sport fish. But
That
you
is
can live on.
Nice boat.
We love it. We spent a year on it when we first bought it and just enjoyed it. And my kids homeschooled, so we were able to just do that. But we spent it. We came down from South Carolina where we bought it, and just stopped every port. You know, everywhere we wanted to stop and spend some time there.
What an experience for your children.
Yeah, it was awesome. I want to come back as one of my kids if there's an afterlife.
Do you still homeschool them?
My daughter just finished her master's. Friday was her last day. So my oldest two have their masters, and my youngest son didn't go to college. So
Wow, congratulations, Dad. That's fantastic.
yeah, she just texted me. They went wahoo fishing today. Let's see if she sends pictures.
Has she been indoctrinated by the college system with regards to the shape of the earth?
I would say my oldest son, was indoctrinated more, and he was involved with the like Harry Potter series and video games and all that more. My daughter is more like me; she's outdoors and never got into all that. And the school that they did everything online and homeschooled, so it was all biblically based.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she got into her master's program, they it was just grinding. It wasn't really indoctrination type stuff.
Pretty cool. 2 masters. Wow.
They caught 9 wahoo and 1 sword.
So what do they think about you being a fixed and immovable earther?
Well, 2 of them are really cool with it. Like they wouldn't tell their friends they are, but I know they are. Like I'm not allowed to say it. And then my daughter could care less. She's like my wife. Like it kind of not embarrasses her, but like she doesn't want to deal with it. Like they know how toxic it is. I guess it's just a woman thing,
No, I don't know. Maybe she just hasn't seen the value in it maybe yet. Did you see Stu Peters with Dave Dearth on there? Did you see that?
I'm not sure. When was that?
I don't know exactly when it was, but I'll post it. I was very excited when I saw him on YouTube with Stu Peters. Now, I don't really know much about Stu Peters. I heard he was like a former police officer, but he's got a decent platform with a lot of these Trump supporters, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe these baby red pill people. And then this lady, I found out, Peggy Hall, where I learned a lot of great information and how to stand up for myself with what happened the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
So much that I stood up for myself and videoed it, and the police were called on me. But anyways, she's a fixed and immovable earther. And then apparently, I guess Dave Weiss was also on Alex Jones. I didn't watch all of it, Alex Jones, but still, it's getting some good exposure. I don't know if they're gatekeepers.
Who knows? But I mean, even if they are, the information's getting out there to a lot of people.
Absolutely. And I think that's what we need.
Have you heard Dave's kind of? It used to be, I'm not sure. My co-host is the Bible thing and all that. Now it's, I know there's a creator. This leads people to a better place. Yep. Like you hear it in him, right?
Oh yes, 100%.
I like that part.
Yeah, I posted it. It's a really good one. And Stu said, "I want more time with you. Let's extend it."
Mm-hmm.
So Stu Peters is totally a fixed and movable guy. He's totally, because when you're really honest, when you would rather have get it right, then be right. Right there.
Yeah.
It's right there. Sorry, Kosha, I don't know if you're listening or whatever. I'm not trying to insult you or anybody else. But when you want the truth, you'll find it. Especially if you pray for it.
I've been taught in my Christian upbringing, though, to be patient with people. Like it's not always the right time for them, and it wouldn't be right for them, even if you don't want them just to agree with it, right? You want it to be the right time and for them to be all in.
Well, of course. Of course.
But it's been amazing to see the people I've had close relationships with that didn't believe in a creator at all, and now every day are saying there must be a creator. I'm seeking that part, that relationship. And like even at like Jose's and all, they used to kick me off for bringing up the Bible, and now it's almost an everyday occurrence. You hear Bible talk, and I think that's, I've seen that growth.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And his up above is just as much his creation as down below. And that's why I really like it here too. You can talk about all kinds of things, and there's like not a lot of censorship. And that's what we need, like free flowing conversations.
Yeah, Geo's been really good about that. A couple other platforms are pretty cool overall,
Oh, yeah. Geo and Jeremy. I have to admit, Jeremy's pretty funny. I'm always laughing. Jeremy is like quick witted and always makes these jokes. And you got to keep
He
things
gets all this
light.
information from me.
I'll be here all week.
You'll be
He
here
gets
all week.
all his arguments from me, and he's a
I
glober.
literally
He's
stole
a
that line from Rocky.
There's not one argument that he can speak on intelligently right now that he didn't get from me. Not one.
Not true. Listen, I think I made up some of those arguments. I don't even know. Listen, we spent so long in gems. Who knows? We'll never know.
Streaming. I mark this down though. Super fluid and super solid is the next big thing. And if you take credit for that, I'm coming after you.
How could you spend that much time over there?
I spent 2 years trying to
didn't know
change
any
that place.
better. I didn't know any better. I just thought that was, I don't know.
I helped
I had
you out of there, Jeremy.
I had to get my argument straight. First of all, I had to know the globe model. I felt like that was the best place to learn it.
It was a woman's fault. Jeremy should not have that much free time.
Jeremy out of there kicking and screaming.
Yeah, it was tough.
I'd get a headache just thinking about that.
Those were the good old days. I started off nice and calm and peaceful. And by the end of it, I was screaming every day like a lunatic. Calling names, just horrible, horrible behavior.
And look at you now.
But I didn't start, well, I mean, I still do that a little bit, but
No.
I started off so nice and peaceful and mellow.
I don't see how you guys do it. I sit here and I preach love and I mean it. We really have to be loving, but sometimes so frustrating that these guys don't want to listen. And then you guys just over and over and over and over the same things. And then somebody else will come in and then you have the same thing. You guys are pretty patient and dedicated. Definitely dedicated. So thanks.
They poked the wrong bear. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was actually headed to where we fish out of, and me and my daughter and one of my sons were listening to Jose's on the, it was coming through the speakers. And one of these guys mentioned what he was going to do to my daughter. And I was like, yep, you done poked the wrong bear, son. I vowed never to let you know what I'm saying, to expose deception from then on.
Wait, I don't. Okay, so you were already a flat earther, and you were on a Discord or something like that, and then you had it in the background.
I wasn't a flat earther at the time. We were just, my son had brought it to my attention, and we were like getting into the UFO type stuff. And we brought it home one time and asked my wife, "What do you think about UFOs?" And she said, "Well, let's see what the Bible says." That's basically what started me on that, right? What does the Bible say? So when my son brought up flat earth, I used that, right? What does the Bible say? And that's a good thing to do with any topic.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what got me started studying biblical cosmology. And then my son showed me the picture of the Lake Pontchartrain power line that Soundly took, and I pass there all the time. Like I passed there what's today? I passed there today and Friday. Like I pass by there all the time. We used to fish under those pylons, and I was like, it's not curved like that, you know. So that's what got me started. But when we went into these servers and we would tell them about the Bible, what the Bible says, and blah, 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 and just being a flat earther back then, 6 years ago, you know, they were just so toxic and you're stupid. It was just, you know, it's not like it is today where we pretty much control all the arguments. They controlled it.
Mm.
You know,
Oh yeah, it was much different from when I started.
Yeah. Jeremy didn't have anybody to get good arguments from, so he didn't know what to say.
Yeah, I had to piece it all together, bro. What the fuck?
So wait, you said, Rakia, your son is a believer in the shape of the earth, fixed and immovable, or?
Yeah, both my sons.
Oh, okay. Because I thought for a second, okay, so you have one daughter that knows it and just doesn't talk about it, and then another one just doesn't believe it, and then you have the two sons that are.
No, I only have two sons that are, and my daughter that, if I mean, you know, if I had this, like, she believes in the Bible, and that's as far as she'll tell you. But she doesn't want it. Like, if the conversation comes up, she leaves the room. She just hates it.
I don't know. It's so important, especially these times that we're living in. I mean, it is vitally important. And that's why I hang out in this server and the other server, these kinds of, you know, the creation servers, because it is important. And I want to meet other people that find the realization of like, holy cow, the earth is created and you are at the center of the universe. You matter. And there is a creator. He just got smaller, and people make a difference. You know, they're important. And it's kind of hard to prove that with a globe when you're flying around, flying aimlessly out there. And you have the same stars over and over and over and over again for thousands of years. And then you have the same ones that come, you know, to decide calendars. And then at the turn of the year, you have the same stars and moon positioning and sun. And the stars are now with, you know, a moon that was with the sun before. And, you know, I just can't find anybody else to get excited about the calendar, the biblical calendar. Because full moon is new moon. I will say that till I die. Because that's what it is in the Bible. It says it even in, I think, Psalm 81:3, or it might be 83:1. I forget. I don't know. But if we could just have more people take an interest in the calendar, it could be I don't know. It probably wouldn't be a very good conversation because it would be a biblical one. So, and I know that's a hard conversation to have with people that are science people.
Oh,
I mean, I know you guys are science. Sorry.
We do a lot of biblical stuff here. We've been talking about the Bible all day.
I know. I was popping in like 4 or 5 times today, and I was like, gosh, yes. I heard North. And it's great. And I think it's going to be happening more and more now because Judgment Day is coming.
Jeremy doesn't want to live by rules. He doesn't want to have consequences.
Well, you know what?
You'll grow up one day, Jeremy.
There's not a lot of Christians that want to do that either.
I know. That's what I'm most disappointed at. When I show a Bible believer the verses and they go, "Oh, that's not what it means," or that's just a story. I'm like, wow, dude.
Mm-hmm.
But
They're the worst.
what can you do? Yeah, they actually are.
They really are. Such a waste to talk to them sometimes. But I mean, forget even the shape of the earth for them. Even just following the instructions, and they don't really read the Bible. They'll go to their Bible study. They think, oh, once saved, always saved. If we think there's conspiracies now, you should see those conspiracies within the Bible believing community and the doctrines.
I can't be too hard though, because I missed the whole second day creation, my whole Bible study. So, how can you do that? But I'm lucky here in the Bible Belt. Basically, we have entire families that are just Bible believing Christians. That whatever the Bible says, if it says it's flat, right? I have churches around me that teach it. I don't know. You might. I'll try and find it and post it. His name is Thibodeau. I'm forgetting his first name, but he lives in Lafayette. He has a church there. It's Hebrew church, and he teaches flat Earth. Of course, Dean Odell in Alabama, a couple, like 4 hours from me, has a huge following of flat Earthers.
Oh yeah,
there's a church here in my town that they're all flat Earthers.
Dean Odell, nope, no thanks.
Yeah, I'm just saying there are people that are preaching it from the Bible, whatever the Bible says. And I go to a church that is a Bible believing church, and they don't care. If you think the Bible tells you the earth, is this, that, and the other. What up? My kids coming. Yeah.
It's just for those people that I think it's going to be an end time deception with some ETs. And if you don't know where you live, you're going to fall for the deception, because Messiah says it over and over and over again. Be careful you're not deceived. Do not let anybody deceive you. Perception, Al, do you want to say anything? You're more than welcome to talk, to chime in. Nope. Jeremy, I tried to help keep the conversation going so it wouldn't be nobody in here, but I got to go here in a second.
No doubt. It's all good.
Yeah, might have the night off tonight.
That was a good talk. You shouldn't have told Kosho that. Kosho's going to be on your ass now.
About what?
About how you're looking for a guy. All that stuff you were saying earlier. You're on Kosho's full vibe switch.
No. Listen, I'm not looking for
You
one.
told Kosho that?
No, we were having a conversation. Kosho's got a girlfriend. I would never date someone that didn't use their senses. Sorry, Kosho, I'm not saying that you don't. I just think you're super smart. And I think that's what I was bringing up earlier, is we have a linear way of thinking about us that we bring to every single topic, and not every single topic calls for a linear way of thinking. The shape of the earth, you have to use your senses. That's what we were given. We were created with senses. Our eyes, our smell, our touch, like everything. And then, we were taught a Greek way of learning things, and we're breaking out of that Greek linear way of learning things. And the Bible and his creation, our creator, they're cyclical. It's not a linear. You cannot bring linear thinking to the shape of the earth or his instructions. You just can't.
Could there ever be a man that could make you feel secure, even though he murdered other people. Like say he was a combat veteran. Like there's no way there's going to be any retaliation for, like, not directly, maybe karma or something, but it's not like there's going to be enemies coming. You know hypothetically that there's not going to be repercussions, but you know he's a murderer. Would you still feel safe?
Who, me? Well, hold on.
Yes.
Is he a Bible believer?
I guess I don't
Has he
know.
repented?
He's a U.S. Army soldier.
I don't care. I mean, I need way more than just a good-looking, former Army guy.
No, but
I
you know
mean,
how they say that, like, they'll be like, it'll stress them out and they need, help dealing with it because they had to kill people. Do you think that it would stress you as a companion or a partner? Is it like a deal breaker for any reason?
that's a
Excuse me.
complicated.
Right, like, you know what I mean? Then yeah, of course, then the moral issue, and you're like you have some stance. It seems like the Bible tells you, like, go ahead and kill and just ask for forgiveness and it's okay. Is that like the repentance thing you talking about, or what?
Well, I mean, if he had good intentions and he thought he was doing the right thing, and then he realized, wait a second, I was fighting for who? And I'm so sorry, and I can't believe I did this. And if he was in the Word, the Bible talks about how there's only one thing that's unforgivable. I mean, that's a complicated question.
Okay, but if they were like a non-repentant, very
No.
content killer that you still felt safe with because they were so powerful, the fortress was so strong, you knew that nobody could get in. Like, you were like, you'll never be the whatever, the mad scientist's companion, I guess, or the evil
No.
bad guy.
I
They
have a
never have anybody, do they? They're always by themselves with all this crazy power, trying to kill everybody. And it's is it because they don't have anybody, or do they not have anybody because they're that way? It's like the chicken or the egg. It's crazy.
Well, they probably just went internal and they're just not going to be able to break out of that. So that would be a real hard one.
I don't know, man. They were talking a lot about the more, like, you can't murder and all this, but can you murder the tree? I mean, you can murder the insect.
Oh, I don't kill bugs. I try to get them in a Tupperware thing. And then
Yeah.
I do. Even, like, I live in Florida and palmetto bugs. I want to kill them. But no, I don't want to kill them. I'm sorry. I don't kill them anymore. Let's put it that way. Ever since 2017, I've been a Bible believer, follower. I don't want to kill any of God's creatures. But I did kill a spider, unfortunately.
Repent.
I know. I did, actually. I did. When it was the hurricane around here, I couldn't open the door and put him outside because it was raining really, 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 really hard and everything. And my doors, I just couldn't do it. And I was like, look, you're not going to stay in this room with me. And
you should have just kept him in the Tupperware.
No, I didn't. I
holes in
couldn't
it.
get the Tupperware. It was behind this.
It's going in your file.
I know. I did repent.
She did
But mosquitoes,
she's killing.
I don't mind killing mosquitoes. I will tell you, they're out for blood. You know what? Sorry, sucker. And I don't even know if they're like the GMO ones now. So
You're never gonna find a man if you keep killing all these insects.
listen. No, guy, I'm undateable. That is clear. And I don't really even care anymore because I'm working for the kingdom. And then Jeremy, there was some guy in here. Oh, it was that Chucky guy. He really ticked me off. That a couple weeks ago.
Rocky, his boy, right there.
How fine are you?
What does that mean?
Like, what do you rate yourself?
What do I look like?
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10. On a
Look,
scale of
I
1
get
to 10,
that you're
how
talking
hot
about
are
your
you?
personality is undateable, but I'm interested in any other variable of like how a girl will be like, I'm too fine, people don't
No,
approach
I would
me. Well, I know you're not
no.
mixing any of that into your message. I'm just interested as a side note.
I do okay. Um,
Do
oh.
okay.
No, I mean, I'm not even gonna get into my looks. Do I ever get
All
approached?
right.
Yeah.
No. You can't. No, cup size. Just blurt it out. Go ahead. No, I'm just kidding.
Not gonna rate myself. Are you guys out of your mind?
I'm just joking. I don't know if he is, but
I mean, like, are
I'm
you like, would Andrew Tate go for you or not? Like,
No, I'm over
Did
40.
you ever have a hot or not account
oh,
back in the
okay. You
90s?
sound young. I don't know how old people are by their sound. I'm always like, if they're happy and energetic, they're young. Yeah.
I am happy and energetic. Yeah, I did okay. Yeah, I did okay back in the day.
Did
And
you ever have a hot or not account?
no, I did not.
Oh yeah. You got to be real
Remember
fun to
that?
put yourself on that shit, bro. I never did.
Remember that?
you
I
gotta be
never
real
did that
bad.
shit.
I don't even know what you're talking about. That's how lame I am.
It was this site, Hot or Not, and you put yourself on it, and people would just rate you.
Oh, hot or not? I was hearing it different. Are you hot or not? I got it.
North Star. Are you listening, North Star? Hello. Why aren't you in here? Anyways.
I bet you $1,000 Coach hits you up in the next 6 months. How about that? He's never not approached a single flat earther ever in his life.
Yo, his whole
I
demeanor
think he's
switched when
dating a
Blaze
flat earther.
started saying that shit.
You guys that's a no, he's not. And
Hey, it's my favorite massage
Look at Coach
lady.
talking about how
Hey,
he looks like
oh,
Andrew Tate. Sorry, bro.
Oh, I
we gotta
wasn't
ask
saying
my
that.
massage. Are you hot or not? You're hot. And let me ask my massage lady if she's
My
a
massage got canceled tonight.
Did you turn a flat earther this week? Or are you still a Glober? Still a Glober? She's
You're breaking
still
up.
a Glober. We're gonna work on it. I got 2 hours to spend with her. We're gonna work on it.
Dang.
The only woman that spends
Just
more
enjoy
time in
it.
my bedroom than the
Just
other.
enjoy it. I get an hour and a half massage. You get 2 hours?
Dude, how do you guys have time for all this? See, Rocky is kid. Yeah.
I make time for it.
Yeah, I get 2. I make her do 2 hours. How long you been massaging me?
Probably about
15 years. 16 years.
Yeah, something like that.
That's crazy, huh? Every week for 16 years. That's a lot of money. Can I get a good Christmas present this year?
Yeah, which one?
Give me a massage. I want to.
You want a free massage?
Mm-hmm. He's gone now. Enjoy that massage. Ice cold soul.
Yeah, we listen
wow.
to y'all. So
Oh boy. Well, we were
Okay,
talking about the
ma'am.
Bible.
Miss, look at Kosho's thumbnail and
she
tell me
doesn't
that.
like the Bible either. She's not very smart.
Wait, what?
No, I remember you talking about her.
Don't you take the good parts of it?
What does that mean?
Like
I've
the
never
good
listened.
parts of You should like the Bible for the good parts.
Okay.
No, you gotta take the bad with the good, though.
Okay, who are you talking to?
Anybody, my man Rocky says somebody's doesn't believe in the Bible or something, doesn't like it. I'm just like, I don't know. Why would you? I like the Bible.
How long you been a Bible believer?
I mean, it's not that I have to believe in all of it, but I like a lot. It's very positive, informative, educational, motivating, inspiring. It can like, I mean, help God. I mean, it's just a very like strong thing. Like, you know.
You've always been a Bible believer?
I mean, I'm a believer in truth, you know, and they teach a lot of truth in there. I'm
But
not
for how
saying I
long?
believe
Amen.
all of it. How long have I been reading the Bible? I have known about it for a long time. But from what I see, it's like a lot of the other religious doctrines when they're not talking about the politics, like when they're just talking about, you know, the morals and stuff like this, it seems like they all are kind of very similar. But as far as how much do I don't believe it all necessarily um, is like true history because I just know that they found some stories, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how much of that shit's been validated as true history. So you keep calling me a believer or whatever, I'm kind of a little sensitive to that. I don't know. If I'm coming off like that, because I'm saying it's got a lot of good in it.
I understand. Hi, SE.
But that's why I challenge it, you know, and sometimes it's good to hear, you know, other people's opinion about security or morality and stuff like that.
Good evening, Blaze. Good evening, everybody.
Hey, did you watch that video with Stu Peters and then the Alex Jones one with the flat Earth with Dave?
Now I'm dying to watch it, but I haven't had time. I've been very busy, but it's on my list for sure.
Okay, because I was just thinking you got a lot of you know, it's got a platform for people. It made my day when I was
This
waking
guy's
up
got
and
a
I was
big
like,
channel, right?
well, yeah,
He's
both
got
of
a
them.
big channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How long have you been a flat Earth believer, if that's what you are?
Who, me?
Yes, ma'am.
July 2017.
Dang.
2017. There's a
How
lot of people who woke up. What about
is that
you?
when you learn? Well, I learned about people, you know, really saying that they could be hiding land probably in like 2014 or something like that. But I never believe. I always thought, okay, well, like it's gonna get to a point where people go and try to make the map, and there's gonna be some real war or something, or something like as big as COVID. You know what I mean? Like, as far as worldwide shit going down, trying to keep people from making the map. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been since about then. It was like, you know, took a couple years to where I was like, all right, people aren't listening and they're not taking it serious. And then right around COVID, I was like, okay, well, you know, people are doing all this crazy fighting over everything. If they really wanted to know a different map of the earth, they would have kind of done it by now. It was viral for like 5 years, you know. No map.
No map. But how can we get a map?
Let's get it. Ocean floor. I think the ocean, you know, you got to map the ocean. Stop this sky stuff, dude. You know, they do this long, they always be like, you know, they're trying to be like, we're from Chile to Africa to Australia, and they do this big, like, we got this example of this here. Like, okay, give me more. You know, give me more of the map. Fucking give me the one more orbit fucking map. Give me more maps, you know? Just validate that shit. The ocean, you know, they gotta like, how all the continents are like detailed, and you could, you know, travel on all of them basically with detail. They need the same detail for the ocean floor. That'd be better mapping because nobody really has found any glitch in any of the landmass type of, you know, with the roads and the cities and all this. but I don't know if you believe it. Like, how long did it take for you to learn about it for you to believe it? Was it quick?
No. Well, it came around in 2015. It was too intimidating for me. And I was like, even if it is true, how am I going to be able to defend it? And then I wasn't a believer. I mean, I don't know. I didn't have any kind of, religious upbringing. And so then it came around 2017, July 2017. July 2017. And it was probably August is when it took me 3 weeks. So I did not. I was like praying. I was like, are you serious? What am I supposed to do? Because I became a new Bible believer, changing my life and everything. And I was like, what? Literally praying and kind of laughing, like, what am I supposed to do with this? Are you serious? And then so I had to pay attention. And so I'm not the science person. I've said this a bunch. So I said, okay, how am I going to learn this? So what I did was I researched the researchers, and the people that told us that we lived on a spinning ball and when that happened. And so then I started going down that little bunny trail. And it seems like a lot of the early pioneers, philosophers, and those guys were like Kabbalists, like occultic Kabbalist. And so then I found Rob Skiba.
Okay.
And I was really enjoying what he had to say from the biblical standpoint and just from, a scientific and all that kind of stuff. And it was just like, wow. And then it all made sense to me, because I did do what everybody else does. Like, why? What's the lie? Why? What does it matter? But then after I did that little bit of research, like 3 weeks, I was like, that makes complete sense. The best way to attack the creator is attack his creation and go, really? Did it? Was there a creator? Was there a big bang? So, and I can understand how a guy could date someone that didn't believe the same as him as the shape of the earth. But there's no way that I think a woman could really date a guy that wasn't at least open to that. Like, is that sexist? Because that seems like that's the truth.
Oh my God, there's some wild coyotes over here. But no, I mean, you gotta have feel like if you're talking about like breeding with somebody, you want to make sure that they're gonna, have the same ideas for the offspring that you have possibly.
Right. Well, that is a absolute 100% truth right there. And you want to even see how they work within the lines of what you want. And you have to have that foundation. Yeah. But I'm even talking about without procreating. I mean, that is for sure.
I guess it is weird, like you both sitting there be thinking the other person is massively confused about something. So it would be
But I could,
feel a little disrespectful.
but I really could see how it would be easier for a man to date someone that didn't quite, understand it. And then maybe he helped her. But to flat out be with someone that was just totally against it and don't ever bring that up to me again. And that's the stupidest thing ever. I mean, that's just doomed. That's a doomed relationship.
I heard you, Corey, about the difference in the sex, and I guess, I was trying to come up with the reason why you would want it, and then of course we were, I guess, making the double standard assumption of, okay, well, a guy's just going to be more flexible because they're more desperate or whatever, or they don't, some combination of guys being shitters more often than women or something. I don't know.
What was that last part you just said?
Huh?
What was that last part you just said?
Guys being like bullshitters more than women, like just bullshitting to hook up, you know what I mean?
Or could it be that men don't like to be alone? And so they'll just kind of settle for someone, or, they see someone with big breasts, or they see someone that, it's just like I think guys are more visual. And so they tend to go, okay, you know what? I'm going to just forget that little red flag right there. And I should be okay with this. And then they end up regretting it.
Right.
You're probably right. You're probably right about that. Let me ask you something, Blaze. You said you just newly discovered, or did I hear you correctly? Like you found your path with the Bible recently, or did I hear you wrong?
I found my